Each cheering sound rang out in an unknown space. An arm dark with smoke appeared dimly. "Oh hero." A boy with thoughtful, somewhat sad eyes looked into the distance. Those smog-colored arms approached that boy, grabbed the hem of his thin shirt and begged, "Please, save this world." Those arms became more and more numerous. The boy still stood there silently despite the pleading voices. Truly a hero. Help. Those arms frantically rushed towards the boy. "Please save us, hero, hero, hero." The boy's weak body suddenly trembled, those screams still echoed in his ears. "Help me, hero." The weak boy, looking at that endless black space, tears suddenly flowed from the corners of his eyes. He sobbed and called out, "Mother." A woman appeared in front of the boy. The boy whimpered and asked the woman who was his mother. Everyone said that he was a hero. Why did he have to be a hero? The other woman just silently looked at the crying boy in front of her. "I want to stop, it's so difficult." The boy trembled, speaking his thoughts, and even more terrifyingly, the woman finally spoke. "My son," she said softly, "you are the hope of this world, that's why." Without a word of encouragement or comfort, she directly pushed the boy into the abyss. The boy's eyes widened as he watched the so-called mother move further and further away, tears still lingering in the corner of his eyes, her voice still ringing in his ears. "Stopping showing weakness and sacrifice like that, go a hero." The boy slowly fell into endless space, where there were hands that wanted to hold him. Those hands picked him up from the abyss and then slowly wrapped themselves tightly around him, making him unable to breathe. A drop of cold water dripped onto the face of a young man with closed eyes. The sudden rain caused the boy to wake up, surrounded by a pile of ruins. That boy was the fake awakener, Kim Sung-in. He sat up, looked at the rain outside and sighed. He stood up, tiredly holding the sword in his hand, thinking he would have a rest. Kim Sung-in took the sword and slowly walked outside. Outside, thousands of monsters are waiting as if they want to devour the humans who appear before them. He laughed. "I let out a breath, but you guys don't give me any time to rest." He stood high and looked down at the gathered monsters below. There were quite a few of you troublesome people gathered together. Kim Sung-in's stats began to display. Magic Power Index 97, Magic Power Level 9. The monsters below saw him and immediately tried to attack. Kim Sung-in's eyes sparkled with death as he looked at those monsters. Stepping hard on his foot, his whole body rushed towards the group of monsters. The other monsters were not passive but also rushed up to attack. Kim Sung-in took a breath, grasped the sharp sword with both hands, and moved quickly and gracefully into the center of the monsters. Kim Sung-in's title was also mentioned, Hero Title. Kim Sung-in rushed into the center of the monsters. He quickly and decisively threw his sword, and in an instant, half of the monsters were destroyed. He stomped hard on the corpses of those monsters. Then jump up, perform a unique acrobatic performance in the air and then slash at the next monsters. The cold swords continuously slashed down. With just one blow, the ground below was directly shattered, rocks and soil continuously flying into the sky. After a period of fierce fighting, Kim Sung-in tiredly stuck the sword in, knelt on the ground and gasped, his mouth suddenly spitting out a small mouthful of blood. A huge hand grabbed the opposite building, a majestic voice rang out, "Truly a hero of humanity." From the darkness, a monster with a long horn and a large body appeared in front of Kim Sung-in. Its deadly breath emitted, making others feel scared. It looked at Kim Sung-in and said, "A power that everyone craves." Kim Sung-in stubbornly stood up, looking at the monster with dangerous eyes. It began to introduce itself. "I, Fafnir, acknowledge that you are worthy of becoming a part of me." Kim Sung-in remained silent listening to what he said. "I will defeat you, and make that power mine." And then, large and small explosions due to impact rang out continuously, and Kim Sung-in was beaten to a pulp by Fafnir. He was beaten to a pulp by the monster, thrown away like a toy in his hand. There was no way to say it. Kim Sung-in was now like a fish on the cutting board. Kim Sung-in coughed loudly. Every time he coughed, the wound in his abdomen throbbed extremely painfully. His exhaustion index had reached 98, almost reaching its limit. Fafnir looked at him and laughed happily. "So, this is the end." Kim Sung-in remembered the previous compliments that couldn't help but make him smirk. "Hero, don't make me laugh." Monsters began to multiply and move deep inside. Monsters flying everywhere in the city. This scene of death and desolation should probably come to an end. The blood on his body began to flow, more and more. Kim Sung-in seemed to have no regrets before his death. He only hated the title of hero. "I couldn't protect anyone, that be hero." Fafner laughed happily, then raised his fist towards Kim Sung-in. And before death, before Fafner's fist, Kim Sung-in, the hero of this world, let out a helpless sentence, until in the end, I am nothing. A loud noise rang out, causing his mind to begin to recover. Kim Sung-in dimly opened his eyes to look at the vague figures in front of him. The sunlight made him frown because he couldn't adapt in time. He frowned for a moment, then slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was not a monster but a group of strangers. One of them looked at him and laughed mockingly. Hey Soo-yoon, hey, General, I thought you were dead because you suddenly fainted. Kim Sung-in sensed something was wrong here and opened his eyes wide. He immediately jumped up like a spring, startling the others. What is that? Why did he jump up like a ghost? Kim Sung-in was bewildered, not understanding what was going on. He looked at his hands without any scratches, smooth hands. Then he looked up at the clear blue sky again, a sky he hadn't seen in a long time. The others saw him looking up at the sky and also looked up. He looked around again. In his mind, the guy now looked at him like an idiot. Kim Sung-in still couldn't believe it and muttered, "Is this a dream? I swear it's Fafner." Those guys didn't understand what he said and laughed loudly. What the hell are you talking about? If you're awake, then be ready, just to be beaten again. He looked at them bewilderedly. They were really still alive. One of them picked him up by the collar and shouted, "Stop talking and close his mouth." Kim Sung-in did not react at all to the other guy's actions. But then a punch from the other guy came, activating the fighting instinct in his body. In just a blink of an eye, he grabbed the other guy's hand. Kim Sung-in pushed the other man's hand away in his surprise. His eyes lit up. This was the cold look when confronting his monster. Without hesitation, he directly punched the other man in the face, causing his face to be slightly deformed. His one punch was successful, causing the other guy to be sent flying away, falling with his butt up in the air. His actions made the juniors following him panic and gasp in surprise. As if realizing the problem, Kim Sung-in immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, it was just a reflex." The other guy shouted in shock, "Are you crazy?" The guy he beat rushed up and wanted to fight back. "Kim Soo-yoon, you're going to die today." When he held his face that was deformed on one side and wanted to rush up, his junior ran to announce, "Kwon Jang-hyuk, police, coming." He immediately stopped and said angrily, "What, why now?" They had to leave him behind to run away. Before leaving, they did not forget to threaten, "Soo-yoon, you better remember to be at school tomorrow." Hearing the strange name the others called him, Kim Sung-in immediately became confused. "Kim Soo-yoon, but my name is Kim Sung-in." He put his hands on the ground and stood up, wheezing, whining, "What's going on?" Kim Sung-in walked next to the phone, guessing he dropped it. He bent down to pick up the phone. Looking at the phone for a while, he immediately judged, "Is this their phone? They should buy a new one. This is an antique, at least a version from 20 years ago." Suddenly he was stunned and looked at the phone. An unfamiliar figure appeared on the phone's mirror. He was surprised and asked himself, who was this? In 2042, the world was destroyed. After dungeons mushroomed everywhere in the world, monsters emerged from unconquered dungeons and began to invade reality. This phenomenon is also known as rebellion. And it has mercilessly destroyed world peace. However, at the same time, humans appeared who possessed the power to resist this destructive disaster. People all over the world have called them by the name of False Awakening, and I am also one of them. After humanity was exterminated, I became the only survivor and continued to confront the monsters. As the last survivor of humanity, and a false awakener. The policeman sitting in front of him asked, "So, what's your name?" Kim Sung-in confusedly replied, "Kim Sung." "No, it's Kim Soo-yoon." The other police officer asked again, "Date of birth?" Kim Soo-yoon paused, "What's wrong?" The police officer gradually lost patience. "How old are you? Answer quickly, damn it too." He looked around confused. His eyes noticed the calendar hanging on the wall, year 2022. He couldn't help but be surprised. If I wasn't mistaken, it should be the year 2042 now. Why does the calendar say 20 years ago? The policeman impatiently urged him, "Hey, answer quickly." Kim Soo-yoon hesitantly replied, "No, I'm 19 years old," he thought, because now he looks like a schoolboy, so just say 19. The policeman exhaled in frustration and asked, "Yes, 19 years old, and he doesn't remember his home address." He looked at him suspiciously, "Kid, you're saying you don't remember anything other than your name and age, does that make sense?" Kim Soo-yoon was still thinking. I'm pretty sure I died at Fafner's hands. Could it be that I was dreaming, or was it because of Fafner's magic? The police officer kept calling him. Why did he die? Are you so focused? Your national university entrance exam is almost here. He remembered when Fafner had punched him. No. His hand clasped tightly as if he wanted to prove his guess. This feeling couldn't be fake. The current situation forces you to accept this truth. I have truly returned to the past, but where is my original Kim Sung-in body? What do I have to do to return? About my body, there are so many things happening right now that I can't understand anymore. The policeman looked at him as if he were distracted and daydreaming like that, so he was helpless and stopped talking to him. It was a waste of time to talk to him. His mother said she would be here soon, so when she comes, come home with her, please. The other police officer also carefully reminded you that after you leave here, don't hang around anymore and stay obediently at home, especially avoid construction sites, which the news said were that thing will appear near the construction area, so don't go near it. Kim Soo-yeon heard the policeman say that and was curious, what is that thing? After he finished his instructions, he complained, honestly, kids these days aren't afraid of anything. A woman came from outside with a worried tone, Soo-yeon. The other woman rushed forward to hug Kim Soo-yeon's face and feverishly asked, oh my god, what happened? Why were you at the police station? Why did you end up like this? This woman is Kim Soo-yeon's mother. She looked at Kim Soo-yeon with eyes filled with love. Son, are you okay? Kim Soo-yeon's face was distorted and he looked at the woman in front of him. Who is this? Is she the mother of the owner of this body? The sun gradually sets. Sunset makes the sky tinged with a colorful orange-red color. Kim Soo-yeon's mother asked him, have you forgotten your home address? It's true that we just moved here, but even so, you've been under a lot of pressure lately. Kim Soo-yeon found another reason to hiding. I'm still not used to the new place, so she turned around and smiled gently at him. It's really strange. Normally I don't use honorifics with my mother. Why are you being so polite now? Kim Soo-yeon didn't know how to answer, so he laughed. Is that so? The two began to fall into silence. Kim Soo-yeon looked around shyly. Damn, what should I say? He silently thought, should I apologize for causing trouble? Kim Soo-yeon's mother gave him a pure white handkerchief. First, wipe your face. She wiped his face and grumbled, I heard that the kids who used to bully you at school came to harass you today, right? When will they become better people? To Kim Soo-yeon's surprise, she advised again, if they do that to you again, remember to tell me immediately. After wiping his face, she gently took his hand and led him away. Mom wouldn't let him go if this continued. Looking at the hand holding his hand, Kim Soo-yeon couldn't help but be surprised. After walking for a while, she suddenly stopped, but Kim Soo-yeon suddenly said, yes. She looked around wondering, today the park seemed emptier than usual. Did something happen? Only now did he notice that the surroundings seemed deserted. Now that he thought about it, this place was unusually quiet. From behind came a foot with sharp claws. The pair of long fangs bared fiercely, and the breath was filled with death. Mom turned around and called him, why don't you go? Kim Soo-yeon quickly followed, I'm coming. Suddenly an extremely familiar feeling came, startling him. That sharp foot began to rush forward. Kim Soo-yeon suddenly turned his head to look to verify his feelings. Just as he felt, a wolf ran towards him with hungry eyes. It bared its fangs and pounced. His eyes looked a little surprised at the approaching animal, a wolf. The ferocious wolf jumped up and bit hard at Kim Soo-yeon, but luckily he was able to avoid it. Its mouth held the fabric of the school bag, books flew everywhere. The wolf raced back and forth as if to probe its opponent. Kim Soo-yeon felt the wolf's unusual breath. No, that was not a normal wolf. He shielded his mother while analyzing, that bastard was definitely a werewolf. Only then did he remember what the policeman said earlier, so that was what the policeman told him just now. Images from the past began to appear clearly, a rebellion. Kim Soo-yeon looked at the crazy wolf in front of him. 2022 is the time when the number of riots explodes. It is not difficult for monsters to appear in the city in broad daylight like this. He looked around looking for a weapon. The problem is, how should I face it now? First, I need to find a weapon to fight it. He noticed the umbrella nearby. He went to pick it up and considered it a temporary combat weapon. His mother fell down and sat on the ground. She trembled and said, a monster. The news said that they had all been taken care of. Kim Soo-yeon reminded her, don't move. His eyes looked steadily at the two wolves. Even though he was still not used to this body, it wasn't difficult to deal with this group. A huge wolf pounced on the mother and child. It bared its sharp teeth and wanted to eat him, but unfortunately he completely dodged them. He used the umbrella to hit the wolf hard, injuring it to the point of bleeding. It roared in pain, blood flowing out like a stream. The angry wolf turned around and looked at him with eyes filled with murderous intent. It once again rushed to attack him from behind. Kim Soo-yeon quickly used that thin umbrella to block the wolf's attack and bite. He gritted his teeth to support the wolf's weight. Damn it, wasn't his attack strong enough? Kim Soo-yeon tried his best to resist, perhaps because this new body seemed much weaker than his previous body. His attack still didn't do much damage. He couldn't believe that his attack was not effective. It doesn't matter to low-level monsters like this. If I were in my original body now, I would be able to end them with just one hit, or at least this current body would be a false awakening. His mother used her body to knock away the wolf that was frantically charging at her. Kim Soo-yeon widened his eyes looking at this unbelievable scene. A person and an animal collided and bounced away. Kim Soo-yeon could only say, "Mom." Kim Soo-yeon's mother jumped backwards, falling hard to the ground. Damn it. He looked at her and couldn't help but be surprised. She saved him. Why? He put strength into his legs and kicked hard at the chest of the wolf pressing on him. Kim Soo-yeon got up and ran to his mother. As he ran, he eagerly called, "Mom, Mom." He stood her up and gently shook her. His tone was a bit reproachful. Why would Mom do that? It's very dangerous. She didn't answer. She simply whispered, "Soo-yeon." She frowned tightly, trying to hold back the pain and reassure Kim Soo-yeon that Mom was okay. He widened his eyes in surprise at what she said. "You should run first." After saying this, her body immediately became weak and fainted. The space suddenly became terrifyingly silent. Kim Soo-yeon looked at his mother and then knelt there. The wolves from before were also slowly approaching. Suddenly, there was a sense of death in the air, and that deadly aura radiated from Kim Soo-yeon. I just saw him turn his head to look at the wolves, with a cold tone. "Hey, you." His murderous eyes looked at the two wolves. "You really want to die, don't you?" Feeling his pressure, the wolves stopped attacking but began to probe their opponents. And then just a few seconds later, the two wolves turned tail and ran away. Kim Soo-yeon angrily picked up the umbrella and wanted to chase. "I won't let you guys go." His mouth said that, but after running a few steps, his body lost its center of gravity and fell down. The body is still the most honest thing. Kim Soo-yeon is probably near the bottom of his exhaustion index right now. He lay on the ground sweating and looked up at the sky. Looking at his current situation left him speechless. Hell, this body is like shit. I'm so weak that I can't even chase those guys away. Lie down for a while to recover. Then he put his mother on his shoulder and went home first. Carrying my mother on my back, the throbbing pain in my back continued to manifest. My back had been in pain from before. After walking for a while, he seemed to remember something. Wait, then, where is our house? The color of the sky begins to change. Below a mid-range apartment building. After struggling for a while, he brought his mother to the house, placed her on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. He sweat dropped looking at the address in his hand. Luckily, his wallet had his home address in it, otherwise he would have been lost to death. She suddenly turned around, startling him. She's still not awake, but even in her dreams she wants to protect you. "Soo-yeon, don't worry, Mom is here." He looked at her silently and ran away. There are many thoughts in his mind right now. He remembered what happened and thought to himself, why did she nudge her so hard? The more I think about it, the more confusing it becomes. Let me be safe. Kim Soo-yeon looked at his mother. His eyes were gentle but a bit strange. He looked at his smooth hands. This body, why was it so weak? Looking at the thin and weak hand, he immediately assessed that it was a weak body that could not withstand even a few monsters. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He was reborn in this useless state. This weak strength made him think, was it just to repeat the mistakes of his previous life? A small door suddenly appeared in the air. Kim Soo-yeon rubbed his head and exhaled. "No, calm down first, so I can think more clearly and objectively." The noise at the small door attracted his attention. The tower challenged, requested, and the user confirmed. His eyes widened when he heard that familiar mechanical voice. The review completed. A huge portal began to appear in front of him. The portal connecting to user Kim Soo-yeon opened. Kim Soo-yeon looked at the huge gate in surprise. Her legs were fine. He also began to analyze that the opening of the vacuum gate meant that this body had the potential to become a false awakener. If that was the case, Perhaps I could start a new life using my body. Is this Kim Soo-yoon? He looked at his hands again. This time it wasn't disappointment but full confidence. Well, if it's 2022, even if it's my version of Kim Soo-yoon, he'll still be just a normal person. If that's the case, then I passed through the vacuum gate earlier than in my previous life. Kim Soo-yoon looked up at the vacuum gate leading to the trial tower in front of her. Okay, since I've come to this point, I don't need to hesitate anymore. He quickly entered the vacuum gate, welcoming him to the Tower of Trials. Towers began to appear, towers of trial, also commonly known as the vacuum. If you can pass the first floor of this tower, you will be recognized as a false awakened, and then, as you climb the next floors, you will become more and more powerful. So most everyone aims to reach the top of the tower, but in reality, the challenge tower has a system that is more important than what floor you are on. Tower system starts notification, related user Kim Soo-yoon, your challenge will be started, challenge floor, first floor, that is. The system lets Kim Soo-yoon choose a floor. Please choose the difficulty level. You can choose between level 1 and level 10. Kim Soo-yoon chooses the highest level, which is level 10, the level for each floor. The tower system quickly confirmed that you have chosen level 10. In addition to the number of floors, there is also a level system inside the vacuum building. Even if it is the first floor, the more floors you increase, the more enemies there will be, strong enemies will appear, and the stronger the enemy you defeat, the greater the reward you will receive. The surrounding begins to change. Of course, naturally you will also have to overcome more difficulties and challenges, which is a real risk. The tower system takes you to the first floor challenge tower. It seems that here is an arena. The challenge will be set at level 10. Looking at the surrounding scenery, he immediately laughed. So I just set level 10. It should be fine, right? In the past, my highest level was level 8. He frowned in determination. No, I still have to do this. Remembering things from my past life is like being energized. If everything happens again like in my previous life, I will still suffer the same fate in the end. The system again offers a choice. Please choose your weapon. Outside, monsters are still waiting. The system starts up. The challenge begins. You hold a sword. I must move forward. A few hours later, moonlight enveloped the city. A drunk man screamed loudly. He kept backing up into the corner calling for help. Help! The two wolves that attacked Mom and Kim Soo-yoon were slowly walking towards the other man. Looking at the two ferocious monsters in front of him, the man panicked and asked for help. Is there anyone here? Someone, please. The hungry wolf came closer and closer. It began to pounce and wanted to devour the man. At this moment, Kim Soo-yoon promptly walked over. His cold eyes stared at the two animals in front of him, and finally found them. A gentle kick successfully kicked the wolf straight behind the man. He rushed up and kicked the remaining wolf hard in the face. Kim Soo-yoon pulled out her legendary umbrella to fight. He violently swung the umbrella and rushed straight towards the two wolves. Kim Soo-yoon forcefully slashed the umbrella down. The useless umbrella in his hand turned into a sharp sword. With just one basic strike, the wolf was cut into many pieces. The remaining wolf saw its fellow being cut into so many pieces and retreated in fear. Kim Soo-yoon was silent, her tone somewhat angry. You said you wouldn't let me leave alive, right? The wolf trembled and suddenly growled back. Kim Soo-yoon kindly reassured it. Don't worry. A cold line cuts out. Kim Soo-yoon holds an umbrella and walks forward. You will soon follow. The news continuously provides information about the developments of dungeons. Currently, the frequency of dungeons appearing is increasing. Compared to the first appearance in 2019, the estimated number of dungeons is tripled. The sudden appearance of the dungeon created a huge impact, causing much controversy. The host again introduces the tutorial tower, comparing it to a dungeon. The tutorial tower and the dungeon are similar, but they form in different forms. We will start examining the differences of them as based on the current information. For the dungeon, the difference is based on color, and for the trial tower, it is distributed from level 1 to level 10 according to each floor, different by floor. Dungeons, tutorial towers and systems all appeared around the same time. No one knew what they were and the whole world began to pay attention to those things. Attention and desire start growing day by day. As people have found various uses for energy sources found in dungeons such as ether stones, their value has increased dramatically. The rewards found inside the dungeon increasingly affected daily life, greatly affecting the world economy, so the awakened people were attracted by those rewards and began to travel, dungeon raids, and gradually fame and achievements follow. However, humans do not know that. In some places, a phenomenon called rebellion occurs. Monsters escape from the dungeon and invade the real world, but the dungeon still has some positive effects. Empower our community. Rebellion: when the dungeon develops, it will summon more powerful monsters to the real world. In the near future, in 2028, the problem will be pushed to its peak. This is the disaster that will destroy the Earth. Dead. Under the clear blue sky, an ancient village with a slightly European style appeared. The people there were talking to each other. Have you seen the updated rankings? A group of people stood in a circle. This is normal, but it was the first time I saw this guy. The others looked at the rankings and were equally confused. Wait, how could he sweep the first floor with a score like that? Looking at the name Kim Soo-yoon hovering in the top one with a huge score of 2,230 points, everyone in the tower was surprised. 2,230 points, second place 940 points, we have a rising star here. With that terrible difference in points, everyone in the challenge tower had to admire that person. At this moment, a familiar pair of sneakers walked over, and I heard everyone talking. Who is Kim Soo-yoon? Kim Soo-yoon slowly walked out of the gate into the trial tower. He breathed a sigh of relief and walked over. It's been a while since he last came here. Looking at the familiar scene before his eyes made him suddenly smile. The Tower of Trials, a place commonly known as Abyss. In its previous world, countless awakened individuals gathered and flocked into the floors. Each floor had its own world, with its own environment, climate and even culture. He walked deep into the first floor, but they all had one thing in common. To get to the next floor, he had to overcome a challenge. Currently, all the awakened ones are on the second floor. Compared to other floors, it is easier to collect all the items here, but to take advantage of this convenience, you must collect enough achievement points. On the first floor, a monster had its neck severed and fell straight to the ground. It wasn't just that monster, there were many other monsters that also died unexpectedly before Kim Soo-yoon's sword. The tower system announced, "You have passed the first floor challenge." Kim Soo-yoon wiped the sweat from her forehead and thought, level 10 stars, if it weren't for the memories of my previous life, I wouldn't have been able to pass. He looked at the basic sword, then at his arm that was gradually getting stronger. Fortunately, the more he fought, the more his senses from his previous life recovered. Kim Soo-yoon held the sword tightly, telling herself that she would be able to overcome the same thing this time. And then after that moment, the tower system continuously announced that you had perfectly passed the first challenge. This is the final list of rewards for Level 1. Level 1, 10 achievement points, 30 achievement points, 150 achievement points, 300 achievement points, 1000 achievement points, all stats increase by 5, mana capacity increases by 2, mana level increases by 1, your achievement level is being calculated, your rank is now at 1. Looking at the 2,230 achievement points displayed in front of her, Kim Soo-yoon exclaimed, "It's only level 10 but the rewards are truly amazing." Her stats are also increasing faster than in the past. He stood there, staring at the achievement points. After a while, he hesitantly said, "With this score I can go to the next floor." You step out of the testing place, blend in with the crowd on the street. Okay, you're happy with that score, now go shopping. He walked quickly to a nearby store, the first thing he needed. Inside there were noisy sounds, typical of a store in a tower. A girl saw him and immediately greeted him. "Oh my god, welcome." She placed her hands on the table, leaning towards Kim Soo-yoon. The girl looked at him and then made a sharp assessment. It seemed like he had just appeared here. That girl with seductive dark skin is Veli, a dark elf, a skill merchant. She held a pipe in her hand and asked Kim Soo-yoon seductively, "If you need anything, just say it. If you don't know what to look for, then I will suggest to help you." Kim Soo-yoon looked at her expressionless. He quickly saw her intentions. Was she the owner of Veli grocery store? The way she lured customers into pouring money into her store remained unchanged. "Right, sorry, but it doesn't work for me. I've already decided what to buy." Jay's face was calm without the slightest wavering, his speed accelerated. Veli suddenly stopped when she heard him say that. The smoking action also stopped. Kim Soo-yoon spoke again, adding another conversion skill. Seeing that her plan didn't work, Veli had to smile at him. "Oh my god, it seems like someone gave him some suggestions, but can he buy it? Acceleration requires 150 points and conversion requires 1000 points. Hearing the price quote, he was not surprised but just smiled faintly as if he knew everything. Without hesitation, Kim Soo-yoon immediately paid Veli. "Here, you have paid 1,150 points." Veli suddenly froze. After a while she regained composure. She confusedly wanted to question Kim Soo-yoon. What the hell? What the hell is this score? What did you do? Kim Soo-yoon said in confusion. I don't think I calculated wrong, Veli said frantically. That's not what I meant. She looked at him suspiciously. No one has ever been able to earn more than 1,000 points on the first floor. Are you really from the second floor? Kim Soo-yoon also honestly replied, of course, I just went down here and there. I'm just a normal customer. After saying that, he left, leaving Veli standing there. In a corner of the store, there was a person staring at him from afar. Kim Soo-yoon turned back outside. He opened the space bag and looked inside. Let's see. He checked what he had bought: a sword, a spear, bandages and medicine. He also bought enough food. He probably wouldn't forget anything else. Kim Soo-yoon took out 2 skill books and began to research and evaluate them. If you want to possess a certain skill, the Fake Awakening requires a certain level of mana. The skill will not become stronger if the proficiency is increased, but some skills will have a level instead of the normal proficiency. Burst, mana level 2, proficiency 0, can leap into the air for a certain period of time, depending on the user's ability. Height and distance will vary. Conversion, mana level 2, level 1, can imitate a specific target's physical strength. The number of people who can imitate and the target's standard will increase depending on the level of the skill. This type of skill is called a level development type skill, and is very difficult to obtain. There is only one level development type skill that can be collected in the Challenge Towers shop, and that is Conversion. Conversion, mana level 2, level 1, can imitate the target's stamina, increasing depending on the skill's level. He took out a purple potion again, and something just as important as this skill, was using the mana catalyst like this. The potion's information appears: lowest level mana catalyst, 700p mana catalyst diluted with water. It will amplify mana level and mana capacity according to your ability. An item that can increase magical power without climbing a tower or raiding a dungeon like this, can be obtained from the base reward store after the challenge ends. Looking at the potion in his hand, he thought, it's easy to forget about checking the reward shop because everyone is usually only focused on getting to the next floor, but if we search carefully, we will find many treasures hidden. He shivered at the thought of the taste of that mana catalyst. Among them, this low-level mana catalyst was considered a useful item because it could easily increase magical abilities right from the initial stage, the beginning. Kim Soo-yoon raised her face to look at the clear blue sky. I don't know how lucky I am to have memories of my past life, but knowing the news about transformation with the magical catalyst is not bad. His mind was still in the clouds. Now, after using them, I suddenly heard a call from far away that caught his attention. Apologizing. A young man with red hair walked up to him and asked, "Can I talk to you for a moment?" Kim Soo-yoon looked at the young man in surprise. What? I can't feel his presence. Who is this person? The red-haired young man saw that he was startled and waved his hand. Did I startle you? I didn't mean to. He wondered, who are you? A scene of death appeared, a young man standing on a huge mountain of corpses. The young man had cold, deadly eyes that seemed to want to destroy everything in sight. Kim Soo-yoon's sweat dropped looking at the smiling young man, Choi Hak-jun. Kim Soo-yoon looked at the boy in front of him. The familiar figure made him gradually remember Choi Hak-jun. He was a genius among the Fake Awakenings in Abyss. Bloody scenes begin to appear, but he, in the near future, will become a villain with a serious crime in the massacre of a famous guild. Choi Hak-jun's crazy and bloodthirsty eyes made him shiver as he remembered. Choi Hak-jun was still looking at Kim Soo-yoon in confusion. He looked at Kim Soo-yoon for a while, then scratched his face and shyly asked, "May I ask, is there something on my face?" He's been staring at me all this time. Realizing that he was a bit impolite, Kim Soo-yoon immediately said, "Sorry, no, I'm just a little surprised." Kim Soo-yoon gently asked Choi Hak-jun, "Oh yes, what do you want to tell me?" In his heart, he secretly evaluated Choi Hak-jun. In the past, he had more murderous aura surrounding him than now. Choi Hak-jun also warmly replied, "To be honest, I've been following you since you were at the store. Before that you seemed to buy a lot of different types of things. I think you have a very good eye for choosing things. That nice." Kim Soo-yoon was surprised when he heard that. He curled his hands up a bit nervously. What, did he follow me? Choi Hak-jun suddenly stopped for a moment. He smiled mysteriously. About that. He heard Choi Hak-jun's strange tone and also swallowed his saliva. His wary eyes were clearly visible, his hands clenched tighter and tighter. But unlike his worries, Choi Hak-jun turned into a big dog wagging his tail. He held out his hand and asked, "Do you want to form a group to go with me?" Kim Soo-yoon listened, bewildered. Why? Kim Soo-yoon had now begun to enter the second floor of the challenge tower. The tower system rang out an announcement: the second floor, the 10th level of the challenge would begin. He entered the door with a precious necklace. You escaped with the Charles family treasure. The Charles family members are very angry and will chase you to get the treasure back. System mission announcement for you: escape with the treasure, and try to survive in this forest. In the forest, members of the Charles family began to smell him. They began searching the forest with weapons. Kim Soo-yoon also saw them. He sighed and looked at the monsters. The monsters had gathered beneath the tall tree he was hiding in. They seemed certain he was there. Kim Soo-yoon looked down while hiding, assessing the situation. The Charles family, they are monster hunters, are especially good at finding traces, releasing them and then telling me to run away from them. Not a request. Is it too high? He looked at the pendant around his neck again and wondered, what is this thing that makes my tasks so difficult? The information on the display system, the treasure of the Charles family, has no use. I think that besides protecting it, this thing also has no special use. He raised his face to look at the sky and sighed, not knowing which direction he should choose to solve the problem. Remembering the system's reminder made him wake up, and try to survive in this forest. The monsters were still hanging around the tree, constantly sniffing. Not letting them tire themselves searching anymore, Kim Soo-yoon jumped down from the tree to face them directly. As soon as he landed, he firmly held the long sword in his hand and jumped up to attack the monster. Several powerful sword strikes caused the monster to be caught off guard and cut into many pieces. His eyes lit up. His interest was not hidden, trying to survive in this forest, that is. The monsters were now surrounding him. The overwhelming number made others somewhat afraid. However, he was different. Kim Soo-yoon seemed to have found the truth. He had to fight everything in this forest. A monster jumped down from a tree branch and used a spear to rush straight towards Kim Soo-yoon. But with just one swing of the sword, the monster was reunited with its ancestors. Immediately after that, he used the acceleration skill to rush forward. There was a brutal killing scene, along with the system notification sound. Kim Soo-yoon's achievement points quickly increased. Kim Soo-yoon is a bit tired of fighting so many monsters at the same time. Because they move in groups, this battle will probably last longer than I thought. Maybe I have to form a group to go smoothly, more, but still. He remembered Choi Hak-jun's invitation that he refused, because from level 5 onwards the difficulty level will increase, so it won't be easy to recruit more teammates. I wanted to challenge level 8, but maybe it will be a bit difficult. Remember the moment when you rejected Choi Hak-jun? Does it have to be level 8? His eyes looked a little lost as he looked at Kim Soo-yoon. Yes, I have my own reasons. But then he didn't regret his refusal. Sorry, but level 8 was too low compared to his goal. After fighting for a while, he continued to bounce up. A huge figure appeared in front of him, a monster riding on the back of a huge beast that was aiming straight at him. He sweat dropped looking at the monster. He quickly realized that the boss had finally appeared. He immediately used acceleration and jumped straight into the air, passing over the top of its head. He raised the sword to the top of his head, grasping the sword tightly. The person at the top of the food chain would also have to reverse position when falling into his hands. A gentle attack slashed down from the air, and both the monster and its mount were cut into shreds. The system has just started to announce the reward for the second floor of the trial tower. The special ability of Charles' acceleration treasure has been revealed. The family treasure heals all damage and eliminates all damage, all painful conditions affecting the player. 5 uses remaining. Kim Soo-yoon sat by the fire in surprise, looking at the necklace in her hand. I didn't expect anything from the reward, but I couldn't believe that I received such a special result. As I thought, I should hunt them down again, instead of running away. His status bar also appeared. Name Kim Soo-yoon, Mana 18, Mana level 3, Stamina 34, Agility 31, Endurance 31, Reflexes 37, Exhaustion 81, Acceleration skill, Transformation skill. Thanks to this, my stats have increased faster than before. He also uses the Transmutation skill, Transmutation, Mana level 2, Mana level 1, which can simulate the physical abilities of a specific target. Depending on the level of the transmutation, ability, and skill level, the ability to simulate the target will be different. Through the use of transformation, I have already found out the boss's habits. Kim Soo-yoon began to reproduce Patriarch Charles' skills. Patriarch Charles' special ability, Rage, a skill that increases the cost of physical abilities for a certain period of time corresponding to the amount of exhaustion and endurance. This will somehow come in handy when some emergency situation arises later. He leaned back and breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he was tired, after this battle ended, he would receive many more benefits. If he continued to develop at this level, then maybe, this time. Suddenly his stomach began to protest violently. He immediately remembered that his exhaustion index was 81. He sighed helplessly. Let's leave this forest first and then move on. The yellow afternoon sun shines into Kim Soo-yoon's apartment. When Kim Soo-yoon arrived home, he was sweating and looking at something. A dining table full of different types of food, thought to be for a family of 4 people to eat. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, wait, Mom, what are these things?" His mother said softly, "I'm sorry I can only do this much when you saved my life. It must have been you. Studying until now is tiring, isn't it, son?" Kim Soo-yoon thoughtfully looked at the table of food in front of her. It was her mother who was more tired than her son. She even went to work yesterday while her body was seriously injured. His mother didn't feel tired at all, but just calmly said, "I'm fine, there's nothing tiring about preparing a meal for my son." These words stunned him. He kept looking thoughtfully at the table of food in front of him. This warm table of food really didn't know how long it had been since he had seen it again. He quickly picked up the rice bowl and scooped a spoonful of hot rice. The warm rice grains were gently brought into his mouth. Kim Soo-yoon felt the warmth of love for the first time. He chewed each grain of rice carefully as if to remember this moment, thanking his mother. He bent down and scooped up big spoonfuls of rice. Even though he couldn't become my real son. Looking at the way he ate made his mother freeze and exclaim, "Oh my God." Kim Soo-yoon ate like he had been starving for a long time. His mother kindly asked, "Are you really hungry?" At that moment, Kim Soo-yoon silently swore, but he would definitely protect his mother to the end. A curse rang out. Damn it, Kim Soo-yoon is accessing the Abyss website. A series of news about him appeared. Second floor of the Challenge Tower, top 1 information, top 1 today 1 hour ago, 898 views. Second floor of the Challenge Tower, top 1, 2,230 points, Kim Soo-yoon. Public opinion started to stir because of this information. What was the score of the original top 1? I think it was about 940. Stop lying, it's nonsense, it's not a lie. I checked. Someone. There's that progress chart. So who is that guy? Who is that? Who is that? Kim Soo-yoon sat quietly in front of the computer screen, her body suddenly sweating like a bath. He looked at the constantly jumping information screen and cursed, "Damn it. The headlines right now only revolve around you, so, how many points does Kim Soo-yoon have in total? 2,230 points, can that happen? There's a suspicious smell here, I'm shaking in fear, how is that possible? How many points do you have? Is this a general bulletin board or is it Kim Soo-yoon's bulletin board? It's so funny, Korea has reached a new level, so proud, he's #1 in the world, this deserves a round of applause, isn't it fake news? I've seen him somewhere before, his equipment is just normal." Kim Soo-yoon reading those comments makes me feel sad, this is starting to get complicated. At Aries Guild headquarters, Gangnam, Seoul. Choi Hak-jun was leisurely sitting on the sofa scrolling through his phone. "Sorry, Kim Soo-yoon, the #1 person in the news recently, is that person." On the opposite chair, a middle-aged man looked at his phone and said, "It seems he also woke up around the same time you woke up, do you have any information?" Choi Hak-jun frowned, he was deep in thought. He leaned back and said, "I don't know, I don't think I've seen him before." The other man also came over. "Well, the space inside this tower is quite large." He walked over and put his hand on his shoulder. "Yes." He asked Choi Hak-jun, "How was the attack on the 3rd floor?" Choi Hak-jun didn't hide anything. "I was playing level 8, really higher than the others, but if I left later than the others it's so boring." His eyes looked away thoughtfully, and now a strong false awakener, Kim Soo-yoon, appeared. He sighed regretfully, "I'm still looking for someone to attack the 3rd floor with me, but maybe it's because I'm level 8, so I haven't found anyone yet. Well, if that's the case, I'll probably just go alone, that's it." When he heard what he said, he gave an incomprehensible smile. The man turned and left. "If no one runs, I'll try to find it for you, don't think about anything other than climbing the tower." He paused, and then the man turned around and secretly told Choi Hak-jun, "You know that, right? See you again in a week." Choi Hak-jun walked along the dark hallway. As he walked, he remembered the man's advice, and if possible, Try to attract that Kim Soo-yoon guy. He clicked his tongue, what a bastard. As he walked, he mumbled the name Kim Soo-yoon, saying it was Kim Soo-yoon, Soo-yoon. He remembered the boy he met in the Tower of Trials. That boy's nervous appearance kept appearing in his mind. Choi Hak-jun immediately dismissed the thought in his mind. No way, could it be that person? He leaned against the glass door. No, it couldn't be, but even if it was him, so what? Looking at the tired image in the mirror, he told himself to just focus on the road ahead. The system notification sounds. You have perfectly cleared the 3rd floor of the challenge tower. They said it was a break. How long did it take? You have perfectly cleared the 4th floor of the challenge tower. Looking at the 2022 college entrance exam score report placed on the table, Kim Soo-yoon immediately thought, I don't know how long it will take, I'll probably just wander to a rural area. The notification sounds of clearing the floors of the challenge tower continuously rang out. You have perfectly cleared the 5th floor of the challenge tower. You have perfectly cleared the 6th floor of the challenge tower. Along with that, the score his achievements also increased rapidly. The day you left, Mom also waved goodbye to him. You've studied very hard for your final exam, so you should rest. You have perfectly cleared the 9th floor of the challenge tower. Before leaving, my mother told me to call her often. Kim Soo-yoon smiled gently, a truly happy smile looking at his mother. Yes, I will come back. It is now 1 year after the day he was revived. Saturday, December 7, 2022, in the bustling city, subway trains rush by. Kim Soo-yoon looked at the train and thought, I thought it would be faster, but it's been a year. He walked on the streets. I was also quite worried because I still had a final exam due, but anyway, I was glad that I was able to clear the 9th floor. The afternoon sun has turned orange. He plans again for the upcoming stage. Next is the 10th floor, a floor that will take him quite a while to attack, because he doesn't know how long it will take him to clean up the 10th floor too, so there's no better excuse than going on vacation away from home. For those who challenge the Tower of False Awakenings, the 10th floor is a barrier that needs to be overcome. The difficulty of the challenges increases dramatically after every 10 floors, to the point where it can be said that the 11th and 12th floors are even easier, more than challenging level 10. Kim Soo-yoon put his hands in his pockets and analyzed. That's why most people will usually choose 1 to 2 levels lower than the level they usually challenge. However, if you choose a lower level like that, then the next floor will be difficult to reach. He clenched his hands with determination. He silently swore to himself, to not allow that to happen. He had to become stronger. Kim Soo-yoon remembers the disaster that humanity will suffer in the near future. The green dungeon that will appear in Anyang in a year, is a large-scale rebellion, the first accident that threatens humanity. The painful and horrifying scenes after this rebellion appeared clearly in his mind, and right after that, the Gyeonggi-do accident that took place on New Year's Eve, the future he would have to change. The sunlight shining down at sunset woke him up. He covered his eyes with his hands. He looked towards that boiling sunlight, silently swearing in his heart, I will change all those things, this time, I will definitely protect it. Kim Soo-yoon entered the challenge tower, in front of a huge gate that covered the entire sky inside. This is the entrance to the 10th floor of the challenge tower. An old man squatting next to the gate saw him and asked, it looks like you're going to the 10th floor. He is the one guarding the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. He opened his hand to Kim Soo-yoon, I won't try to stop you, but give me something before you go. Kim Soo-yoon also implicitly understood this problem. Most people would consider him a beggar and then ignore him, but this person's role is extremely important. You did not hesitate to directly give him a large number of achievement points. You donated 5,000 achievement points. He was immediately amused when he saw that. Most people would ignore me and go away. You are quite generous to a beggar like me. Kim Soo-yoon also frankly said, that's because he is a very kind person. Has that value? He leisurely leaned against the gate and asked, thank you for your compliment, so what information do you want? Kim Soo-yoon didn't think too much and just said, information about the 10th floor. He was stunned for a moment, scratched his head and said reluctantly, information related to the 10th floor is extremely valuable, but after receiving this much, I can't help but give you something. Having said that, he seriously advised to be careful with the village chief. Kim Soo-yoon waited a while longer but didn't hear him continue, so she asked, is that all? He calmly replied, yes, that's all. He thought about his words for a moment. It was such a vague clue, but the guard's information was never wrong. He didn't ask any more and prepared to go inside. Then that's it, is enough. The old man guarding the 10th floor called out from behind, so, be careful. The gate began to move. taking him to the 10th floor. The system rang with a notification, "Fake awakening Kim Soo-yoon, the 10th floor challenge will begin. Please choose the difficulty level." With nothing to think about, Kim Soo-yoon directly chose the highest level, level 10. Open your eyes again. In front of you is a small village. Introduction system. The 10th floor challenge begins. To clear this challenge, find its purpose, and don't die. On the 10th floor of the trial tower, level 10, the scene is gloomy with gray sky, scattered with white snowflakes. A small but austere hand reached out to pick bright red berries from the tree branch. The girl looked at the berry in her hand, her eyes sparkled with starlight. She was lucky. The little girl sitting on the tree, swinging her legs, seemed very happy. "I didn't think I would be able to pick this basket full of fruit, but it seems I'm very lucky today." She brought the other berry to her mouth. "I should eat one first because I picked a lot." But a loud noise rang in her ears. The sound made her stop and look up. A gecko monster came to chew on that berry tree. Its eyes stared at the girl as if seeing her as the next dish. The girl was also suddenly scared and dropped the berry in her hand. A shrill scream rang out, shaking the entire forest. The little girl ran head first, her tears, snot and nose mixed together as she called for help. "Mom, help me." The other gecko was also closely chasing her. How could this little girl's speed compare with that monster? As she ran, she was scared and suddenly turned around to look at the monster. The monster's roar grew closer and closer. The little girl turned pale and looked at the monster crying soundlessly. But just when the girl desperately wanted to give up, a strong arm lifted her up to avoid the monster's pursuit. A familiar deep voice rang out, "Transforming." Kim Soo-yoon ran to save the girl and at the same time used transformation to fight monsters. Transformation, characteristics, crazy battles, consuming your stamina to enhance your physical abilities to the limit. He jumped up, avoiding an attack from the monster. The little girl who was lifted up also opened her eyes wide in surprise. Kim Soo-yoon coldly slashed a powerful sword at the monster. A powerful sword slashes through, finishing off the lizard in one blow. "You have destroyed the giant lizard." After he finished, he looked at the other girl and called her to wake up. "Hey kid." She was still confused, her face was as green as a banana leaf. After recovering, the girl looked at Kim Soo-yoon in surprise. He still kindly asked, "Are you okay?" The two returned to the village. The scene was still gloomy with snowflakes. Kim Soo-yoon was having a difficult time. He was sweating madly and explained, "What I'm saying is, I don't look like a kidnapper at all." Looking at the door that accidentally slammed shut, he still patiently stood outside and explained that I was really just an outsider who saved the boy when he happened to pass by. The woman in the house also responded harshly, "Even if you said that, I know you have other intentions." Kim Soo-yoon stood still listening to what she said. "Even if you take her hostage, it's useless. There's nothing you can take in this village, so quickly leave here." He was speechless and looked at the tightly closed door. "What?" He was sweating and wanted to explain further. "Sorry, but I think there was some misunderstanding here." Not receiving a response, he didn't want to get involved any further. Kim Soo-yoon left. As he left, he sighed and thought, being treated like a kidnapper is really embarrassing. Looking back there, confusion arose in his heart. He didn't even do anything, so why? In the house just now, a small head popped out of the window to watch Kim Soo-yoon leave. The girl seemed to feel guilty. Her hands clutched the door jamb tightly, her lips pursed. The tower system's notifications rang out to remind him that you had come to a strange village that was in a state of crisis, rescued this village from the crisis and survived. He walked quickly on the village road. The atmosphere was gloomy and the villagers showed hostility. Looking at that quiet scene, he thought to himself, "It's definitely different from the floors above. It's because it's the 10th floor, that's why." He thought again that the mission given by the system, after all, to save the village and survive, was worrying. He kept walking straight ahead without paying attention to the door on one side that was slightly open. "Where can I go to gather information?" The villagers also stared at him in the darkness as if observing and evaluating. He frowned thinking about the people behind him and quickly dismissed the thought, well, it would be difficult to get information from those people. The villagers also looked at him from above, the people in the Tower of Trial. He didn't care much about the judgmental looks of these people. They were also called NPCs, but their appearance and thinking were frighteningly similar to humans. Kim Soo-yoon put his hands in his pockets and looked up at the sky, as if this wasn't something that came from programming. He looked at the villagers and took stock. Their extremely hostile attitude towards strangers, combined with the unpleasant and gloomy atmosphere of the village. It was too similar to that time. Yes, It was like. He finally remembered that indescribably familiar feeling, the prospect of a world standing on the brink of destruction. Kim Soo-yoon frowned. Those bastards who hadn't even experienced such things, could create a scene like this. Under a corner of the tree, a sigh kept echoing. Kim Soo-yoon sat down under the corner of the tree to calculate. She needed to find someone to provide information to find a solution, but she couldn't find anyone. Suddenly a pair of small feet wearing a pair of brown leather boots walked in front of him. A soft, slightly immature voice called out, making him look up, "Brother." It was the girl he had saved before. She was a bit timid and scared and hid behind a large tree trunk. Only half of her face was visible. Looking at the girl from afar, he immediately realized that she was the child from the incident. "Hello." The girl walked forward, her hands clenched as if holding something inside, tremblingly holding them out in front of Kim Soo-yoon. He looked at the girl's actions and wondered. With quick speed, the girl ran to throw a handful of berries into his hand and then ran to the tree where she was hiding. Looking at the handful of berries in her hand, Kim Soo-yoon was stunned. He looked from the handful of berries to the little girl peeking behind the tree. The little girl timidly spoke softly, her voice was small but enough for him to hear. "Thank you, uncle." Kim Soo-yoon looked at the girl in surprise. Finally, he realized that her purpose was just to come and thank him. He took a breath and looked at her kindly. Kim Soo-yoon took out the space bag. He called the girl to come to him. "Can you come over here for a moment?" The little girl also timidly walked over. Kim Soo-yoon took out a bunch of food from her space bag. The first time she saw so many delicious foods, she drooled and exclaimed, "It's food." The girl happily picked up a large piece of bread and took a bite. Her eyes lit up as if she had found a treasure. So delicious. Kim Soo-yoon looked at her speechless. Was it that delicious? On this occasion, he also asked, "Isn't there enough food in your village?" The girl gulped down a piece of bread and replied, "Yes, that's why everyone is unfriendly, just in case their food was stolen." Kim Soo-yoon asked further, "It must have been very difficult for the villagers." She smiled at him, "But it was all thanks to the village school that everyone was able to hold on until this time." The little girl chirped, feeling extremely proud. "The village chief was the hero of our village." Kim Soo-yoon was incomprehensible. "A hero?" The girl immediately explained, "My father told me that the village chief tried his best to protect this village all his life, that's why we need to trust him." Kim Soo-yoon turned away. "Ah, so that's it." Hearing Kim Soo-yoon say that, she immediately wondered. He immediately dodged. "It's nothing, he was just talking to himself." The girl looked at him again wondering why he came here. Kim Soo-yoon half fake and half truth answered her, "Well, I was wondering if there was any way for me to help the village chief, like taking him the amount of food he has, or dealing with the monsters that are targeting the village, for example." He explained, "You also saw that scary monster a while ago, right? You never know when it will attack the village." The girl also quickly learned, but. The girl honestly said, "Those monsters would not be able to approach the village. They said it was because the village chief did so." Kim Soo-yoon's eyes flashed coldly. He seemed to have found the crux of this problem. He asked her again, "Kid, can you tell me more clearly?" But before he could finish his sentence, a voice spoke. The old man spoke up from behind, "You're a stranger to the village, right?" From far away, two figures, one old and one young, walked towards the two of them. A gray-haired old man stood up to introduce himself. "Nice to meet you, I am the village chief of this village." Kim Soo-yoon immediately looked at him cautiously. This person was the village chief. He remembered the advice of the 10th floor guard, to be careful of the village chief. The village elder spoke up, "It's unfortunate that I have to say this when I just met you, but food in this village is extremely precious. Giving food away recklessly like that could cause dissension." He made a request, "So as the village chief, I would be pleased if you could please not distribute the food." Kim Soo-yoon just coldly listened to what he said, "Without my permission." The village chief reminded you both, "I hope you both restrain yourself from unauthorized food." The little girl trembled and dropped the piece of bread in her hand. Kim Soo-yoon just silently looked at the old man. "Are you the village chief? Anyway, I was planning to meet you." The puzzled village chief, "You are?" He immediately asked the village chief, "I'm just a stranger who just came here. I saw the town so I want to stay a few nights. Can you allow me to do that?" He silently thought. The man behind approached and called him, the village chief. The old man immediately refused. "I apologized, but the villagers were very wary of outsiders." Kim Soo-yoon looked at him and silently assessed. He still did not let down his guard. He turned to the child on the other side, "Kim Soo-yoon, But boy, didn't we tell you not to eat without permission? The child trembled, his face turned pale and he stammered, I'm sorry. Kim Soo-yoon placed her hand on the baby's head to comfort her. He looked at the child with gentle eyes, don't worry, there's no need to be afraid. Thanks to his comforting words, the child gradually relaxed and looked at him with a smile. Kim Soo-yoon stood up on her hands and knees, I just gave her my food, anyway, it doesn't have any effect on this village. He took out the space bag and placed the bag on the ground. Kim Soo-yoon calmly said, I still have enough food to share with everyone. The man following the village chief also went to open the space bag to check. The amount of food in the space bag startled him, exclaimed the village chief, it's food, a huge amount of food. He walked up to the village chief and made an agreement, if you give me a place to sleep, then while I'm here, I will provide the food you need. Thinking that the village chief did not agree, he wanted to say more, if it was still too difficult, but after thinking about it, he immediately agreed to Kim Soo-yoon's request, no. The old man turned around and called you to follow me. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and told him, I will give you the remaining empty house. As he was following the village chief, a loud shout caught his attention, oh God, please have mercy on your children. He looked at where the people were gathering and saw that everyone was here. He planned to walk around after arriving at the house that the village chief allowed. The helpless prayers of the people rang out, please accept these drops of blood and forgive the sins of these stupid children. Kim Soo-yoon thought to herself, it must be a religious ritual, it's understandable, it's been a while, it's already very difficult, so it's natural for them to want to depend on omnipotent entities. You are probably more familiar with this scene than anyone else, I have seen this, thousands of times before. Tragic memories appear in the mind, the scene of people kneeling on ashes and constantly praying. When faced with the end of the world, people begin to go crazy in different ways. He recalled, there were people who hid behind a so-called belief. The scene of people frantically praying kept appearing in my mind, those people abandoned the reality ahead and caused extremely terrible events. Kim Soo-yoon gritted her teeth bitterly, but in the end, there was nothing left. Looking at the villagers praying, he felt a little reassured, this was nothing compared to before, at least they still didn't harm others. But then the scene before his eyes made him take back his words, a scene that was strangely familiar. A person on a high platform held a dagger and raised his hands to the sky in prayer, we would like to sacrifice this sinful soul that has lost this faith to you. Another person was standing trembling in the middle of that platform, or bestowing mercy. With increasingly loud prayers, the person holding the dagger slashed down and cut the rope, for his sinful children. In the middle of the platform, a deep hole appeared, and the tied man quickly fell into the hole. The screams rang out in the prayers of the villagers along with Kim Soo-yoon's surprise. Once everything was done, the door in the middle of the high platform quickly slammed shut. Kim Soo-yoon covered her mouth, a feeling of disgust arose in her heart, this place is no different, no matter where I go, I think these people are the same and will never change. The villagers after the sacrifice all expressed sympathy, feeling sorry for the Miller family, but we can't do anything, it's all for the good of the villagers. There were loud discussions, thanks to the village chief, unexpectedly, he could borrow the power of the land to protect us, if it weren't for him, our whole village would have been finished a long time ago, but we have to sacrifice someone else in 3 days, what if it's our turn? All those gossips were heard by Kim Soo-yoon, we are safe now. The villagers stared at Kim Soo-yoon with wary eyes full of hostility, after all, there wouldn't be anyone left, right? In the village chief's room, the man who followed reported that the ceremony was successful, village chief, but we still don't have anyone to sacrifice for the ceremony 3 days later. The village chief did not answer but asked again, how was that foreigner? The man also reported, he did not do anything unusual. As if suddenly understanding, the man said, I see, so you accepted him to make him a sacrifice. He held out a box of sleeping pills and said as if this was the will of the gods, it was because God sent him here, we will give him this sleeping pill, and let him down for that at the right time, predetermined time. The benevolent village elder said, the village is becoming more and more scary, we have to sacrifice a few sacrifices for common safety. He hit the man's psychology, don't you want to keep one more villager? The snake monster appeared below the village, and only ate human flesh. Fortunately, this monster prevented other monsters from invading the village, so the people were still safe. Looking at it, we know it's only a matter of time before this village fades away. This village has fallen into panic, because we don't know when the monsters will invade again. The village chief still thinks he did the right thing. I can only do one thing, as the village chief. He still thinks he is a hero, even though he has to sacrifice a few people, but I will not regret it. This is what I need to do as a hero. Suddenly, 4 days later, the village was still so gloomy. The light from the torch illuminated the surrounding area. People wearing red cloaks moved forward. A person wearing a red cloak carried Kim Soo-yoon up to the sacrificial platform. They placed him in the middle of the sacrificial platform, where there was a door leading down. Kim Soo-yoon was drugged by the village chief and fell asleep. The guys in red shirts looked at him and apologized. "Please forgive us." The dagger cuts down. Once again, the rope broke to take a life away. The village chief kept muttering, "It was all for the good of this village." The broken wire immediately started the organ. The other door opened, causing Kim Soo-yoon to fall straight down. The people above just silently watched him slowly fall down to become food for that thing. Below, a huge red snake is waiting to eat. There were many eggs around it. Seeing Kim Soo-yoon fall, it immediately crawled over. It bared its huge poisonous fangs, wanting to devour him like its previous prey. Then a series of noises came from inside the cave. A moment later the space seemed quieter, a glimmer of light entered the cave. The village chief held a torch and went down to where the snake was. "We threw that foreign boy down here a day ago." The old man calculated as he walked. It must have been digested and it was almost time for the territory to return. "Let's see, the monsters that invaded the north last time have been destroyed. He's getting closer and closer, so I should let him mark a little further away." Suddenly he looked ahead in shock, his pupils constricted in fear. Kim Soo-yoon looked towards the village chief from the darkness. He coldly stood next to the bloody snake that had been cut into many pieces and asked him, "What brought you here, village chief?" The village chief turned pale, his body trembled and asked Kim Soo-yoon, "What was all this about?" The old man raised his hand as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "You already destroyed this monster, how could such an unbelievable thing happen?" Kim Soo-yoon turned around and smirked, incredulous. He looked at him contemptuously with cold eyes. He spoke as if he couldn't kill that monster. The old man jumped back in surprise. "That's it." Seeing that he was being unreasonable, he clenched his teeth and his face darkened. The old man was startled and pretended to be righteous. "It was all for the sake of the village. If this snake spirit did not mark its territory, other monsters in the surrounding area would attack this place." Kim Soo-yoon of course knew everything, even his intentions, for the sake of the village, surely not for himself. The old man looked at him in surprise, sweat pouring out like a stream. Kim Soo-yoon looked at the head of the snake spirit and explained to him, "I know a little about this snake spirit. Its name is carnivorous snake spirit. Besides eating, it spends most of its time sleeping like a snake, dies in a cave, it hides in the cave and marks its territory until leaving, so weaker monsters will not dare to step into its area. The simple understanding is, if you want it to continue hiding here, you must maintain food for it." He coldly looked at him. "Another special identifying feature is that it will not consider the person who raised it as prey." The old man was startled and surprised when his plans were exposed like that. Kim Soo-yoon walked forward step by step. "It's just my baseless speculation, but he knows this trait well and also." He leaned close to his ear and told him his purpose, to act as a hero by sacrificing the villagers to this snake spirit. After saying that, he walked away, but let his hypocrisy end here. The old man trembled, knelt down on the ground facing the snake that he cut into many pieces. The torch in his hand could not hold steady and rolled on the ground. Kim Soo-yoon went out to explain to everyone. Everyone couldn't believe what they just heard. Everyone looked at the snake's head and chatted, "Really, the village chief lied to us. It can't be." "You lied, but that monster, he told us that it was a memorial ceremony for God, Earth." A woman whose husband had been sacrificed heard this and immediately burst into tears. "What about my husband, who was chosen to be the sacrifice according to what the village chief said?" The man next to him caught her and stopped her. "I fell down. I couldn't believe it. How could this bad thing happen?" The people in the village also went from surprised to disappointed with this. It was a terrible shock that the village chief deceived us and raised that monster, but it cannot be denied that it prevented the other monsters attack the village. Everyone panicked and asked Kim Soo-yoon, "So what are you going to do now? Because you killed that monster and we will." Kim Soo-yoon interrupted them, "I will help everyone." The villagers were stunned when they heard his proposal. "What?" He took out his item bag and rummaged around for a while. "I have something I want to show everyone." Kim Soo-yoon took out ivory white oval objects from the item bag. Everyone seemed curious about this object. "This is it," Kim Soo-yeon immediately introduced it. "This is the snake egg of this monster." Hearing that, everyone stepped back. Kim Soo-yeon saw that they were so scared and reassured them. "I know what everyone is going to say, but just listen to me first." He explained, "I once said that this type of carnivorous snake has a special characteristic that it will not harm the person raising it, right?" Kim Soo-yeon expressed her idea. "Based on this characteristic, everyone will work together to raise these young snake spirits." The more people listened, the more scared they became. Their faces turned from blue to purple. Kim Soo-yeon immediately reassured them, "Don't worry, you don't need to sacrifice anyone else." The villagers heard that and were curious. "So what should we do?" Kim Soo-yeon replied, "We will sacrifice them with monsters." Everyone was surprised after hearing this. Many people also understood your intention. "Monster, I understand, you mean to hunt monsters and sacrifice them to the snake spirits, right? But who will be the monster hunter?" Kim Soo-yeon spoke up to resolve the situation at hand. "In the immediate future I will hunt them for everyone." He also added, "But because I am not from my village, I will leave here soon. After I leave, everyone will have to take over everything themselves." The villagers heard that and were scared. "What?" "Yes." They were frightened and raised their voices at him as if they wanted to put all the responsibility on him. "Stop saying such unreasonable things. We have lived all our lives as farmers and only have plowing tools in our hands, and now you tell us, why am I hunting?" Kim Soo-yeon just said indifferently, "This village doesn't belong to everyone." He asked, "If people don't protect themselves, who will?" The villagers still want to blame him. It's easy to say what he said. Kim Soo-yeon also did not compromise. He just stiffened his face and said, "Then accept it. Everyone can give up everything and continue to sacrifice the villagers to them as before." Everyone who heard that also froze. They were all silent, but in their hearts they all had a common fear. Kim Soo-yeon was forced to be fierce with these people, unwilling to stand up for herself, and continue to depend on others. He clearly understood how people like this would create the future. It was only because of these things that things like heroes were born. A weak hero formed from the will of others. Kim Soo-yeon looked at the worried villagers in front of her. "But of course, could it be that I was wrong to place my hopes on those who had lost their own will?" He shook his head and sighed. "Maybe my request is too high. I have to think of another way to handle it." An immature voice rang out, making him freeze. "We'll do it." He looked towards the source of the sound. A child ran behind his mother, avoiding his eyes. He took one look and immediately realized that I was the kid from before. The little girl also timidly hid further behind her mother, her lips pursed tightly. It took the girl a while before she had the courage to stand up and look at Kim Soo-yeon, then forced a smile. She stammered and said, I don't know if I can help." "But..." The little girl looked at Kim Soo-yeon with admiration. "I want to become strong like you and help my villagers." Kim Soo-yeon was surprised when those somewhat mature words came out of the mouth of an immature child. He smiled with satisfaction and praised the girl. "She's really great." He bent down to encourage the child. "If everyone joins forces with Dongtam, I'm sure you can protect your village well." Hearing that, the child immediately seemed to be motivated. "Really, I'm sure, I will always try my best." He looked again at the villagers standing there. Even a child said he was ready to do it. The people in the village were also hesitant to speak. "Us." But then a few more people said in agreement, "We will try to do it. It's better than sitting still and dying." More and more people joined, and the crowd effect along with everyone's will to survive overcame the fear in their hearts. Me too, maybe I will join too." In the crowd, a middle-aged man stepped out and bowed before him and made a request. "We villagers were all very weak and scared. We were always the recipients while he gave us so much." The man sincerely begged, "But while you are here, can you teach us how to fight?" Before Kim Soo-yeon answered, the tower's system screen appeared. In the content announcing the progress of completing the task, the villagers have regained their willpower and the completion rate is 60%. He looked at the notice and suddenly smiled with satisfaction. Kim Soo-yeon looked towards the forest and said to everyone, "Then, now let's get started for real." Inside the cold, dark cave, a spark of light flashed inside. The village elder angrily walked down the stairs step by step, the outsider complaining. A hairy green figure gradually appeared under the light of the torch. "You dare to insult me without knowing anything." The old man laughed perversely as he looked at the green monster. The noise also made it suddenly wake up. Its fierce golden eyes appeared, making people tremble. The village chief proudly looked at the monster he raised, with the burning intention of revenge. "I will wipe them all out." In the forest on one side of the village, sunlight began to shine through the dark clouds. signaling that a beautiful life was about to begin. Kim Soo-yeon is instructing everyone to hunt small and medium monsters, and the villagers are also very receptive. I see. Everyone brought the spirit of learning to follow him to hunt monsters. If we lock up the newborn monsters in the basement and let the villagers take turns killing them, then we won't be hunted by them, right? Then everyone looked at Kim Soo-yeon, who was fighting the giant centipede over there, that foreigner. It was really amazing. The giant centipede ferociously attacked Kim Soo-yeon. It used its large body to stab where Kim Soo-yeon was standing, but he quickly jumped up and dodged. Kim Soo-yeon gritted her teeth and held the sword tightly in her hand. He mustered all his strength to throw a move at the giant centipede. With a gentle slash of the sword, the giant centipede was cut in half like split bamboo. The people following him also started shouting to call him, "Hey, foreigner." Kim Soo-yeon wiped her sweat and looked over at them. Everyone shouted to advise him to go back. "Why don't you stop here? The sun is about to set. Don't try too hard, go back." Kim Soo-yeon also quickly agreed, "Okay, I'll finish and come back soon." He looked over at the system notification panel again. Progress information is still stagnant. On the 10th floor of the challenge tower, the completion level is 90%. This newborn snake has developed quite a lot, but the level of completion has not increased. You jump down from the giant centipede, because of the disappearance of the village chief. He gently landed. "I want to complete it 100%, but let's see what's left." Suddenly the ground changed. The tremors grew louder and louder, and the stones began to dance on the ground. Kim Soo-yeon looked at this phenomenon and immediately felt confused. He crossed his arms and looked at this scene. A great force broke through the ground and rushed straight into the sky. A blue bird with blue flames fluttered in the sky. As soon as Kim Soo-yeon looked, she recognized the identity of that monster, the only wild beast that could threaten snake predators, the blue fire saint bird. The bird is free to cry happily. Kim Soo-yeon looked at the bird. He also realized the reason he had not completed the mission on this floor. It turned out to be because of this guy. The village chief laughed maniacally, looking at the bird spreading its wings in the air. The old man proudly shouted, "Look, the appearance of the holy bird is worthy of putting it to sleep with that magic medicine." The bird spread its wings in the sky. The village chief was still daydreaming and shouting below, "If it was at this level, the villagers would treat me like a hero again. I would be the village chief with can control monsters." It discovered the village chief, his bright yellow eyes staring at him. He opened his arms as if to welcome it. "That's right, kid, I'm the one who woke you up. Come on, treat me like your master." But before he could finish his sentence, the blue fire saint bird gave him a blue flame with enormous destructive power. The old man looked at the monster he released in surprise. "Why?" A gentle fire sent him off to meet the snake spirit, vanishing until not a single piece of ash remained. Kim Soo-yeon standing nearby also had to cover her face because of the impact of the fire. This overwhelming power made him wonder, the power of destruction was at this level. After the blue fire saint bird finished dealing with the village elder, he immediately flew away. Looking at the direction the bird flew away, he immediately panicked. The village was in that direction. He quickly rushed up to chase the bird. Kim Soo-yeon used all her strength to rush towards the village. He jumped up on the nearby terrain, using the right moment to jump up. He jumped up close to the belly of the blue flame saint bird. When the time came, he swung his sword and slashed at the firebird. However, the bird's speed was too fast for his attack to hit it. Kim Soo-yeon gritted her teeth as she watched the bird fly quickly past her without any harm. He also knows his own weakness, he cannot touch it. The blue flame saint bird sensed the murderous aura coming from him and locked him as a target. Kim Soo-yeon also felt like she wanted to dodge, but in reality she wasn't flexible enough to dodge the attack in the air. The blue fire saint bird turned around and used his claws to hit Kim Soo-yeon, sending him flying down from the air. The blow was so strong that Kim Soo-yeon herself was helplessly free to fall. Blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth, but at this moment he was still worried about the people below. No. Seeing the blue flame saint bird rushing towards the village brought his mind back to those people, who were just starting their lives again. At that moment, he immediately remembered the rope he brought with him when hunting monsters. Then he gritted his teeth in determination for this final attack. The villagers were returning from the forest. They were talking about you. Is that foreign guy still hunting monsters? Han is also a bit worried about his health. He hasn't slept for days. It's amazing. Maybe it's because he's still young. In the air, Kim Soo-yeon was slowly falling. The other two were still passionately talking. If I was his age, I could fly and jump like that too. When I was young, to me, they were monsters. Kim Soo-yoon landed on the chimney of a nearby house. He took out the rope. Quick as lightning, he took the momentum and jumped up into the clouds to fight that bird. The other two people also looked at him in surprise and didn't say anything anymore. Above their heads now is the blue fire saint bird. Look at the ferocious face of the huge monster appearing in front of you. The other two stood still, barely able to move. They could only mumble without speaking out loud. After a while, both of them screamed in panic, their tears and noses mixing together. The bird began to exert its force to create a fireball aimed at the two people. But from afar a sword tied tightly to a rope was thrown. The rope looped around the blue flame saint bird's beak, blocking its attack. Kim Soo-yoon used the force of the rope and jumped up to approach the bird. If she couldn't reach it, she had to force herself to reach it. He wrapped the rope tightly around his arm and slowly pulled the rope back. Finally, he successfully approached that blue fire saint bird and caught that saint bird. Kim Soo-yoon looked serious, his bloody face showed determination. I will borrow your strength. He quickly used the transformation skill to borrow the power of the holy bird, transform, and have the ability to imitate a certain target's physical strength. Depending on the transformation level, the ability to imitate the target can change. The holy bird's power was immediately transmitted into Kim Soo-yoon's body. The power was affected, the holy bird roared incessantly, and the blue fire burst out uncontrollably. The sounds of conversation echoed in the room. Yes, it's nothing. Ki-vyun's mother was talking on the phone with someone. Soo-yoon's was the same. After the excites ended, he said he wanted to go on a trip, so he went back to his hometown. Don't worry, he'll be fine, she said to the other end of the phone with a very happy mood. Okay, that's right. Suddenly the boy has grown up so much. Sometimes we see the boy as a different person, along with his mother's voice. Kim Soo-yoon is fighting fiercely, around him is a mighty green fighting aura, his face has a bit of blood. He was fighting a giant blue falcon. It flew at extremely fast speed, wanting to attack Kim Soo-yoon directly. Even though he was nervous, he still tried to stay calm, scolding, "Damn it," his heart was full of thoughts, like I thought, is there any limit to imitating skills through transformation? He pondered, the power changes depending on the skill level of the developed skill. He stared at the skill on the system, transformation, energy level 2, you can imitate the physical energy of a specified object. Depending on the level of the transformation, the temperature of the object you can imitate will increase. He continued thinking, my level is too visible to cause any damage to it. Suddenly he held the rope in his hand, one end of the rope burned, blending into the eagle's aura. Kim Soo-yoon ended up falling backwards, his sword fell out. Kim Soo-yoon's determined eyes saw the sword as if he saw an opportunity. He immediately reached out to grab the sword. He was finally able to hold the sword. Kim Soo-yoon began to exert his strength, his body gradually exuded a blue aura of power. He tensed his body and screamed, his body also began to burn. Damn, it was so hot. Kim Soo-yoon endured the blue fire that was slowly burning his body. Then suddenly in his subconscious he remembered his past, being attacked by a monster. No, I can't die here. His mind still strongly resisted, Suddenly a message appeared, please save the town and get out of danger. Then he remembered the white hand holding a bright necklace. Suddenly, that person said, besides the fact that I have to protect it, it's useless. Then suddenly he returned to reality, he was gradually falling down, his body burning. His necklace suddenly emitted light, it called to him, wake up Soo-yoon. You can keep fighting. With encouragement from his mind, Kim Soo-yoon regained his spirit, he gritted his teeth and stood up, his body still burning. The system displayed a notification, the item was examined. Destroy and share a treasure race, restore all damage and damage, remaining 4/5 he flew above the falcon's body. Kim Soo-yoon raised the sword he was holding high, now just a stab straight into the eagle's body made it scream in pain. He strongly said loudly, go and die. The eagle lost its balance and fell to the ground, creating a huge explosion and smoke and dust flying up. The eagle lay in a big hole, no longer moving. At the same time, Kim Soo-yoon was also lying in a hole next to it. He lay there with tired and empty eyes open. Then his eyes closed, maybe he was too tired. Melly shouted, calling for you. Kim Soo-yoon woke up, his body was bandaged everywhere, uwayak. He lay still in shock, only his eyes opened, confused, huh, this is it, Melly kept calling, "Honey." The people standing around were also happy, finally awake. The people happily asked, "It's great, are you fully awake?" Kim Soo-yoon was still confused and asked, "What happened?" Melly was so happy that she cried, ran to hug him and said, thinking he was, "I'm dead, I thought you were burned and turned into a piece of grilled meat." Kim Soo-yoon asked confusedly, "Have I disappeared?" "Exactly Yuk, it's so sore, I'll lie down, so grateful that everything is over." The villagers happily chatted, "That monster bird is dead, it won't cause any more trouble, we've already butchered it so there's no need to worry about food for a long time, it's all thanks to." They continued to praise, but still couldn't believe it. It was a huge fire that definitely couldn't survive. Kim Soo-yoon sat blankly listening, but other than the injuries from falling from a high place, there were no injuries at all. Their eyes sparkled with admiration, as expected of him being called a hero, because he was so perfect. After hearing that, Kim Soo-yoon was sweating in embarrassment. "I'm sure it was just luck." "Well, I think I'm fine, just a little sore." Melly ran to hug Kim Soo-yoon. The girl hugged him tightly without saying a word. The system also displays a notification, "You receive 1000 achievement points, you completed at the highest level, the 10th floor challenge tower, 100% completed, you have successfully passed the 10th floor challenge." He happily breathed. Long story short, 100% complete, no more threats, villagers can live peacefully, without fear of being sabotaged anymore. Kim Soo-yoon was confused and didn't dare look at the ranking system. The achievement ranking was marked, "You were marked as rank 1. Kim Soo-yoon thought, "At the same time my ranking, there's going to be a lot of noise soonest." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Really, thank you very much." Kim Soo-yoon raised his head and followed the voice. More and more villagers came, they were touched. "You are truly our savior, we will never forget this, everyone in the village is deeply grateful to you." Kim Soo-yoon heard that and slowly said, "Savior, don't say that." Sometime later, his body recovered, Kim Soo-yoon walked out. He entered a gate. Suddenly a voice made Kim Soo-yoon stop, "Are you going to leave?" Kim Soo-yoon turned his head confused, so silly, he was forced to leave here. The little girl Melly ran to him, "How could he leave so secretly, and what is that?" Kim Soo-yoon explained with difficulty, "Well, you see, this is..." Before I could finish explaining, the girl was right in front of me. "Are you going to save other villages?" Kim Soo-yoon confusedly put his hand on his neck. "Well, listen to me, you're thinking to yourself, so shy, I was planning on leaving secretly." Melly heard that and smiled. The girl held out a small bag in front of Kim Soo-yoon, offering it with both hands. The girl said to his surprise, "Good luck." Melly smiled with all sincerity, "No matter where you are, I won't forget you. I have some fruit, eat it when you're bored." Kim Soo-yoon stood still and looked at the girl in front of him while Melly was still talking. The little girl waved goodbye, "My name is Melly, thank you again. Goodbye." Kim Soo-yoon also smiled, "Okay, take care Melly." In the morning, on the road there was a black car driving at very fast speed. Choi Hak-jun sat in the car with a calm expression, leaning his hand on the car door, thinking about something. Suddenly there was a voice in my head that kept repeating, "Jun, Hak-jun, Hak-jun." Then suddenly there was a call that pulled Hak-jun back to reality, "Are you worried?" Young Dong-young, looking at him with a concerned expression, Choi Hak-jun also slowly lowered his hand that was supporting his chin. Choi Hak-jun answered but still turned his head to look out the window, still the same. Young Dong-young smiled happily and teased, "That's right, why is our Hak-jun riding a black horse among the new recruits?" and became worried about assessment. He continued as his expression darkened, "If it was you who was willing to rush all the way to the 15th floor, you would at least get a B in the ranking evaluation. No, actually you could get a grade right there." Choi Hak-jun looked out the window coldly, not responding. Young Dong-young smiled when he saw that. Then he continued, "Oh yes, the rookie reminded me." Only then did Choi Hak-jun react. Young Dong-young said to Choi Hak-jun's surprise, that Kim Soo-yoon will come to receive the evaluation soon. Choi Hak-jun was surprised, "How come?" He continued, "It was just my intuition, he recently passed the 10th floor, don't you think it's about time?" Choi Hak-jun pondered, "I didn't expect him to know him. How many levels have you overcome, this guy Kim Soo-yoon?" He looked towards Young Dong-young who was relaxing, but in his mind he was scared, he felt worried for him. Suddenly Young Dong-young opened his mouth to continue, "I said this just in case, but if you meet Soo-yoon during the test or evaluation, Choi Hak-jun listens attentively, bring him to our guild no matter what. If you do, Choi Hak-jun seems to have been angered. Who knows? What Young Dong-young said made him feel doubtful. What if Kim Soo-yoon replaces you? I will let you leave freely. After listening, Choi Hak-jun's eyes didn't move at all, and he didn't know what he was thinking. At the Fake Awakening Certification Agency, a pair of feet walked with black sneakers. Choi Hak-jun walked to the office, his face expressionless. The conversation from earlier when he got off the bus appeared in his mind. Ah, damn it, we have prepared you to climb the level in the bottom of the cliff after you finish, he said to him calmly. So please come right after the rating is over, if you have any thoughts. Young Dong-young said the threat. You probably know everyone will be in trouble, right? Choi Hak-jun gritted his teeth and couldn't resist. But he still chose to smile, of course. Choi Hak-jun looked coldly ahead. He took heavy steps up the stairs, thinking to himself, Choi Hak-jun, you really have nothing. Behind him, a blue car was parked on the side of the road. That person got out of the car, looked in and saw the phone. It turned out to be Kim Soo-yoon. He mumbled, I think I arrived on time. He took out his phone and looked at the building in front. It's been a long time since I participated in a rating. The Fake Awakening Certification Agency, a state agency, is the place to evaluate and rank many levels of fake awakenings. They manage most of the fake awakenings, from foreign fake awakenings to unaffiliated fake awakenings, but in reality this can be called a holy place for managing fake awakenings. Kim Soo-yoon walked towards the reception area. I came here to evaluate the rating, the other person immediately asked, what is your name? He followed a staff member to the place where the rating was evaluated. All fake awakenings would come to the agency periodically, because your rating needed to be decided by the agency before entering the dungeon, and you needed to enter dungeon to make money. Kim Soo-yoon thought, for me, my goal is to enter the dungeon, not to make money. The staff politely said, please wait here. Kim Soo-yoon politely replied, yes, there are many people inside also sitting on chairs waiting. Those who have been ranked will have the privilege of acting as a pseudo-awakened person. Your superior body, special skills, and potential to develop as a pseudo-awakened person are all factors to be considered when you participate in the assessment. Based on that, scouts from guilds will stand around and start competing to attract potential people they want to their side. Kim Soo-yoon looked at those people and couldn't help but think, they look like couples, like a hawk's eye. The employee enthusiastically said, I will guide you when they announce your turn. Kim Soo-yoon is obedient. Thank you very much. Suddenly a curse rang out. Don't joke with me, work seriously. The other employee was worried. Stop it. A blonde guy was extremely upset. Look at these parameters. My magic power is at level 3. This is enough for a C-level certification. Why am I certified as a D-level? The doctor was afraid, scared to say. The salary measurement results suddenly changed so we couldn't do anything. The blonde guy grabbed the other doctor's collar. He scolded unreasonable, so it's my fault that those numbers changed. It's your fault. Why did you arbitrarily lower it? The income from the awakened person's dungeon depends on their own rating. Kim Soo-yoon thought about this when he saw this scene. Even if it was possible, there's nothing to be gained by throwing a tantrum. Here, there were so many spies watching. He got angry and said, no matter what, I won't accept it. He was about to attack someone but was stopped by another arm. Choi Hak-jun easily controlled him. He smirked. Whoa, there are still people acting like that. Choi Hak-jun's appearance surprised Kim Soo-yoon. The blonde guy tried to struggle. Who the hell are you? Let me go. Choi Hak-jun didn't say anything, just stared at the bracelet he was wearing on his arm. This thing, it's capable of holding your magic power for a while, short time. He picked up his hand and said contemptuously, this is a rare item even if there is an exchange. I don't know why someone like you has this. It seems even though your level is a bit low, but you have quite good skills in other areas. The blonde man angrily gritted his teeth and struggled on the ground. He kept talking loudly, you arrogant bastard. Do you think everyone here is giving you a fair assessment because they are stupid? If you're so upset, why don't you try taking the bracelet off and checking again? Hearing that, the blonde guy no longer struggled as fiercely as before. Choi Hak-jun smiled. He smiled contemptuously at him and said, I don't know if you can meet D-level standards. The blonde guy was mad. He screamed, you bastard, how dare you? Suddenly two agents approached. We will escort you out of here. The blonde guy was surprised. Since when did that happen? And Choi Hak-jun proudly waved his hands and left. He shook the guard's hand away. Go away, I can go by myself. Choi Hak-jun then sighed, ha. He scratched his head thinking, his bad mood made him a little too excited. Well. Suddenly a voice rang out, making Choi Hak-jun stop his actions. Hello. Kim Soo-yoon gradually walked over. This was the first meeting after meeting on the second floor. Kim Soo-yoon happily asked, "Do you still remember me?" Choi Hak-jun replied, "Ah yes, feeling now, am my hunch wrong?" After a while of talking, he asked in surprise, "What, this is your first evaluation?" Choi Hak-jun laughed, "Why are you so surprised? This is also your first evaluation," Kim Soo-yoon said helplessly. "Yes, you're right." Choi Hak-jun curiously asked, "Don't people usually rate things after a month of becoming a fake awakener?" Kim Soo-yoon scratched his head and said, "I'm a bit busy." Kim Soo-yoon remembered, "I just want to avoid being famous as much as possible, then in the future I can ask my mother a little." "I can't tell him this," Kim Soo-yoon asked. "What about you?" Kim Soo-yoon asked the question. If he became an awakened fake recognized by the agency, then he would be able to operate a few dungeons himself and earn a few more achievements. Why don't he participate in the evaluation even though he has now already on the 15th floor? Choi Hak-jun laughed and said, "Ah ha 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 this." Then his expression became serious. "I was just busy." Kim Soo-yoon suddenly saw this and became wary of this person. Choi Hak-jun continued to talk. "Now that I think about it, we were talking but we still didn't know each other's names. My name was..." Before I could finish my sentence there was an announcement. "Choi Hak-jun from the Aries State, please go down." Choi Hak-jun immediately stood up and hurriedly ran away. "Ha, it seems it's my turn, I'll be back with you soon." Kim Soo-yoon was confused. "Ah, yeah." Kim Soo-yoon looked at Choi Hak-jun's figure and thought, "The Birch Gang, I remember, it was the gang that was massacred by him, but now he is part of the gang." Kim Soo-yoon saw Choi Hak-jun laughing happily below. He immediately thought quietly, why did he do that? The evaluation machine announced, Choi Hak-jun came to the Aries State, Level 4, Magic Power 44, rated B rank. The whole hall was in an uproar. B rank, so young and already B rank. The flattery still hasn't stopped. I heard it's only been a year since he became an awakened fake. He can't belong to the Aries clan. Kim Soo-yoon saw that Choi Hak-jun was back and said, "Congratulations, why did you get the B-level title but you don't look happy at all?" Choi Hak-jun was confused. Well, the announcement sounded again. Next was Free Fake Awakening. Kim Soo-yoon, please come down. Choi Hak-jun's hand movements suddenly stopped. Choi Hak-jun was surprised. Kim Soo-yoon. Everyone in the hall started to stir again. What? Kim Soo-yoon, really, that person who ranked first with an unexpected score from the first floor, maybe they just have the same name, that's the point. Right from the 10th floor it was really crazy. Choi Hak-jun was deep in thought. Young Dong-young was right, where is Kim Soo-yoon? Kim Soo-yoon stood up, wow. Kim Soo-yoon said, I will also come back to see you soon. Choi Hak-jun was surprised. What? There are countless questions in Choi Hak-jun's mind. So, that means, if you meet Kim Soo-yoon in court or during the evaluation process, you must immediately bring him to our guild, then that, you never know. Kim Soo-yoon stood looking at the machine in front of him. Choi Hak-jun's head still echoed the words, you will be free, he mumbled, is it this person? He stared at Kim Soo-yoon, really Kim Soo-yoon? Kim Soo-yoon tiredly walked out of the office. He sighed boredly, huh? Thinking in panic, I've ruined all the flour and sugar. Before, Kim Soo-yoon stood in front of the machine. The doctor asked him, please inject your mana into the measuring instrument. Kim Soo-yoon gently said, okay. Choi Hak-jun anxiously waited for the results. Kim Soo-yoon stretched out his hand to infuse energy. He closed his eyes and concentrated, the surrounding area also exuded powerful mana. His hand was placed on the machine, slowly starting it up. A powerful stream of mana emitted, making everyone surprised, including Choi Hak-jun. Huh, what is this strange feeling of mana? Then the hall returned to normal. Everyone was talking loudly. Huh, did you feel anything just now, are you worried? Suddenly the notification sounded, Kim Soo-yoon was not connected, level 3, level 29, level C. Choi Hak-jun suddenly said out loud, impossible. He seriously thought, was it C rank just now? It should have been at least A rank or higher. The people around heard that and were disappointed. It was probably just the same name, maybe it was a common name, but I was hoping it was him. I haven't had enough sleep lately, Choi Hak-jun thought. I don't think anyone can feel it, but I'm very sure about it. The employee told Kim Soo-yoon, Your awakening registration based on your results will be available right outside. Kim Soo-yoon heard that and nodded. So that person is. Choi Hak-jun looked at Kim Soo-yoon in rumors. He mumbled confusedly, or he was. Choi Hak-jun angrily sat down on the chair, grumbling, I don't know anything else. He put his hands on his face and sighed, but the tool said he was only sea level, so I must be wrong. That's it, probably no one in this life intentionally controls the level and amount he has. Choi Hak-jun raised his head to the sky and sighed, even if he was a genius, that was something only world-class awakened people could do, that's all. Kim Soo-yoon still regrets going out, which I hope they think like that, haha. Kim Soo-yoon remembered in fear, even though it was only a short moment, but he thought about not being able to control his mana. He frowned, luckily he was able to regain control of it, otherwise it would have been very bad. Was it because of the sudden increase in his abilities? Kim Soo-yoon raised his hand and mumbled I guess it's just natural, since my stats have increased significantly since completing the 10th floor recently, he thought, and the ingredients are quite lucrative too again. He raised his hand, a flame burning in his hand. My new skill after defeating the Divine Bird and the Divine Fire, it is a skill that develops quite strongly and especially it is used to fight evil-type monsters very effectively, so it is very useful. System appears, Mana level 4 Fire God level 1 Proficiency 15, 5%. Fire God burns demons, causing fatal damage to demon-type enemies, and its power can change depending on mana level. Stats, Kim Soo-yoon, amount of minimum 52 mana level 4 Strength 55 Agility 57. Endurance 48 Reflexes 64 Fatigue 47. My stats have increased quite a bit. Kim Soo-yoon said, and above all, what I like the most is the store. The items in the store are very impressive because I completed the 10th floor with level 10 difficulty. It's completely on a different level from potions, to the mana potion. He held an egg in his hand, but the problem was that he chose to buy this egg among those delicious items. The system appeared, the egg of the divine beast was not identified, a mysterious egg, no one who knows what this fruit will hatch. He looked at it confused. I ended up buying it because it was one of the few items I didn't know how to get, but the fact that it hadn't been identified really worried me. Wasn't it a bit too small? Kim Soo-yoon thought, although, I saw a lucky awakened person who got a hatching fruit, and used the power of the divine beast hatched from the fruit to become a ranker. He muttered, I've had this for a while now, but it doesn't seem like there's any movement. Could it be an unfertilized egg? While he was thinking, someone appeared from behind. Suddenly someone called out, Soo-yoon. Kim Soo-yoon turned around and said, Oh, Hak-jun, I thought you left. Hak-jun scratched his head and said, I just went to the bathroom. Choi Hak-jun asked, How's it going? Kim Soo-yoon said, Oh well, okay, I got sea level. Choi Hak-jun was confused and didn't look at Kim Soo-yoon. Then suddenly he spoke up, Soo-yoon, I hope you don't mind if I ask. Suddenly a call rang out, Hey guy. Choi Hak-jun turned around and found out that it was the blonde guy from before, the dog guy. He screamed and said, Do you know how hard I worked to get sea level? Kim Soo-yoon remembered, that person must have been the person from before. Are you planning to take revenge? Choi Hak-jun confidently opened his arms, leaving them for me. Kim Soo-yoon was surprised. Oh. He continued to think, this is very good. I don't know how strong Choi Hak-jun is, let's see how strong it is. Suddenly the blonde was hit by something. A hand was placed on him, making him tremble. Husk. The mana from the other person's hand was injected into the blonde man's body, injuring him. That person slowly said, Hey, Hak-jun, you're late. It turned out to be Young Dong-young. He looked at Choi Hak-jun and said, I've been waiting for you all this time. Choi Hak-jun's face darkened. Kim Soo-yoon thought, who is this? Choi Hak-jun said unhappily, Chief. Young Dong-young pushed the other guy away. Kim Soo-yoon was surprised, not knowing what he was doing. The president of the God of War Guild, Young Dong-young, he held out his hand and said comfortably, Don't address me so condescendingly. As he walked, he kicked the blonde guy and vomited blood. Kim Soo-yoon saw that and his face darkened. Young Dong-young put his arm around Choi Hak-jun's shoulder and happily said, Just call me brother, Hak-jun. He looked at Kim Soo-yoon, By the way, you just made a new friend. He looked at Kim Soo-yoon, Oh, this person. He continued, I just happened to meet him at the trials center, and I wanted to ask him to join our guild if his level was high enough, but I don't think he would, can. He suddenly said oh ho, making Choi Hak-jun feel uncomfortable and grimace. He walked up to Kim Soo-yoon. If you are interested in him, then there must be something special about him. I will check him out myself. Choi Hak-jun kept gesturing behind him. He continued to introduce himself. I am Young Dong-young, the president of the God of War Guild, and you are? Choi Hak-jun's actions made him confused. Choi Hak-jun put his hand to his mouth and told him to be quiet. Kim Soo-yoon smiled. Choi Hak-jun thought he understood, so he silently wiped his sweat. Kim Soo-yoon continued, my name is. He smiled sinisterly, glaring straight at Young Dong-young and Kim Soo-yoon. Kim Soo-yoon said seriously, my name is. He glared at Young Dong-young, Kim Soo-yoon. When Choi Hak-jun heard that, he sweated. When Young Dong-young heard that, he was silent. He gave a strange smile looking at Kim Soo-yoon. Young Dong-young asked again, Kim Soo-yoon. Choi Hak-jun tried to explain, it's not him. He tried to explain, he's just a C-level, there's no way he's Kim Soo-yoon, you're the judge. Before he could finish his sentence, Young Dong-young spoke up. He glared at Choi Hak-jun, shut up, I'm the one confirming here. Choi Hak-jun also had no choice. Young Dong-young continued speaking, if you don't mind, can I see your Fake Awakening certificate? Fake Awakening confirmation card, name Kim Soo-yoon, rank C, address Gyeonggi-do, Anyang City, Anyang 5A72S building, expiration date 2033, confirmation number, issue date, 2023-12-28, he picked it up. Read. Young Dong-young raised his eyebrows and asked, are you really C rank? He returned the card to Kim Soo-yoon and said, haha, sorry, it seems you're not the person I'm looking for, because your name is quite common, I just mistook you for someone else. Well, if you're the person I'm looking for, I have recruited you. Kim Soo-yoon raised his head, expressionless. He turned around and left, waving his hand. It doesn't make sense for a clan leader like me to recruit C rank, sorry to bother you, but if you're interested, just try taking the clan joining test. Us. Kim Soo-yoon suddenly replied, I have no interest in, leaving him speechless. He glared at Young Dong-young, even if I was the rumored Kim Soo-yoon, I still wouldn't join your gang. When Young Dong-young heard that, he glared at Kim Soo-yoon. Kim Soo-yoon continued, if I join a clan whose leader doesn't know the importance of human life, how will I know what will happen to me? Young Dong-young smirked, there is an example, have you seen what happens to people who cause trouble with our committee members? They must receive appropriate punishment. Kim Soo-yoon continued, that person is a D rank, isn't it a bit too much to defend himself like that? Young Dong-young hugged his mouth and laughed, Kiki, maybe our way of thinking is different. Isn't there an unwritten rule that no one can interfere in the battle between two false awakeners? Even one of them is in critical condition. Young Dong-young walked to Kim Soo-yoon's place, and the stronger the fake awakening, the more consequences he could avoid. He raised his hand and said arrogantly, the clan of such a strong leader, a clan with the power to easily escape even when causing a massacre. He said in Kim Soo-yoon's ear, isn't everyone crazy about joining a gang like that? Kim Soo-yoon slowly said, yes, like you said, our ways of thinking are different. Young Dong-young looked at Kim Soo-yoon and sighed. He turned and left. Well, I don't have anything to say anymore, let's go Hikjun. Choi Hak-jun is only now reacting, yes. When he passed by Kim Soo-yoon, he laughed and said sorry, ha. Suddenly Kim Soo-yoon raised his hand to stop him, Hikjun. It turned out that he gave Hikjun a piece of paper. Kim Soo-yoon happily said, if you need help, feel free to contact me anytime. Then Hak-jun and Young Dong-young left. Kim Soo-yoon looked at the silhouettes of the two of them. Young Dong-young, a gang leader, Birch Gang, and a rank A real provincial. Kim Soo-yoon is looking for something on the computer. He looked thoughtfully at the computer screen. He used to be a gangster, and was famous for always using violence before becoming a false awakener. After becoming a false awakener, he stopped being a gangster and founded a gang but business affairs, loan sharking, human and drug trafficking, still going on from when he was a gangster. The Birch Gang is guilty and involved in all the deals they say. The way he kills people now has no hesitation. As Kim Soo-yoon sat reading the information, he thought even more, people say that the country is hard to change, nature is hard to move, he must be hiding something. That's why I'm sure Choi Hak-jun still has some problem with him. He cupped his chin in frustration, but couldn't see anything. Kim Soo-yoon continued to ask the question, what happened between Choi Hak-jun and I-series? He leaned back in his chair, it seemed like he needed to learn more about everything, there was so much to do. Then Kim Soo-yoon looked out the window at the snow. When the new world arrived, the world seemed frozen, with almost no rain or snow, and things got worse and worse. At that time, I didn't know that the feeling of peace and quiet was so precious. Kim Soo-yoon walked to the window and said, "It's almost New Year." Then he remembered something. Oh right. He raced to the computer. I almost forgot about it because of the ranking and playing Hokjun. I had another reason to go down to the tower. The reason I stopped climbing the tower and climbed back up was not because of the rating, but because I had to obtain a certificate for stable pseudo-awakening from the Pseudo-Awakening Management Agency to participating in dungeon raids. That's why I was forced to go to the evaluation session. He clicked continuously. I was planning to take the time to go to the evaluation, but I couldn't reschedule. Because I know, recruitment information, recruiting people to attack the dungeon, most today an hour ago, views 2,246,251. That accident is about to happen. But, Kim Soo-yoon's face was extremely disappointed. He trembled as he thought, what if I wasn't hired even though I met all the requirements? Don't think like that. He calmed down and looked at the screen. I won't be the only C ranker. Based on the data, I also have experience in attacking dungeons. Will they choose me? Kim Soo-yoon worriedly thought back to what Young Dong-young said when returning the card to him. He thought, this is it. He cunningly said, even though I don't want to do that, should I trap them? At the Starbin Cafe, Kim Baron was discussing with a man, a C-rank hunter Min Suk, who had participated in 12 dungeon raids so far. She picked up the report and continued reading. Lee Yoon-mi, C-level mage, has participated in 8 dungeon raids so far. Kim Yeon, C-level healer, has participated in 5 raids so far. Dungeon. Kim Baron raised his head and said, not all are bad, no one is outstanding but the combination is good. The man opposite heard that and sighed. Sigh. He picked up the board to read the data. It was full of people. Kim Baron heard that and angrily slapped the table and said, hey, that's a bit too much, you know I'm also a member of the raid team. She regained composure, picked up her cup of coffee and absent-mindedly looked outside. Besides, with you here, our other members aren't that important. So calm down, Mr. B-Class Awakened, B-Class Awakened Lee Joho. He was still sitting and staring at the information board. Lee Joho looked at Kim Baron and said, but this roster is not enough, at least we need one more person. She didn't look directly at him, just looked at the glass of water she was holding in her hand and said, is it necessary to do that? Because the more members there are, the less rewards there will be, right? She spoke up and teased Lee Joho. How could he be so timid as a B-level bunny? He looked at the red screen, showing a graph of increasing numbers. Safety first. She saw the deadly level of the tunnel. How has prison increased? Lee Joho continued to say, I stopped climbing the tower because I value life, so if I die in the dungeon, what good will this do for me? Kim Baron heard that and said angrily, just have an orange dungeon. Too bad. Suddenly a notification appeared on her phone. Kim Baron picked up his phone and looked. Well, do whatever you want. I'll just listen to the boss. I have no other choice. Lee Joho looked at the documents for a long time, thinking, isn't there anyone else who can be of any use? Suddenly Kim Baron spoke up, huh? She stared at the phone and announced to Lee Joho, hey, Joho, we just received a new application, but this person's name. There was a message clearly written on the phone. Awaken Alchemist Soo-yoon, I want to apply for the Gwangju Dungeon Raid Team. It's Kim Soo-yoon. The easiest way to evaluate the difficulty of a dungeon is based on color. This is a system that uses the colors of the rainbow. The difficulty increases the closer it is to purple. The orange dungeon has the second lowest difficulty. A C-rank awakened team can clear the dungeon without difficulty. This orange dungeon will be a special case. Kim Soo-yoon is walking in the forest. January 1, 2024, Gwangju, Gyeonggi Province. A call rang out. Soo-yoon. Lee Joho happily greets you. Welcome, we are waiting for you. Kim Soo-yoon walked over to shake hands with Lee Joho. Maybe I'm the last one to come here. Lee Joho said, it's okay, the others just arrived. He slowly introduced himself. I respectfully introduced myself. I am Lee Joho, the commander of this raid team. Then Lee Joho turned around and introduced, everyone, this is Kim Soo-yoon. One of them suddenly shouted, Kim Soo-yoon. He immediately rushed over with eyes full of admiration. Is it really Kim Soo-yoon? Is he the person currently standing first on each floor of the tower? So surprised that Kim Soo-yoon didn't have time to react. Ah. Luckily Lee Joho helped me out. No Min-suk, Just glare at that person, he's sea level, and this is his first raid. Lee Joho recounted, although at first Baron and I were very shocked. Really, is that Kim Soo-yoon? Lee Joho stood up from the table. Kim Baron panicked and showed him the phone. I don't know, see for yourself, go. Min-suk was completely indifferent when he heard that. Knowing that, Kim Soo-yoon smiled helplessly, thinking, luckily I lied at the current level. If everyone kept misunderstanding like that, my life would be much easier. He touched the sword and thought to himself, it's best not to reveal the skill. A person walked over. I was really looking forward to hearing the name Kim Soo-yoon, but it turns out it's just the same name. A girl with shoulder-length blonde hair looked condescending. She was Yoon-mi, and she was a brat with a dirty nose. Could he be of any help? After listening, Kim Soo-yoon was indifferent. I don't think you should say that to your sea-level counterpart. Yoon-mi was angry. What? Lee Joho just held her head helplessly, and Kim Baron held her mouth and laughed. She angrily explained, you think we are the same because we have the same star level. I am much better than you. Before she finished speaking, Kim Baron interrupted, come on, that's enough. Baron urged, if you're ready, let's go. Or are you planning to stay here and waste energy before entering the dungeon? Baron's words made Yoon-mi speechless and unable to speak anymore. She arrogantly crossed her arms over her chest. Humph, to see how amazing he was. Kim Soo-yoon looked at that and thought, just like some high school bully. Kim Soo-yoon now observed Kim Baron. This woman was Kim Baron. She was Lee Joho's friend, and the deputy commander of this raid. Suddenly there was a voice calling, Soo-yoon Hyung. A girl with long auburn hair, looking shy, greeted Kim Soo-yoon. Hello, I'm Kim Yeon, the team's fake therapist. Bland Kim Soo-yoon. Ah, hello. She smiled happily and comforted Kim Soo-yoon. Don't worry too much about what happened just now. Sometimes there will be people who behave like that with their hearts. Kim Soo-yoon felt depressed when she heard that. Kim Yeon continued to speak. I'm sure Yoon-mi has no bad intentions, but when Kim Soo-yoon looked over, Yoon-mi was glancing at him with an expression like, I'll watch you, making Kim Soo-yoon think, if she didn't mean it, ugly. So what is this? Kim Yeon continued, anyway I look forward to working with you. Kim Soo-yoon shyly replied, ah, me too, oh well. He said, then pointed towards one of the team members and asked, who was that person standing alone over there? Kim Yeon looked over. Ah. It was a mysterious person wearing a cloak. I don't know, it seems like Mr. Joho and Baron don't know either. That answer made Kim Soo-yoon confused. What, does it make sense? Kim Yeon continued talking. They said he couldn't reveal his name and face for personal reasons, but I checked his fake awakening identification card. It's okay. He told me I was at sea level. Kim Soo-yoon was deep in thought. I didn't know if it was okay or not. Lee Joho announced, come on everyone, we're going to enter the dungeon. The reason I stopped climbing the tower and went to this orange dungeon is because everyone had approached one place and only Kim Soo-yoon was standing there blankly, because his eyes looked determinedly towards the dungeon. Sooner or later, everyone here would die. The scene that appeared in his mind was their bloody images and their faces crossed out. On January 1, 2021, a raid team died in the dungeon. This was an unforeseen event because the dungeon was not that difficult. The reason this incident got attention was because it was true that only 5 people died, but the total number of people entering the dungeon was revealed to be 6. Which means the culprit who caused this dungeon tragedy is among us. With my participation the total number is increased to 7, but I'm sure to the culprit, I'm just another shrimp that can easily be eliminated. While protecting myself and observing the situation, I need to find that culprit. To do that, I need to, while he was thinking, a voice rang out, that's what I need to know. Lee Joho looked at him and asked, do you understand, Soo-yoon? Kim Soo-yoon was confused, of course. He reached out and touched the dungeon gate. Now everyone doesn't need to worry. Everyone in the team walked through the gate one by one. Lee Joho encouraged them, this is just an orange dungeon. There were only a few monsters. Behind him suddenly a monster appeared. Everyone was extremely panicked. Appeared. The blue giant angrily raised the stick he was holding in his hand, a cyclops. Kim Soo-yoon's sweat dropped thinking, what the hell is that? Is it in an orange level dungeon? A blow from the cyclops sent dust and sand flying. Kim Soo-yoon's group was lucky to dodge that attack. He thought straight, a cyclops in a level orange dungeon, something was wrong. Thoughts kept appearing in Kim Soo-yoon's head as the monster approached again. Cyclops is a monster found in golden dungeons or higher level dungeons, so that means. He speculated that in one case, this dungeon leveled itself up. Just like transformation is a leveling skill, there are dungeons that suddenly increase in level and are called self-leveling dungeons. He looked behind him, thinking, so the reason for this mind conquest was because of the sudden leveling up in this dungeon. No, Lee Jo-ho shouted loudly, reaching out his hand to call on everyone in the team. Everyone quickly gather, there are many things that cannot be explained. Kim Soo-yoon stood thoughtfully watching Lee Jo-ho shout to protect everyone, constantly thinking, even if they were the culprits, they couldn't interfere at the level of the dungeon. If they wanted to kill everyone, a case like this is really beneficial. So who is it? Kim Baron and Yoonmin nervously looked at the Cyclops in front of them while Kim Yeon was trembling in fear. Lee Jo-ho kept calling everyone, while Min-suk and the mysterious person started to feel panic. Behind the speechless expressions, someone is feeling content inside. Suddenly Yoonmin shouted loudly, her voice filled with fear, What are you guys doing? We have to escape. She said frantically, this is at least a gold level dungeon. One of them faltered in protest, but the reward of the dungeon. Yoonmin didn't let that person finish. Reward is it more important than your damn lives? Yoonmin continued to lose her temper and said, how are you guys planning to kill that monster? I'm leaving. Kim Soo-yoon was surprised when she heard that. The others also spoke up to stop her. Wait, what if you leave, going like this? What about those left behind? Everyone stop, this is not the time to argue. The Cyclops continued to attack, but Kim Soo-yoon dodged its steps. He looked towards the raid group in panic, damn it. The people in the raid team were still enthusiastically chatting, not knowing that the Cyclops was attacking. Their attention had already been turned over there. Luckily, Lee Jo-ho reacted in time to block the attack. Jo-ho, he gritted his teeth to block his sword. It was being pressed down by the terrible force of the Cyclops. Kyuk. Kim Soo-yoon was surprised to see that. Lee Jo-ho. They didn't lie about him being a B-lister. Lee Jo-ho's legs started shaking, he was about to lose his footing. However, while Lee Jo-ho used both hands to block the attack, the Cyclops used its legs to attack him. One of its attacks directly attacked Lee Jo-ho's body, causing him to fly away. He would have no chance of winning against a Cyclops. Lee Jo-ho was kicked into the wall, dirt and rocks fell around him, dust flying everywhere. The raid group could only stand there with their mouths open, they were panicking. Shouting his name loudly, Lee Jo-ho, he lay still and motionless. The Cyclops' blow just now was probably very strong. Yoonmin continued to frantically say, come on, protect yourself, a B-rank awakened person is still weak first. The Cyclops walked closer to Lee Jo-ho. Yoonmin continued to talk, that's why I said we have to run, we're all wrong. The Cyclops approached, raising the stick in his hand. Lee Jo-ho opened his eyes and looked at it. The Cyclops hit Lee Jo-ho, but it missed him to the left. Lee Jo-ho suddenly looked at the scene in front of him. Kim Soo-yoon is holding the Cyclops stick. You're confused, Kim Soo-yoon. Kim Baron immediately ran to ask, Jo-ho, are you okay? Lee Jo-ho said, huh, yeah, I'm fine. Kim Soo-yoon turned back to look at those two people. They were happily asking each other questions. He thought to himself, thank God, he didn't seem to be injured at all. While Kim Soo-yoon was blocking the stick, the Cyclops continued to throw its fist at him. Kim Soo-yoon immediately dodged away before it could land the attack. He flew to the back, returning to the assault team. The other three opened their mouths in surprise. That Cyclops attacked, how could he dodge so easily? Kim Soo-yoon glanced at him and said, are you guys planning on standing here forever? He continued, everyone should protect themselves, even if we want to. This is not the time for us to escape. Yoonmin said, what kind of? Cyclops after the missed shot stood there scratching his head in confusion. The mysterious person then opened her mouth to speak. There was no way out, the entrance was blocked. She screamed again, losing her temper. What are you guys planning to say? Kim Soo-yoon calmly said, starting from the Golden Dungeon, its entrance and exit are different. Once you enter you cannot leave unless you find the exit. Lee Jo-ho hugged his injured arm and walked over to say, Soo-yoon is right, I don't know why the dungeon level changed. Then suddenly the cave shook violently. Everyone was extremely panicked. Earthquake, what was it? Kim Soo-yoon calmly looked around. From now on, we'll have to fight if that's really the only way out. Monsters appear everywhere. Kim Soo-yoon quickly left, leaving the Cyclops with me. Lee Jo-ho heard that and said, what? Wait Soo-yoon, I'll go with you. Before he could finish his sentence, someone announced that the captain had a lot of monsters here. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn it. Crazy monsters rushed to attack them, everyone needs to gather against them. Kim Soo-yoon thought, there were about 30 monsters. He moved as fast as lightning while killing small monsters around him, but besides the Cyclops, the remaining monsters were only those that appeared in level orange dungeons. It wouldn't be a problem to leave it to someone else. Of course, with this number, I can eliminate them with just that move. He lights up blue fire and burns all the monsters. But this is not the time, I have to focus on that guy. Usually the Cyclops' weak point is its eye, the important thing is that the eye they talk about is not the eye located on its head. The Cyclops' real weakness is another hidden eye. Kim Soo-yoon jumped up to attack the Cyclops. It was no less competitive, immediately raising its hand to form a fist. But Kim Soo-yoon jumped up and stood on its hand, looking straight at Cyclops' face. He straightened up, took out his sword, and there it was. Kim Soo-yoon did not hesitate to raise the sword high. Here, he stabbed its hand with an extremely strong blow. He remembered the reason why the Cyclops held the stick so tightly. The Cyclops clutched his bleeding hand in pain, while Kim Soo-yoon jumped to another place not far away. He looked over thoughtfully and thought, everything is being handed over to the other party. The people in the team are still fighting fiercely, they are still fighting over there. Kim Soo-yoon announced, Joho and Baron, clean up here. Joho warns, Soo-yoon watch out. A large hand was approaching Kim Soo-yoon when he was caught off guard. It grabbed you tightly. What? It smiled at him. Soo-yoon realized, this one has no defense. Kim Soo-yoon was caught by a Cyclops, he was confused, what was going on? He immediately looked at its other hand, it was not the hand holding the weapon. Could it be the other hand? The eyes in that hand were shining, staring at Kim Soo-yoon. Kim Soo-yoon realized in shock. He raised his hand and squeezed him tightly. Lee Jo-ho saw that and shouted loudly, Soo-yoon. The other people also started to panic. What? He caught Soo-yoon, that arrogant guy. Soo-yoon will die. Yoonmin cried and ran away. This place is hopeless, let's run quickly, Baron said again, slowly. Look, the inside of the Cyclops' palm shook so violently that even it surprised itself. Then day by day its hand shook more and more violently. Kim Soo-yoon was able to escape the palm of the Cyclops' hand, flying all the way out. Lee Jo-ho gasped in surprise. Kim Soo-yoon flew high, his whole body surrounded by bright red. The Cyclops was still looking at his hand in confusion. Kim Soo-yoon happily said, things should have been bad. If I don't quickly borrow his ability, I will be dead. Transform, imitate the target's ability, Cyclops target, giant breath characteristic, your regeneration has been amplified. He gently landed on the ground as the Cyclops was still looking at its hand in confusion. He also looked at his hand, I guess raising the skill level had an effect. Charles's captain is rebellious, and so is the blue fire magic bird. Until now I could only imitate the outer shell of the skill, he clenched his fist, but now I can copy the power as well. Kim Soo-yoon smiled and thought, this is a bit beyond my imagination, but I should try to see how far I can go in this. Lee Jo-ho immediately ran. I called, Soo-yoon. Oh boy, before he could finish his question, Soo-yoon flew up into the sky. Lee Jo-ho looked bewildered at the scene before his eyes. He flew straight up to where the monsters of the orange dungeon were. One shot flew straight past them. The original monsters still stood still in place. A few minutes later, he suffered thousands of cuts on his body. Soo-yoon landed on the ground, the monsters also fell. The Cyclops appeared again in front of Soo-yoon. He swung his stick and hit Soo-yoon hard. But without realizing it, he was already behind it, swinging his sword and slashing, looking somewhere else. With a quick slash on the Cyclops' head, Lee Jo-ho stood there staring blankly. He commented in surprise that the speed was terrifying, as was the technique. Then he wondered, is that really the ability of a C-ranked person? While Lee Jo-ho was thinking, a monster came towards him. Lee Jo-ho immediately reacted, turned around and slashed at it. No, let's fight together, that's not important now, I have to complete the mission first. He called out to Baron, trying to immediately turn around. Lee Jo-ho assigned, I will take care of the front, don't forget to support Min-suk and Yeon. Baron immediately nodded. Baron said to the other two, you heard it too, stand right behind me. The other two quickly agreed, okay. Soo-yoon saw this scene and whispered an assessment, It seemed like they were starting to get along, already together. The Cyclops continued to throw its fist, but was easily dodged by Suyun. Now it's our time. At the end of it, the Cyclops looked up at Suyun with a very surprised expression. Slashes clearly appeared on Suyun's body, a beautiful central slash ended everything. The eyes on the Cyclops' arms had also received many cuts. It slowly disappeared. The Cyclops disappeared, leaving only fragments. Huff, huff, huff. Lee Joho's side has also finished dealing with them. They are tired and panting. This is the rare time we combine to kill them. Baron said breathlessly, I thought I was dead. Yunmin is no better. Now, what should we do? They said to each other, even if we destroy the monsters, we don't know where the exit is. If monsters appear ahead, nothing will change. Should we ask for help from the authorities? Lee Joho heard that and turned around and said, this is the first time I've been in a situation like this. To be honest, I don't think there are any instructions for you guys. Where is this case? He continued, since it seems safe, let's take a moment to rest. Yes, Kim Soo-yoon was still standing in a corner cradling his sword. Seeing this, Lee Joho came up and asked, are you okay, Soo-yoon? Soo-yoon heard the question and immediately replied, yes, I have no problem. Only then did he discover that, yes, he was at rank C. Soo-yoon scratched her head in confusion and said, this is an emergency situation, but I'm making it too obvious, even though my whole body is aching. Lee Joho heard that and immediately said, so please ask Yeon to take care of you. I'll discuss it with you. Baron, see what we should do. Lee Joho showed the way to Kim Yeon. This side. She rushed, yes, are you in pain? No, it's not that bad. She brought the wand close to Soo-yoon. It glowed green. I will summon healing magic for you right now. Soo-yoon listened politely. Thank you. Yeon praised him. After all, he fought really well. She continued to talk, thinking back, he killed a Cyclops himself. It was a monster that even B-rank people had trouble with. Soo-yoon humbly said, I was just lucky, I knew the score its weakness. Yeon suddenly fell silent and said nothing. She asked, Soo-yoon, aren't you worried? Soo-yoon asked confused, huh? Are you talking about the difficulty of the dungeon? Yeon continued, yes, but I mean the people here. Minsuk is afraid of death and has no ability to fight while Yeonmi keeps complaining. There is another person over there that we know nothing about. She looked towards Lee Joho and Baron, especially those two. There are some rumors about them on the Abyss Online bottom. They don't distribute raid rewards, and they even distribute low levels to the team. Probably, even if I somehow complete the raid, I won't get any clear reward. Ah. Even though you work the hardest here, Soo-yoon, Soo-yoon still smiles on the outside, but on the inside you're wondering, what's going on? I consoled, don't worry, Yeon is confusing, huh? He bowed his head and said, I roughly understand what happened. Suddenly someone came and called, Soo-yoon. Lee Joho said, I want to talk to you for a bit, can you follow me? Soo-yoon happily agreed, okay, let's go. Yeon's expression darkened. Soo-yoon continued, actually there are a few things I wanted to ask you myself. Lee Joho was surprised to hear that. Soo-yoon smiled, but her eyes seemed to see through everything. Inside the cave everything was extremely wet, drops of water were occasionally dripping down. Lee Joho's dungeon raid team is walking on the dirt road in the dungeon. Kim Yeon looked around and said, fortunately, we didn't encounter any monsters. Kim Soo-yoon said calmly, we have taken care of all the monsters in this area. He voiced his thoughts, maybe we'll be safe until the next area. Captain Lee Joho didn't say anything, just held the flashlight ahead. Baron came closer and whispered, have you talked clearly to Soo-yoon yet? She continued to ask how this plan would proceed. He remembered Kim Soo-yoon's words, I really have a question that needs to be answered. Lee Joho's face turned serious. He closed his eyes and said, the plan had been cancelled. Baron was extremely surprised when he heard that. Why, maybe there is a bigger path. Waiting for us to arrive, Soo-yoon's group stopped in front of a large sharp door placed in the middle of the dungeon. They looked at it silently, perhaps each of them mentally preparing for the upcoming battle. Kim Soo-yoon glanced at the others. He thought, this is the moment, they clearly show their true selves. Finally that iron door was opened. Kim Soo-yoon's group entered. Lee Joho led everyone inside. Min-suk looked around confused. Where are we? Joho said while observing. It looks like we are in the central area of the dungeon. Is there an exit here? Yeonmi looked around wildly when she suddenly discovered something. Huh? A door made of yellow metal was in front of them. Yeonmi happily shouted, Is that the exit? One person chimed in. I think it is. Yunmi walked towards the door. We can finally escape this damn place. In Joho's way. Wait a minute, if you act recklessly. Just after taking a few steps, the ground began to tremble violently. Suddenly the system panel appeared before our eyes. The dungeon system opened, surprising Minsuk and Yunmi. It announced, "We cordially welcome all the adventurers here. The trial dungeon will begin soon." Joho's group is all panicking. What? This is the voice of the Star Tower system. Yunmi said madly, "The exit is right in front of us. What is that thing saying?" Kim Soo-yoon still calmly looked at the notification. From the Golden Dungeon onwards, the raid will not return once you destroy it, monster. Just like when we attacked the test tower, please protect the villagers in danger and remember to survive. The dungeon can only be finished after meeting the special requirements. The system continues to make requests. Please choose the test to pass. It informs them of two options. The first test is to fight monsters. The door behind will continuously summon monsters for 30 minutes. Second test, open the door from the opposite side and run away from monsters for 30 minutes. The summoned monsters will chase behind you. You must choose within 10 minutes. Otherwise, if any door is opened, the test will choose randomly. Baron was stunned listening. What is this? Why does this stupid system decide everything on its own? Joho was also dumbfounded. Ye-yoon asked confusedly, "So we won't be able to leave here if we don't pass the chosen test?" The mysterious person agreed. It seemed like that. Yunmi started complaining loudly again. Of course we should choose to run away. Think about the difficulties we went through in this dungeon. We can't fight monsters." Minsuk was afraid to speak his mind, but isn't the reward of fighting much better than running away? Now we can fight better. Yunmi got angry when she heard that. She raised her voice and said, "Ha, what right do you have to say that? You can't do anything while fighting." Minsuk can't stand it. What? You're the one who always has the thought of running away, that's it. Baron can't stand being between you two. Stop it now. She said angrily, "Stop being so childish. Is this the time to argue?" Joho leaned on his hands and thought. Then he suddenly remembered something and turned around. Joho looked towards Kim Soo-yoon. Seeing that, he smiled and looked at him. Joho saw that and looked at him for a while. Kim Baron ran to ask Joho, "What do we do now?" Lee Joho, less than 10 minutes until the test starts. Joho looked at her and said, "In my opinion, the reason why we were able to defeat them Cyclop and came all the way here and asked Soo-yoon." Joho came to a conclusion. "So, I think we should ask his opinion first." Yunmi crossed her arms and mumbled, "DSK, making a C-level guy the leader of the raid team." Yeon heard that. "But isn't he really good at fighting?" Kim Soo-yoon slowly said, "I thinking it's better we choose to fight." Yunmi immediately jumped when she heard that. "What?" She pointed her finger at Kim Soo-yoon's face and said angrily, "Just defeating a Cyclops, you're already so arrogant. In the face of such a dire situation, you're still so greedy." Kim Soo-yoon calmly replied, "You heard I want a better reward. Run away or fight." Kim Soo-yoon's words made Yunmi speechless, unable to say anything. "I'm being ignored." Kim Soo-yoon continued, "At first glance it seems like running away would be better, but if we choose to run away because we have no other choice, it means the monsters we can't destroy will chase us, and the others will panic when they hear that." He continued, "We don't know what's behind the door. We better build a team and try to stay in here." Joho heard you say that and thought deeply. "If you think about our situation, what you said sounds a bit reasonable." Joho turned to look at the others, pulled his sword out of its scabbard. "Okay, if no one objects then it's decided. Everyone get into formation." The assault team lined up in a circle to clearly see all the surrounding corners. Everyone was in a ready-to-fight position. The system beeps a notification. "You have chosen the first experiment, fighting monsters. The test will start in 30 seconds, fellow travelers. Good luck to you." A pillar of light shines down from above, illuminating an area. Monsters also emerged from there. Their eyes were red, and their fangs were sharp. There are also winged monsters. They were summoned and lined up in front of the light pillar from earlier. They immediately rushed towards the Joho group. "They are coming, everyone be careful." Joho was attacked by a long tongue, which wrapped around his sword. "Why is it so fast?" Then the monster regained its tongue. It moved its tongue flexibly. The tongue wrapped around Joho's neck. He was so surprised that he couldn't react. "I can't breathe." Fortunately, Kim Soo-yoon quickly reacted, moving forward to slash the monster's tongue. Soo-yoon. Another monster rushed towards him. It raised its hand and flew towards him. Soo-yun slashed it with a powerful sword. He glanced and observed, about 1 minute had passed. He looked around at everyone still fighting passionately. Min-suk and Yun-mi also supported each other in fighting. Baron and Joho were also furiously slashing at them. Soo-yun used the move, killing all the surrounding monsters in one shot. He looked around. Now, what will they do? He imagined there was a person in the dark watching them, whether they would show their true face or continue to hide and observe the situation. Suddenly something made everyone stop. Joho looked in that direction, stammered and said, "Wing." Ye-eun was scared and trembling and couldn't speak. The door, in front of the door, is a horrifying scene. The mysterious person whose identity was not revealed was stabbed by thousands of sharp objects. The gate opened, and the scene before my eyes was that of a mysterious person who had been impaled with many sharp objects. Kim Soo-yun and Joho looked dumbfounded. What happened? The remaining 3 people were speechless and couldn't say anything. Joho shouted loudly, everyone paid attention. Everyone turned to look at Joho to hear the announcement. Joho said, the attack was not over yet, but before he could finish speaking, the monsters gradually disappeared. Everyone was surprised. Huh? The system displayed a notification. The first time it was forced to close, everyone became confused. What's going on? You will start again a second time in 10 minutes, go through the gate and exit. Damn it, Yun-mi angrily walked up to Ye-eun saying, I have less than 5 minutes to clean up the experiment. Who did open the gate? Ye-eun covered her face and cried, I don't know, that person just opened the gate and ran away, damn. Baron worriedly looked towards Joho. Can we kill the monsters? Joho slowly answered, maybe. From what I just heard, they will probably be stronger than what we are facing right now, and since I just finished fighting, I don't have enough strength or mana to fight them. Baron countered, but if we run away, there will be many traps. Soo-yun spoke up, there's nothing to worry about. You walk towards the door, let's go. Yun-mi chimed in again, did you see those bodies? Where do you think you're going? Did you commit suicide? You didn't turn around and say it, you guys. Not knowing anything, the people there were stunned, they remained silent and did not dare to speak up. Soo-yun continued, that's what the system says about the second method, that the monsters will chase you, it doesn't say anything about avoiding traps. They argued, but you can clearly see the trap there. Kim Soo-yun continued, the system doesn't lie, maybe the trap only works on those who abandon the path they have chosen, the system clock shows you have 3 minutes left. Soo-yun continued to persuade, all of you who climbed the tower, and experimented with the dungeon before, and you still don't know, and think. You speculate, we will all die in 3 minutes, wouldn't it be better to at least try to do something? After hearing this, Baron frowned and thought. Suddenly Joho decided, let's go out, causing Baron to immediately turn his head to look. He continued, whoever of you has any problem can just stay, but I agree with what Soo-yun just said, I think it would be better if we get out of here. Baron heard that and immediately stopped. Joho continued talking without paying attention, everyone can blame me later for not having leadership skills, right now, let's focus on how we can escape alive. Here, the others listened and silently looked at Joho. Yun-mi scratched her head in agreement, yes I agree with you, it will be faster if we act together, and I also don't want to be here alone in this situation. Min-suk also nodded in agreement. Everyone urged each other, so let's go quickly, we don't have much time left. Seeing Soo-yun standing there stunned, Ye-eun turned around and reminded, Soo-yun, aren't you coming with us? Those people just ran out the door. Just discussed, when I go out I will close the door immediately. Soo-yun frankly said, I will stay here. Ye-eun was surprised, you will stay here? She continued to ask, stay here, why? Yun-mi said contemptuously, he's crazy, so nervous, why do you want to fight monsters alone or something? Kim Soo-yun calmly added, of course, I won't stay alone. When the others heard that, their eyes widened in surprise. Kim Soo-yun continued, there is someone I need to bring for everyone, isn't that right, Kim Ye-eun? She's dumbfounded and doesn't understand what's going on, huh? Kim Soo-yun pointed and sighed, let's go, Kim Ye-eun said tremblingly, no, I want to escape, why do I have to stay with you? But in the distance, Joho was trying to pull the iron door shut. Baron loudly stopped, what the hell are you doing, what did Ye-eun do to you? Joho still tried to pull the door back, pulling and saying, I will explain everything later. Ye-eun panicked, wait captain I don't want to be here, take me with you, Kim Soo-yun slowly called, Joho. Joho was closing the door, so he stopped doing that. You didn't forget the promise you made to us, right? Joho seriously said, yes, I still remember. Then the door slammed shut. Yeon despaired, no, what's going on? Don't leave me, hey, everyone. She was desperate, her face turned pale and purple. Yeon knelt down on the ground, trembling, and said, Sooyoon. I want to live. Sooyoon, you also want to live, right? Sooyoon heard that question and coldly repeated, do you want to live? He continued, why didn't you say something like that after putting down the things in your hand? It turned out Yeon was holding a knife in her hand. Kim Sooyoon swings the sword high. Do you think I don't realize that you already know it? A slash cut off her shirt, revealing a tattoo on her shoulder. Bang dump, her face turned pale when she heard what Sooyoon said, the most notorious gang of murderers. Dump, the foundation for all evil, a gang of crazy murderers, they will commit many crimes in the future. At this time, the name Dump is still not widely written about, but in a few years, they have become a gang that threatens humanity, almost as much as the outbreak. They are also the criminals who brought the world to an end. If I want to prevent the apocalypse from happening, I need to eliminate them from within. Egg. Sooyoon speculated, you intended to kill the entire dungeon team this time, to achieve success with your gang, right? Yeon frowned, DCH, Sooyoon continued to say, you are very smart. Lee Yoon-mi has the worst coordination, but she cares about her life a lot. You can see her thinking about running away while fighting. An Min-suk wants to clear the dungeon, but his fighting skills can kill them all. And that mysterious man, because he hid his identity, looked most suspicious. And you even intentionally spread the story of Lee Joho and Kim Baron out, so that we can more easily suspect others when an accident occurs, to distract and create conflicts for everyone. Even so, that's the reason we found it. Suddenly Yeon laughed softly, PFFT. Sooyoon still looked at her with that expression, PFFT, I saw when you took the Cyclop down. She stood up, threw away the knife, adjusted her bones and said, you really are different, are you really that Kim Soohyun? Then suddenly she smiled and continued, well, does it matter anymore? You will die in a few seconds. When you die with monsters around, I will open the door and run away. I have hiding skills, my healing profession is fake, my skills are also specialized for killing people, I also use that skill to avoid you and open the door. The system spoke up, the second test started, she continued to say, well, good luck alone. Behind Kim Sooyoon a light column from before continued to appear. Kim Sooyoon then said, well, I wonder if that skill can remove the smell of blood from a person's body. When Yeon heard that, she reacted and put her hand on the place where she was cut earlier. She discovered blood flowing from there. When did you? At this time, Yeon also turned around to face the monsters behind her. They were so big and scary in her eyes, a scream rang out, ah! Ak! Ignoring that scream, Sooyoon walked forward. He raised his head to look at the pillar of light in front of him. Now. The rest are you guys. In front of him right now are countless monsters, there are even more of them than before. Crazy monsters rushed to attack Sooyoon. Sooyoon jumped up high. Cut them all in one go, I'm sorry but. He was determined to say, we will get through this at all. A winged monster flew in and attacked ferociously. Sooyoon only needed one sword strike to quickly kill them all. He raised his left hand and held the handle of the sword. One strike kills the flying monster. The moment he landed was also the moment the monster fell to the ground in pain. Kim Sooyoon raised his head to look, as expected. There are so many of them, you can see them everywhere, more and more pillars are formed, and there are more and more monsters. But Kim Sooyoon was not only not afraid but also smiled, but sometimes that's good, because the place where I can use the technique effectively already exists. He raised his hand and called, come here you annoying bastards. You focus on passing mana into your hand, I'll kill you all in just one move. Outside, the dark dungeon echoed with the urge to run, run, run. Min-suk reminded, don't stop, those monsters will catch up, Yoon-mi said angrily, you know, you idiot. Baron ran and turned to ask Joho, was Kim Yeon the one who killed that man by setting a trap? She continued asking, how did he know that? Joho pondered. He frowned and said, it's just the information I got before. He remembered the conversation he had with Sooyoon earlier, so, what did he want to say? Joho turned around and said, Uncle Sooyoon. Joho asked frankly, "Are you really sea level?" Suyun asked again, "Why do you ask that?" Joho slowly said, "Actually I told Baron. He was strong enough to take down a one-eyed giant single-handedly." He spoke out his thoughts, "I was wondering if you were the rumored Kim Suyun." Kim Suyun heard that and felt embarrassed, not daring to speak up. Joho continued talking, "And if you are that Kim Suyun, then can you be the raid leader instead of me?" Joho spoke his mind, "To deal with the current dangerous situation, I think you are more suitable to command the remaining people than me." He was earnest, "So please answer me, Mr. Suyun, are you really sea level?" Suyun opened his mouth in surprise. He suddenly smiled. Suyun admitted, "Yes, what I said before, he was right." Joho was stunned when he heard that. He seriously admitted that I am Kim Suyun. Joho nodded, "I know, did you intentionally hide yourself?" Suyun replied, "I have my own reasons." He smiled and continued, "But I heard he was a trustworthy person, so I decided to tell him." Joho was surprised to hear that. "What?" he thought. Suyun frankly, "I refuse your request, you need to be the raid team commander." Joho is confused when he hears that. Suyun continued, "I was sure of this after you asked me to be the raid leader. Your ability to calmly control the raid members, and the way you didn't hesitate to sacrifice yourself, friendly for everyone." Suyun praised, "You are a trustworthy commander, and you are more qualified than me to take on this position. So listen to my request." Joho is confused, "Your request?" Suyun saw that he was confused and said, "Didn't I just say that I had something to tell you? This has something to do with that." Suyun continued, "Not long after in the raid team, there will be a murder." Joho was stunned when he heard that. Joho asked in surprise, "A murderer? What are you talking about?" Suyun explained, "I will explain it to you in detail right away, but now please promise me that you will lead everyone else safely out of this place except me." Joho heard that and asked, "The rest, what about you?" Suyun continued, "I will stay behind, because I came here to catch the culprit." Joho thought as he ran, the newest recruit in the abyss, Kim Suyun, he probably thought he could buy time by staying behind alone because he was a very strong pseudo-awakener. He continued thinking, but, even if he could do that, what about the countless monsters in the dungeon? He shook his head vigorously, forcing himself not to think. "Damn it, stop thinking. Even if I worried about him, I couldn't do anything. No matter what I did, I would only get in his way. Never mind." Joho remembers the moment Suyun recognized him as a talented commander. He suddenly slowed down. Joho turned around and ran in the opposite direction. "I couldn't let that happen." He turned around and ran towards Suyun in everyone's surprise. "No matter how many times I thought about it, I still couldn't leave Suyun alone and walk away." In his heart he thought, "Mr. Suyun, I'm sorry." Baron tried to stop him. "Hey Lee Joho, where are you going?" Lee Joho, in his mind he was only thinking, "I don't think I can keep my promise to lead the rest of them outside. You fly back to your place, now I'm going to your place." I tried to break the iron door, Suyun. The door opened, the scene before his eyes made Joho freeze. A blue fire was burning, monsters were lying dead in that fire. Joho was bewildered. What is this? A monster like that flew to Joho's place to attack him. The god of fire burns away evil. It can cause critical damage to enemies with demonic attributes. Suyun said, "It can cause fatal damage to enemies with demonic attributes." His hands were burning with blue fire. A blade flew past and killed the flying monster from before. Joho saw this scene and opened his mouth in surprise. Kim Suyun landed confused and looked at Joho. "Joho." Suddenly another monster appeared behind Suyun. He immediately grabbed his flaming sword and turned towards the monster. The monsters didn't fit in either, so they rushed forward to attack. Kim Suyun caused the monsters to collapse in pain. Joho was once again shocked by the scene before his eyes. Kim Suyun gently landed on the ground. With a wave of his sword, the monsters began to burn, screaming in pain. Joho immediately ran to Kim Suyun's place. "Mr. Suyun." Suyun also called out, "Mr. Lee Joho." He asked, "Why did you come back? I remember telling you to get out of here." Joho lowered his head, "I'm sorry, I can't leave you behind no matter what." Kim Suyun heard that, smiled and let out a breath. Joho asked, "What about Kim Yeon?" Suyun said, "I already took care of her. To be more precise, she was killed with the monsters." Joho scratched his head and said, "I ran back here like a crazy person, but you've already taken care of everything. I can't help you at all." Suyun heard that and said, "No, you will help me, because this is where things really began." A yellow portal appeared. The gate is getting bigger and bigger. Inside appeared a skeleton hand. Then gradually a mysterious person walked out from there. Kim Suyun calmed down. Finally, the final boss appeared, and Joho was suddenly extremely surprised. As soon as he stepped out, he exerted his strength. That skeleton glared two pairs of glowing eyes at them. Finally, the final boss appeared, a skeleton dressed in ancient clothes and a long cloak, holding a scepter in his right hand with a crystal ball emitting a dazzling purple color. His empty eye sockets showed two dark purple spots. In the middle of this guy's forehead was inlaid with an orange teardrop-shaped crystal. Looking at the scene in front of him, Joho broke out in a cold sweat, opened his mouth and stammered and asked, "That?" Joho pointed at that skeleton and turned to ask Suyun what that was. Suyun calmly replied, "Like I said, it was the boss of this dungeon." Joho did not believe and asked Suyun again that he said there was one, such a bony monster. The unhappy skeleton raised his hand and said again, "You dare to call me a skeletal monster? That's a bit too much." Joho opened his mouth in shock and asked in disbelief, "Is that skeleton talking?" Suyun looked at it and was speechless. The skeleton replied, "I would rather be called by your royal name than something as lowly as a skeleton." Joho asked back, "Calling you by your royal name?" The skeleton firmly said, "That's right." The skeleton pretended to be noble, clasped his hands, placed his name on the scepter, and said his name, "Call me the Dark Monk, undead." The skeleton angrily said, "That is, don't act like it's you when you're not yet an adult." Joho asked confusedly, "What does it mean to be immature?" Suyun answered, "Yes, he is not a real zombie. In fact, he is just a creature that can somewhat turn into a zombie. His magic and magical energy. A zombie is truly on a completely different level." The Dark Monk skeleton sighed, "What a fool, you think I was hit by that cheap trick, you bastard." The skeleton wanted to hold his breath. Suyun cursed back, "Slimy thing." The skeleton replied, "You loser." Suyun replied, "You're an empty bag." The skeleton cursed again, "You're a sales-hunting loser." Suyun isn't the type to talk back, "You're a zombie." Joho standing next to him with his mouth open, he looked at the two people cursing at each other with an expression of disbelief. At this point, the skeleton was so angry that he wanted to hold his breath. The Dark Monk was so angry that he couldn't speak. "You, trying to force out another curse, what a terrible thing." The Dark Monk suddenly burst into power, his staff emitted a terrible light. He said, "I will cut you to pieces and throw you to the monsters as bait." The monsters stood up and walked over with green eyes surrounding them, threatening the two of them. Joho was scared. How could his body be like that? Suyun glanced at it and thought, so even if he was just a half-zombie, he was still a zombie. He was completely capable of controlling the body. Many monsters with strange shapes opened wide blue eyes and moved closer to the two people. Suyun looked at the Dark Monk's staff and thought, the reason why it suddenly turned yellow was probably because of his influence. The two vigilantly raised their swords. Joho asked in confusion, "Why did you have to anger that skeleton?" Suyun calmly said, "I did that on purpose." Joho looked confused, then heard Suyun continue, "So the skeleton would aim at me first." At the same time Suyun unleashed his ability, the sword glowed with blue fire. Suyun held the sword firmly in both hands, preparing to attack. Suyun held the sword and quickly swung it around. Suyun drew a circle around the place where the two people were standing. A blue fire circle appeared. Seeing that, Joho wondered and asked, "This is?" Suyun turned to face Joho and said softly, "Joho, I don't mean anything bad, but your level is not enough to fight this monster and it won't be easy for me to fight and protect you at the same time." Joho bowed his head and quietly said, "Yes, I understand." Suyun turned around and walked out of the circle to the front and said, "The zombies won't be able to get close to that circle, so just attract their attention while in there." Hearing that, Joho quickly asked Suyun, "And him, so what?" Suyun calmly replied, "My opponent will be this guy, the Dark Monk skeleton." In front of Suyun were monsters approaching, above their heads were flying skeletons. Suddenly, Suyun jumped from below and jumped up to the bone that was floating above. The Dark Monk looked bewilderedly at Suyun flying closer to it. Suyun used all her strength to slash at the skeleton. But one scene made him freeze. He quickly landed on the next wall, at the same time a loud laugh rang out, "Quahaha!" It turned out that the Dark Monk had quickly escaped. He lay suspended in midair with his hands behind his head in a relaxed manner and said, "You're fast but you're not old enough, honey." Suyun immediately thought, is it teleportation? Bone demons don't have strengths in close combat. Normally they will summon zombies and maintain distance from their opponents to hide their weaknesses. Suyun leaned against the wall and looked at the guy floating in mid-air. And Suyun's gaze focused on the crystal on the dark monk's forehead and thought, their weak point is the life crystal on its forehead. That crystal is the one that contains life, their lives. Therefore, skeleton demons must keep their distance from opponents to protect their life crystal, and that instinct has helped them develop the skill of teleportation. However, Suyun used her strength to launch herself from the wall and rushed towards the dry skeleton. And once he had grasped their movements, killing them was a snap. Suyun rushed in front of the skeleton. Suyun strongly swung a sword and slashed at the dark monk. But it didn't hit him. He immediately discovered that he used the cloak to create a temporary blind spot. The dark monk's skeleton appeared right above Suyun's head, and with his left hand, a purple ball appeared. The suit pushed the ball towards Suyun. With a bang, Suyun quickly took out her sword to block it. At the same time, his other hand used his strength to explode the sacred flames, pushing them towards the skeleton. The sacred blue fire quickly flew in front of the dark monk. The sacred fire exploded, resounding in the sky. Suyun was pushed backwards by the jet force. He quickly took his sword and stuck it in the wall to stabilize it. He wondered if he could kill it. But the result was not as expected. The dry skeleton let out an unpleasant laugh. Kokaku. The skeleton guy had moved to the ground and lamented, "Is this a sacred fire? I will receive heavy damage if I wander. The air will be filled with dust. But it's not easy to touch me, ha 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 ha," the skeleton guy said, spreading his arms proudly. Suyun held the sword hanging on the wall in one hand and thought, "I thought I was done, it seems I'm still not strong enough to attack a flying target." Standing below in a dry suit, looking at Suyun hanging on the wall, mockingly said, "Who flies while thinking like that? He looks like a clown. If he wants to think, he can do so." "But if you yell at your sword," Suyun was startled and turned her head to look at the blade. The skeleton continued to explain, "Anything that comes into contact with my death energy will gradually corrode." Sure enough, the tip of the sword body has begun to rust, and in 5 minutes your only crude weapon will also be gone, Tong. Suyun calmly replied to him, "Why are you so happy so early?" Suyun pulled out the sword stuck in the wall and said, "Those 5 minutes are enough to send you on your way." Suyun flew down from the sky, holding the sword with both hands behind her head, swinging the sword at the skeleton. With a loud bang, broken bricks and stones flew all around. Standing in the circle of fire, Joho was stunned and exclaimed, "Oh my god." He glanced around and cursed, "Damn it." In front of Joho were full of screaming monsters walking towards him. Joho was bored. "I didn't come here just to show off like this, but if I tried to do something, I would get in your way, Suyun." Suyun was holding a sword to fight the skeleton. The skeleton turned into a circle of defensive magic. Seeing that, the monsters also looked up at the scene of two people fighting. Joho held his sword and stood looking at the scene happening before his eyes, thinking that a mediocre B-rank awakened fake like me would die before having a chance to do anything. Joho's footsteps also gradually moved forward. Joho jumped up with momentum. At the same time he raised the sword in his hand. Joho raised his sword and slashed strongly. Whoosh, blood splashed from the monster. The sword hit the back of a monster with a long tail, causing it to scream in pain. Joho looked determined after doing so. The image of Joho swinging his sword to slash monsters attracted Suyun's attention. Joho's face was full of determination when he decided to step outside the safe zone to fight according to his own wishes despite being told by Suyun to stand within the holy fire circle that Suyun had drawn to ensure safety. Older brother. Seeing the condition underneath the Joho side soul, Suyun was quite surprised. When Lee Joho was fighting outside the holy fire circle he appeared to be. But Joho's next action made Suyun realize that he was using the holy fire he left behind to fight the surrounding monsters. Joho used the holy fire as damaging energy and swung his sword hard at the crowd. Strange beasts let the holy fire spread to them. Suyun noticed that Joho's overall score was actually higher when they entered this dungeon. Has Joho really gotten stronger in such a short time? That's great. If that's the case, then they'll just change their battle plan. Ending her thoughts, Suyun kicked off the ceiling and quickly jumped down and flew past the floating boat right there. The factory skeleton was feverish when he saw Suyun flying down and said, "Ha, are you running away?" Suyun stopped at the monsters' heads in the air and swung her sword vigorously. Swordsmanship strokes carrying the power of holy fire crisscrossed the monsters. He landed on Joho and scoffed at the skeleton. Why are you running? What are you talking about? Blue holy fire burned brightly around the two of them. Suyun said coldly, we are just getting started. Seeing Suyun land next to him, Joho quickly asked Suyun why he went this way. Suyun told him, I want to apologize for what I said before, you are not inferior at all. Suyun shook hands with Joho and continued to say to Joho, now let's deal with that brat first, and then I want us to take down that guy together. Listening to Suyun's words, Joho looked on in shock. As for the skeleton guy, listening to the two of you talking is extremely funny, ha ha ha, you guys are trying, do you think the two of you are enough to defeat me? Suyun quickly whispered to Joho the next plan. After listening, Joho worriedly asked again, was that possible? Suyun was sure to say, yes, there are many more. Joho continued sweating, I'm not confident but I'm sure you have a reason to say it will be possible, Mr. Suyun. Joho tried determinedly to say I will try not to get in your way, at the same time he lowered his body and prepared to draw his sword. Hearing this, the dry skeleton got angry and cursed, you exceptional idiots, I will show you what it means to be afraid of death. He frantically directed the strange beasts to rush forward. Both Suyun and Joho rushed forward together, let's go. Suyun gritted her teeth and swung her sword hard at the monster bug. Suddenly, a pillar of light from the sky stabbed straight at the monsters, causing them to be seriously injured and thrown in all directions. As for Joho, he quickly walked back and forth, not moving towards the monsters, but his target was the dry skeleton of the dark monk. The dark monk in dry clothes was also stunned when he saw Joho rushing towards him. The dark monk said in annoyance, so this time it was you who rushed at me, even though you were much weaker and slower than that guy. Suyun stood on the ground surrounded by monster corpses, watching Joho rush towards the skeleton. Standing below, Suyun used his power to make holy fire appear and burn brightly around him. Suyun stretched her legs behind her to take that position. He swung his sword and slashed hard at the skeleton. The burning holy fire flew towards the skeleton and along with it was Joho holding the sword and flying towards the skeleton. Suyun finished swinging a sword towards the shadow monk. The skeleton mockingly said, attack together, that's a good plan but no one can reach us. Joho rushed forward with a calm expression. Below Joho's two hands holding the sword, using his ability, circular vortices appear around the sword, calling out the sword storm. Joho slashed his sword hard, and at the same time, tornadoes of sword storms spread out and flew quickly towards the fire saints flying in the air. The sword storm tornado flew forward and sucked the holy fire into it. The two of them were entwined with each other, unleashing a great power. After combining it, it created a huge tornado of holy fire and sword storm that rushed towards the skeleton. When he noticed something unusual, the skeleton turned around and tried to fly away. But with such great power, he was frightened to realize how the two people's skills were combined together. Even though he tried to avoid it, he couldn't escape. The tornado hit the skeleton hard in the back. He cried out in pain, ah! As if having her own thoughts, Suyun ran quickly forward again. Joho, after slashing out a storm of swords, was somersaulting from the air to the bottom. Joho continued to spin and landed. Suyun rushed forward to look at the spot where Joho landed and stopped. Joho accurately landed on Suyun and at the same time stepped on the sword Suyun raised to gain momentum. Suyun pushed him back into the air. Joho held the sword and rushed straight towards the skeleton. The skeleton angrily said I won't fall into your trap anymore, and at the same time waved his hand and shot out a palm. A skeleton's palm carrying purple radiating power rushed straight in front of Joho. Joho raised his sword to block it. The skeleton happily said, hee hee, this will be the end of you, not knowing that Suyun suddenly flew up and appeared behind the skeleton. As if sensing danger, the skeleton suddenly turned around and saw Suyun appearing behind him. Suyun raised his sword and said this is your end. The skeleton gasped in shock when he saw the sword approaching his face. However, a crack appeared in the middle of the sword. The sword had broken into several pieces, and the skeleton's hood had also fallen off. The image of the broken sword is unclear as to the outcome. The hood fell off, revealing a bald head, two empty eye sockets with two flickering purple spots looking at the broken sword flying in front of his eyes. He burst into laughter, Gwahahaha, what a pity, you seem to have forgotten that your sword is covered by the fighting soul, how will you fight me without a weapon? Suyun swung his sword all the way and bowed his head so that others could not clearly see his current expression. However, Suyun raised her head and smiled happily, who said I only have one sword. Hearing Suyun say that made the skeleton stunned before he could think, then behind him Joho flew up and raised his sword behind him, preparing to swing it. The skeleton cautiously turned its head, asking what. Appearing before the skeleton's eyes was the image of Joho with a determined look on his face and slashing a sword. The energy-carrying sword technique was slashed and flew through the skeleton's body. The image of Joho swinging his sword and slashing down continued. The current state of the skeleton after receiving all the power of a sword from a B-level awakener is a straight crack from the top of the skull, extending through the life gem on his forehead and downwards, dividing the skeleton in two. The yellow life gem in the middle of the skeleton's forehead showed signs of cracking. The skeleton let out a scream filled with pain. The dark monk fell hard to the ground with a boom, dust filled the sky. Suyun and Joho also landed safely and looked at the dust flying ahead. Suyun said softly, "When we started fighting, you seemed to think I would use Joho as bait, so you paid more attention to me than him." Recreating the scene when fighting with the skeleton, Suyun suddenly appeared behind the skeleton after pushing Joho to fly in front of the skeleton. Suyun continued to explain, "You probably thought you had a chance to win because my weapon would break, however, when Joho and I chose to face you, we decided to let him finish you off. We believe he can take advantage of your carelessness to win." The skeleton trembled and tried to prop himself up with one hand. The skeleton's body gradually emitted black gas and gradually disappeared. He silently said, "This is not the end. When the sun is covered by darkness, the king will be reborn again. He will make you suffer eternal pain." Coffin. The two people, Suyun and Joho, straightened up, holding their swords, looking at the incident happening in front of them. Scene change after killing the boss of the Dark Monk skeleton dungeon. Both of them went outside, the two of them hid behind the bushes. Suyun held two disguised tree branches in both hands with a helpless expression. "We seem to have it came back." Joho broke out in a cold sweat and asked helplessly, "But what are we doing now?" Both of them hid behind a small bush and looked at the ambulance and the TV station interviewing people in front of them. The front was very crowded and bustling. At the reporter's position, a female reporter was holding a microphone to interview a girl with a red ponytail and she was Kim Baron. She was holding a towel and crying. The female reporter asked, "Was there what happened to your colleague?" Kim Baron held a towel and cried loudly with tears running down his nose and said, "I really hope he's still alive, but maybe he's dead now." The two of them hid behind the bushes and heard Baron crying and could only laugh. Joho guessed that perhaps Baron had called the rescue team. "This is a bit bad for the two of us." Suyun held two tree branches in both hands and turned around to listen to Joho talk to her. "You don't want others to know, right? About how you're really Kim Suyun on that chart." Suyun held a tree branch and scratched her face and stammered, "Oh well, I think I will reveal it myself soon, or maybe a little longer. Anyway, right now I still don't want to have to deal with those troubles." Joho suddenly stood up and said, "Then I'll go by myself," scaring Suyun out of her mind and asking why. Looking at the bustling crowd of people in front of him, Suyun couldn't believe it and asked again, "Are you planning to go alone, into that pile of trouble?" Joho calmly replied, "Yes, I'm quite good at solving difficult problems like this. I've been cleaning up Baron's problems for a while now. But there is one condition." Suyun was bewildered, looked at Joho and said. Johan took a bag and gave it to Suyun and continued, "I want you to receive the reward that you gave me before." Suyun looked at the bag in front of her in shock and asked, "What's all this?" "This pile of ether stones will cost you hundreds of millions, Joho. I'm sure becoming an A or B level player has changed my life. It's hard enough for you, even though QuizB makes quite a bit of money. My annual income is at least 100 million won." Joho still held out his hand and held the bag in front of Suyun, determined to say, "No matter what you say, I don't want to receive this. I think I don't deserve it." Suyun disagreed. "Why do you think like that? We were able to kill the bone demon thanks to Joho's help." But Joho didn't see that and continued, "The help I received from you was much more valuable, and that time too. I know that if you really want to, you can still handle that demon bone yourself. You let me participate in supporting simply because you want to create opportunities for me to develop." Hearing Joho say these words also makes me happy. Suyun was stunned for a moment. Suyun breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "I guess I can't fool him anymore." Joho begged Suyun, "Please take it, and I want you to take it out of here while I deal with the other matter. I will call you a taxi at the nearest street you come from." "I happen to know a taxi driver." Joho quickly took out his phone and called, "It's you, right Young-hoon? I'm Joho, please come to this location for me." The sunset lights up the entire forest beautifully. a yellow car parked on the side of a mountain road, with dense forests on both sides. In the car, the driver enthusiastically asked, "Are you Joho's younger brother?" Soo-yoon thought in surprise, "I never thought that a taxi driver could go to such a desolate mountain area. He has many acquaintances." At the same time, he hesitantly responded to the driver, No, I'm not Joho's younger brother." Sitting in the car, looking at the scenery outside the car window, Soo-yoon thought, "But even if we catch the criminal, we still can't save everyone." Recalling the image of Joho, Soo-yoon commented and said, "The only reason we were able to save a few people was because of Lee Joho's help, otherwise we would have had a hard time doing it." Soo-yoon clenched her fists thinking, "Does that mean I'm still not strong enough? I need to be stronger. The past me always thought I was very strong, just because I was the only one still standing after death, everyone was lying down." His mind chose the image of his previous life. Seeing Fafnir swinging a punch to end his previous life, he angrily continued to think, even so, he was still not strong enough. Soo-yoon promised himself that he must become stronger to be able to change the future, and in the future he must also find trustworthy people to put by his side, like Joho, but of course first you have to take care of your body first. Returning to reality, Soo-yoon was trembling and sweating, her fatigue level had reached 83/100ths. The taxi driver looked at this and thought, "Young people have been really weak lately." Soo-yoon looked out the window again and thought, he figured he should start with something bigger first. Then you have to pay hospital fees while being hospitalized, you also need to change. Scene change in an office, a man wearing a waistcoat is sitting in the first chair holding the phone and laughing ha ha ha. Suddenly, a male employee opened the office door and called out to the department manager. And the man sitting in this office is Lee Kyung-jung, the manager of the Ether Stone department. Lee Kyung-jung asked again what was going on. The male employee said, "Ether Stone department manager Lee Kyung-jung, someone wants to sell Stone's ether." Lee Kyung-jung looked like he didn't care and asked why. "He's a C-level guy, why do you keep making a fuss just because of this guy?" He was chatting while reading the file the male employee brought up. The employee replied, "Yes, you see he was carrying over 500 ether stones." Hearing the male employee present, Lee Kyung-jung gasped in surprise and shouted, "What?" Turned back to Soo-yoon, he was waiting outside the office selling ether stones. Suddenly a flattering voice rang out, causing Soo-yoon to pay attention. "Dear customer, I sincerely apologize for waiting this long." The department manager appeared with a disgustingly flattering look and held out his hand to talk to Soo-yoon. "It's an honor to meet you. My name is Lee Kyung-jung, and I'm the manager of the Ether Stone auction house. I heard that you brought a lot of ether stones with you today." Hearing what he said, Soo-yoon picked up the heavy bag of stones and handed it to him. Here it is." Lee Kyung-jung picked up a stone and looked at it under specialized glasses to check the quality of the stone. After looking at it, Lee Kyung-jung took off his glasses and exclaimed, "They are definitely real. This quality can only be found in a golden dungeon." Next, Lee Kyung-jung asked Soo Hyung if he could guarantee that he had them legally. Hearing that, Soo Hyung was puzzled. He said that he didn't understand the problem Lee Kyung-jung was asking. Hearing that, Lee Kyung-jung smiled shyly, "Oh haha, actually I don't doubt you or anything, but..." He crossed his arms and calmly replied, as far as he knew, he was only a C-level awaken, so he found it a bit strange that he could find ether stones that only appeared in yellow dungeons or higher. Hearing Lee Kyung-jung's face twisting and criticizing him for his low level, he smiled and guessed that this guy's intention was probably trying to lower the price by targeting the unclear origin of this pile of ether stones. Soo Hyung still calmly faced the manager of that department. He calmly replied that I should consider myself lucky. At the same time, he bowed his head, put his hand in his pocket, groped for something, and continued to tell the manager that when he could get this thing from the objects. He calmly replied, "Products in the cellar." Soo-yoon held an object in her hand and dropped it on the red velvet pillow containing precious items. Soo-yoon dropped the object in her hand onto the red velvet, and what fell out emitted a bright yellow light, making the department manager and male employee's eyes widen in surprise. Both of them looked down at the object clearly and were extremely surprised and shouted in panic. This stone that radiates golden light is the top ether stone of the life stone attribute. It is just like the life stone on the forehead of the dry skeleton of the dark monk who was cut in half by two people, Soo-yoon and Joho, previous dungeon. This is the demon bone life stone, but not many people know that this life stone is also an ether stone. Destroying this stone is necessary to destroy the bone demon, but the chance of this thing appearing in the item box in the basement is very low. Even he did not think he would be so lucky. Soo-yoon bowed her head and prepared to stand up and say, If you still have doubts, I'll say goodbye." Hearing Soo-yun say that, the department manager quickly grabbed the stone and hugged it towards him, stuttering and saying, "Wait a minute, sir, why don't we calm down and discuss this further?" As if feeling something, manager Lee Kyung-jung glanced at his hands tightly holding what he thought contained the high-level ether stone. He quickly opened his hands to look, they were completely empty, and at the same time wondered, when did the stone disappear? Soo-yun walked out the door, juggling a high-level ether stone in his hand. He tightly grasped this precious stone with life attributes in his hand. Si-hyung turned around and smiled and said to the two of them, "I will listen to the price you are willing to buy, and only ones." The department manager and the employee listened to Si-hyung's tough words, and at the same time, their gray faces dripped with cold sweat. Transition to a night sky full of bright stars. Soo-yun's phone screen shows account details. From the Ether Stone Auction Company transferred 600 million won. Soo-yun stood silently looking at the screen and thought, 600 million won, that's quite a high price. Even though these things will turn into nothing if the genocide happens, but now I need this money. In the near future I probably won't have to worry about money for a while. Soo-yun pushed open the door and entered a building. As soon as he entered the door, he thought that most of all, he was glad that he no longer needed financial support from his mother, and said that he was home. When Si-hyung's mother heard the sound, she was still holding the soup spoon in her hand and ran out from the kitchen shouting, "Oh my God, Soo-yun." She smiled brightly and said she was glad her child had returned, but there was a wound on her left cheek. Seeing this scene made Soo-yun stunned and silently watching. Continuing from the previous chapter, when Si-hyung saw the scar on his mother's face, he was stunned, speechless, and stood at the door. Si-hyung's mother laughed and said, turning around and going into the kitchen, "You should have told me you were coming home early, dinner isn't ready yet, did you have fun going out with your friends?" Si-hyung told her seriously, "Your face has become so thin. And mom, that scar, where did you get it from?" Hearing Soo-yun ask about the scar on her face made her bewildered and raised her hand to touch the scar on her cheek. She smiled shyly and told Soo-yun that it was okay, no need to worry about it. "Do you know where the restaurant I work at is?" Mom got a small scratch while stopping customers from fighting. Si-hyung smiled and said to his mother, "Why don't you quit working at that place?" "I don't quit, so you should continue working at a place full of risks of injury like that." When she heard Soo-yun say that, she couldn't believe it and asked again, "Oh my God, what are you talking about?" She walked over and took Soo-yun's hands and advised her, "You're about to go to college, right? I have to at least pay for your tuition, right?" She continued to whisper to Soo-yun, "I can't give you a rich and comfortable life, but I want to help as much as I can as your mother." She continued, "After all, Soo-yun, you have always been my proudest son, so I also want to be a proud mother to you." Hearing his mother's confession to him, Soo-yun was extremely surprised, perhaps he hadn't really thought about her mother's feelings. He bowed his head slightly and thought. He remembered his mother's taunts in his previous life, under his identity as Kim Sung-in, she always said like this, "Do you think you will become the strongest awakened fake with this much mana? Try harder." The image of young Kim Sung-in bowing his head on the ground is full of test papers his mother threw down and pressure from his mother. She reached out to touch his cheek and continued to tell Kim Sung-in, "You need to become a proud son of mine, because after all, I had to become a hero." She always smiled and said to him words like having to become a hero turned into a rope that tied Kim Sung-in's whole life and his previous life. Seeing Soo-yun lost, Kim Soo-yun's mother kept calling his name, "Soo-yun, Soo-yun. Are you okay?" Soo-yun suddenly woke up from the memories of her previous life. He seemed to be thinking about something and said softly, "Mom." The two of them continued to hold hands. Soo-yun said, "I have something to tell Mom." The two moved to the table and sat down, each holding a cup of hot water in their hands. Soo-yun's mother hesitantly asked, "Are you a fake awakener?" Soo-yun bowed her head thoughtfully as her mother repeatedly asked, "Are you talking about people who often appear on TV?" Soo-yun explained to her mother, "You can make money from it, and they also have a very good reputation in the industry, society, so I plan to become a false awakener instead of going to college." Soo-yun continued, "I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner, I didn't intend to hide it from you like this, I've always wanted to tell you this." Soo-yun's mother was a little surprised and called out to him, "Soo-yun." She smiled and said to him, "Do you really want to do this job? You want to do this job not because of money or social fame, but deep down in your heart you really want to do it." Hearing your mother say those words really shocked Soo-yun. He bowed his head thoughtfully and said, "Yes, I really want to do it." His mother sighed and said, "Okay, I understand." Suyun was still worried and asked again, "Mom, aren't you angry with me?" "I thought Mom would be angry with me, because I've been hiding it from her for the past year, and the job is equally dangerous. I thought my mother would worry about me and get angry with me." Suyun told me everything she was thinking. Suyun's mother also honestly said that she was really worried about me. "But when I found out that you kept it from me for a year, I knew that I couldn't convince you to leave this job by getting angry at you. I don't want to interfere too much in my child's life. I want to see my child choose his own direction and feel happy. However, what I have done until now. Just tell me if anything makes you sad or someone gives you a hard time, understand?" Suyun happily replied, "Yes. Thank you, Mom." After Suyun's mother finished speaking, she happily looked at Suyun. "Anyway, I recently started making money as a fake awakener, and I thought it was time for you to quit the job, when suddenly a phone call caught our attention." Suyun picked up the phone and showed it to her mother. She asked how much she earned and talked a lot. She picked up the phone to see the display and was incredibly surprised. "You shouted 600 million won." Suyun's mother's eyes sparkled when she saw the money in Suyun's account. She quickly asked, "Mom, how come we became rich in just a short time? Fake awakenings are common, to earn that much." Hearing Mom say that makes Suyun sweat. "Isn't she a bit too happy? I thought she was worried about me." Of course she was worried, but who is in charge? This world doesn't like money. Suyun's mother quickly threw the phone back to Suyun and then turned to the kitchen and said, "I'm going to prepare a grand dinner. Please wait for me, Suyun. Is there anything you particularly want to eat?" Hearing her so happy also made Suyun breathe a sigh of relief. "I always thought, I've been dreaming about this moment for a long time. There is a warm atmosphere here, something I've never had in my previous life." The two of them served many dishes on the table. He thought dreamily, sometimes, that warmth became so pleasant, that he thought about giving up and starting a new life in this peaceful life. The two of them happily had dinner. This warmth really belongs to Kim Suyun, not him, but maybe he's not so sad. Because he was given another chance to protect peace in this world. "So Kim Suyun, if you ever return to this body, I want you to confidently stand in front of everyone. I want you to always protect your honorable mother, so I will turn you into a hero." After finishing dinner with his mother, he opened the door to return to his room. Suyun closed the door to his room. He continued to think, he needs to become stronger than he is now. "I can't do anything if this weak guy causes so much trouble. Maybe I should climb the tower again." Suyun opened her bag and reached in, so she could improve further. Suyun pulled out his broken sword that had only been left hanging after fighting in the dungeon. He needed a weapon that wasn't a cheap weapon borrowed from the government, but an official weapon. He sighed and thought, that means he also has to find a way. "It's been a long time since I heard that irritating voice," the image of a man, holding a hammer and repeatedly tapping the blade. On the surrounding walls hang many steel forging tools, hammers, pliers, and clamps. There are several wooden crates containing finished products. One crate contains swords, another crate contains arrows. The man used a knife blade tongs and dipped it into a bucket of cooled water. After typing continuously, the man also sighed tiredly. After dipping into the bucket of water, he clamped the blade up to look at the result, and the person doing this was the master weapon maker Kim Dae-ho. Suddenly there was a voice outside the wooden door. Was there anyone? Catching Kim Dae-ho's attention. But he ignored it and continued to use the hammer to strike the blade. Suyun stood outside the door and continued to scream, "Hello, is anyone home?" Kim Dae-ho continued to knock. Suyun did not give up and continued shouting, "Is there anyone?" At this point Kim Dae-ho went crazy and opened the door and cursed, "What brat dares to bother you? If no one responds, you should assume that person is not here and go away." Suyun happily said, "Nice to meet you." Kim Dae-ho looked at Suyun in shock. "What kind of brat are you?" Suyun was still smiling happily and looking at him as if she had met an old acquaintance. Image of a sharp sword. This is the Balmung sword. The name of the sword means sacred sword net that condemns dragons to death. This name is borrowed from the name of the sword that Siegfried used to use. This is also the sword I used when I was Kim Sung-in. It is the most wonderful sword, created by countless rare materials and the efforts of the awakened. The creator of the Balmung sword is the blacksmith Kim Dae-ho. In his previous life, on a rainy day, Kim Sung-in held a broken sword in his hand and pushed open the door. He raised his head to look and said, "Hello sir, I'm here." In front of me is Kim Dae-ho sitting in front of the fire and forging swords. He heard a voice and turned around to answer, Mr. Sunjin is here. Kim Sunjin asked him, how did you order the item, Mr. Kim Dae-ho replied, I have finished it. Next, he saw the item that Kim Dae-ho made and said in surprise that this was it. The image of a sharp long sword appeared. Kim Dae-ho replied, isn't it wonderful, this is one of the best masterpieces I have ever created in my life. Kim Sunjin replied, to you, sir. He bowed his head and said, I can't accept this sword. Hearing Kim Sunjin say no, Kim Dae-ho suddenly asked again, what, why? He continued, because I know what he gave up when forged this sword. The precious materials that you saved your whole life to create the greatest masterpiece, you used it to create this sword, right? How could Kim Sunjin accept that? I didn't even compensate him for those items, so I have no right to accept a sword made from precious materials, yours. Sunjin, I've noticed that people often call you a hero. Even a key blacksmith like me who rarely goes out can hear rumors about you. You're such a famous person. Kim Dae-ho's words startled Sunjin. However, we feel that the more famous he becomes, the more pressure he bears. Isn't that very unfair? People in this world have owed so much to you while being unable to give anything in return. Moreover, you still have to continue to meet their expectations, even though let it be your burden. Kim Sunjin stammered and said, this is up to you, don't let me continue. Kim Dae-ho said, you're the only one who can do those things. So I want to make your injustices disappear. Just like people always expect to receive free things from you, they should also fulfill your wishes in a priceless way, Kim Dae-ho advised him with a bright smile. Because I am the only one who can make good weapons for you. Kim Dae-ho is a master craftsman and also my savior, but he is one of the people that you having been unable to protect her past life. Soo-yoon felt full of regret. Returning to the present, Kim Dae-ho crossed his arms and looked at Soo-yoon in wonder. Soo-yoon looked at him and thought, it's been a long time, Mr. Dae-ho, this time I will definitely protect you. Soo-yoon politely bowed to greet you, it's a pleasure to meet you, my name is Kim Soo-yoon. Kim Soo-yoon, I've never heard of this name, Mr. Dae-ho said unhappily, are you a high-ranking person, how did you find me? Soo-yoon replied to him, I heard that you are the creator of weapons for fake awakenings. Hearing Soo-yoon say that made Mr. Dae-ho so angry that his blood boiled and screamed, what, who said that? I don't make weapons for just anyone, you go. After finishing speaking, Mr. Dae-ho went in and slammed the door in front of Soo-yoon. Standing outside the door, Soo-yoon was not angry but smiled and thought, I guess maybe he hasn't changed his personality at all. Soo-yoon stood outside and called in, I've already prepared the ingredients for the weapon. After speaking, he continued to wait in front of the wooden door. Hearing Soo-yoon say there were ingredients, Old Man Dae-ho suddenly opened one side of the door and stuck his head out to speak, I guess I could at least take a look at those ingredients. As expected, I knew right away that he would change, open the door. Soo-yoon took out the ether stone material and showed it to Old Man Dae-ho, here, take a look. When he saw the pile of ingredients in Soo-yoon's hand, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Don't tell me this, if you don't want to continue. Soo-yoon has confirmed your thoughts, yes that's right, they are the highest level ether stones. This ether stone is another reward I received from the reward box after killing the bone demon in the dungeon. This time around, this high-grade ether stone is considered an almost impossible item to obtain. The world only discovered the highest level ether stone as a dungeon reward after the Gwangju dungeon broke out, which is why I thought I needed to mine the entire Gwangju dungeon. It is a way to utilize the infinite potential of the ether stone, even if its greatest value is only expressed in the process of creating weapons. Holding the high-level ether stone, Old Man Dia trembled and asked Soo-yoon where he got it from. Soo-yoon calmly asked back, is it very important? Holding the stone firmly in his hand, Mr. Dae-ho no longer mattered and replied, well, of course not. Mr. Dae-ho asked Soo-yoon what he wanted him to do. Soo-yoon replied firmly, I want a sword, I want a good sword. Mr. Dae-ho invited Soo-yoon into the house. As he walked, he looked back and asked Soo-yoon that he thought he was just an anonymous person, but maybe he knew his purpose, that's why he came here. He didn't have to. Don't pay, you brought him the most wonderful ingredient. Now let's see, the contract will be. Hearing Mr. Dae-ho mention the contract, he quickly said, he doesn't need the contract. What? Hearing that Soo-yoon doesn't need a contract makes him feel strange. Afraid that Soo-yoon wouldn't think carefully, he asked again, are you serious? Don't you know how precious this thing is? As he spoke, he held up the high-level ether stone in front of him, but Soo-yoon didn't change her mind at all, replied, I know very well what I am doing. He trusted him very much, and told him that no matter how precious the ether stone was, I trusted him, so there was no need for a contract. I knew he wanted the sword to be made of ether stone, not the sword itself. Suyun's words made him so shocked that he stood there with his mouth open, watching him speak. He curled his lips and let out a loud laugh. Then he put his hands on his hips and raised his face to the sky, laughing loudly. Quiet. You are a very interesting person, I like you very much. Okay, I will agree to your request. I will forge a sword suitable for that material, he said, then reached out his hand to Suyun. Hearing Mr. Daeho agree to make swords also made Suyun happy and reached out to him, saying thank you. I will leave it to you. The two of you shook hands for this cooperation. Mr. Daeho told Suyun that it will take some time before I finish, but in the meantime you need a weapon, so just take anything here if you find it useful. Suyun replied to him, yes. It was late afternoon outside, the sunset was shining down and it looked so warm. Suyun also chose a sword to block and closed the door to leave. As Suyun turned around and walked away, he thought, so it would be around October, even though many predicted it, it would still take longer than he thought to complete the sword. The old gas you brought from Mr. Daeho's house seems to be useful. As expected from Mr. Daeho, now the only thing left to do is, around him blue square men appear as if they want to transport him to another place. He needed to move forward. A long path appeared in front of Suyun. The system appears, you are entering the abyss. In front there appears a blurry image of a stone pedestal. Below the glowing stone there is a person sitting there leaning on his hands. After Suyun approached, it was clear that an old man with a pale face was sitting here. He calmly passed by and moved forward, stepping on the stone platform and sneaking into the light. The system continued to announce, you are in the 11th floor challenge. Scene change, Suyun opened the door and entered the house. In front of him was his mother waiting for him to return. She smiled brightly and waved her hand to greet him. The system announces again, that you are in the 12th floor challenge. The scene is a few people looking up at a blue frame. The system continues to announce, you are in the 13th floor challenge. Next you are in the 14th floor challenge. Next, the image appears that Suyun is enthusiastically swinging his sword to kill the monster around him. Everything is happening next to a river. Scene change, notification system, 15th floor challenge. Suyun is trying to swing her sword to kill monsters in a ravine. Continuing to challenge the 16th floor, a ferocious beast had its head cut off by countless swords. Suyun used the ability to slash swords filled with energy to kill the beast. Suyun held the sword and moved forward. Time transitions like a dog running in the field. Half a year later, the sun is shining, at a medical center. Joho was injured and bandaged all over his body. His hands were still hanging on his neck. His face was not happy at all. Kim Baron grumbled and said, it took 6 weeks to heal. Didn't you tell me to take it easy? Joho lamented and said, it's not as easy as I thought. Kim Baron continued, you told me you planned to challenge the tower again. And you raised the difficulty level to 5, aren't you too demanding? Joho happily accepted and said, I can't give up just because it's difficult. His mind flashed the image of Suyun holding a sword. He continued, I will never catch up with him if I go easy on myself. Suddenly the phone on the table next to him rang. Joho picked up the phone and wondered who was calling. He opened his phone to look and the content on the phone screen surprised him. On the other end of the line, Suyun opened the call to ask about Joho. Hello, Mr. Lee Joho, how are you doing now? I'm quite glad that you picked up the phone, it's been a while. If you think it's okay then I want to ask you something. Suyun stood in front of the buildings holding the phone, smiling and talking to Joho. There were 3 things that Suyun asked Lee Joho. First he asked him to find a suitable place for a fake awakener to live near the outskirts of Seoul. After he found a shop for his mother a few days ago, he also needed a place to stay. The thing you asked for is related to the Waste Guild. There is no guarantee that the Waste Guild won't know anything about the Gwangju dungeon. Kim Yeon was probably one of the lowest ranked people in the guild. The other guild members would probably be suspicious of why she died without completing her goal, and that's why he was worried that would happen. It's dangerous to follow them. But on this side of the line, Joho assured Suyun that everything will be fine. I guarantee that I won't be arrested. But Suyun didn't think he needed to worry about that. Joho replied, just leave it to me. Suyun on the other end of the line said thank you. And finally the third thing he asked Joho for was, is that true? Are you saying there will be a large dungeon outbreak on December 24th in Anyang City? Joho asked in disbelief. On the other side of the line, Suyun continued with a serious expression, "Yes, there will be at least 10,000 casualties, it will be the most terrible disaster in history." On this side, Joho continued to hold the phone with a worried expression, asking, "But how did he know about that?" Suyun on the other side of the line temporarily told Joho that he couldn't tell him specifically now. "But like I said, I know it's a bit too much to ask for these things, so if you find it difficult, feel free to refuse, don't be shy." "If I say so, I hope you will believe in me," Soo-hyung persuaded Joho to believe in his words. Joho did not doubt Suyun's words at all and replied, "Like I said, I will try my best to do what you asked." Hearing Joho's answer, Suyun smiled peacefully and said, "I understand, then I will leave everything to you to take care of." Hanging up on the phone with Joho, Soo-hyung was worried about the last thing that was about to happen. He asked Joho to support him in the upcoming disaster, the outbreak of the Green Dungeon in Anyang. "There's less than 6 months left before Christmas this year, you have to be stronger enough before that happens. Before this happens, you'll be able to get the weapon from Mr. Daeho soon, and when you finish level 20 of the Tower of Trials, I will be ready to face this large-scale outbreak." But before that he had to complete level 19 with perfect results, Suyun thought determinedly. At the test tower, the system announces, "You are currently testing the 19th floor of the test tower." Suyun appears in the desolate yellow sand desert. On the sand surface appeared a giant skeleton, inside it seemed to have something moving. He was landing on the sand. When we got closer, we could clearly see that inside the skeleton there were countless rats gnawing on it. If you look closely, these mice are extremely ferocious, they have red faces, and their sharp teeth are divided between gnawing on pieces of red meat. The system appears with notifications, "You have been teleported to the rat hole, please survive and escape from there." When hearing the system notification and looking at the situation in front of her, Suyun said in disgust, "There are so many rats, it was so scary." He was still continuing to dive. The mice, as if sensing something, raised their heads and looked up with their squinting eyes. Bang! Soo-hyung landed on the ground, causing sand and rocks to fly everywhere, making it difficult to fly blindly. Suyun had landed safely, and was struggling to get up. Suyun looked at the scene in front of her and thought, "Looks like this is a skeleton, it must have been there a long time ago, the rats have eaten it all, they must be very hungry." The rats warily looked at Suyun standing in front. Suyun thought to himself, he looked like their food, so he took a stance and drew his sword, preparing to fight. The ferocious rats ran quickly and attacked him. He swung his sword and made rocks fly up. Blue sword slashed the bodies of the crawling rats. Suyun quickly rushed towards the oncoming rats and at the same time swung her sword to kill many rats running past. Continuously running forward, a mouse escaped his sword and turned to chase after him. The ferocious mouse jumped high to attack him. Suyun quickly swung his sword and cut it in half. But he was also bitten by it. He looked at the torn sleeve and said, "I was really careless, is this poison or acid? Whatever, if they bit me it would definitely hurt a lot." Before he could think for long, the rats continued to run towards him to attack again. Seeing that, Suyun burst out with holy fire and burned these rats to death. The saint burned fiercely and burned the rats, causing them to squeak continuously. Suyun used the skeleton as a fulcrum to fly up, sword in hand. He picked up the skeletons and looked down at the holy fire burning the rats, thinking, "These rats are not dangerous, but there are too many of them. If you keep using the holy fire like this, it will consume a lot of mana. I don't even know what will happen next. What will happen to this mouse?" Soo-hyun thought to herself, if only there was a way to destroy all the rats at once. Suddenly, some unsanctified rats discovered that Suyun was on the skeleton, and they immediately rushed to that place. Seeing them rush in, Suyun quickly jumped up to escape. He cursed under his breath, they didn't even give him time to think. A big-mouthed fish rat with sharp, tickling fangs jumped up and chased him. He stood up and kicked the mouse that jumped up to bite him. Throwing himself in the air, he observed the surrounding situation. Below, rats had covered the bone, they were staring at him. There were still countless rats running up below. He swung his sword and slashed away the rats that had gathered around the bone tree. He coldly flew over and slashed away the swarming rats. Suddenly, something ahead caught Suyun's attention. There are cracks and small holes in the ground, maybe there is space underground. Then he thought of a way to destroy the rats, thinking that it would make Suyun grit his teeth and raise the sword covered with holy magic high. Soo-hyung jumped up and used his strength to stab the sword into the ground. The sword carrying the blazing holy fire stabbed into the crack on the ground. Suyun landed from the air. He just needs to destroy the ground that the mouse is moving through. Suyun lands on the sword hilt that is stuck in the ground to create more force so it can penetrate deep to destroy the entire surrounding ground. Bang! A cloud of dust flew high into the sky. A deep hole was formed after Suyun stabbed the sword down and destroyed it. This hole has opened and connected to another space. Suyun from the crater landed safely in the underground space. Suyun raised his head and looked up from below, looking around. Around him were ancient stone structures. Then there is this real underground space. This is probably where the real challenge will take place. Before he could look around for too long, a ferocious mouse crawled out from the pile of rocks and looked at Suyun menacingly. It seemed there were a few survivors, but why did they look so scared? Suddenly the mouse turned around and ran in the other direction. On the way it ran away, its front foot kicked into a place, causing the brick to sink down, looking like a start button for some organ. And then suddenly there appeared a cave in the ground through which the mouse was running. Below that door suddenly appeared many sharp bars that impaled the mouse above. It turned out to be a trap. Suddenly, all around the lamps on the wall lit up, illuminating the entire underground space. This development made Suyun cautiously look around. His mouth was illuminated so he could clearly see everything around him. Suddenly something made him cautiously turn his head to look. Seeing that made me sweat. A snake's head, with sharp fangs and eyes glowing green, crawled out. I knew right away that those rats weren't everything, just as I predicted. It really had to be like this, right? A monster that was huge and long, shaped like a snake with two horns on its head. It opened his mouth and screamed at Suyun. The giant snake opened its huge mouth to attack Suyun. This giant snake immediately raised its huge tail and smashed it towards Suyun, intending to crush him in just one breath. So it was hard to reach him. Suyun quickly jumped up to avoid the tail that was hitting where he was standing. The giant snake's tail hit the ground, causing rocks to break and scatter all around. Suyun used the momentum to swing his sword and prepare to slash down. A sword slashed the snake's tail, but its body was extremely sturdy. The body of a snake is like an iron skin. Slashing a sword doesn't have any effect. The impact from slashing that sword makes Suyun's hand holding the sword tremble. Thinking about even the sword, Mr. Daeho's skills were not effective when fighting this monster snake. It indeed has a significantly high physical resistance. With that being said, he changed his fighting method. Magic, holy fire flared up in his hands. Holy fire shot from Suyun's palm straight onto the giant snake's face. After swinging a sanctified punch towards the snake's head, Suyun somersaulted and landed on the ground. After Suyun landed, she raised her head to look at the snake beast and was surprised. The giant snake was fine, not even scratching a single scale. Suyun's holy fire punch really had no effect on the snake. Suyun gritted his teeth and thought, this snake doesn't seem to be as strong as its physical resistance, but maybe it's also resistant to magic. Using holy fire doesn't have any effect at all. The giant two-horned snake quickly slithered to where Suyun was standing. It used its head to attack and stab straight down at where Suyun was standing. He quickly dodged its attack. Before it could stop, it continued to use its tail to attack Suyun. Bang! The huge tail twisted and hit the rock surface. Suyun tried his best to jump up and avoid it. Maybe he will be in danger. Having said this, the snake's wide mouth has pounced on the place he just landed. Suyun quickly used the sword to block the snake's mouth when it pounced and tried to grab him into its throat. As expected, this giant-looking snake was much faster than he had expected. The snake monster pushed Suyun straight into the wall, causing the rocks to crumble. After throwing Suyun against the wall, it opened its mouth and puffed towards Suyun. Fortunately, he was still okay after that attack. He propped himself up and sat among the piles of broken rocks and soil around him. After fighting a few times with the big snake, Suyun tiredly wiped his sweat with his hand and silently reassessed his opponent. Despite its huge size, it was extremely agile and seemed to have no shortcomings at all. The snake continued to curl its body and stick out its tongue to observe Suyun. If we went back a month ago, this might have been a formidable opponent, but Suyun propped herself up. Now you are no longer worthy of being my opponent. Suyun held the sword and smiled confidently. Seeing Suyun stand up holding a sword, the snake continued to open its mouth to attack him. It stabbed straight towards where Suyun was standing. He quickly jumped high to avoid this fierce stab. Suyun still had half of his energy stored up. Before he could use it up, Suyun flew up high and brought his sword back to gain momentum. Suyun will tie up this snake's movements. He rushed down like a rocket with his sword in hand, intending to slash towards it. Pop, he slashed straight towards the top of that giant snake's head. He jumped high again, shooting sword slashes at the snake. The snake moved to avoid it again. Suyun watched warily. Discovered an area with vines tangled on the wall. He quickly held the vine firmly in one hand. Holding one end of the rope, he kicked the stone wall and ran away. The giant snake crawled and chased him very quickly. You perform a jumping technique. The system notifies you about the technique you just performed. Mana level, skill proficiency %. You have the ability to jump one more time in the air. The height and number of uses will be increases if proficiency increases. Suyun jumped and flew towards the back of its head, his right hand burning brightly. No matter how high his magic level was, he would still feel a little pain if he was hit by someone else. Using it like that, Suyun also threw a holy fire punch at the back of the snake's head. It screamed in pain. The snake was sent flying by Suyun's punch and hit the stone wall, causing them to break into many pieces. It seemed like the snake had only been eaten once by Suyun. However, even though it was hit with a punch, its tail still could not stay still. It quickly controlled its tail to attack Suyun. The tip of the tail flew straight towards where Suyun was landing. Suyun quickly nestled close inside, the snake's body sliding close to him. He continued to emit holy fire to cover his sword body. Jumped up to thrust the sword straight into the snake's body. A long slash from the snake's body downwards, causing the giant snake to open its mouth and scream in pain. It quickly bent its body and hit Suyun against the wall, but he escaped. The two people fought, causing dust and dirt to fly. Ha! Suyun dodged the flying snake and lay down. Next, the snake regained its strength and flew towards him, opening its mouth to attack him. Suyun coldly smiled at it. But there is one thing that prevents it from going any further. The vines wrapped around the snake's body tightly. The green vines continued to wrap tightly around the snake, pulling it back. And as a result, after a while of calculations by Suyun, the snake's whole body was tightly wrapped in vines hanging in the air. Ha! I caught you. Even though the snake was held tightly in the air, it still opened its mouth and screamed, wanting to eat Suyun into its stomach. Suyun happily thought, although the snake has physical resistance, magic resistance, and above all its power is regenerated, so far you are the first monster to meet all three types of resistance. But you still can't defeat me, because my destructive power is still higher than yours. In Suyun's hand, an extremely dangerous holy fire burned. He raised his hand to the sky, releasing a stream of holy fire that filled the sky. The shape of a rather large bird flying down. It was a phoenix bird created from holy fire. The holy fire phoenix hovered above Suyun's head. This is the holy fire phoenix, the unique summon of the holy fire. Not long ago on the 18th floor, he obtained a skill thanks to the advancement of the holy fire. It wasn't a simple skill, summoning an animal that he could command and control. Although the main disadvantage is that it requires more energy than expected, it is still worth it. The holy fire phoenix landed in Suyun's hand. Because its destructive power is 10 times that of holy fire. Suyun shook his head hard and pushed the royal fire away. The bird quickly flew towards the snake. Seeing an opponent flying towards it, the snake opened its mouth to attack again. However, with terrifying power, the phoenix's holy fire flew through the snake's body, forming a huge hole in the monstrous snake's body. The giant snake monster had suffered a very serious injury from the time he fought with Suyun until now. Notification system, received 100% achievement, have you completed the 19th floor? The difficulty of the challenge tower will increase sharply every 10 floors, like last time on the 10th floor you might end up on the 20th floor again. During the past half year, he did everything to prepare for this time. What was left now was only one thing. The scene turned towards and of Kim Daeho, the swordsmith. A sword that was formed by the extremely fine hands of master blacksmith Kim Daeho. In the bustling urban area, people were discussing, did you see that ranking? Everyone was talking, it seemed like he did it again. Was that Kim Suyun human? How could someone clear the 19th floor with such a score? Another person asked again, so that means he ranked above 9 floors in just half a year. A car of that color came and stopped, everyone was still talking. I wondered who it was. He even ignored the call of the False Awakening Association. Another person said, I heard that he doesn't respond to requests from famous associations either. Not sure if anyone knows who he is. Joho sat thoughtfully in a cafe looking at his tablet. Suddenly, He opened the window and saw a car of that color stopping in front of the door. The people in the car got out. Is none other than Soo-yoon, who is being talked about a lot from outside too on social networks. Jo-ho happily ran to open the door to welcome him. Mr. Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon raised her hand to greet him back, happily said, "It's been a long time since I've seen Jo-ho. It seems like you came before me." Jo-ho replied, "It hasn't been that long. The important thing is, do you like the car I bought?" Jo-ho proudly said, his face so happy that he asked Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon saw that but also helplessly followed, hesitantly not knowing how to answer, "Ah then." Soo-yoon felt like it seemed a bit too flashy. Jo-ho disagreed, saying, "Flashy? Oh please, someone like you should at least ride like that." Behind them was the image of quite a few people surrounding them. A convertible car of that color looks extremely classy. Jo-ho closed his eyes and said, "When I first asked you how you got around, you answered, I take the subway and bus. You don't know, Soo-yoon, how shocked I was. Fake Awakening also has to move a lot. That sports car has 8 cylinders and a natural cooling system, and the acceleration is instant." Hearing Jo-ho's advertisement, Soo-yoon quickly said, Okay, come in." Already inside. The two of them went inside and sat down at the table to have a drink. Jo-ho asked him, "How are you doing? Are your preparations for the 20th floor going well?" He replied, "Yes. I postponed it quite a few times because there was something I was waiting for, but luckily I just found out that it would arrive today," Soo-yoon said while holding a glass of water. Soo-yoon thanked Jo-ho. "Oh yes, thank you for finding a new house for us, and also a store for my mother." Jo-ho didn't care, picked up the cup of coffee and told him, "I'm very happy to have. Can you help me? Where did you say you used to live?" Soo-yoon replied, "Ansan." Jo-ho seemed thoughtful and said, "Ansan, it's not too far from Anyang." Soo-yoon held the glass of water and paused for a moment. Jo-ho told him, "I have finalized an apartment with the agency manager for next month. If you tell them what will happen, you can get them to help you." Soo-yoon also thought to herself, guessing that next month will be 2 months before the explosion, which is not really the right situation. Soo-yoon asked Jo-ho, "What about Bang Dump?" Jo-ho investigated them but hasn't discovered anything yet. It seems these guys hide their identities very well. The number of deaths and disappearances from false awakenings has increased, but it's just a consequence of the harder dungeon that appeared recently, so there's no reason to be suspicious. While holding the tablet, Jo-ho informed Soo-yoon that, however, there was an incident about a fake awakening who suddenly died in the middle of the street. An autopsy showed that poison was involved. Hearing Jo-ho's report shocked Soo-yoon. Poison. In Soo-yoon's mind appeared a man's face that looked quite sinister. Soo-yoon asked Jo-ho, "Can you investigate? I feel like we will know something if we go that direction." Jo-ho agreed, "Yes, I understand, I will investigate them." The two chatted until sunset. Jo-ho told Soo-yoon to be careful when returning home. Soo-yoon opened the coffee shop door and walked out to the place where her shiny red car was parked. Looking at the sunset before his eyes, he worriedly thought, there were only 3 months left before the outbreak occurred in Anyang City. Although Jo-ho is still trying his best, the situation is still very urgent. It seems the safest way is to stop it yourself, Soo-yoon thought determinedly. The scene changes to the front door of blacksmith Kim Dae-ho's house. The inside of the house is still the same, filled with fighting weapons. Soo-yoon looked at these weapons and commented that they were all of very high quality. Kim Dae-ho walked out of the inner room carrying something on his shoulder to thank Soo-yoon for waiting. Mr. Dae-ho held the wrapped object and said that because the materials were so good, it was quite difficult to make, but that made him feel a lot happier when making the sword. Mr. Dae-ho assured that, "I guarantee that the parameters are very good, so don't worry, just take a look." He handed the carefully wrapped sword to Soo-yoon to see. Removing the sword's sheath, Soo-yoon held the sword in her hand and was surprised. He raised the sword high and looked at it. It looked more ordinary than the Balmung sword, but he could feel it when he held it. This sword, it is alive. Suddenly he pulled out the sword he took from the armory he used last time. Soo-yoon shined that sword into the air. Below he held the newly forged sword and held it horizontally. The sword that was thrown up after falling hit this new sword, suddenly breaking into many pieces. Holding the new sword, Soo-yoon realized that it had the highest sharpness and durability. It sensed his mana and recognized what he wanted to cut and what he did not want to cut. This is a perfect sword, Soo-yoon thought with satisfaction. Mr. Dae-ho suddenly asked, "Have you thought of a name for it yet?" "It's your sword now, you should give it a name," Mr. Daeho explained. Yes, Graham, I will call it Graham, the tip of the dragon-slaying sword. Graham, what, like 100 grams, 200 grams, what kind of name is that, so cheesy, Mr. Daeho said mockingly. Graham is another name for bakemung in Nordic countries, you can no longer use the name balmung. But he didn't want to give up the meaningful name of this dragon-slaying sword. The two of them walked each other to the door. Soo-yoon said okay, I'm leaving. Mr. Daeho wanted to keep him, so he advised, why are you leaving, why don't you come in and drink tea before leaving? He smiled and said next time, not today. I have somewhere I need to go urgently today. The scene changes to a large, magnificent castle. Inside the castle there are guards standing guard. Suddenly, a person came from behind and approached the guard wearing iron armor standing guard. A hand was placed on the guard's shoulder. He was startled and alert, holding the spear and quickly turning around to ask someone. When he saw the man's face clearly, the guard stammered and called out to Commander Maxman, who said he was sorry for startling him. Commander Maxman asked the guard, how is the border patrol, is there any problem? The soldier immediately stood at attention and tensely reported, no sir, still good, sir. Maxman concernedly told the soldier, you must be tired from patrolling for a few days, but I need you to work hard for a while longer. If the Outram Kingdom attacks us suddenly, the whole castle will be in danger. The guard replied, yes sir, don't worry, I will do my best. Maxman looked at the guard holding the spear and turned to continue patrolling. He looked out the window and silently exclaimed that it had been a month already. The situation both inside and outside the castle is very urgent. If this continues, the commoners will be the ones suffering the most. Maxman helplessly thought, what should he do? Suddenly there was a voice from behind that woke up Maxman, who was thinking a lot. Commander Maxman. Maxman turned his head and asked, who are you? The entourage. He wore a purple suit that covered him from head to toe, and a white mask. Up close, your entourage doesn't look very friendly. Maxman solemnly asked, sir, what brings you here? Aren't you escorting His Majesty? His entourage replied without hesitation, I came here to check on the guards. What is the current situation? The retainer asked Maxman. He replied, we are doing everything to protect the castle, but the situation is not very favorable. After all, Aldram's military force is stronger than ours much. In the worst case scenario, we will probably have to leave the castle behind and move on. Without waiting for Maxman to finish speaking, the entourage interrupted him, saying wait a minute. He asked Maxman darkly, he said he left the castle behind, did I hear him correctly? I'm saying that it could happen. If the war lasts too long, it will be difficult for our forces to keep up, so in that case, Mr. Servant interrupted Maxman's words, you cannot. We will die here together before thinking of leaving the castle behind, said the retainer. Maxman thought unhappily, how could he open his mouth to say those things? He didn't even participate in combat anymore, but he said such shameless words. What did he think the soldiers' lives would be like? Not long after the declaration of war from Aldram, this man, His Majesty's first-class attendant, came to us as commander. Completely obeying the orders of his superiors is a soldier's duty and the rules of war, but he considers a soldier's life to be smaller than an ant, so how can His Majesty keep a guy like that, be a commander? If something happens, don't think nonsense, just endure it for a month, just one more month, aren't you completely capable? Hero of the Old Kingdom, Captain Maxman, his entourage sarcastically said. Maxman could only silently bow his head and listen to him because he was the commander here. A month, Maxman said, trembling and clenching his fists angrily. Maxman angrily turned around and told him, nothing will change, no matter how long I endure. Before he could finish speaking, the castle suddenly shook and rocks fell and debris flew around. Maxman panicked and asked, what's going on? The guard ran in panic and called, Commander Maxman. The guard quickly said, we have a problem. Just now there was a surprise attack from outside and the castle door was opened. The scene changes. Under the night sky, the image of a young man holding a sword and stepping on a pile of ruined stones approaches. Coming closer, this is our male lead, Soo-yoon. A few hours ago, Soo-yoon walked alone to the stone pedestal with a glowing door. The man sitting in front of the stone pedestal was now lying down with his arms lazily facing the stone pedestal. Behind Soo-yoon walked from afar. This is in front of the entrance to the 20th floor. As if hearing a noise, he turned his head to look. He smiled and said, oh my god, who is this? and this old man is the gatekeeper on the 20th floor." He started praising Suyun. "Nowadays people like you are rare." The old man guarding the park continued, "You came here to ask for advice." Suyun honestly replied, "Yes, can you help me?" "I don't know, maybe after I heard a proposal from you and liked it," he suggested, telling Suyun. Hearing him say that made Suyun understand that the higher the floor the gatekeeper is, the more lucid he is. 100k. The old man listened to Suyun's words and was stunned. What did you say?" Suyun happily raised her left hand and said, 100k points, "I will give you 100k points, is that enough?" The old man guarding the gate heard this and burst into laughter. "Kwahaha! You paid me an amount of points that people take 10 years to save, you really are different, I know my impression of you is right." He stood up with his hands and said to Suyun appreciatively. He asked him, "Where are you going?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to receive points from Suyun's hand. He immediately replied, "I'm thinking about trying the 10th floor, is there anything I need to pay attention to?" He reassured him, "Don't worry, you won't die here, someone else will die before that happens. Even so, if you can avoid it, you shouldn't kill anyone. And you must always know your goals." The old man gave Suyun only those short words of advice. Suyun was stunned and asked again, "Is that all?" He calmly replied, "Yes, but I gave you 100k points." Suyun tried to tell the old man, but he pushed him in front of the 20th floor gate. "Hey, I've said it all, go quickly, stop nagging." That obnoxious old man stood at the gate on the 20th floor waving his hand and wishing him luck. Suyun looked at him and thought to himself that he's like that again, always teasing each other. Even though I knew his advice would be useful in the end, what did he mean when he said my goal? As he walked and thought, Suyun didn't notice that a black hole had appeared under his feet. Presently, he suddenly realized something was wrong, but it was too late. He suddenly fell from that hole. Falling from the air, Suyun quickly turned her head to look at the ground to check. Below, there are trees and cliffs looming. Suyun aimed her hand and tightly grasped a tree branch, used as a fulcrum to use the momentum to jump down to a safe wing. After landing, he looked up and saw the scene before him, which surprised him quite a bit. Suyun stood on the cliff and looked down and saw below was a large, extremely magnificent castle in the old European style. The system screen appears, floor 20, start testing, 1 floor belongs to set 10. Introductory system, this is the kingdom of Grand Alam, which is an iron castle guarded by thousands of soldiers. Within a month limit, this castle must be taken down. But please remember, you are not their enemy, you can gain an ally in the misery of the trial, discover the castle's secrets, and survive. Suyun looked at the system's caption and exclaimed that today's caption really said a lot. But thanks to that complexity, you can see quite a lot of things. The system says that you must both defeat the castle and discover its secrets, meaning that this is not simply a matter of rushing in and defeating them, just like when it says you are not their enemy, them, and the gatekeeper also said the same thing. He guessed it meant we should avoid unnecessary wars. Suyun analyzed the situation on the 20th floor. But how could he take down the castle without fighting? Suyun wondered, thinking of a plan. The sky began to get dark, there was a bright fire in the middle of the forest. Suyun folded her arms thoughtfully and sat watch over the burning fire, looking at the drawing of the castle in deep thought. This thick wall is worthy of the name of the Iron Castle, the guards and mercenaries guarding it are quite skilled, there are also a few people who can use magic, they must be at least sea-level awakeners. Their numbers are large and they also have a great geographical advantage. Sigh, Suyun had a headache and thought, he had to take down the castle but he shouldn't kill anyone and he also had to discover its secret. Suyun had a month's time, this trial was given quite a lot of time but he couldn't enjoy it, he lay looking at the sky thinking. Okay, I have made a decision. When I came here, the sound of rustling footsteps sounded before the city gate. Hearing a noise approaching the castle gate, the guards watched warily. They shouted at someone, and at the same time cautiously picked up the spear and pointed it forward. In front of them was Suyun walking leisurely. Standing in front of the castle gate, Suyun determinedly thought, I don't need to think too much, I just need to do what I want to do, which is direct confrontation. Just thinking how harsh he would be, Suyun raised her hand and smiled stupidly at the guard and said, sorry I'm the one passing by, this really couldn't be a more stupid reason. Excuse me, but can I stay at the castle tonight? Hearing Suyun say that made the two guards crazy. Are you crazy? What kingdom do you belong to? Can't you see we are preparing for war? It's okay, get out of here now. I seriously thought about it, I had 2 months to prepare before the outbreak in Onsan. I had to complete the test as quickly as possible so I could go back and prepare again. At this point, Suyun took a stance, holding the sword in her hand, preparing to fight. I understand what you two are saying, so I'm sorry but I have to. After using force to enter, he said this, holding his sword in his hand and flying into the air. The guards standing below looked at him in shock as he flew up and said in panic, "What?" Still using a familiar movement, he raised his sword back to gain momentum and prepare to slash down. A sword carrying the power to cut down on the castle door. Bang, boom, earth and rocks echoed around. One slash of his sword caused the city wall to crack. Bang, the castle gate collapsed. Suyun walked forward step by step. The image of him stepping onto the ruins of the castle gate and looking at the citadel made the guards tremble. He already entered the city. The city gate was knocked down and rocks were flying. Suyun walked forward step by step. The guards were stunned as they looked at Suyun step by step. The guards shouted loudly, there was a quick invasion, the gate collapsed, stopping him. Suyun looked at the Gram sword and felt that after using this sword, he would understand it better. This sword was made for me. This sword resonates with me, and it allows me to freely adjust the sharpness, Suyun thought admiringly. The guards rushed up with spears and shouted to arrest him. Suyun calmly stood there watching the guards rush at him. Suyun rushed forward, pushed past each person and swung her sword to slash at the guards. Suyun passed through the guards. As he ran, he thought, this sword solves everything he needs, and at the same time. At the place where the guards had just been slashed by Suyun, everyone helped each other and asked about the situation. Hey, are you there? You just got slashed. The soldier hugged his stomach and tried to touch it. His comrades next to him also suddenly asked, aren't you going to get a reward? To get this result, Si-hyung just needs to make the sword dull. When it cuts out, no one will die anymore. The guard stood on the higher floor holding a bow and arrow aiming at Suyun. The guards all fired arrows at him. Countless arrows flew towards him from upstairs. He wearily looked at the arrows flying towards him, raising his sword and preparing to fight. The swords flew out to knock away the incoming arrows. Suyun gently swung Gram's sword and slashed it. The guards holding bows gasped when they saw Suyun flying away all the arrows so easily. Suyun stood below looking at the commander standing upstairs. Then, he used the momentum to jump upstairs to where the commander was standing and observing. Next, he raised his hand and gently pushed the commander down, cursing at the horrible bastard. The next thing that simply happened, he fell down with a crash, causing wooden stones to fly everywhere. Standing upstairs looking down, Suyun exclaimed, thinking that he probably wouldn't die from falling down. Right, the guard standing guard over Suyun quickly asked downstairs, are you okay? Ugh, the commander groaned. A series of noises from afar made him wonder. On another floor, Maxman was agitated and wanted to rush to the other side. They wondered what that was. Maxman ordered everyone to listen to my orders, protect the wall, I will deal with him myself. The guards are trying to hold him back to prevent him from jumping over to Suyun, and at the same time tried to dissuade him. No, you cannot be moved, Commander, if anything happens when you rush forward, what will the future of my kingdom be like? Suyun is standing here looking at Whoa, Commander, you think the soldiers prioritize protecting that guy over taking them down? I beg Captain Maxman, everyone bring the commander inside, a guard gave orders. Maxman screamed, let me go, these bastards, he continued, keep the commander in the safest place. Also, he must be their superior but look at the way the soldiers protected him, they even disobeyed his orders. I was trying to understand the situation but, Suyun jumped from one side to another. It would be faster if he aimed at that guy. Then he jumped and continued. Suyun held the sword and flew over the heads of the spirits below. The guards shouted in panic, no, don't let him get close to the commander. After saying that, they shot countless arrows with ropes at the end of the arrows in the direction he was flying towards. An arrow flew towards his leg, and the rope quickly wrapped tightly around his leg. The rope on the leg was pulled taut. The soldier holding the end of the rope was pulled by the force and was about to fall off the railing. Suyun calmly kicked his feet and pulled the rope hard to pull the soldier holding the rope along. He jerked so hard that the guard was pulled towards him by inertia. Suyun caught this guard. Next, he hugged the guard and flew down. Then ran away. The guards shouted, he has captured our people, stop attacking. The noise behind him made the struggling Maxman group stop, and they all turned their heads to look at the same time. Then he saw Suyun instead holding a sword and flying towards them. The guard holding the rope pulling him was also thrown out. Suyun slashed the rope with his sword and thought to himself, now that he was close to Maxman, he felt like he had guessed correctly. Suyun held a sword and slashed from the air, below. Maxman did not carry the sword and ran up to confront him. Both of their checks collided strongly with each other. As Suyun predicted, Maxman was very strong. The sword energies continuously collided with each other in an explosive manner. Its strength made the guards watching around some people unable to stand it and were thrown away. Dust flew around the two people's fighting place. After a test blow and touch, the two separated, each holding a sword and looking at the other. A blue-shirted soldier behind Maxman asked worriedly, "Commander Maxman, are you okay?" He replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He told the soldiers, "I will deal with this guy, you guys pay attention to the situation outside the castle," he said while looking at Suyun to evaluate, "This guy. He is not a spy for King Audram, he is a foreigner operating independently." Listening to Maxman analyze himself, Suyun smiled and thought, "Not bad, this guy has excellent judgment, very suitable for his commander title, he also has skills equal to an awakened one, grade A fake too." Just as he thought, he was a real opponent. On Maxman's side, the soldiers were worried about him and said, "Please be careful, we cannot survive without you, Commander." Hearing that, Maxman angrily replied, "Didn't I also tell you to abandon your ways?" Talking about this weakness, the soldiers did not argue back, but it was the truth. The soldiers all stood up, looked at Maxman and said confidently, "We all trust you." The soldier recounted the past, more than 20 years ago, during the war with the Audram Kingdom, as well as how he helped us win at that time. "If this time we also had him commanding Maxman, I'm sure we can easily stop the Audram Kingdom." Looking at Maxman and the others talking, Suyun thought, "I found it strange that this Maxman received such great trust, so it was because he was a war hero of this country." However, Suyun had different thoughts. But he doesn't seem to realize that eternal belief will also be the thing that holds Maxman back. It was just like himself when he was Kim Sung-in in his previous life, a suffocating bondage. Next, Suyun friendly said to Maxman, "I'm very sorry for blowing up the castle gate without permission, but I'm in a hurry, can you let me into the castle?" Hearing Suyun's lackadaisical explanation, Maxman replied speechlessly, "I have nothing to say, it's nonsense, our kingdom is at war, we can't let someone destroy the castle gate in the meantime." At times like this, it also threatened soldiers from entering the castle. If that was the case, then, having said this, Suyun raised his sword again, intending to continue fighting. He said to Maxman, "So I guess I made another mistake." Then he grabbed his sword and rushed forward. The way to bring down a castle without shedding useless blood is to persuade the person who receives the trust of others. Both of their swords collided so hard that sparks were flying. Both held swords to restrain each other, and at the same time Maxman asked, "Who are you?" Maxman's opponent's next move was unexpected. It turned out that one of Suyun's hands, which was always hidden behind his back, was holding the rope that had previously been wrapped around his leg. Suyun took advantage of the collision between the two swords and wrapped one end of the rope around Maxman's arm. Maxman also realized that he couldn't believe it. It couldn't be possible. Did he use the rope he tied to his leg before? Si-hyung used his mouth to bite one end of the rope to help himself. The system displays a notification again. Gigantomachia's transformation art. Han attributes, speed decreases but destructive power becomes enormous. Suyun used her ability to chant the slogan, Gigantomachia, and a huge magical arm formed. Suyun thought about the method. Through this name Maxman he would find out the secret of this castle and perfectly pass the test. Seeing Suyun turn into a giant arm, that made Maxman cry out in panic, "What the hell? And if possible, I will throw away those sword frames for you." Bang! Suyun attacked, causing smoke and dust to fly. No one knew what the fight between the two of them was like. The soldiers standing around observing this panicked and called out, "Commander, are you okay?" However, the scene before their eyes made the soldiers panic. There was no image of two people in front. They whispered, there was no sign of the commander in the ruins. When Commander Maxman was captured and his whereabouts were unknown, the soldiers began to gather. Another commanding soldier spoke up, "Everyone searched the entire area, found the commander and the person who captured him, and don't worry, neglecting castle defense. And don't neglect the castle defense." But it's strange, he was just in front of everyone's eyes, and in the blink of an eye he was gone. Where is he? In a room of the citadel. A black portal began to appear. A hand appeared sticking out from inside. From that gate, Commander Maxman was pushed out. Next, Suan slowly walked out and followed right behind. It seemed correct to use the points in the 15th floor store. The shadow assimilation skill is a skill that allows moving from one shadow to another. This is a shadow and false awakening skill that the assassin system often uses. It has a long casting time and consumes a lot of mana, and it's also a difficult skill given the cast limit and effective distance, but there's no denying that it's a perfect skill to attack, import. Because Suan had prepared it in case he needed to secretly enter the area or avoid escaping the radar during the inspection, and it seemed that this preparation was also very useful. Turn around and look around. Suan was sure that he was already in the castle. But Suan felt something wrong from him. Looking down at the Commander Maxman, Suan thought that there was only one thing left to help him discover the secret of this place, which was him. Suan asked the person kneeling on the ground if he was okay. He bent down to remove the rope from the commander's hand. Suan apologized to him, because with the situation just now, that was the only way he could think of to talk to him privately. Looking straight at Suan, the commander shouted, "Aren't you trying to attack our kingdom?" Suan replied frankly that he had no such intention. He wondered, "Then why did you destroy the castle gate and attack the soldiers?" Because Suan had no other choice, they wouldn't let me enter the castle. He explained that I was in a hurry and couldn't waste any more time. But in a hurry about what? The commander asked. Suan looked up and continued, "Because in this castle, there will be a problem soon." I was startled when I heard Suan say that. Commander Maxman couldn't help but wonder what the problem was. Was it a foreign invasion or something? Suan answered honestly, "I'm not sure, I came here to find out, but if there really is something happens, then that would be a much bigger problem than a war between two countries." Suan asked the commander if anything suspicious had happened in the castle recently. Hearing these words from Suan, Commander Maxman suddenly remembered what his subordinate said, "Anyway, don't think about unnecessary things and endure for a month, just 1 month is enough." "But even if that's true, how can I trust you and tell everything? What if you are a foreign spy?" the commander asked Suan. Suan sighed in helplessness and explained to the other guy, "If I was really a spy, I wouldn't use such cumbersome tricks. Because I can completely destroy this castle alone." The commander was silent. Hearing Suan like that, he was sure that Suan was right. From the moment the two swords collided, there was no one qualified in this country who could compare swords with this person. Even so, Maxman still spoke, "So you mean there is no other choice, because I can't stop you even though I can trust you? But we still have some doubts to discuss, so will you tell me?" Suan asked the commander's name. Towards Suan, Maxman said, "I will come along," while he put away his sword. Only then did Suan smile with satisfaction towards Maxman. He said, "It is my pleasure, sir." Burning torches lit up the entire path. Suan followed the commander behind. "How far is it?" "It's almost there." Then he came to a gate, he opened it and went inside. At this time, Maxman led Suan down to a basement. "Here it is." This basement was once used as a prison about 100 years ago. Maybe that's why the aura of death is so strong around here, because so many prisoners died in this place. Maxman continued, "They closed this place and built a prison somewhere else, so not many people will know about this place." However, Suan asked, "Is there a dark place hidden in this castle that light cannot light up?" Maxman asked in surprise, "What is the connection between this place and the problem mentioned earlier?" Suan then spoke up, "You'll know soon enough. I can smell something in this castle. That is the indelible scent of death." Suddenly a loud shouting sound rang out, too. This sound made Suan and Commander Maxman both turn around in surprise. Maxman asked in surprise, "Who are you?" "That is the king's entourage and guardian." Moving towards Suan and Commander Maxman, he asked, "Commander Maxman, what are you doing here?" He criticized that a commander would leave his position vacant in the middle of a war like this, and isn't the person standing next to you the intruder from before? At this time, after pulling Commander Maxman back, Suan immediately asked, "So what are you doing here?" He asked the entourage back, "This prison was closed until the commander opened it, so how did you come here?" He explained, "I was just passing by and felt a presence here, because we always need to be vigilant in the inner city, especially in special times like that." Suan's eyes looked straight at the old retainer. Was the timing too perfect? Maxman wondered, "Are you watching us?" The entourage quickly calmed down. "This is ridiculous. "Captain Maxman, please calm down." He thought that Suan was an intruder. Why would a commander like Maxman become like that? Were you being manipulated? Without giving the follower time to react, Suan quickly drew his sword out. Without giving the follower time to finish his sentence, quickly, a sword was swung out decisively and slashed straight at his neck. Because Suun's actions were so quick, Maxman could only gasp in surprise and stand frozen in place. The entourage instantly collapsed. At this moment, Maxman trembled and spoke up, "Why did you do that?" At this moment Maxman's hand moved down to his sword. He shouted and asked, "Kill the king's guardian and commander, are you really a spy from the enemy side?" But at this moment Suan turned his head, his eyes were strangely steadfast. "The king's guardian, what a beast! Is it true?" At this time Suan looked back, and at the same time Maxman also turned his head, saw that the entourage had stood up from there. Maxman's surprised face appeared, speechless. The strange face had fallen, his neck bone was being gathered by the black gas to help heal the wound he had just suffered. It turned out it was a child. Looking in that direction, Maxman had his sword ready in his hand. "That's a monster, are you saying it's not a human but a monster? What the hell is going on in this country?" Suan was currently thinking deeply. There was a smell of death and darkness spreading in the castle even though the war had not yet broken out. That smell is evidence that he is hiding in this castle, Suan analyzed. And I met someone similar, so I was able to discover his identity earlier than usual. However, it seems there is a complete difference this time. He is a real lich. Suan thought that this time, that lich was at a level quite different from the one he met in the Guangzhou dungeon. Then Maxman spoke up, "I knew it, you are no longer the same as before, so you come from somewhere, from another castle, or from a neighboring country." Suan said coldly, "Who knows?" He raised his sword to his chest and said, "Perhaps he came from a world he didn't know." Now, when the curtain was lifted, the demon slowly replied, "Well, it's okay if I don't answer, the plan has changed now." Maxman suddenly asked, "Plan?" He replied, "Yes, so you will die." Suan and Commander Maxman were surprised by his threat. At this moment, dark energy was released from the bone demon's hand, it aimed straight at Suan and Maxman. Behind Suyun and Maxman, two tall shadows suddenly appeared. They suddenly exclaimed, "What?" All kinds of liches, dark energy was released, aiming straight at Suyun and the commander. Without delay, Suyun tightly grasped the sword in her hand and rushed forward. Maxman shouted in surprise, "Hey!" When approaching that stream of energy, the sword seemed to resonate with Suyun, creating great power. One slash destroyed the dark energy source. Seeing the scene before their eyes, both Commander Maxman and the demon lich were startled by his strength. Looking down at the sword, Suyun silently smiled, "This thing. When used in battle with magic, it seems to be extremely powerful, perhaps that's because I use the highest grade Earth stone. Looks like the sword this time won't break as easily as it did that time." Looking at that demon bone, Suyun thought, although it is good, it does not mean that this will be easy to handle, because Lich is a type of dark monster, unless we have to use skills to avoid or get the Rock of Life, otherwise all attacks will not be effective. Look towards Maxman. He's also quite strong. But it's hard to expect anything from someone who doesn't have holy skills. The sword in Suyun's hand began to ignite a burning blue flame, the holy fire swirled around his sword. "If so, I will kill him with holy fire." Without any hesitation, he jumped, aiming straight towards the bone demon. But at the same time, that bone demon flew up into the sky. From its hand began to accumulate black electric currents. Then he shot straight down below. At the same time, below, Suyun slashed out holy fire. Both of these powerful energies collided with each other. But the two sides are balanced, neither one can suppress the other. The two sources of power had to explode in mid-air. Seeing this, Suan was very surprised. He never thought that his holy fire wouldn't be able to do anything to the Lich's death aura. If compared to the previous half-season Lich, he was really strong. Heading straight towards the bone demon, Suan thought, "I might be able to survive if I continue to use holy fire, but I don't want to waste mana, because losing my breath while fighting is really no good, cough at all." And it seems Suyun has no other choice but to aim to kick the life of that bone demon. Suyun is now rushing into the bone demon faction. One of his slashes was sent out, but the bone demon avoided it and passed to the side. When she missed a sword, Suyun stuck the sword into the wall so she could keep herself up there. Continuing, from Suyun's hand, Holy fire was continuously released by him. But the bone demon continuously dodged those holy flames. At the same time, that bone demon equally released a stream of death energy straight towards Suyun. At that time, Suyun was still hanging with the sword stuck straight into the wall. There was a loud explosion, and only rocks and soil could be seen flying up. But at some point, Suyun appeared from behind the lich. Suyun threw a kick that sent the bone demon flying straight back. At the same time, Suyun jumped back and stood waiting below. Appears right behind the lich. He held his sword tightly in his hand, ready to swing it. But behind this lich's back also began to emit flames of death. These flames of death energy turned into wings, which helped the lich avoid being harmed. Suyun thought to himself, he blocked the attack by releasing air from behind his back. This bone demon turned around at that moment. It pointed its finger at Suyun, and instantly death energy was continuously released. But when the jets of gas flew towards Suyun, they were immediately hit by him. The lich slowly descended to the ground. Suddenly this bone demon stopped his attacks and lowered himself to stand facing Suyun. At this moment, Suyun felt something was wrong. Maxman asked if he was okay. "Yes, I'm fine," he politely replied. Suyun felt something strange. He felt like even though he was strong, he didn't focus on hitting him, he still hadn't shown his full strength. It seems like he is planning something. This lich is focused on something. Black smoke poured in from behind the gate, covering the entire area. Suddenly this lich spoke. It seemed like the preparations had been completed. This made Suyun wonder. He continued, "That's enough joking." Right now, in the depths of Maxman, black streams of death energy appeared and began to overflow. The air currents appear more and more densely. It did not hesitate to rush straight towards where Maxman was standing. Maxman was about to turn around to see what was going on. Before he could react, Suyun appeared, swinging his sword and slashing straight at that black stream of death. At this time, Maxman was surprised by Suyun's unexpectedly quick action. Suyun still looked towards the door and answered. Behind the door is still an unknown black space, Suyun thought to himself. He seemed to understand something. Commander Maxman wondered what had suddenly attacked from behind like that. Could this bone demon really control the power of darkness from afar? Suyun replied, "No, that's not it. After all, this is also his home yard. A place that is both dark and hidden, without any light shining, a place for psychopaths surrounded by hatred and death." Hearing that, the lich spoke up, "So you have realized that this is indeed my home?" "Yes, this is truly my home, a place filled with the sweet screams of the dead." He affirmed that this is indeed our house. Commander Maxman seemed to have heard something, then he turned his head. Suddenly, surprise and confusion seemed to appear in his eyes. From this leech's body, it emitted a huge source of death energy that covered the entire room. The stone on his forehead suddenly flashed. Suyun turned her head to look behind. As the bone demon finished speaking, two other liches were gradually walking out. Suyun immediately became even more wary of these liches. At this moment, when Suyun and Commander Maxman turned their backs, two more bone demons appeared. Suyun exclaimed, "There are more." So three liches appeared at the same time. Only now did Suyun think of it. That is, there are thousands of other soldiers in a castle located in a large but closed area. The liches must have infiltrated and pretended to be the Emperor's retainers. There are three bone demons, all of which have only one meaning. Suddenly the red-shirted lich spoke up, "You're wasting too much time, don't waste any more of the flies and mosquitoes' time." Another guy added, "You should kill them as soon as they step down the stairs." "Do you think the plan will work?" "It's going to be fine if you're so careless." Looking at the two demon bones, Maxman was curious about what they were talking about, and what plan they were talking about. At this time, Suyun explained to Commander Maxman, "Did you know that the lich species also has an emperor?" Maxman was surprised. "What?" Suyun continued, "That is the lich emperor, the king of the realm of the dead. There are very few ways to summon his soul, and one of them is paying tribute to people's lives." After hearing that, Maxman felt very panicked. Maxman exclaimed, "Then don't say, I'd rather let them sacrifice here than think about leaving the castle." Suyun replied, "Just as he thought." Suyun continued, "They intended to pay tribute to the Empire's soldiers, and to summon the Lich Emperor here." The other two liches said, "Wow, he's quite smart. Oh my, a mortal like you even knows our great king." They laughed and teased. Another lich said loudly, "Yes, you were right. He recounted that while looking for tribute to the king, we found this castle. After killing the emperor, we controlled his body to disguise himself as the emperor's entourage. Upon hearing these words, Commander Maxman felt indignant. You lowly, miserable monsters. The Lich continued, the ritual was supposed to be performed next month, but now we can complete it sooner than expected. Maxman then became so angry that he trembled. Seeing this, Suyun went to stop Maxman from acting rashly. The Lich continued, as soon as we are done with you guys, we will begin summoning. Turn your head to look forward and backward. Suyun thought to herself that there are 3 Liches, they don't look like easy opponents, but I can still fight alone, as long as I have good control over my mana. At that moment, the blue-shirted Lich raised its hand. From the ground, magnetic streams appeared. They began to intertwine to form a cage. Inside the cage, Suyun doesn't feel right. This is the Dark Guide skill. This is one of Lich's most advanced moves used to crush the space within a limited darkness area. But it's impossible, a normal Lich can't use this move. Could it be that they are the Lich Emperor's apostles? Turning their gaze towards Suyun and Commander Maxman, the Liches smiled. Then he clenched his fists and said, goodbye to humanity. Everything inside the box is being suffocated. Suyun screamed in pain subconsciously, no. Quantum energy began to surround Suyun, even his voice could not resist this move. When this source of death energy is about to cover all vision, damn it. Immediately after that, the sword slashes were slashed, and the cage holding the death gas was immediately broken. This scene suddenly occurred, causing the 3 Liches to turn their heads to look back at the same time. And at this moment, Suyun next to him couldn't help but be surprised. The Shadow Instructor skill has been broken by Commander Maxman. Still unable to believe his eyes, the green-shirted Lich wondered. It was impossible, there was no physical or magical move that could resist the Lich's instructor. How could he break it, with just a sword? The Liches wondered, who was he? That weapon must be a holy sword, that must be it. With a thoughtful face, Maxman spoke up, what are you talking about? This is just a worn old sword. It's just that I happen to be a holy knight. Suyun thought to herself, holy knight. Maxman continued, you killed the emperor and you still intend to pay tribute to all the soldiers. I cannot forgive you. I will put an end to your plan. As soon as he finished speaking, Maxman rushed forward towards the Liches. The red-shirted Lich advanced. He complained, the holy knight was indeed a troublesome opponent, but he was still just a mortal. I will kill him, don't waste any more time, we are about to achieve our goal. A source of dark power begins to appear in our hands. Then, the 2-horned Lich ordered the other one to take the detective outside the castle. Don't let anyone run away. At this moment Maxman is rushing towards it. I will not let you achieve your goal. Suddenly, the red-shirted Lich appeared above. He said, where do you think you are? Its death energy turned into an arrow that rushed straight down, killing it. The death arrow flew towards the commander at a fast speed. Meanwhile, Suyun summoned holy fire. At the same time, Suyun's hand also began to show the energy of holy fire. He walked forward, standing in front of Maxman. Suyun strongly waved her hand forward. The blue phoenix flew straight towards the source of the death gas. The blue phoenix launched and flew towards the source of death energy. That evil energy did not hesitate and headed straight towards the opposite direction. When it reached the source of death energy, the blue phoenix moved its body aside and used its beak to catch the flow of death energy. Then, it crushed the source of death. The blue phoenix turned around and began to see its target, the red-shirted Lich. It quickly rushed straight towards him and attacked. What the hell is this fire? Don't come close to me. The blue-shirted Lich was also trembling in fear seeing this scene. At this moment, the blue phoenix also changed the direction of attack towards him. He ran away in fear, screaming loudly, I didn't intend to do anything. Only then, when the situation stabilized, Suyun turned to look at Maxman. Who are you, Commander Maxman? It seemed that at this time, Maxman was unable to control his mood when he heard that the Liches had killed the emperor and intended to pay tribute to the soldiers. Suyun said, but Commander Maxman, you shouldn't let your anger overcome you. Clenching your teeth, Maxman said, then what should I do now? Suyun looked steadily at Maxman and said, the leader of this battle is you, Commander Maxman. However, if possible, even just this once. Can you trust me to lead? Suyun reached out to Commander Maxman to help. Sincere eyes turned towards the other commander. At this time, The Blue Phoenix was still fighting hard against the liches. The Blue Phoenix and the red-shirted lich were fighting and exchanging moves. Looking up, Suyun asked, "Commander Maxman, are you ready?" In response to Suyun's question, Maxman hesitated. He wasn't sure if he should do that or not. His trembling hand tightly grasped the sword. Should he leave Suyun here? Because he owed Suyun too much, he should at least fight side by side with him. But Suyun shook his head. "We don't have much time left, so I hope you make a decision quickly. This castle or life, soldiers' lives. Which one do you feel is more important?" It seemed that Suyun had spoken correctly to Commander Maxman's psychology. He clenched his teeth. Suyun smiled slightly. Then he turned and ran towards the stairs. Suyun secretly thought that the old gatekeeper had reminded him of this. In each moment, do what you think must be done, which means there is a clear division between what Suyun must do and what others must do in this battle. You will leave the protection of the soldiers to Commander Maxman, and you will do your job. You are not their enemy, you may gain allies during the trial. Suyun tightly grasped the sword and swung it from behind. At this moment, Suyun jumped up from her position. Turning around, he slashed his sword powerfully and landed on the ground. The blue-shirted lich looked up. The place where Suyun just slashed a sword. "I don't understand what's going on. What did he just do?" Just as she did an action that was incomprehensible to the Lich Kaio, Suyun started to stand up. He slowly returned the sword to its sheath. Can hear a clicking sound. At this time, a slash mark on the wall began to appear. It started to explode and fall. Suyun held the sword amid the falling hail. Those liches suddenly panicked. "Man, that guy is crazy." The ceiling is gradually cracking, more and more pieces of stone are falling. The castle seemed to explode, stone fragments flew in many directions, the sound echoed across the sky. The soldiers standing outside were stunned. What was that? The castle is collapsing. The castle now looks like a pile of ruins. From the crack of the collapse, a source of death energy rose up. When the wall completely collapsed, looking down from above, the blue-shirted lich was extremely angry. "You idiots are really annoying." It looked down at the other lich below. He ordered, "I won't say much more, go summon the undead, otherwise." He threatened the other guy, shouting loudly, "I will personally kill you before he has the chance." This guy replied in panic, I got it." After that, the blue-shirted lich turned to the other guy and ordered, "As for you, go check the shrine. We can only continue the ceremony while the shrine is intact." The other guy obeyed the order and stood up immediately. "Okay." But before he could stand up, he saw a blue phoenix coming to attack. Then a loud explosion sounded from within the cloud of dust. The red-shirted lich quickly rushed out, still clutching his chest and panting. But he didn't expect it. Suyun had already spotted him behind him and said, "Where do you think you're going?" Before I could turn back and finish my sentence, "When were you there?" Suyun's sword split her body in two. When he saw his comrades had been destroyed. The lich leader roared in anger, You. He roared, "Arrogant humans." Immediately after that, a stream of death energy shot straight towards Suyun. Suyun quickly realized and turned around. Then slashed straight at it. While Suyun was still floating in the air, the commanding lich quickly landed. Its two hands gathered together to form a powerful source of death energy. At this time, the Shadow God skill was starting to appear, surrounding Suyun. Suyun thought to herself, "Damn, I'm still floating in the air." He clenched his hand. The pieces of death energy quickly enveloped me. In that cage, Suyun shouted loudly, "Phoenix." At this time, the phoenix color quickly flew over. It flew straight into that cage. A loud explosion rang out. From that explosion, Suyun jumped out. It seemed like at this moment, Suyun was exhausted from using too much mana. He was breathing heavily. "Did I push myself too much?" Seeing this, the Lich commander began to speak up. It was useless to resist. "I know that the fire from that holy bird is consuming your mana, but if you surrender now I will let you suffer less." Suyun smiled again. "You're right, that thing really consumed a lot of my mana." Then Suyun reached out and took back the blue phoenix. He continued, "However, whoever said I was useless without mana?" The other Lich was very surprised when he heard it. Then, Suyun thought back about Maxman's words before leaving. "Wait. Is there anything I can do for you before I go?" But Suyun just smiled and replied, "I'm fine. I owe you a lot. Maxman was very surprised when he heard it. Suyun's sword was now emitting streams of holy energy. Her confident face turned towards the commanding lich. Because before Maxman left, Suyun used the conversion skill, which transferred the holy attribute from Maxman's blade to Suyun's sword. At this time Suyun said, "Then let's fight properly." At this time, outside, the soldiers wondered what was going on inside the castle, were there any casualties, and did not underestimate the ability to monitor the enemy's actions. Suddenly, inside the castle, a figure rushed out. That was the lich that the lich commander sent out to summon the corpse. This guy said, "Ah, that guy talks too much anyway, but if you don't listen and it makes him crazy, that would be very scary." Then, it pointed its hands to the sky and began to scream loudly. "Rise up, zombie!" From its hands shoot out blood-colored rays. The ground shook, then huge cracks appeared. Next, bodies began to emerge from the ground one by one. The soldiers who saw it were all surprised and frightened. The undead are gathering more and more, heck, there are monsters. The soldiers shouted, "That guy summoned monsters, attacked him." Without hesitation, that lich laughed heartily, hey hey. They looked up at the lich and wondered, "Damn, what is that thing?" Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Luke." Startled, he turned around and it was Commander Maxman. Approaching Commander Maxman, the soldier exclaimed, "Thank God you are okay," but the situation of the castle gate when it collapsed, Maxman interrupted, "Okay, I have accounted for all the soldiers nearby so there will be no casualties." Maxman continued asking, "But that's not important, have you finished fixing the gate?" The soldier hesitantly replied, "That's still not quite right. The undead are competing to climb in." Together, looking up at the lich, Maxman ordered the soldiers to use all means to block the door. "We must rebuild the castle, and I will deal with that bastard, so please watch over everyone." But the soldiers did not agree. "Commander, please let us cover the rear," Maxman said, "then the river corpses outside the castle, the front-line troops can handle those weak soldiers." The soldiers affirmed that this time we will not let you fight alone. Before turning away, Maxman smiled and agreed with the soldiers' opinions, "Okay," and told them to take a defensive position to follow him. They answered in unison, "Yes." Maxman now began to think that he would not need to fight with all his might, this commander also needed to protect the soldiers. The rest will be handled by Suyun. With sharp sword slashes. In the castle, Suyun and Lich Commander were fighting fiercely, the smoke and dust now covered the surrounding scene. Only streaks of light could be seen continuously colliding with each other, creating resounding sounds. At this time, Suyun appeared above the lich. A sword was slashed by Suyun, but this lich was able to avoid it in time. Not stopping there, Suyun immediately turned around. The next slash was released. Before he could react, the Lich Commander was hit by the sword. This slash caused its body to fly backwards and hit a nearby wall, creating a loud explosion. Suyun landed strongly, the commanding Lich began to crawl up, unable to believe his eyes. His hands covered his face, he thought in shock, for the past 100 years he has developed this country, the current me can be considered the strongest among the apostles, he breathed heavily. At this time, Suyun stood up, preparing to deliver a strong blow. He immediately rushed towards the Lich Commander. The Lich Commander was still in a daze, so why could he just stand there and watch that human kill him? The slash of the sword swung forward, a blow that cracked the stone on his forehead in half. The Lich Commander immediately knelt down. "No. I can't fail in a place like this, there's a plan." At this moment, Suyun looked at it, this lich was indeed not ordinary at all, the stone was cut like that but had not yet dissolved. "But don't waste any more time, your plan is over." Hearing Suyun's words, he unexpectedly laughed out loud, "Wasting time? Ha ha ha. You're the one wasting time, you stupid human. Do you think we're the only ones who want to be reborn as king? Countless apostles are preparing day and night to revive the king, even 10 people like you cannot stop it, the king will revive and plunge this world into darkness." At this point, Suyun sighed, "That's why I said your efforts were in vain." The Lich Commander suddenly looked up. Looking straight down at the Lich Commander, Suyun continued, "Because the Lich King will also die in my hands." This Lich Commander was stunned when he heard that. "What?" Having finished speaking, Suyun stabbed the sword straight into its life gem. The commanding Lich turned into black smoke and slowly disappeared. The words Suyun said to him earlier were true. The Lich King, who destroyed the world to conquer reality, will die. And of course, the one who killed him was you, Kim Soo-yoon. He thought deeply and saw that when he was in the Gwangju dungeon, the liches kept mentioning the Lich King. He will probably revive more than expected, which is a bad thing because everything happens faster than in his previous life. Now, Soo-yoon focuses on dealing with the stories at hand. There's only one Lich left, and at the same time she's also worried about how Commander Maxman is doing. Above the castle, Maxman was slashing sword energy towards the Liches, but it continuously avoided those sword attacks. It turned around and laughed at Maxman, making him angry on the ground. Damn it. Maxman thought sadly, his movements were so erratic, this guy was too difficult to deal with, he took advantage of his weakest position. But it doesn't matter though, I didn't intend to kill him in the first place, I just wanted to take his attention away from the soldiers, that guy will be here soon, so if I try to fight back and catch him, now a little more. Suddenly, its gloating and mocking laughter stopped, a feeling just moved to its head, it now seemed dumbfounded. Maxman and the soldiers were surprised when they saw this scene. The Lich now seemed dumbfounded, he was trembling because he knew that his commander and accomplices were dead. Dead? Why, how, why did he die? He wondered in fear. His accomplices died, the mastermind died. Maxman heard what the other guy said, he smiled in relief, died, so he did it. At that moment, the Lich screamed in anger. A magic circle appeared, hugging the castle within it. The rising streams of death gas made the soldiers seem to be drained of all their essence and unable to breathe. They weakly called and commanded, seeing their soldiers struggling. Maxman shouted towards the Lich, "You bastard, what have you done? Stop it now. Normal soldiers can't withstand such a blow, I'll have to use that skill." But as soon as he finished speaking, from under the citadel, Soo-yoon rushed up. He headed straight towards the Lich and threw a punch at him. Continuously punching Soo-yoon, the Lich was shot back towards the nearby wall. Soo-yoon's determined face looked straight in that direction. The Lich was beaten by Soo-yoon until he had no time to resist. He was punched against the wall, and at the same time, Soo-yoon also lowered himself to the ground in front of Maxman. Turning his head towards Maxman, the commander asked, "Have you defeated it?" "Yes, I have defeated it. But the situation is not looking good, it's too late and we'll be in big trouble," and Maxman feels relieved that they can stop it before things get worse. The skill of absorbing dead energy is a move that absorbs the energy of living and dead things in the surrounding areas, and this move makes the demon bone stronger. Thinking deeply, if possible, don't try to kill anyone, and this is why. Turn around to face the soldiers, this move is more effective if there are many dead people. Soo-yoon didn't think it would be this strong, even though it was an apostle of the Bone Demon King, it seemed to be the subordinate of the son he defeated earlier, but it was still very strong. At this moment, the Lich turned hostilized towards Soo-yoon, his mouth continuously saying, "I will not forgive you, I will not forgive you." Then it opened its mouth, and from inside a staff slowly emerged. When Maxman and Soo-yoon saw this scene, they were surprised. He raised his arm. Then it picked up that staff, and flames of death radiated from the gem in all directions. Then they began to gather, forming a circle of magical death. Looking up at Maxman, he did not expect that he had just used his subordinates to create a barrier to protect the magic circle. And maybe it can even use the ability to absorb energy. Seeing such a situation, without delay, Soo-yoon rushed towards the Lich. He had to destroy its life stone before that happened. Soo-yoon's sword slashed forward, but a protective ring appeared to block the slash. Looking at Soo-yoon's sword being blocked, the Lich smiled, "Stupid human, you can't break it, it's impossible, because it's a curse that I risked my life for." The Lich's eyes now glowed, "If you want to break this curse, you only have to kill me." Regardless, Soo-yoon tried everything to cover it up, but it couldn't make any impact on it. Soo-yoon felt worried because now he didn't know what to do. He could defeat it, but if it lasted too long a lot of soldiers would die. While thinking idly, Soo-yoon suddenly heard Commander Maxman say, "Don't worry." He quickly came back. At this time, Maxman's people radiate holy energy. "Remember what you told me, your job is to defeat them. And my job is..." Having to protect his soldiers, Maxman finished speaking, raised his sword high, then stabbed it firmly into the ground. A stream of holy energy flew up into the sky and created a circle. That green holy weapon circle surrounded all the castles. The soldiers inside have now returned to a stable state. Many people still don't understand what happened, but the energy that was pressing on them has completely disappeared. Suyun also raised her eyes to look at this. Is this a sacred boundary? Commander Maxman explained, this is the strongest and final skill. It increases the holiness value of the soldiers within the range and it will remove all effects that are related to the dark element, but it has the disadvantage of corroding the life of Maxman. Maxman's eyes were determined, even if I have to risk my life, I will protect the soldiers, so I leave the rest to you. Hearing that, Suyun kicked hard into the leech's protective circle. Then at the same time throw his body up high. Popped up by the leech's protective bubble. From above, Suyun saw it. Everyone is fighting heroically. And they are also risking their lives. Before she could finish thinking, the lich appeared next to Suyun. It used its staff to swing straight at Suyun. You human trash, you dare to kill my friend and now you don't even know your identity and fight against me. It continuously attacked Suyun, its mouth constantly provoking, you are nothing but weak, useless. You stupid flies, you can't do anything alone, and to worship we need thousands of people. Until the leech's staff and Suyun's sword stopped. Suyun asked him, I guess you are precious to even a bad person like you. Suddenly, Suyun reached out and grabbed leech's staff, holy fire began to radiate from her palm. But do you know, you have killed thousands of people so far, and the people you are planning to kill, we are all friends and relatives of someone. The source of the holy fire began to spread all around, covering both of them. The fire began to burn Leech's entire body, it was screaming in pain. Do you know the feeling of losing someone precious to you? Remember that feeling. And remember to pass it on to your team on the other side as well. As he finished speaking, Suyun's sword slashed down, Leech's body was suddenly divided into two. The life stone on the Leech's forehead was also broken in half. He still couldn't accept that he had lost to a mere mortal, and then he painfully broke into many pieces that flew everywhere. The staff fell from his hand. It fell from above, from where the blue phoenix flew in that direction. Then broke the staff into 100 pieces. The source of holy energy is rising strongly, breaking the power of death energy. On the ground, the fighting zombies suddenly seemed to freeze and stop. The soldiers were surprised, the monsters were disappearing. Turning towards Maxman, still holding the sword tightly, he collapsed. He wondered, is it over? When about to collapse due to too much energy being consumed. Suyun promptly appeared and supported the commander. Suyun looked at Commander Maxman and smiled. He gratefully said, thank you for your efforts. The sky is gradually showing light, is everything over already? Maxman asked. The commander breathed a sigh of relief and sat with his back against the wall. Maxman wanted to rest a bit before preparing to celebrate the victory with everyone. But the commander seemed to realize something. He asked Suyun, are you okay? Without waiting for Maxman to finish his sentence, he let himself sit on the ground, phew, as if he had just lifted a huge burden. I also want to rest a bit, is a little palanquin enough? Maxman jokingly asked. Returning to modern life, a tall and large building appeared, which was the Fake Awakening Management Company. A hand slammed on the table with a thud, then there was a loud, nonsense voice. 3 months from now, there will be a dungeon in the city of Anyang and will it cause an explosion? That was the voice of Song Kyung-tae, the president of the Fake Awakening Management Company. He was extremely angry, frowned and said loudly, he scolded, do you really think I would believe such nonsense, Mr. Lee Yo-ho? This person looked at him with bored eyes. A hand slammed on the table with a thud, then there was a loud, unreasonable voice. 3 months from now, there will be a dungeon in the city of Anyang and it will cause an explosion, said Song Kyung-tae, the president of the Awakening Family Management Company. He scolded, do you really think I would believe such nonsense, Mr. Lee Yo-ho, a B-level awakener? This person looked at him with bored eyes. He kept complaining, no one could predict the exact time it would appear, and would that dungeon cause an explosion that would throw the whole city of Anyang into chaos? Kyung-tae constantly criticized, even if the dungeon appeared, it wouldn't cause an explosion right away, it would take at least a month for it to become an explosion. That's common knowledge that everyone knows, all that. Lee Yo-ho could no longer stay silent, he retorted, but the dungeons that appeared in the past were not common knowledge. No matter what happens, this is a matter that cannot be taken lightly. Anyang has a population of about 600,000 people, the safety of the people will be at risk. Kyung-tae continued, and if nothing happens, then I have acted too recklessly. If we are careless, it will not only confuse 600,000 people but also 60 million people. At this time, someone walked in and said, "Please stop. If we keep talking like this, things won't end." That's the voice of Kim Dae, A-level awakened fake company employee. Kyung Tae asked, "Mr. Dae, listen, do you think what he said is true?" He answered while pushing his glasses on his face, "Maybe there have never been similar cases like this before, but Mr. Joho also that's reasonable to say. The real concern now is how reliable the information he gave is." Hearing this, Joho seemed guilty. Dae continued to ask him, his sharp eyes looking straight at the other person, "If you want us to believe, then can you tell us who gave you that information?" Joho confidently replied, "My source is very trustworthy, because you have all heard that person's name." This was what Kim Soo-yeon told me. The other two were very surprised when they heard it. Is that the person who rose through the ranks quickly and quelled the riot at the bottom of the abyss, that mysterious super rookie? "Don't tell me you know Kim Soo-yeon," Dae continued when Kyung Tae asked Joho. "I know a person named Kim Soo-yeon, who was a member of the attack team of Gwangju Dungeon a few months ago, but he's only C-level." "Stop. That's right, it's him. Have you changed your mind now?" Joho asked. Kyung Tae paused for a moment and then said, "No, not yet." "What?" Joho asked back in surprise. He explained, "We don't have any data that can prove that the person you said is indeed Kim Soo-yeon. Moreover, how can I believe him?" Before Joho could explain, Kyung Tae continued, "If I believe what you said and evacuate all the people, then what if nothing happens? So I, as the owner, will have to bear all the responsibility, but please listen to me, Joho." He pointed his finger at Joho and protested, "From other perspectives, isn't a dungeon just like a natural disaster? Even if there are casualties, I don't have to bear any responsibility, Chief." Hearing these words, Joho gritted his teeth angrily. Was he intentionally pretending to be ignorant, just because he didn't want to take responsibility? "Sir, I have made the final decision and the person responsible will be me. Let's forget what happened today." The president smiled cunningly, dismissing the responsibility that should have belonged to him. At this time, returning to Soo-yeon's side, he had perfectly passed the challenge on the 20th floor. The green board displayed the words, "You have collected 100,000 achievement points, your stats have improved, increases, strength increases by 1, agility increases by 2, stamina increases by 2, mana capacity increases by 2. Soo-yeon saw this and lamented, the difficulty was so high, she didn't expect that 3 apostle-level lich monsters would appear, even if it was level 10, this was only the 20th floor. But anyway, Soo-yeon feels that the effort is worth it, because the achievements are quite meaningful and the stats are really impressive. Mana capacity, magic level, strength, agility, stamina, reflexes, skills including space jump, transformation, holy fire, so Soo-yeon has met the S-level standards, which I initially aimed for. Suddenly the computer reported that it is calculating your achievements. Is it still not done? A series of nameplate windows appeared. Soo-yeon was surprised to see them. What is that? Meaning I could have recruited this many people to help me. At this moment, Soo-yeon remembered that this was the information in the first window and the time limit was 1 month. Soo-yeon feels like she's used to working alone, feels like she's missing out on something. Sitting from above and looking down below, Maxman and his soldiers were cleaning up the ruins from the battle that had just ended. Maxman is commanding what needs to be done for the soldiers. Soo-yeon smiled slightly looking at Maxman, but it seemed that this time she was not completely alone. As for Maxman, he is instructing the others, I have sorted out the matters in the castle somewhat, but the battle with the Odram Kingdom is not over yet. Remember to prioritize repairing the walls and gates of the castle instead of the things inside. You guys will be very busy. Soo-yeon suddenly spoke up, causing the commander to suddenly turn around and look. Maxman saw Soo-yeon and immediately called back, "You, I was looking for you, I thought you left without checking your wound." Soo-yeon replied, "I went out to get some fresh air and rest for a while." Maxman laughed loudly, "I want to praise your efforts in front of everyone. To be honest, I left just now because I hated things like that," Soo-yeon shyly answered. "I feel burdened when receiving praise and expectations from everyone." When Maxman heard that, he looked at him seriously and said, "I used to be like that too." Soo-yeon looked up in surprise. "Because of my contribution in the previous war, people called me the hero of the Maxman country, but I didn't really like that nickname. As time passes, I feel more and more like it's a burden and I feel like it's on my shoulders. What a hero." Soo-yeon looked thoughtfully at the commander right in front of her and thought to herself, I didn't expect that this person also felt the pressure I had to endure in the past. He gradually felt the similarity of himself in this person. But because you told me that. This is my job, the job of protecting the soldiers here. Thanks to that, my thoughts are lighter, the sunlight flashes brightly, I can clearly see the commander smiling. Soo-yoon thought to herself, it seems to have worked. The two talked and laughed loudly. People say that all problems are simpler than we think, haha, that's right, isn't life usually like that? Maxman said, the king was assassinated, so I need to do more things for this country, now let's get to work. Soo-yoon felt good hearing these words. Soo-yoon decided it was time to go. Are you planning to go? I think I've finished what I needed to do here. I leave the rest to you, Commander. Maxman smiled and watched. You said it feels heavy to be praised and looked up to, right? It's a bit rude to tell you this, but I want to say that for me and the soldiers here, the hero of this castle is you, Maxman said gratefully, placing his hands on his chest. Thank you, be careful when you come back. Soo-yoon turned back in surprise, look. Then he also responded to the other commander with a smile of gratitude, thank you. Returning to the modern space, Kim Baron called, hey Lee Joho. Pick up the phone, I don't want to hear the terrible ringing sound, Joho complained, who's still calling so late. When I see the name appear on my phone. He immediately ran out. Picking up the phone, he immediately said, yes, Mr. Soo-yoon, I've been waiting for your call. Joho panicked, what, you're at the hospital? From the hospital came the doctor's warning sounds, like I said, you shouldn't walk around in that condition, your body is already like that, so why are you planning to do it? Soo-yoon resolutely not listen, I'm a fake awakener so I'll recover quickly, give me some prescriptions and wrap me in bandages or something, painkillers are fine too, bro, please. Soo-yoon came out of the hospital, one hand bandaged and hanging around her neck. He sighed and complained, I said it was okay, but they didn't need to go to this extent. At that moment, there was a loud voice calling him, making Soo-yoon startled. Soo-yoon, is the injury serious? It turns out it was Yo. After they both walked to the park, as soon as they sat down on the chair, Joho quickly asked, are you okay? Just now, your movements looked like you were seriously injured, but Soo-yoon jokingly replied, being able to move is good, right? Joho immediately spoke, when I heard that you cleared the 20th floor in one day and went to the hospital, I thought you were seriously ill. I saw your rating, this time it was also impressive. There, can you give me some advice? Advice? Why do you suddenly ask like that? I don't really have any advice, I'm just a bit harsh, Joho thought to himself, also that's why he got hurt. Maybe I don't need to worry about him, Joho continued, also, about the thing I asked you to do, I failed, I'm really sorry, in the end I accidentally revealed his identity, it's you, Soo-yoon sighed, I knew it right away. He admitted, anyway, I don't expect anything from the director, do you know him? After all, in her previous life Soo-yoon was also an awakened person in the company, what a human being, love work. Joho continued, in the end I failed to negotiate, but also got a little information from Kim Dae, who was next to the president. I heard that a green dungeon appeared in Onsan City and people are planning a raid, currently most of the awakened people are gathered in Onsan, Soo-yoon said, so it has already begun. I had also been there in my previous life, so I couldn't have prepared myself for the explosion in Anyang. Part of the reason for that is also because the stupid director Song Kyung-tae is too busy avoiding responsibility. That idiot only knows how to cover up his sins, he will definitely feel really busy. Soo-yoon was so busy thinking that he didn't realize his face was frowning, making Joho startled. The time the dungeon appeared just like you said, Soo-yoon, but how do you know that? It's just from feeling. Thank you for your effort, Joho, we have to move on to plan B, from now on I will do it alone. Joho can believe his ears, what? Alone, yes, you have helped me enough. Joho suddenly shouted, making Soo-yoon surprised, it was still not enough. He firmly continued, we can't expect the agency to help anymore, right, so tell me your plan, there's definitely something I can continue to help with. At this moment, Soo-yoon didn't know what to say, he didn't expect Joho to be so enthusiastic in helping her. He smiled gently, I know, I will tell you my plan. 2 months later, on the 17th of December, a week before Christmas, besides the rumors, hey, have you heard about Abyss Online, yesterday's post, it can't be true, they're probably just joking. The most viewed article has the content, on December 24th, at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Anyang City will be attacked by terrorists, the person responsible for this attack is the Dump Guild, They is a suspicious organization, full of the most cold-blooded murderers in the world. If everyone values life, run away from Anyang as far as possible. I hope no one will lose their life." At this time, a reporter was delivering the news right on the street. He said, "There was a very hot new post from the online site Abyss that has been causing a stir on social networks for the past few days. A terrorist warning bulletin from the Dump Guild. Is this news true? Today we have invited here a person who claims to have seen the Dump Guild with his own eyes." The surrounding people also approached the attack table. The reporter pointed the mic at that person and asked, "Does the Dump Guild really exist?" Unexpectedly, that person was Joho. On the outside, he confidently replied, "Yes, I had personally met them." But inside, he was secretly cursing Soo-yoon for giving him a difficult task. Kim Baron sat at home, turned on the TV and wondered what he was doing. On TV, a few hours ago, we received information that the number of casualties in the raid in Gwangju dungeon was very large. Is that true? The big hand slammed down on the table. The evil chairman Kyung Tae screamed loudly after seeing "You believe that Joho appeared? How dare he use the media like that? The Onsun dungeon incident is enough already." Do stood next to reassure him. There was nothing he could do. Even the management agency couldn't stop the actions of a normal fake awakening. "He's still making a fuss. It's all because of that guy Soo-yoon. You found out his identity, right?" Do replied, "I found him, but I can't bring him here right away. I heard he's been hiding in the abyss since a month ago." Do thought to himself, really not understanding why Soo-yoon would cause all this trouble. What is he planning? At this time, Soo-yoon was constantly drinking some kind of drink. He shouted in annoyance and dropped the other bottle on the floor. Blue veins appeared all over his clenched fist. A blast of electric shock-like power hit straight into his heart. Every muscle seemed to feel it. Blue veins seemed to be glowing all over her body. Soo-yoon was breathing heavily. "Ha, do you want to go?" Outside, the man who owned this property kicked the door and loudly called, "Hey, there!" He stopped making noise, causing the people around him to turn around curiously. "You've rented this room for a month and you haven't shown your face outside. What the hell are you doing in there? If you're about to die, you should at least pay the rent. Why is the door open?" He opened the door and walked in. "That guy looks like you're normal. I'm glad you haven't run away yet." Immediately, he could feel the dense energy in this room. What was this terrible source of mana? Soo-yoon saw him and immediately apologized. "You said you would pay him more, I know. By the way, how long do you plan to stay here?" the man asked. Soo-yoon put on her shirt and answered, "I'm going now." A puff of smoke appeared, startling the man and covering it with his hand. "What is that?" The air dissipated, Soo-yoon disappeared, leaving a bag of gold coins in the middle of the floor. Where has he gone? December 23rd. It's been a month since Soo-yoon left everything to Lee Jujo and went to the tower. I used up all my savings points to buy the highest level mana catalyst. The seller was very surprised when Soo-yoon asked to buy it, the highest level mana catalyst. I couldn't believe that someone on the 21st floor needed it. It would have cost at least 2 million points, Soo-yoon immediately said. Offering 2 million points surprised the salesperson. After locking herself in her room and drinking that catalyst, Soo-yoon trained her body to absorb the mana surrounding herself. To be honest, the smell and taste of it was disgusting. But thanks to that, I can achieve the most perfect state. Soo-yoon happily jumped over the houses. He thought, tomorrow that day will come. Outside an Aries Guild building, birds chirped. An employee said, "It's time for the guild master to leave." The person called the guild master, Young Dong Young, put on his shirt and said, "Okay, let's go." He called back, "It's time Hawk June." The person was sitting on the sofa and bowed his head, focusing on the phone. He replied with a cold face, "Yes." Hawk June asked repeatedly after hearing the news that has been trending these past few days, "Terrorist, Dump Guild. They walk and talk, aren't they a shady criminal den? Why do they let the whole world know about their existence? Are they insiders?" "Yeah, what do you think?" "I don't know, probably around 50 or 50, that's the possibility that a terrorist incident could happen. It will be possible as soon as the Green Dungeon appears in Onsun, but is there any reason to go this far? There is no." Suddenly, Dong Young's face darkened. The bastard wrote those things. When Hawk Jun heard it, he was very surprised. Dong Young continued, "I wondered who was spreading propaganda about a guild that only a few awakened people knew about, so I investigated. The writer's name is Kim Soo-yoon, the name sounds familiar." Hawk Jun was startled when he heard it. "I will investigate further why that guy wants to bring the dump state down. he said. As soon as they exited the building, there was a car waiting for them outside. Immediately someone opened the door for them and got in the car. Hak-jun kept staring at Dong-young from just now. Even when he was sitting still in the car. Hak-jun wondered, strangely, why a guy only cares about his own interests. Why does he suddenly care so much about this? What does he have to do with the Dump Guild? Hak-jun stepped into the car, closing the door with a thoughtful look on his face. Could it be that the Aries Guild, Young Dong-young and the Dump Guild have something to do with each other? Anyway, Kim Soo-yoon, Hak-jun sighed. Thinking back to the past, on that day, where there were many witnesses. Kim Soo-yoon stood up and introduced herself. Hak-jun unconsciously looked outside the car window. I don't think someone who only reaches sea level is the rumored Kim Soo-yoon. The day before, Soo-yoon had given him a piece of paper, then told him to contact me if he needed help. Hak-jun pondered. But I keep wondering about something. In Gyeonggi-do, Ansan Sea, the sky is blue with floating clouds. A group of robbers are inside an alley whining, also boring. Why is Christmas so quiet? There's no one to rob. I'm sure they all ran away. Shouldn't we run too instead of just wandering around like this? The blonde man laughed sarcastically. You idiot, do you really believe that? Why are you so worried about a bastard who likes to cheat? It's obviously a lie. Before the guy with the hair could finish his sentence, a masked man walked up from behind and interrupted. It wasn't a lie. The other guy turned around, and the whole group was surprised to see this strange person. Who is this guy? They go around making fun of people wearing no masks. Why are there so many weirdos around here? What about that ha-ho mask? Are you preparing for a Christmas party? They burst out laughing and decided, okay, let's just rob this guy, he looks like a crazy man. Before he could do anything, the masked man grabbed the blonde man's collar. He lifted him off the ground. His accomplices saw that and were scared. This guy is crazy, damn it. Hearing that, this person immediately replied, that's cute but I'm not crazy, I'm just. Without finishing his sentence, he threw the blonde man to the ground towards the group of people accompanying him. He cried out in pain. Then this masked person quickly pulled out a long, sharp sword. He pointed the sword straight at the man lying on the ground and continued, just a regular terrorist. The sword was pointed at his neck. It was so shiny that even the other man's fearful eyes could be seen. At that moment, a huge explosion erupted behind him. It burned the entire sky red. The robbers could no longer keep calm. They were trembling in fear. They couldn't believe their eyes. They exploded. They ran away in panic and shouted, there's a terrorist, help, there's a terrorist. The masked man still stood still in the flames nearby. At this time, the news announced the recent explosion. Reporters reported that there was an explosion in Gyeonggi-do, Ansan Sea, Pyeongchangdong neighborhood. Residents are being urgently evacuated. In the Fake Awakening Management Company at this time, the director's office was in complete chaos after information about the explosion appeared. An employee rushed to report to the director, but at this time he was also follow it. He thought it was just Joho's plot to make the population evacuate. Damn it, Kyung-tae clenched his fists in anger. Due announced that, according to witness testimony, this terrorist attack was caused by just one person. The director suddenly shouted loudly, just one person. He remembered Joho's warning, the reliable source, the message written by Kim Soo-yoon. Kyung-tae was furious. He ordered, I will leave this to you. Gather as many fake awakenings as possible and find every way to capture Kim Soo-yoon. He confirmed that he was a terrorist. At this time, the masked man, holding a sword in his hand, stood on a tall building, alone in the middle of a sea of fire. The flames were blazing, they swallowed tall buildings, objects on the street, all were burning. The masked person, on the other hand, seemed very satisfied when witnessing this tragic scene. He wondered if this looked like it was caused by a terrorist, while the fires were still burning around him. Buildings and vehicles looked like they were on fire, but in reality, nothing was destroyed. This person thought, I have learned how to turn things into flames without actually burning them by controlling the divine fire more creatively and also know how to change their color. This person thought, now I can perform the act, launched in like this. So far, there are no injuries left, but it's not over yet. The masked man thinks he needs to use this method to reach Anyang's center area. This person thought that they should have been there by now. Interrupting his thoughts, someone wearing luxurious Western shoes appeared behind him, asking him to stand still. Hearing that sound, the masked man thought, those were the words of the devil. The fake awakeners are trying to stop the masked man. That is Do's voice. We are from the Fake Awakening Management Agency. We ask you to stop the terror. Following him is a group of another false awakening to assist in recapturing the masked person. He introduced himself. I am a fake awakening who cooperates with the country and am the deputy director of the agency, Kim Dae. Please surrender, Mr. Kim Soo-yoon. The masked person heard it and turned around. The people behind couldn't help but wonder, discuss, what, Kim Soo-yoon, the terrorist is actually that rookie. Dae continued to affirm, I know you planned it with Lee Jo-ho. If you cooperate with us, before you can finish your sentence, the masked person interrupts, talking a lot, you pull out your sword, preparing to fight. This person frankly challenged, no need to say much, come on, I don't want to waste time. At the same time he pointed his sword at the people opposite. The people who heard it were extremely surprised and gritted their teeth in anger. They rushed straight to the masked man shouting, I don't care if I'm a newbie, don't be arrogant with us, while the other person still didn't move. A guy holding a sword slashed straight at the masked person, but this person immediately used his sword to block it gently. The two swords collided with each other, creating a loud bang. This guy laughed loudly and excitedly said, we finally met Kim Soo-yoon, are you a member of that ragged group? This person is above B level, the masked man thought to himself. The two of them continuously used their swords to slash at each other quickly. Another person standing over there used the power from an energy source. He shouted, stop just attacking and leave room for me. He released energy towards the masked person. Unfortunately for this person, the masked person could completely avoid that energy ray easily. The masked person assessed that this person was below B level. A bearded man said, they really jumped at the same time following his words, they really had no dignity at all. He asked Dae, well, why aren't you doing anything, you're the strongest among them. Dae was thinking about something but didn't respond. Something's wrong, there's definitely something missing, what's wrong with that something? The blonde man's eyes flashed with anger, he still aggressively rushed towards the masked person. He continuously slashed towards the opponent as if to threaten, but the person wearing this face avoided them. The masked man looked back at him with disdain, underestimating the man standing across from him. This person kicked straight into the blonde man's sword-holding hand, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. His face seemed to darken, his eyes directed to the location where he had just been attacked. Luckily for the blonde guy, there was a person holding a hammer in time to assist. He used the hammer to kick down, causing the floor to crack, pushing the masked person away. The blonde immediately said thank you. The masked person retreated completely into the distance. At this point, the masked man thought to himself, the people here are all B level, so that won't be enough. At this moment, Kim Dae could no longer stand still, he summoned, waved, wings, and a white aura appeared around him. Suddenly a source of strength covers the person wearing the mask. What is it? Wings. Wings lift the body up. Dae spoke up, it was uninjured, everything looked like it was on fire, but in reality it was nothing and there was no economic loss at all. Dae asked, I asked Kim Soo-yoon, why did you fake terrorism to evacuate people? You were evacuating them from the outbreak, right? Soo-yoon thought to herself, is this person a magician? Then responded with a challenge, why didn't you ask after you defeated me? Hearing that, Dae immediately pulled out a thick book, okay, if you want it that way. I had to follow him. When Soo-yoon was taken into midair and below was a street, suddenly those wings disappeared. Suddenly Soo-yoon fell down at high speed, Dae also immediately jumped down. He opened it and summoned a bookmark. Then, 5 stars appeared, book rays flashed around Dae's body, attacking Soo-yoon. At this time, Soo-yoon also immediately pulled out her sword to protect herself. A huge explosion echoed in the air, rock fragments flying everywhere. Smoke drifted between the roaring flames. Dae was still holding the book in his hand, he landed on the ground at that moment. Soo-yoon also landed right after. Dae thought to himself, he had been attacked by countless awakened people, and there was no way he could avoid the mid-air attack without being affected or without any injury. However, Soo-yoon looked like she had not suffered any damage from the explosion just now. I wasn't even an opponent. At that time, Soo-yoon was leisurely covering the dust on her clothes. Considering Dae, she must have been above B level. Soo-yoon looked straight at the person standing across from her and asked. Well, Dae's face now showed a worried look. Soo-yoon continued, I feel like I've shown enough, that no one can compare to my performance. When Dae heard that, he felt very uncomfortable, just like I thought. At this moment, The blonde guy jumped down from nowhere, shouted loudly, "I will destroy him," and then rushed straight to Soo-yoon. Shouted loudly, "Die!" One of the group walked up to Dae, worriedly cleared his throat and asked if he was okay. "Yes, I was fine," Dae continued, "but could you please take a little more time? I need you to contact the agency for help. Please send all the existing false awakenings here." The blonde awakener who despised Kim Soo-yoon the most rushed towards him. His head was wearing a black headband, his right hand was holding a 6-inch long sword, his fierce eyes were accompanied by a roaring aura. Around that guy a huge wind appeared, his sweat was pouring out rapidly. "I probably put all my strength into this sword move, yeah." The blonde man took a stance and slashed his sword horizontally. Kim Soo-yoon gently jumped over the blonde man's head, with a gentle posture. In the blink of an eye, the blonde man broke into a cold sweat. This move he unleashed his full power in terms of speed and strength, strong, but Soo-yoon was able to avoid it. In the air, Kim Soo-yoon used his strength to kick his back leg and stepped on the blonde man's head, causing him to bow his head and fall forward, making a sound, "Kook." He quickly put his sword on the ground to stabilize his body. The back of his neck seemed to be swollen. He angrily turned his head and roared, "Hey, that bastard, don't you want to fight properly?" Kim Soo-yoon is already hundreds of miles away from him. The steps gently and leisurely landed on the ground, completely ignoring the angry roar behind him. An awakened teenager with an undercut head placed his hand on the blonde's shoulder, holding him back. "That guy was much stronger than I thought. I heard that it hasn't even been 2 years since he passed level 1. Blonde hair gasped and replied, "That's what I mean." They looked at Kim Soo-yoon's back and said, "Actually, that guy. Even though he's a magic girl, he's only fighting with a sword." All the awakened people stood still and looked at his back. Kang Do-I silently thought, "Such good skills, and I'm sure he hasn't even shown his full potential yet." Even though he was so strong, why did someone who had never shown it suddenly make a decision? Kang Do-I moved his shoulders. "One thing is certain," Kim Soo-yoon declared and said, "I think I have presented countless proofs that none of you are good enough." Kang evaluated by eye observation, Kim Soo-yoon, he possesses the skills of an S-rank warrior, perhaps even higher than that. Kang gave me instructions, don't rush to attack him, wait for reinforcements. The Awakeners gathered behind Kang Doi, just focus on defending against his attacks first. Kim Soo-yoon looked at it and saw that he was really quick to catch waves. He is advising others to keep their strength for when they really need it. After the plating, he was seriously thinking, I have 2 reasons to hide and act out this play. The first is to evaluate the synergy of currently available false awakenings. I need to know how strong the current false awakenings are. And secondly, to send more fake awakeners to help. If I reveal that I'm not a terrorist, Life Director Jungtae will never send reinforcements. He doesn't care about the outbreak anyway, it doesn't matter whether it happens or not. But if I start causing a ruckus and it gets published on national news, then it's a completely different story. Kim Soo-yoon raised his sword. I just need to prolong this until reinforcements arrive. There are still 2 hours left until the outbreak occurs. Kim Doi observed him. Wasn't he planning to attack? A group of people in neat uniforms appeared. It was the Awakened One who came to help. We are here to receive everyone's request for support. Kim Doi turned her head. That voice. Kim Soo-yoon also saw the fake Awakening Aid group. They stood on the roof of the building. The Awakened One below looked up. They were coming. Kim Doi adjusted her glasses. Oh my god, the director must be so angry. The Federal Fake Awakening Group was selected by the Fake Awakening Administration. They are all here, the Special Forces of the Fake Awakening Management Agency, known as ACT. Kim Soo-yoon looked at them. It's been so long. The blonde guy said loudly, that person is. A middle-aged man with a beard, wearing sunglasses stood in the center, S-rank Park Young-yu. Park Young-yu is the current captain of ACT. Everyone was shocked. S-rank went to battle. Blonde guy points his sword upwards. Mr. Park Young-yu, give me more positions in ACT. Undercut looked at the blonde and said, you have to prioritize the main thing first. S-rank Park Young-yu, he was one of the strongest among the S-rank members that I remember, and when I was Kim Sung-eun. Kim Soo-yoon thought nostalgically, he used to be. Captain Park asked the hospital behind him, what was the situation? The person in the back wearing a walkie-talkie said, as you can see, they have too few people. Based on the report, that guy, Kim Soo-yoon, registered as Class C. But his real skill is S-rank, or maybe even higher than that. Kim Doi said, maybe he is even stronger than Mr. Park Young-yu. On the roof of the house, The act group loudly said, "What are you talking about, Director Kim?" The red-haired guy carrying the sword on his shoulder said, "Isn't it just because you haven't been on the battlefield for a long time that you're scared? He's the current Deputy General of Act Kang Seung-gil, rank A. No matter how you look at him, he's just a kid." Captain Park interrupted him, "Don't underestimate him." The red-haired guy clicked his tongue and didn't speak anymore. "Director Phi Doi, I don't know how strong he is, but I'm not planning on doing anything yet." Kim Doi leaned over and said, "Is that so?" Captain Park said, "They attacked and then I joined." All of Act jumped down from the roof. The red-haired guy laughed eagerly, "All I need to do is catch that guy, right Master?" Kim Soo-yeon was surprised when the red-haired guy addressed Captain Park. Kim Doi said worriedly, "Even if he is Park Young-yu's student, he is only an A-level member. I'm sorry, but can he hide it?" Captain Park landed behind Kim Doi, "Say, it's okay. Act's false awakening is different from other false awakenings." Captain Park faced Kim Soo-yeon. Kim Soo-yeon looked at the person in front of him. He hadn't changed at all, he was still the same as before. He remembered his previous life when he knelt in front of Park Young-yu, his whole body covered in injuries. Park Young-yu stood in front of him with his hands on his hips, looking at him. Serious eyes. I don't know whether his teaching ability will still be the same or not. His legs were steady. Faced with countless awakened people jumping in. "I will verify it myself, Master." Kim Soo-yeon's feet rubbed against the road surface, the burning sound of the shoe soles being abraded was heard, even the dirt and rocks were pushed up by the force and flew up quite a bit. All the rescue awakening masters swooped down on his position from above, each with a different posture and sword aura. There were a few awakening masters who stayed far away to watch the battle. Kim Soo-yeon took a defensive stance and drew a sword around his body. The sand and dust followed the sword's tip, drawing a small round cuff around him. Kim Soo-yeon leaned forward slightly, his black hair and flickering flames swayed with his every action. It truly felt like he was flying without wind. His right hand holding the sword in a posture to welcome the enemy, he said shyly, "Why don't we check it out for ourselves?" An awakening master had spiked red hair, the left side of his ear was dotted with a few slanted lines, a few bracelets as big as rings were dangling from both ears. He had thick eyebrows like a crab's claws, raised up. This side also drew a line near the end of his eyebrow. His left hand held the scimitar on his shoulder, his mouth smiled with excitement. He rushed forward. Kim Soo-yeon took a serious stance, his right hand held the sword backwards, his left hand moved forward, his right foot stepped sideways, leaving his right foot as the center of gravity. Behind the mask his eyes were serious towards each opponent. The whole group landed a few meters away from him. Their aura seemed serious and professional compared to the Awakener class just now. Kim Soo-yeon still maintained his posture, not at all surprised by the formation in front of him. He changed his position, his left hand rose in front of his body, his right hand raised his sword at chest height above his left forearm, his left foot stepped forward, his right foot stood horizontally. He silently said, "He is coming." As soon as they touched the ground, the awakening masters immediately rushed towards him. Each step they touched made the roadbed crumble, enough to show how terrifying their power was. In a flash they rushed past Kim Soo-yeon, their eyes were serious and cold. This speed was amazing. Kim Soo-yeon was surprised by their actions. He didn't have time to understand what they were trying to do. It seemed that the original awakening masters had realized something. They asked in surprise, "That was?" They ran beer around Kim Soo-yeon forming an impenetrable circle. Their speed was so fast that it was impossible to distinguish who was who. What a perfect combination, if not for practicing with each other. If the speed of controlling each other is very good, it will cause one person and the other person to fall, leading to formation disorder. The group of awakeners looked dumbfounded at first. They raised the corner of their mouth as if they couldn't believe their eyes. What the hell? What kind of stupid skill is that? Deputy Director of Management Department Kang Doi pushed up his glasses, mysteriously speaking. His expression was full of unfathomable depth. It seemed like he thought they were just running in circles. At the same time, all the awakeners in the speed circle drew their swords. Yoon's golden eyes flashed with blue light, and a series of collision noises rang out and exploded in a human barrier. Kim Soo-yeon jumped back 3 steps to avoid the attack. Consecutive attacks from 4 and 8 directions did not leave him a single gap. "Those awakened monks who criticized you just now," exclaimed in surprise, "an amazing barrier." Kang Doi was still touching his glasses, continuing to explain, "Those different attacks were all aimed at a single target with formidable speed. Not only is it difficult to attack, but he will also have trouble trying to block all attacks. Kim Soo-yeon was still receiving the rain of attack. Because he was wearing a mask, Kang Doi couldn't see his current emotions. He continued to explain, an organized attack full of combinations, enough support, restraint and terrible wind, a great combination that can defeat equally strong individuals and monsters. The middle-aged man with shoulder-length hair, black sunglasses, the same color as his short beard, carefully watched the battle. The perfectly coordinated attack was an action with uniformity and outstanding characteristics, dominant. The red-haired awakened Master Din shouted triumphantly. He felt victory within reach. He thought he had no way to escape. There was no way for him to escape their net. Hey, Kim Soo-yeon, stop running away so cowardly, show us what you're capable of. Kim Soo-yeon heard someone calling and immediately tilted his head. He did not respond to his provocation. The red-haired man stabbed the knife that was taller than his body right down to the spot where Kim Soo-yeon had just stood. He tried to step back before the tip of the knife could pin into the toe of his shoe. The ground there cracked and crumbled, revealing the small hole. The awakening masters outside watching the battle couldn't believe that at such a speed, Kim Soo-yeon still had time to escape. Once he dodged, the blonde-haired man was even more anxious, as if on fire, exclaiming, "Damn it!" The red-haired man secretly smiled smugly. On the outside, he thought he missed, but he didn't. His eyes glowed intensely. No, the moment he touched the ground again, he would lose his balance. He had anticipated this. If he missed the first attack, his knife would stick into the ground, the entire surrounding radius would be shattered by the impact of the impact. Even though Kim Soo-yeon jumped up to avoid it in time, when he landed on the ground, it was no longer flat for him to stand on. Evil stared at his heel as it was about to touch the ground, as if he expected that the place he landed would be shaken by his knife until it was uneven and messy. He held the tip of the knife tightly. When the danger around his body flared up with every move he made, he was about to win. As if he was cold, like this. Just before Kim Soo-yeon's feet could land, suddenly a chain appeared and coiled around his right arm. Surrounding the chain was a glowing blue light. 4 chains came out from 4 ends and wrapped tightly around Kim Soo-yeon's body like a mummy, named Tangled Spider Web. Each member holds a chain like a spider's silk. The chain wrapped tightly around his neck, forcing him to tilt his head upward. The blonde guy wearing the black headband clenched his fist and happily said, "I caught him." The red-haired man took that opportunity to swing the knife. His eyes flashed with cold. The smile that was about to overflow with victory was always visible. One strike from the red-haired man created a huge violent explosion. Dust and dirt filled the place where Kim Soo-yeon stood. Looking from a distance, only spiderwebs, chains and speaker chains could be seen in the smoke and dust. The aftershock of the explosion caused the awakening masters leading the chain to cover their faces. Even though the evil was a few meters away, sandstones from within still impacted them. The blonde man opened his mouth and stammered a few words. Suddenly, the orange hair tied behind him quickly covered his mouth. Afraid that he would say something he shouldn't say, we, them, Kang Doi also attentively looked at the battle in front of him, without any further comments. The 2 awakening masters looked at the broken chain in their hands and spoke up to blame the red-haired man. Kang Seung-chul, the disc said it was gentle. Oh my god, did it break? In the midst of the dust, his feet appeared wearing jeans and sports shoes. All the previous awakening masters, the awakening masters who came to assist, and even Deputy Director Kang Doi were surprised that person appeared. It was none other than the person wearing sunglasses from earlier. The smoke and dust dispersed. The red-haired man was hanging upside down on his knife that was stuck in the ground. Countless chains were tied around his body. His hands were tied behind his back. He cursed loudly at Kim Soo's back. Yoon stood peacefully in front. Damn it, how the hell did you do it? The 2 awakeners on the other side were still holding the chain in their hands. Looking at the red-haired man being tied up, their tone also became guilty. The pliers throat attack tactic didn't work. Another person continued, what mistake did I make? That made the red-haired guy mad. How could they think so backwards? He growled. No, from the beginning that bastard knew their plan. Here we are. The 2 of them looked dumbfounded at the red-haired guy. What? The red-haired guy explained with a gloomy face again. When that bastard was tied up by us, when I was trying to get my sword. The red-haired guy remembered that moment. He swung the knife down. Kim Soo-yeon immediately bowed his head, causing the blade to cut into the iron chain on his neck. The chain could not withstand this slash and broke into many pieces. He turned around to follow, search for an area to cut the chain. Furthermore, he also used that same rope to tie me back, but shamefully, I remained silent about that incident. Thinking back to that scene, The red-haired woman felt both angry and resigned. Kang asked, considering the scene before him, even if he had extensive combat experience, how could he have pulled off that move in such a short period of time? The middle-aged man wearing sunglasses remained silent and did not say anything. The glass surface only reflected outside light. No one knew what the man was looking at. Kim Soo-yeon lowered his head to look at his right palm. Now he noticed that his mask had been cracked at the same time as the chain. Of course he knew their plan. In my previous life, I was very familiar with this trick. I practiced those strategies to the point of getting bored. The middle-aged man wearing sunglasses pulled out his sword. The sharp blade reflected the light in the sky. I thought I was wrong. The middle-aged man facing Kim Soo-yeon's side spoke up as he was looking at his palm thinking, maybe I'm the one who should deal with you. You said your name is Kim Soo-yeon, right? It seems like youth favors you too much. The two of you looked at each other face to face. If we had met under different circumstances, perhaps I would have been convinced and invited you to work together. The middle-aged man spoke seriously, his face expressionless. The blade raised and pointed straight at Kim Soo-yeon, doing so that your power would not be used incorrectly. Kang Do-I walked towards the middle-aged man, the captain. Several awakened people were starting to gather. Please be careful that the ratings are not disturbed. The middle-aged man did not turn around and just replied, I will try my best. From above, in the distance, the groups of awakened people were observing the battle. They were discussing excitedly. The blonde man was still discussing and arguing with the people behind him. The pink-haired teenager named Hakjin was also standing in a corner of the ruins. Kim Soo-yeon glanced around. They were gathering. He stood opposite the middle-aged man and said, a long time ago I wanted to lie to you face to face. And his grip on the ad loosened, thinking, however. Kim Soo-yeon let go. The sword fell. Now was not the right time. Kim Soo-yeon put his hands in front and declared, I surrender. The middle-aged man stood dumbfounded. The blonde guy couldn't believe it and exclaimed, what? Under the mask, Kim Soo-yeon smiled successfully and happily. You said incredulously in the air, what did you just say? The awakening masters were discussing the effort. He surrendered. It took us so much effort to get here. What is he planning to do? The middle-aged man asked him again, what do you mean by that? Kim Soo-yeon replied calmly, his hands still clasped in front, revealing his watch. The time displayed was just 1800 hours, that's what I meant, not wasting energy on meaningless battles, do nothing. The whole sky glowed red, the real battle had now begun. The moment the earthquake happened, everyone present had huge question marks. Before they could keep their balance, the blonde fell to the ground. Whoa, earthquake, huh? Kang Do-I raised my head. No, this is. A crater with a blue outer circle appeared in the air. A new dungeon was opening, a green dungeon. The two awakeners who were helping the red-haired man escape the chain also raised their heads. Wait, it's not just that. From the blue abyss flashed lightning. The red-haired man exclaimed in fear, not to mention, a dungeon explosion. The prison exploded right before our eyes. The awakening master in the crowd said loudly, will it explode as soon as the dungeon appears? Kim Soo-yeon replied, as you can see, the appearance of the dungeons and the speed of the explosion will increase, so it's getting harder and harder to predict. Kim Soo-yeon created a spiral of fire from his bomb. The fire immediately advised him to scatter to the group of awakeners standing around him. Kang Do-I looked at the fire in Kim Soo-yeon's hand. The surrounding fire was being absorbed. As expected, it was his power. Kim Soo-yeon clenched his fists. The fire flared up more intensely. I know everyone is very confused right now, and probably angry with me for not telling the truth from the beginning. Awakened ones, I'm asking you. From the blazing fire, it transformed into a magical blue flame, causing the conscious person to throw his hands up to cover it. Soo-yeon's sword mask shattered, revealing his blue eyes. Please fight with me. Kim Soo-yeon held his sword and headed straight towards that green dungeon. Let's also protect this city of Anyang. Hakjin opened his eyes wide. He whispered, I know, that person is actually Kim Soo-yeon. Kim Soo-yeon looked up at the dungeon. He remembered in his heart that a sudden explosion in Anyang was the catalyst that threatened the entire world. Currently, an explosion is known as a phenomenon that occurs when a dungeon is not completed within the time limit, but this time, an explosion occurred as soon as the dungeon appeared. Kim Soo-yeon thought, from now on, this will happen more often. Kim Soo-yeon turned to ask Kang Do-I, brother Kim Do-I, how many reinforcements do we have? Kang Do-I immediately replied, at least 100 people. Kim Soo-yeon smiled and said, "Thank you, you guessed what I meant, right?" Kang Doi slightly bowed his head and raised his hand to show respect, a bit unnaturally said, "No, because of your commotion with the fake terrorist attack, I was able to call for reinforcements faster." Some of the fake awakeners were talking. What were they talking about? Others replied, it seemed like they knew there was going to be an explosion. A person whose face changed color pointed to the sky and said, "Look." From inside the dungeon, two claws appeared. The head of a giant monster appeared, it screamed and showed off its jagged teeth. "The awakening is abuzz, the monsters are coming out, the explosion has begun, everyone, prepare to fight." The image of the monster appeared on Kang Doi's eyeglasses. "This is," he exclaimed in panic, "the blue dungeon explosion." Moments later, the group of monsters poked their heads out of the dungeon. A giant blue monster landed right in front of the false awakening. "It's here." The awakened one was stopped and trembled as he looked at the 10-meter-tall monster in front of him. Already several people had fallen. The other awakened people immediately asked, "Hey, what are you dumbfounded? You'll die like that." That fake awakening only opened his eyes wide, and when he looked up, his eyes were already welling up in his eye sockets. "HHSH, the monster raised its fist, pretending to be awakened, so scared that it didn't move at all. A monster's punch landed, creating a huge commotion, sending sand and dust flying everywhere. The awakened person closed his eyes tightly, tears rolled down his cheeks, not feeling the pain and anticipation. He slowly opened his eyes. The middle-aged man was standing in front of him, the red lightning was blocking the monster's hand that wanted to strike down. The middle-aged man clenched his teeth, unable to believe it. Every monster was at least at the red or orange dungeon boss level. The middle-aged captain shouted, his two swords slashed across the monster, "Regain your composure, if you don't want to die, that awakener, Taeyu, quickly run away." "Why yes sir." The red-haired guy contacted the radio. At his feet were monster corpses, in action, support squad, supporting the battle preparations of other awakened fakes. What the other side said surprised him. "What but sir, wouldn't it be faster if we handled it ourselves?" A giant blue flame shot out from behind the red hair. The red-haired man glanced back in surprise. Kim Soo-yeon walked over and said that all the awakeners were very confused by this unexpected situation, like you who didn't pay attention to your back. In this situation, helping everyone calm down was the top priority. Redhead still didn't have time to look closely. He jumped over the guy and stepped on the monster's corpse. "Isn't that something only an act would do, okay?" Kim Soo-yeon glanced at him, trying his best in every situation. Kim Soo-yeon suddenly jumped straight into the dungeon. The red hair only had time to say, "Why are you?" Red hair clenched his fists angrily and said, "Damn it, who does he think he is? How dare he disobey his boss? He'll make me angry to death." Kim Soo-yeon rushed straight into the dungeon, swinging his sword and slashing away flocks while the bat-winged monster was flying. He used his sword to strike. Holy fire circles of blue light slashed the heads of the monsters. The monsters fell like rain. He took a defensive stance and landed on the ground. "Master, no, Park Hyung-yu would handle the monsters of the Green Dungeon without any problem, because with Act here, the situation of the people would also be okay again." Kim Soo-yeon stood looking at the dungeon in front of him. "I don't need to worry about every little monster anymore. You're staring intently at the dungeon, why don't you appear?" He was waiting for a monster with a purple body and long tail to appear, a half-black dragon, an Igalus. Selling black dragons and Igalus. Kang Doi looked up in surprise. "What is that?" "The monster has a purple body, 4 wings and a long tail flying in the sky." He turned around and asked the awakeners how the evacuation situation was going. Then someone replied, "Only halfway there." Kang hates magic books. "Luckily we were prepared in time and haven't suffered any casualties yet, but we have to hurry, before the monsters take control. If the monster is allowed to escape, not only Anyang but the entire country will be in danger." The group of monsters flying around fills the sky, the sound of false awakenings is everywhere. Don't let them approach the ground, make sure none of them leave Anyang, stay calm and follow the instructions of the awakening. Fake it. Fake awakenings are helping people evacuate. Kang Doi destroy the flying monster approaching. Around him was a ring of magical fire. He looked up at the tall building. Kim Soo-yeon's figure was there. Kim Soo-yeon. Kim Soo-yeon's face was covered in darkness. Deep in Kang Doi's heart, at this moment, we can only believe in him. However, he worriedly thought, how could he handle all these dragons and monsters? Right behind him appeared the figure of a monster, which he sensed late. Just turn around, damn it. This monster staggered and fell down. Looking closely at its head there was a person. The middle-aged captain sat on top of the monster's head, his sword stuck on its head. It seemed like he was a bit distracted. Manager, Kang did dodge his leg when the monster fell in front of him. Ah! He exclaimed, Captain Park Young-yu. Park Young-yu bowed his head and bowed his sunglasses. We don't have much time, so let's get to the point. Park Young-yu put on his sunglasses. Let's leave the killing of monsters and evacuating people to the ACT members and me. You can focus on supporting the false awakening. As the two of them talked, Kim Soo-yeon landed behind them. Park Young-yu said, also, Captain Park turned around, you can handle the dragon. Okay, Kim Soo-yeon replied, of course it's okay. Captain Park turned around and pulled out his sword, then good luck, Kim Soo-yeon replied, yes. Kim Soo-yeon summoned a blue phoenix, carrying him to the sky. He and the eagles faced off in the air. He jumped into the water of the building and rushed towards the eagles. A blow swept past and hit its body. He turned his head and grabbed his sword and jumped onto its back. Iglas screamed and launched the ball of power in its mouth towards him. He focused his strength on slashing its back. The sword trembled, its skin was too hard to cut through. He tightened his grip to increase his strength. The Igla's skin was slashed with blood. Kim Soo-yeon calls, Phoenix. The blue phoenix flapped its wings and appeared to carry him away. He stopped some distance away from the Iglas. Sweat dripped down his chin. It was harder to deal with than I thought. The wound you caused her has healed, I know right away. Damn you, this match is going to be quite difficult. Kim Soo-yeon jumped up. Iglas gathers black gas in his mouth. It spit out black flames. In the huge black flame, Kim Soo-yeon's blue light was surrounded in the center. Kim Soo-yeon and the phoenix swept their swords to break the move. Iglas was suddenly attacked by blue fire. It swept its tail towards him. Kim Soo-yeon was hit hard on the ground, and the phoenix was also swept away and disappeared. The spot where he fell sunk into a deep hole. The smoke and dust dispersed, surrounding him with a protective blue ball. The protective barrier gradually dissipated. He looked towards the Iglas. Even though this was the second time, it was still quite difficult to handle it. However, this time he had a chance. Kim Soo-yeon recalls, in my previous life, the explosion in Anyang was considered a disaster. Iglas in his previous life wreaked havoc everywhere. Somewhere more than 15,000 people were injured and more than half of them were killed by it. The dungeons were on fire, people were injured, and support troops were stranded on the streets. Due to unforeseen dungeon phenomena, there weren't enough fake awakeners around to help everyone. Besides, because at that time I had just finished dealing with the dungeon and immediately went over there to check the situation, so I don't have any energy left to stop it. Iglas raised his head and gathered firepower. It spit out 2 black fireballs. Kim Soo-yeon's sword is rippling with power. Your power is strong. You charge forward, but for me, I just need to focus on it and I can cut through anything. Kim Soo-yeon swung his sword. After spitting fire, there will be a short distance where the dragon will lose focus. He jumped high, leaped, his face looked down, emotionless, searching for the key point. He found that place. It was now. Kim Soo-yeon pulled out the blue spear tip from the system. Dragon Slayer Spear Near. This is a weapon based on the legend of the undefeated warrior. It was sold in the Abyss item shop, even though it was criticized for being too expensive and being a one-time use item. Kim Soo-yeon holds a spear in his hand, but this old spirit is famous for his terrible strength. Purple aura spread from his hand. Countless purple spear blades rushed down. I will make sure that, he said seriously, no one will die under your fire, you damn dragon. Each circle of purple light transformed to support the tip of the spear and rushed in front of the Iglas. Purple light has arrived in front of it. Iglas only had time to tilt his head back. The tip of the spear was already in sight. The civilian spear hit him fatally on its back. Fresh blood was all over the walls of tall buildings. Iglas was stabbed into a sieve, the machine leaking from all the holes. It fell. On the place it fell created a huge explosion. Kim Soo-yeon held the phoenix's paw in the air and looked down. The eagle is on the ground, no longer moved. The guy who picked up the house said, "Can it die?" He observed for a long time but still saw no movement. The spears on its body gradually disappeared. Kim Soo-yeon smiled. It seemed like he had. A monster emerged from the Iglas, its entire body dark red. After the black dragon Iglas is defeated, he will appear. The soul of the half-black dragon Iglas, it hurts. Its face only has 2 white eye sockets and a mouth full of teeth. You killed me, who are you? Kim Soo-yeon looked down at it, before asking, why don't you try asking who you are? It said, me, I. It opened its eye sockets wide. Looking back at myself, who am I? He bowed his head and shed tears. Then he used the vest to cover his face. It hurt so much. Iglas's body rushed towards Kim Soo-yeon. The spirit from the other day was still rooted on its back, covering its face and crying. Kim Soo-yeon frowned. The soul is still crying, it hurts. Droplets of blood fell out, turning into spikes and rushing forward. The rain of blood spikes rushed straight towards Kim Soo-yeon. Very painful, tears of blood flowed down his cheeks, he screamed full of sadness. The blood thorn penetrated his blue protective layer. All the awakening masters looked up in surprise. Just seeing Kim Soo-yeon gritting his teeth, the rain of thorns pierced through him. Iglas swung his claws. A stream of force fell straight down on Kim Soo-yeon. He lay unconscious on the ground. The Iglas soul on his back was flying closely above him. A person hurriedly called Kim Doi, hey, sorry I'm late, where is Soo-yeon? On its building behind the Iglas, Hukjin just finished defeating the first noble monster watching, not to mention. Iglas opened his mouth full of blood and wanted to swallow Kim Soo-yeon. The newcomer was frightened. Soo-yeon. Iglas bit Kim Soo-yeon in his mouth. Blood splashed out. The newcomer opened his eyes wide. From the Iglas' mouth an arm protruded, covered in fresh blood. That person screamed, Soo-yeon. A message board appears, your vitality has dropped to an emergency level. Immortal hero, headline. The Iglas' eyes widened. Thank you, damn half-black dragon. The system window pops up, you will recover the lost vitality, the vitality recovery speed will be increased, your physical capacity will be significantly increased. Kim Soo-yeon, whose whole body was covered in blood, smiled. He stood up straight and opened the monster's jaws. Thanks to you, I have become stronger. The Iglas' soul inside the monster. Where is this place? Who is that man? A black dragon. How strange. It observed everything from inside, but I was sure that it was my opponent. The image of Kim Soo-yeon fighting turns into a warrior wearing a blue cloak and shoulder-length hair of the same color. Why, it's that blue-haired warrior. I'm becoming one with the Iglas. Kim Soo-yeon swung his sword, falling straight down on the Iglas' head. You float in the air. I'm in the best shape right now, my body is as light as feathers. Is this the effect of the Indomitable Hero? Indomitable Hero, mana level, proportional to the user's mana, skill type, passive, level, 1, proficiency level, 0%. The body of the Tower Breaker has challenged the Precious Pagoda. The body of the Indomitable Hero cannot be destroyed or damaged and is close to immortality. When vitality exceeds a certain threshold, it will automatically activate. Then your recovery ability and stamina will increase, will recover faster, and at the same time, your body's physical condition will develop dramatically. Kim Soo-yeon used the force of his legs to use the attack, levitation, to slash the Iglas from head to tail. It's true that it has a sturdy body, I can't aim it anywhere, I'm sure it must have a weak point somewhere. He kept slashing at its body while searching, but where the hell could it be? He discovered an unexpected black guard on the tail. This is it. Kim Soo-yeon used all his strength to attack, up. Its tail was immediately cut off by him. Iglas screamed in pain. Isn't it time you thought things through, Falcon? Inside the Iglas, the soul seems to hear the call of the old song, Khan, Alcon, owner of Alcon. Two people with tentacles stood in front of it. We put our trust in you, you will save us, right? It looked at the armor in front of it. Please protect us from heartlessness, Iglas, you are our only hope. The Iglas on top were also electric, the sea of fire burned everything, the blue-haired warrior knelt on the ground, eternity had ended, but why hasn't the battle ended yet? How long will it take? Falcon locked the target to sell the black dragon, this method is the only remaining method. He was determined, if only he could control that bastard. Master, Falcon. He decided to assimilate with the Iglas. His whole body was rooted to the back of the Iglas. A pair of eyes submerged in a pile of rocks shed tears. No. Master. Falcon. Master. Falcon. Kim Soo-yeon swung his sword down again. Cut off more of its arms, those you saved and those you couldn't. All those people, do you think they want to see your current form? Falcon heard Kim Soo-yeon's voice deep inside. Those, that I, saved, and those, I couldn't, Iglis vomited blood. He screamed looking at Kim Soo-yeon. He raised his hand and emitted blue power. I fought the Iglis. Iglis' attack was blocked by Kim Soo-yeon's force, creating an explosion. Kim Soo-yeon was wrapped in a blue ball that was thrown out by the force of the impact. Falcon's lifeless eye sockets appeared red, and I still. The image of the burning Iglis and electricity appeared again. Unable to defeat him, the rain of blood thorns appeared again. It rushed all at the Iglis. Kim Soo-yeon in the blue ball was surprised. Iglis howled pitifully. Falcon tore open his soul's chest. Inside is a chaotic space. Now, oh foreign hero. Let's. And this, the spear reappeared in Kim Soo-yeon's hand. The Iglis' eyes were red, it jumped high and wanted to run away. It soared into the sky again. Kim Soo-yeon stood on the ground, aiming his spear straight up. The tip of the spear tore through the wind and tore through each layer of the atmosphere. The tail is close behind the Iglis. The main target is the falcon's soul on its back. The tip of the spear was close to Falcon's chest. The spear pierced Falcon's chest, blood splattered. Iglis howled in despair. Cracks appeared on its body, and it fell again. The awakened one below observes the battle. Dragon Hakjin on the other side also watched. There it is falling. Where it falls, houses, cars are crushed, columns of smoke rise to the sky. The Iglis lay flat on the ground. The falcon's soul embedded in the Iglis fell back, his chest full of holes. Kim Soo-yeon asked the phoenix bird to fly down and land. He looked at Falcon. Have your memories returned yet? Ah. Then, the past that we have forgotten is full of failures and mistakes. I am the knight of the Tesseract Empire, Falcon. I tried to defeat the half-hearted monster Iglis for a very long time, but because of that delay, my country suffered heavy damage. In the end, I used magic to trap both me and that monster in another dimension. But because of the endless battle, the Iglis entered my body. Even after escaping that dimension, I always fought to kill it in my body, but every time tears fell from Falcon's eye sockets. Killing innocent people. Kim Soo-yeon looked at him. He turned his head away. It's been so long and you still feel regretful about that. I think instead of worrying too much about what has been lost, you should focus on protecting what's left. If you hadn't fought to protect your country, perhaps more people would have died. Falcon opened his mouth and said, "Are you trying to comfort me? You're not good at comforting me at all." Kim Soo-yeon closed his eyes and said, "I'm not good at things like that." Falcon I'm silent for a moment. "You're right, I'd be lying if I said I didn't regret it, but if I could go back to the past. Kim Soo-yeon listens to me, I will still make the same choice." Kim Soo-yeon remembers the scene of monsters flying around in the rain. If he went back to the past, would he still make the same choice? Fafnir appeared in his mind. "If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to finish this long battle." Falcon held up a golden ball in his hand. "I'll give you this. This is the best iron armor made by the Tesseract Empire for me when I set out to fight the Iglis." The blue cloak armor appeared in front of Kim Soo-yeon. Kim Soo-yeon received the golden ball. "Thank you." The system panel appeared. "You now own an item." Falcon's celestial armor. Each ray of light penetrated the gloomy clouds and shone down on the city. Falcon is covered in light. "I want to thank you again. This match is really too long." The body and soul break into small pieces and disappear. Revealing the true form of Falcon, the blue-haired knight, his entire body gradually dissolved. "Now I can rest in peace." Kim Soo-yeon bowed his head in silence. "Rest in peace, hero of Tesseract." Each fragment of the falcon followed the rays of light into the sky. Kim Soo-yeon looked up and breathed a sigh of relief. There was a voice behind calling, "You, Soo-yeon." You stopped. Turning around, I saw two figures running here. "Ah." The uncle pulled and searched all over his body. "Were he okay?" Kim Soo-yeon replied, "It's okay. You see, I'm fine." The uncle turned pale when he heard what he said. "That monster was stronger than I thought. I thought I was dead." The uncle shouted, "That monster is terribly strong, you almost couldn't save your life." Kim Doi walked towards him, glad that he was okay. "Thanks to you, I was not injured at all." He exhaled. Perhaps the director wouldn't accept this, but... He bowed to Kim Soo-yeon. "I sincerely apologize and thank you, as the company's representative." Kim Soo-yeon smiled. You don't need to apologize, I'm also happy that no one was injured. Seeing everyone okay like this makes all my worries disappear. I'm a bit tired. The uncle and Kim Doi looked at him in surprise. Soo-yoon. His body began to shake. Then you fell backwards, Soo-yoon. The uncle hugged him, turned pale and said, he must have been injured somewhere. No, he was just sleepy. Kim Soo-yeon breathed evenly, entering a beautiful dream. Kim Doi stood next to him. He must have been very tired, but fortunately he was not seriously injured. Kim Doi observed the two people. Once everything was resolved, there would be a huge storm and this guy would be the eye of the storm. Kim Doi adjusted her glasses and smiled, the main character of that storm. Kim Soo-yeon's face was peacefully lying there, currently sleeping very well. Breaking news, news reports everywhere. Right now there is a dungeon explosion happening in Anyang. Fortunately, people were evacuated. Experts are currently discussing very excitedly about this incident. In a place like Anyang where disasters often occur, terrorism by extremist guilds is predictable. However, when it comes to dungeon explosions, the messenger contacted the incident, which has been resolved, thanks to the awakening of the alchemist Soo-yoon. In the city center hospital, Kim Soo-yeon slept soundly in the hospital bed. His eyes were thick as if he hadn't rested in a long time. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Startled, he sat up. He looked at the water necklace in his hand. The hospital. When did I lose consciousness? It must have been because I worked too hard. He opened his phone and saw that the clock showed 3 a.m. The 27th. I slept for 3 days, right? Kim Soo-yeon noticed the folded paper on the table, next to the fruit basket. You opened it to see. I came by to visit you but saw that you weren't awake yet, so I had to leave a message. I think we need to reorganize a bit because the world is talking about this incident right now, so I've resolved all those annoying calls on your behalf. I'm sorry for doing that without asking you first, but I believe you'll understand me. You thought to yourself, Lee Jo-ho. Kim Soo-yeon put his hand on his chin and smiled as he continued reading. No wonder I didn't see any notifications on my phone. Lee Jo-ho took care of it for me. You saved a lot of people. You must be very tired right now, so don't think about anything now, just rest well. P.S. You might be hungry when you wake up, so I've prepared some fruit. Kim Soo-yeon reached for an apple in the basket. He looked at the apple and said, I'm so grateful to him. He tossed the apple in his hand thinking, I cleared the dungeon in Gwangju and now the dungeon explosion in Anyang. I think I can help a lot, completely different from my previous life, but from now on there's still a lot of work to do, so I can't let my guard down. He fell into contemplation, thinking about what to do next. Knock, knock, someone knocked on the door. He looked out the door. Who's that? The door opened and feet wearing sneakers entered. Kim Soo-yeon was surprised. You are. The young man closed the door. His head was wrapped in a white cloth. He was probably injured. He had a heavy sword on his back. Choi Hik-jin. Play Hik-jin looked at him with dark eyes. The two looked at each other but no one moved. Choi Hik-jin was still standing at the door. Kim Soo-yeon saw that he didn't look very well and said, Why did you come to visit me? His left eye was also bandaged. What happened to his face? Hik-jin interrupted him. I have something to ask you. He slapped the tabletop hard. How would he feel if he joined our guild? Hik-jin trembled slightly, his face filled with urgency. Kim Soo-yeon didn't expect him to say that. Huh? In the guild building, a man sitting in front of the tea table said, It seems like everyone has arrived, so I'll make an announcement. In front of him stood a group of solemn people standing straight with their arms behind their backs. The test to promote into a large guild, really important to our future. To that person began to whisper, although there are many benefits to being a large guild. Choi Hik-jin listened seriously in the queue. The most important thing is that the amount of support we receive will continue to increase, right? He continued to say, I hope everyone is prepared for this test. If anyone makes a mistake I will kill that person myself. The young man closed the door. His head was wrapped in a white cloth, probably injured, with a heavy sword on his back. Choi Hik-jin. When the group left, he called Hik-jin to stay. Yes, sir. His tone changed. Don't you think we have something to talk about? 2 bodyguards guarded the door. Even if they heard any noise, they didn't care. Hik-jin was punched to the ground by him. He turned his wrist and looked down at you. Hik-jin, how many times have I told you? He smiled. I don't care if you're obnoxious, sly or talkative, I really don't care. His expression changed, but I will never forgive any traitor. He grabbed Hik-jin's hair tightly. Squat down and question, why do you dare to lie to me? I don't, Lodge. I really do not know. He had a thoughtful chin, one hand still holding his hair, don't know why. He had seen him at the bottom of the cliff, even taking the ranking exam together, yet somehow, a loud noise echoed outside the door. The two bodyguards remained motionless like mountains. He said he didn't know it was Kim Soo-yoon. He turned to face Hyukjin lying unconscious on the ground. I've given you many chances, this is the last time. Bring Kim Soo-yoon to me, if we have him, we can pass the promotion test easily. Hyukjin weakly spoke, how could I bring him here? I only ran into him on a few occasions, I have never proactively contacted, and I can't force him to come. You also know how strong he is. He lit a cigarette and contemplated the medicine. Take a long drag and exhale. Why is our Hyukjin acting like this? He turned around and sat down on his knees in front of you. If I tell you to bring someone here, then you have to bring someone here. He smirked, if you can't do it. So we need to teach Hoisin a lesson. Hyukjin opened his eyes. His eyes flashed blood with anger as he looked at him. This is your last chance. He flicked his cigarette ash on him, before the promotion test started, and brought Kim Soo-yoon here. All the girls are disinfecting the wound on Hyukjin's forehead. Ah. The little girl hesitantly said, I'm very careful. Will it hurt? He reluctantly said, oh, it's okay. He smiled to reassure her. One eye was swollen, he was just a little startled. The girl frowned at him. Young Dong-young did all this, right? He paused. No, Yoon-sun, because the monsters are getting stronger, she asked. What kind of monster only texted you like this? She said while coughing. Hyukjin, I'm really fine, please stop. Hyukjin quickly took care of the girl. Yoon-sun, are you okay? Medicine, where is your medicine? You give her the medicine bottle, take the medicine quickly, Yoon-sun. She was still coughing continuously. Hyukjin stood and watched, taking all the medicine. His face darkened. My words echoed in my ears, the illness of the person you love will be very painful, it cannot even be cured by modern medicine. You are lucky to meet me, I can give you a medicine effective pain relief. He pushed the bottle of medicine to him. Keep your end of the bargain, okay, I don't want to see her in pain either. Hyukjin clenched his teeth. He put his hand on her shoulder, are you okay, Yoon-sun? He hugged her, she was not okay at all, because when she was in pain, so was I. The two people sat on the sofa silently embracing each other. That's why, until you get better, I will never give up. For you, I'll do anything, sweat is already pouring down my face, that's why. He tried to convince Kim Soo-yoon, if you think about it carefully, this is not a bad deal. He definitely received a lot of calls from guilds and associations, but if he joined the guild we guarantee that no one will dare to bother you. As long as you join the guild, Kim Soo-yoon interrupted him, waiting to play Hyukjin. You sat on the bed looking at Hyukjin standing next to the bed, this situation, I think you know it's quite awkward, right? Before continuing to persuade me to join your guild, I think you should explain exactly what is going on. Kim Soo-yoon looked at him seriously and said, what's the problem, right? In the past he stopped playing Hyukjin. And gave him the piece of paper. If you need help please contact me at any time. Hyukjin is confused, is that all you care about what's going on? He pulled out his sword, then pointed the sword straight at Kim Soo-yoon. Kim Soo-yoon looked at the tip of the sword in surprise, let's fight. If you win, I will tell you everything, however, if you lose, please join the Aries Guild. Choi Hyukjin, awakened the youngest A-rank faker in the country, a member of the world-class Aries Association, famous Choi Hyukjin, hailed as a genius. The night before the S-rank exam, massacred the entire Aries Guild. He was dyed the color of blood, smiling evilly. Even though I met him a few times when I was Kim Sunjin, you want me to save the world, don't be stupid. Why should I waste my time for others? He is a completely different person, the current Choi Hyukjin is a very good person. When we met in front of the company, it seemed like he had something to say. And he tried his best to ignore himself in front of Young Dong-young. Even in Anyang, when facing the half-black dragon, I saw him fighting to protect others. That Choi Hyukjin, why? Kim Soo-yoon swung his sword, he jumped up to avoid Hyukjin's attack. Choi Hyukjin said, if you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes. He forced me to fight when I was injured, he's not that kind of person. The image of Hyukjin smiling stupidly appeared, maybe this would be better. Kim Soo-yoon asked, Choi Hyukjin, I will find out for myself the reason why you are doing this. The noise upstairs caught the attention of the nurses and orderlies downstairs. What I mean is there an earthquake? Another nurse helped Hai run down the stairs. Sister, there's a problem. There are fake awakeners fighting upstairs. Choi Hyuk-jin swung his sword. Kim Soo-yeon quickly bent down to dodge the attack. He leaned back and lashed out at the Hyuk-jin player. He pushed his hand, his whole body jumped up and stepped on the Hyuk-jin. If this continues, it will cause damage to the hospital. I have to end this as quickly as possible. Use your force to push me away, Hyuk-jin. You retreated to the hospital bed. Where was Graham? He glanced around searching. The sword is on the floor right next to the window. Here it is. While he was looking at the sword, Hyuk-jin flew in front of him. Kim Soo-yeon immediately turned around. He grabbed the duvet cover. Pull it in front of you. Choi Hyuk-jin's vision is obstructed. I can't see the road. Kim Soo-yeon took a few steps aside. He rushed towards the sword fruit. Choi Hyuk-jin raised his sword. I'm very sorry, but I will act a bit cowardly. I can't let you take the weapon, because I know I'm much weaker than you. He said coldly. The sword position closely followed Kim Soo-yeon's running steps. The hospital room was destroyed. Kim Soo-yeon fell out the window. Even though I avoided it, the pressure was amazing. Choi Hyuk-jin is really strong. A medical blade also came out and was in Kim Soo-yeon's sight. He held the knife tightly. There are innocent people down there, let's lower him to the roof. He raised his hand and released the attack. Holy fire, a blue ball appeared. Fu and Huang spread her wings and took him to the roof. Choi Hyuk-jin stood in the ruined room watching him. He looked up at the roof. Kim Soo-yeon landed. Even if I had to fight him barehanded, I still couldn't lose, but that was when I was completely healthy. I still haven't fully recovered from the match in Anyang. An explosion on the roof. Choi Hyuk-jin flew towards Kim Soo-yeon. He was already in a waiting position. Do you really think a kitchen knife will help you? Kim Soo-yeon confidently said, of course. The sound of rushing air hitting each other and burning legs, because this is not a powerful weapon, so I can't do much. Of course I lack magical resonance as well, however. Choi Hyuk-jin pulled Lee's sword on the roof. The aura friction with the bricks emitted fire. Choi Hyuk-jin knocked the ant back from below. Kim Soo-yeon quickly put his hands together holding a small knife to block the attack. You mean, I'm confident in my ability to control magic. The blade was surrounded by purple magic. Kim Soo-yeon bent down and stabbed him in the side to play Hyuk-jin. The sword cut from his hip ran up to his shoulder. Choi Hyuk-jin looked at his wound. Ka! He yelled, damn it! He's holding his sword in the air with both hands. Sword photo. Kim Soo-yeon was surprised. The group of black mist rushing towards him was circle moon explosion. Kim Soo-yeon gritted his teeth and retreated. Another explosion exploded across the hospital roof. Ambulance sirens blare. In front of the hospital lobby, a series of ambulances gathered, and people and police surrounded the street. On the roof, it was seriously damaged. Choi Hyuk-jin stood in front of the deep trench he created. He laughed, ha ha ha. Kim Soo-yeon frowned. His hand still held the knife containing magic power. Choi Hyuk-jin said, just as I thought. Sweat was pouring down his face and down his chin. I couldn't fight him, Soo-yeon. The long trench was forcibly broken into two paths passing to the side. The place where he stood was not affected at all. Kim Soo-yeon let go. Now tell me what's going on. Kwak Yoon-soon, I'm the only person in this world I hope to be happy. Yoon-soon and I have been playing together since we were kids. She is a close friend. And also my girlfriend. After Yoon-soon graduated from high school, she took over her family's grocery store. She helped me a lot when I was still in Karma. She always encouraged me. That's why I became an enlightened person. I was very happy. But then, when I went to visit her, trees withered. Her store is closed. I immediately went into the house to find her, Yoon-shu. She collapsed on the floor, her hand covering her mouth and coughing up blood. He quickly helped her. What happened? Who did this? Her hands were full of blood running down the corners of her mouth, calling me wordlessly, Hawk, June. I clenched my teeth. The world was spinning. A voice behind us said, oh my god. Young Dong-young walked in and looked at the wilted flowers. Where am I going to buy flowers? Is there something wrong with the store? He looked at us, not in a good way. I hugged her and looked at him, realizing he was a fake awakener. He walked in. It seemed like she was seriously poisoned. I happen to be very knowledgeable in this field. You two are lucky. He stood before us. Why, young man? He smirked and looked at me. Should I help you? Kim Soo-yeon's face darkened after hearing the story. So that's it. Kim Soo-yeon looked at him and said, you need medicine for your girlfriend, so you're always being taken advantage of by Young Dong-young. Choi Hyuk-jin. I'm silent for a moment, then said, he is the only one who can make that medicine. He bowed his head and picked up his sword. Mr. Soo-hyun, remember what you once told me? When we met in front of the certification center, you said you would help me. Choi Hyuk-jin smiled honestly. I really want to believe what you say. Please save me, help me escape from Young Dong-young's control, Yoon-soon and me, please, save us. But if I accept your help, I won't be able to believe in myself again, just like how I was controlled by Young Dong-young all this time. Kim Soo-yeon turned his head to listen to what I said. If I continue to rely on others like that, it will happen again. Kim Soo-yeon looked at his back. I had no other choice, I had to end everything. He turned around and smiled at you, Soo-yoon, thank you for everything. Cut to a scene of a crazy young man holding a piece of paper in his hand. Really? The man with small clear eyes, eyebrows and beard like propellers sat behind the desk with his arms crossed and said, I sell information for a living, why would I lie to you? This is top secret, I'll only say this once. Lee Jo-ho left. The man behind him stood up and raised his fist to threaten, no matter what you do, don't drag me in. The other person held the phone with a text message coming in and said, okay, see you later. He picked up the phone and listened. Yes, Soo-yoon, are you awake? How are you feeling? On the other end of the line, Kim Soo-yeon heard his voice clearly shouting, the hospital was attacked, a few patients approached to ask about you, I saw a guy with long red hair go in there, used the remaining mana to interrogate him, his mind, it's nothing, I'm fine. But I have something to ask. Lee Jo-ho over here listened to him tell everything, his face also became more serious, is that so? It turns out that playing Hyuk-jin encountered something like that, he hung out a lot, I have information to tell you, it's about the Aries Association. On the other end of the line, Kim Soo-yeon was silent. In the office, Young Dong-young was reading the newspaper with his feet up on the desk. Someone walked into the room, he turned his head around, huh, why didn't you knock on the door? Seeing someone coming, he immediately sat down and turned his chair towards the door. Oh Hyuk-jin, you're on vacation, what are you doing here? Hyuk-jin's body was covered in blood, he also smiled, President, I want to ask a question. He raised his eyebrows suspiciously. Then he noticed the knife blade bleeding profusely. He looked at it seriously, without any more awkward actions. Choi Hyuk-jin raised his bloodied blade towards the bodies of the bodyguards. If an awakened person uses his power on another person, then that awakened person dies. He smiled darkly. Will his hunger ability stop working? He frowned, realizing what he meant. Then he curled his mouth. His body was radiating wood energy. What are you planning on doing, asking me that? Yoon-soon silently answered the phone. She was calling someone, but it seemed like no one answered the phone. There was only meaningless beeping sound. The TV was reporting an attack on civilians by a fake awakener. Fortunately, no one was injured. The TV was also mentioning the Adventurers Management Company. That company is in the process of investigating the case. It seems Yoon-soon still hasn't been able to contact the person on the other end of the phone. Looking at his face, he seems quite worried. Perhaps worried because he doesn't know what news the person on the other end of the line has. Hyuk-jin's image was shown on TV. The whole country knew he was the murderer. Hyuk-jin still didn't answer the phone. The beautiful woman clicked off the conversation. She was nervous and confused, her lips moving something unclear. Yoon-soon was scared, not knowing what Hyuk-jin had done. She wondered, what was Hyuk-jin planning to do? Yoon-soon seemed to say to Hyuk-jin right in front of her, please answer the phone. Outside the room someone was raising their hand to prepare to knock on the door. There was a knock on the door while Yoon-soon was under heavy psychological pressure. She was startled, seemingly thinking that the police or some group couldn't find Hyuk-jin, so they came to her. The TV was still broadcasting the editor's voice, saying that Hyuk-jung's victim was also a false awakening. At this moment, Yoon-soon looked nervously towards the door, not knowing whether to answer or not. Finally she decided to open the door. She asked the person who knocked about her, who was it? The Chinese voice still came about the murder. The man smiled mysteriously and responded to her question with a familiar greeting, hello. He introduced himself as Kim Hae-eun. Yoon-soon was stunned for a moment, seemingly trying to remember which name it was and whether it was related to Hyuk-jin or not. Yoon-soon invited Hae-eun to sit down and poured hot tea for him. Haeun started the story by thanking him for letting him into the house, because it was sudden at this time. Haeun also said that Yusun must have been surprised to see him. Yusun denied. She said that recently he was quite famous. She also heard Hyukjin talk a lot about him. Haeun replied lightly. Yusun confided, Hyukjin also wanted to become someone like him. She added, I saw the news reporting that Hyukjin attacked you, but Yusun reaffirmed to Haeun that Hyukjin is not that kind of person. Haeun said that he didn't know what the story was out there and what happened to Hyukjin, but he heard that she herself was having a hard time. Haeun continued, he questioned whether it was true that young Dong-young had used drugs to blackmail her, then he added the last sentence, perhaps Hyukjin came to me because of the guild's orders. Haeun recounted, that when he came to see him, Hyukjin looked quite desperate. The image transitioned. Haeun remembered when Hyukjin came to him, his head bandaged and his gait sad. Hyukjin said, but if you keep asking for help from others, I won't stand on my own feet. Haeun told Yusun, but in the end he didn't ask me for help. He said he would handle it himself. At that time I couldn't force him to do what I wanted, Haeun continued. Yusun raised his head to look. Haeun said that was the reason he came to Yusun's house to find out more and wanted to know what Haeun was thinking. Yusun fell into silence. In her ear she heard Hyukjin whisper, Yusun, as long as you're okay, everything is okay. Then I held her hand tightly, so don't give up. Yusun bowed her head and closed her eyes, her hand still in Hyukjin's hand. He would no matter anything. Yusun, after falling into thought, felt the need to act. She said, please, help us. Yusun sobbed in tears, not once. I can fight beside him. Yusun couldn't hold back, tears falling in rows. In an emotional moment, Yusun saw the image of Hyukjin smiling and saying goodbye. She begged him, please don't let him fight alone. Haeun suddenly became a different person, his aura radiated out. Okay, Haeun replied in a low voice. That's what I want to hear. Haeun is no longer hiding, anger and determination have increased. Dong-young bent his legs, preparing a powerful strike. With one shot, he kicked his opponent into the air. No longer able to support himself, he was thrown far away. Hyukjin's mouth was full of blood, his whole body was infected with green liquid pouring out everywhere. Dong-young seemed to really like this scene, he happily laughed loudly. Hyukjin coughed and coughed up blood, struggling to support his body with both hands, while Dong-young laughed loudly, calling Hyukjin's name 3 times as if mocking and then said, your brother pitied you a lot. But out of all the options, this is the worst thing you've ever done, he said with a laugh, as proud as a wolf that has caught its prey. You really think you can defeat me just because you are stronger than me, little star? Hyukjin cursed himself, he couldn't control his body anymore, it felt like there were thousands of thorns piercing through his body, everywhere felt numb. Dong-young happily asked, have you seen the difference between me and you? Hyukjin stubbornly looked straight at him. Dong-young is still chattering, even if I don't have to snap my fingers, you will still die. Hyukjin interrupted, shut up, young Dong-young. Yusun's illness, Hyukjin said breathlessly. Dong-yang sat on the table listening slowly, it's because you poisoned her. Hyukjin continued, you're the one who set this up, you did it to force me into your group, you son of a bitch. Dong-yang scratched his head, well. You guessed it right, he smiled mischievously, I almost forgot about that little thing. Hyukjin clenched his fists, blaming himself for seeing the situation early but not being able to change anything. He was so indignant that he punched the ground hard because he was too weak. Then he quickly reassured himself, telling himself he needed to calm down. Looking at the crimson drops of blood falling on the tile floor, Hyukjin thought, now. Seizing the opportunity, Hyukjin pulled out his comb and rushed straight towards Dong-yang. Hyukjin plans to die together with him, if they die, they both die. Dong-yang stood still, eyes observing Hyukjin's movements. He let out an exclamation, how stupid. Then he raised his hand, his thumb and index finger close together. Click, he snapped his fingers, Hyukjin fell like a gun, blood splattered. It seemed his body couldn't bear it anymore, he vomited blood out. The sword fell to the ground. Dong-young cursed, stupid. He raised his hand was covered with toxic fluid and toxic gas. He began to explain, do you think I only have one type of poison? There are chronic poisons like the one I used on Yusun, he continued, and some will silently accumulate and explode. He told me and remembered the times when I was close to Hyukjin, I knew that one day you would betray me. That's why I poisoned you, he continued. Every time we meet, Dong-yang ends the remembrance in silence. You should control your expressions a little better, he rushed towards Hyukjin. and another kick sent him flying into the wall. Hyukjin almost lost consciousness, reality seemed to stop completely. Hyukjin clearly felt his eyes fading. The scene was blurred, he only regretted that he had not killed Jang Dong-young and could not cure Yusun. He blamed himself for being irresponsible, because he knew that if he failed, she would be left alone, but still recklessly came here. In the end he apologized to his lover, he apologized to Yusun. Yes, maybe he was just trying to escape this hell by dying, and losing consciousness. Haeun appeared in front of Dong Yang and said, "Where has everyone gone?" Dong Yang is thinking, "I don't know where this brat came from," and when he stood there. "Hello, have we met before?" Haeun said. Haeun smiled. He stood up straight, his hands in his pockets, "And I went to register as a member." Dong Yang is thinking, "I don't know where this brat came from," and when he stood there. "Hello, have we met before?" Soo-yoon said. Soo-yoon smiled. He stood up straight, his hands in his pockets, "And I went to register as a member." Dong Yang gave Soo-yoon a piece of paper. It was an application to join. Dong Yang expressed surprise. He thought Soo-yoon would reluctantly join him, but he didn't expect him to take the initiative to find him first. Soo-yoon glanced at Hyukjin's body hanging out there, blood still scattered everywhere. Dong Yang put his feet down, sat leaning forward, head tilted to one side, and asked Soo-yoon why he changed his decision so suddenly. His face suddenly darkened, his eyes lit up, sharp as knives, as if to probe Soo-yoon's movements. "You know I'm not a very honest person, right?" Soo-yoon replied calmly, closing his eyes to avoid his judgment. "I think you misunderstood me, but I'm not a good person at all. I simply despise heroic things like this and that. If we can agree on what the other wants to have." Soo-yoon opens his eyes, his green pupils light up. "I can work with anyone." Dong-yeon returned to his normal face, his hands clasped together. "I was very happy to hear that." After confirming that Soo-yoon was not suspicious, he asked him to return to the main topic. He mentioned the bonus and conditions of the guild, but he emphasized, "But I still don't completely trust you, okay?" He urged Soo-yoon to sign the contract. After signing, he would discuss it later. "You can take as much as you want." Soo-yoon felt it was okay and replied, "I heard." He made a surprised face. "Thank God," Dong-yang replied while Soo-yoon sighed, "to think that everything went so easily." Dong-yang was excited. "Then, let's officially talk about the job. Do you have any conditions, as a member of the God of War Guild?" Soo-yoon smiled. It seemed like he was just waiting for that. Soo-yoon spoke, "First, please remove the poison from your body, Choi Hyukjin," Soo-yoon said. Dong-yang looked both surprised and annoyed. Soo-yoon decided to use words to convince him that if he kept Hyukjin lying here, it wouldn't help the association's work. "And I don't know if you've seen the news," Soo-yoon persuaded further, "I still have unfinished business with him." Dong-yang relaxed his back against the chair. He exclaimed as if he understood the gist of the story, "Aha, you want me to treat him so you can deal with it yourself. Actually it is possible, presently." Dong-in continued, "But even if I remove the poison, that guy will no longer be useful, because the effects of the poison will still linger in his body anyway." Soo-yoon continued to act calm. "This old fox needs to be careful, otherwise he will sense Soo-yoon's intentions and everything will go down the drain." He calmly replied, "I don't care, playing Hyukjin alone is better than 100 sea-level fake awakenings." Dong-yang's face showed reluctance. He replied dissatisfiedly, "Then." He walked to Han-jung, scratched his head and replied, "If you want, I will remove it." After saying that, he immediately grabbed Hyukjung's neck. Blue veins and red veins appeared on his neck and face. Han calmly lifted Hyukjin up a bit, his arm still squeezing Hyukjin's neck. Poisoned blood vessels appeared on his hand as well. The poison slowly formed like a small stream running from Hyukjung's neck, just running to Dong-yang's hand. After draining the toxins from Hyukjin's body, he let go. Hyukjin leaned back. Dong-yang turned to Soo-yoon and said every word. It was over. Dong-in left and returned to his seat, talking about the division of remuneration and Soo-yoon's position in the group as he walked, but Hyun came to Hyukjin's side pretending to check on his situation. Soo-yoon shook Hyukjin. "Hey, you play Hyukjin." Soo-yoon whispered to Hyukjin, just loud enough for the two of them to hear, "I came here after meeting Ems, Kwak-yusen." Hyukjin still lay still. Just now, Hyukjin's consciousness hadn't returned to him yet, but after hearing his lover's name, his eyes suddenly opened wide. "Why?" Soo-yoon signaled silence. Soo-yoon quietly stood up. Dong-in didn't seem to realize anything. He still sat leisurely talking about Soo-yoon's rights. He gets to enjoy 70% of the mine and will be the representative of the group leader. How do you feel? Soo-yoon said, that's a unique treatment. It seems to be a compliment to Dong Yang when treating Hikjin. He turned around, facing Donging, 70% of the income and the position representing the association. Mr. Young Donging, as I said before, your way of working is not that good. Old Dong Yang looked dumbfounded. If everything you do is just for work, then I don't need to stay in this DASA compliance. Soo-yoon is behind Dong Yang's chair. Dong Yang glanced back at Soo-yoon, his face frowning. He was probably annoyed because he had to hold onto a member's leg. So what do you want? He assured. Soo-yoon smiled. He knew the fish had taken the bait. Soo-yoon approached the president's table and touched the back of the chair, 100% of his income and position as president. Soo-yoon turned his back on Donging, your group. Then he turned to face Dong Yang and gave it all to me. Dong Yang let out a sigh, finally understanding this kid's wishes. Donging laughed like crazy. He exclaimed, I knew you were planning that. He roared, you want me to give you my guild just to join? Don't joke like that. Soo-yoon frowned at him, not understanding what was funny that made him laugh like that. What was so funny? Soo-yoon started verbally attacking Donging. He said that this group's unusual way of working, you exploit information from weaker people and use their weaknesses to threaten. That's how you build this association. Soo-yoon is serious, because that's how it works, so I'll use your method too, to steal the guild from the weaker. Dong Yang also started to retaliate. He snapped back, don't confront me with lies, brat. I'm not exploiting their information, I'm just using them thoroughly. Donging reasoned, do you feel sorry for herbivores that are hunted by carnivores? In the first place they are stupid, weak creatures. Living creatures without any value. By the laws of nature, they are destined to be eaten, he roared. Then he explained, but I was the one who used them properly, I turned them into something useful for this society. He roared, saying that without strength, determination, and intelligence, one cannot survive in this world, a world where only the strong can survive. Soo-yoon crossed his arms and listened to his argument all this time. He said that he agreed with the idea of a world where only the strong survive. Soo-yoon added, but it seems like you only know that and forget everything else. The Hikjin's body disappeared along with his sword. Herbivores seem weak and will attack predators to protect themselves. Hikjin suddenly jumps up from behind, stretching out his arms holding the sword to prepare for a fatal slash. Donging could only glance back but couldn't do anything more. Hikjin held the sword firmly, his hands clasped tightly. Hikjin gritted his teeth, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Soo-yoon continued to speak, the resistance of the weak. You should feel it all. Hikjin swung his sword to the ground. Donging did not have time to resist and received a fatal blow to his back, blood spurting out everywhere. Hikjin swung his sword to the ground. Dong Yang did not have time to resist and received a fatal blow to his back, blood spurting out everywhere. He opened his mouth wide. Before he could utter a word, fresh blood flowed out of his mouth. After Hikjin slashed Dong Yan's back, his mouth was still clenched, his eyes filled with murderous anger. Witnessing that scene, Soo-yoon still kept his cold eyes, considering that he had fulfilled the wishes of both people, Yusun and Hikjin. The slow-motion scene ended when Dong Yang's body lay collapsed in a pool of blood. Hikjin still held the sword in his hand. It seemed like if he was still barely alive, he would be given another shot. But Soo-yoon was still standing in the same position from before. It's time. Now I can see the power of the slash just now. His back is crushed, the blood does not have enough pressure to spray out anymore but only sparkles like water. Hikjin breathed heavily, eyes looking at Dong Yang's motionless body. He silently took off his headband. He trembled and held out his headband to Soo-yoon. He asked as if asking himself, is it over yet? Hikjin continued, Soo-yoon, what just happened? Hikjin remembered in a daze, I thought I died from Dong Yang's poison. He continued to reminisce and said to Soo-yoon, even with the detoxification, my damaged body was not healed. Hikjin remembered when Soo-yoon sat down next to me, I couldn't feel any part of my body, and I couldn't see anything in front of me. He remembered the feeling of Soo-yoon placing her hand on his shoulder. From Soo-yoon's hand, warm golden energy radiated gently. At that moment Hikjin woke up. Hikjin felt everything more clearly, perhaps after that beam of light, the effects of the poison doused by Dong Yang had dissipated, so he could stand up and attack. He still remembered the time Soo-yoon signaled him to be quiet. Hikjin spoke urgently, you did something right. Why? Hikjin, bloodied and disheveled, looked straight at Soo-yoon, why did you help me to this extent? Soo-yoon's face suddenly darkened. He said now was not the time to talk about these things, it wasn't over yet. Blue and black smoke rose up. Dong-young gritted his teeth and stood up straight. He smiled devilishly even though he was cut to pieces and attacked secretly. Okay, I will teach you well, Hyukjin. That's what I always wanted to do. He applied his strength, and it turned out that Dong-young had equipped him with a hemostatic technique. He could recover the wound up to 55%. Soo-yoon thought, he was almost at death's door but still managed to escape. He thought that before, he only knew that he could heal with medicine, but now he can even recover, which was already difficult, but now it's even more difficult. Unlike before, Hyukjin calmly responded to Dong-young, "Shut up Dong-young, shut up, I really want to kill you right now, now you have no chance in a one-on-two fight with me and Kim Soo-yoon." Hyukjin continued, "If you stop here, I will give you a chance to repent in prison." Even though he clearly turned his back on Hyukjin, you could still tell he heard every word clearly because he suddenly stopped moving. Then Dong-young turned his head and laughed loudly. Dong-young was smiling on the surface but clearly he was still bitter about being secretly attacked. He roared, "Who do you think you are? Don't mess with me, do you think I will listen to you?" Then he muttered, "Fatal poison, green area." From his feet, thick, viscous green liquid spread faster and faster. Hyukjin jumped towards Soo-yoon and shouted loudly, running quickly, while Soo-yoon stood still, wondering what this green liquid was. Hyukjin stopped and explained to Soo-yoon that this is Dong-young's strongest skill. He has mastered it up to level 5 and is a skill with wide area damage. Hyukjin also said that he can cover an entire area with fatal poison, a skill with deadly damage. Dong-young turned to face Soo-yoon, taking advantage of the time when his opponent was not dead, then said a few words about strength and weakness, something like he agreed with Soo-yoon about the fact that he specialized in oppressing the weak to build his own association. However, he emphasizes something that Soo-yoon probably overlooked. "You know," Dong-young said slowly. He glared, "I can do those things, it's the privilege of the strong." He threw poison towards Hyukjin and Soo-yoon. Both jumped high to avoid his last move. The poison fell on the table, the air bubbles popped, but no reaction occurred. Soo-yoon clung to the bookshelf, seeing something special, but before his eyes he saw that he could control his poison. Hyukjin screamed loudly and rushed forward, intending to give Dong-young a blow. He saw Hyukjin's intentions. He turned around and performed a spinning kick, carrying a little poison under his feet. Hyukjin quickly retreated back. The poison shot towards Hyukjin. In a desperate situation, he used his sword to block it, intending to sacrifice the sword to preserve his life. But it seemed that through that action, Soo-yoon saw something. He only knew that he had been observing these two people all this time. The poison seemed to only be able to affect living things. The table and the stick were not affected, nothing. Soo-yoon thought, in this case, Dong-young saw something. His eyes opened wide. Soo-yoon rode on a board, holding a sword in hand, intending to use that sword to end everything. Dong-young turned around to look. Both Dong-young and Hyukjin were surprised by this attack. But Dong-young seemed to immediately smile. "Do you think you found his weakness?" He raised his hand. The poison on his hand changed from green to purple, acid, purple area. The poison immediately turned into acid. He shot a stream of purple substance onto the board Soo-yoon rode on. The board immediately had a large hole corroded, smoke billowing out. Soo-yoon was shocked. If this attack hit him, he would definitely die immediately. Soo-yoon quickly kicked off the curtain and jumped back. He thought about it. Soo-yoon whispered that he understood. Dong-young is surrounded by two types of blue and purple zones. Soo-yoon thinks to attack and defend with the blue zone. The purple zone will be used to attack other opponents and surround himself with green poison and purple acid, at the same time, building a barrier made of both blue and purple around him to avoid sneak attacks. Soo-yoon complimented Dong-young. The harmony between those two skills was amazing. Dong-young saw that his attack just now made it difficult for Soo-yoon, so he proudly said loudly, "You are considered one of the strongest people who are not yet qualified to become a hero. You think you can eliminate me from the guild?" Soo-yoon heard it and immediately replied, "I admit I was wrong." Soo-yoon raised his hand to the sky, gathering blood-red attachments, "But now the answer is in front of me." Hyukjin stood still and looked up to see Soo-yoon's skills. A few drops of water were as red as blood. Hyukjin suddenly realized something. He remembered the last time he saw this skill. The skill came from Anyang. Hyukjin figured it out. Soo-yoon said, "Transformed." The drops of blood like water now transformed into sharp swords. Soo-yoon said, "Spears of golden blood, characteristic of covering." Dong-young opened his eyes wide looking at Soo-yoon's moves. It seemed like he was looking for a way to escape with little hope. "If you're that strong, dodge them all," Soo-yoon said, turning out the last blade in his hand and pointing his head at Dong-young. Hundreds of blood blades turned towards Dong-young. Soo-yoon raised her hand and prepared to give an order. He waved his hand, and all the blades rushed towards Dong-young. He threw himself to the right to avoid the attack. Dong-young touched the ground where his poison was covered. He was probably planning to throw a poison blow at Soo-yoon. The poison stream rushed into Soo-yoon. He stood still as if waiting for something. Hyukjin immediately appeared and slashed away the poison that attacked Soo-yoon. Hyukjin called Soo-yoon's name to see what he was like. Soo-yoon grabbed Hyukjin's shoulder. Soo-yoon stepped up over Hyukjin's head, hands now high. Hundreds of bloody blades pointed at Dong-young again. Soo-yoon looked straight at Dong-young. Dong-young was still touching the floor with his hands, looking at Soo-yoon uncomfortably. From behind, Hyukjin rushed forward, sword in hand ready to cut off Dong-young's head. Dong-young turned around and raised his leg high. Maybe he would kick with all his might at Hyukjin. Hyukjin seemed to have guessed it thanks to his posture. He quickly used his sword to block Dong-young's kick. Dong-young touched the ground again. He formed a shield high above his head, blocking Soo-yoon's bloody swords that were rushing towards him. Soo-yoon angrily gritted her teeth, once again convinced that she couldn't get through. Dong-young smiled disdainfully. Dong-young said loudly and triumphantly, "Whatever you say, my poison is both offensive and defensive, it's perfect." Soo-yoon admitted, "You're right, your skills are annoying." A blue flame flared up, however. Dong-young's face became scared. "I just need to burn it all," Soo-yoon said, the flames engulfing his body. Soo-yoon rushed forward, his hands blazing with fire. Then Soo-yoon waved her hand to the left. The fire covered Dong-young's body. He screamed while he burned. The bloody swords rushed out and stabbed straight into Dong-young's body. He was pushed back and thrown into the wall, causing a small explosion, sending bricks and dirt flying everywhere. After the fire disappeared, the dust gradually settled. Dong-young's body slowly appeared. He was pinned straight to the wall and hung up like a living work of art. Black tried to breathe. Blood filled his lungs, so he accidentally vomited blood. The blue liquid gradually receded like a tide. Then it withdrew faster, more and more. Hyukjin saw that phenomenon. He immediately understood that it seemed his skills were gradually losing effectiveness. The stream of poison gradually retreated into his hand like a snake into his sleeve. Hyukjin thought to himself, perhaps he was seriously injured and could no longer maintain his skill state. This is the end, Hyukjin thought. He was about to end everything with one strike when Dong-young screamed his last words, "Hyukjin, I will make an antidote for you. Even if you kill me, the poison in Yusun's body will not go away." Dong-young clearly read Hyukjin's thoughts. He continued to manipulate Hyukjin with his words. "Do you hope that the poison in that brat's body will be resolved when I die? Are you going to bet on that? Do you dare to bet on that? Or do you let me live to save Yusun?" Dong-young already knows the fatal weakness in Hyukjin's psychology. He is an old fox who takes advantage of the enemy's weakness to weaken its inherent strength, and Hyukjin had to stand still, blankly thinking and seemingly losing the opportunity to kill him. "Okay," Soo-yoon said in a low voice. "Hyukjin," Soo-yoon called out. "Don't listen to that bastard anymore," Soo-yoon said as she walked forward. Hyukjin called, "Soo-yoon," but he still walked towards Dong-young, who was pinned to the wall. Unexpectedly, Soo-yoon stepped directly into Dong-young's toxic puddle. Both Hyukjin and Dong-young were stunned, but the two emotions were completely different. Immediately the poison wrapped around Soo-yoon's leg like a viper, slithering up his pant leg. It entered the blood vessels and spread to Soo-yoon's face. Dong-young screamed loudly, "Don't you dare step on it, no matter how strong it is, my poison will be mine." He suddenly stopped speaking when a wave of bright yellow water emitted from Soo-yoon's body. Dong-young just thought he was sure to win, but now his facial muscles suddenly stiffened, keeping that surprised look in his eyes. Soo-yoon was filled with that soft and dazzling light. Immediately after that, the blood vessels were cleaned of Dong-young's toxins. Hyukjin stood stunned, looking intently at that light source. Soon Soo-yoon was completely clean and the poison was completely removed. Hyukjin moved, the poison. "It's been eliminated," Hyukjin thought, looking intently at Soo-yoon. He seemed to see a glimmer of hope for himself. His mana had also been fully replenished. Hyukjin remembered the scene where Soo-yoon put his hand on his body. It was similar to this. Still keeping the energy surrounding his whole body, Soo-yoon said that Dong-young's poison had no effect on him. Dong-young watched helplessly as Soo-yoon removed all the poison on his body. Soo-yoon glowed with a golden aura that enveloped his entire body. Song-tang couldn't bear to exclaim, "What the fuck?" Soo-yoon said, "Your poison won't work on me." Soo-yoon knows about an object like a necklace that he owns. It is a reward when he is on the second floor of the challenge if he reaches level 10 and completes it 100%. That necklace has the ability to heal and destroy damage, eliminate all unfavorable factors. Soo-yoon also added, but it was only used 5 times. The first time, Soo-yoon said, was when she was on the 10th floor of the challenge building for the first time. The second time was on the 15th floor. Soo-yoon continued to bring it up again. Another time was saving Hikjin. The other time was just now, when he removed Dong-young's poison. Having said that, Soo-yoon threw the necklace to Hikjin, and for the last time. Hikjin grabbed it, his heart filled with gratitude and surprise. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Hikjin hesitantly called Soo-yoon chokingly. In Hikjin's mind, the voice and image of Soo-yoon resounded. She smiled brightly in the sunlight. The sunlight was like the energy that Soo-yoon healed Hikjin. The shining necklace flashed in Hikjin's hand. It was like the key that opened a new life for Hikjin and Soo-yoon. "That's why you..." Soo-yoon smiled and said, "I'm sure you know better than me where to use it." Hikjin stared at the necklace and cried. In the end his will to fight was rewarded. Hikjin firmly held his life key in his hand and bowed his head to thank Soo-yoon with tears in his eyes. Then Hikjin suddenly ran away, leaving Dong-young and Soo-yoon behind facing each other, and it seemed that fear had taken over Dong-young. He screamed for Hikjin to make him stay. Just as he cursed Choi Hikjin, Dong-young was immediately grabbed by Soo-yoon and pressed against the wall, not letting him move. Soo-yoon pushed him close to the cracked wall. He seemed to lift him up a bit. Soo-yoon emphasized, her eyes were cold, "I won't hold back anymore." Dong-young laughed loudly, still stubbornly challenging Soo-yoon, "You're going to kill me." He continued to use words to give himself a chance to live. "I am the president of a large association. What if they knew you killed me? I know many important people, including new recruits like you." Soo-yoon had heard him rambling all this time, so he kept quiet. "Now that you say it, I wonder, as I said, if it's related to a big association. I won't be able to get out easily, but what will I do, if the president..." "It's related to the criminal organization, the Chaos Society, isn't it?" After Soo-yoon finished speaking, Dong-young's whole body trembled, his face panicked because he had seen the truth. Soo-yoon continued with his accusation, "I learned about 2 organizations." There was a voice from the other end of the line, "You chose a good time, I have something to show you. It is the Ares Group. I confirm it has a connection to Chaos." He said on the phone that the word group has many bases in many countries, but it has not yet reached Korea. And to easily penetrate Korea, they chose the Ares Association as a bridge. The other end of the line continued, "Using above all the network and abilities of the Ares Group, they eliminated anyone who knew or suspected about the relationship between them." And the hour of chaos. Paying attention to Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon's hand was still holding Dong-young's neck tightly. He continued to tell about his crimes, terrorizing other guild members and breaking the law, along with the chaos of killing civilians. Soo-yoon continued, "Do you think that's enough reason to kill you?" Dong-young gritted his teeth in fear, his face cold and sweating. Soo-yoon continues to threaten, "And I look forward to how everyone reacts. This is the perfect time to unmask someone." Soo-yoon exposed, or in other words, "You're just a bait." Dong-young tried to make a sound under the pressure from Soo-yoon's wrist, "Don't make me laugh." He grabbed Soo-yoon's hand, intending to play a trick like he often did with other people. Immediately a poisonous green flow poured out from his hand and ran up to Soo-yoon's arm. "I will kill you." The poison spread to Soo-yoon's face through the blood vessels, pumping into Soo-yoon's heart. He let out a few huffing sounds, not sure if it was a light laugh or a groan. But as soon as he took a deep breath, the poison in Soo-yoon's body and face was immediately thrown out, and he successfully resisted the poison. The poison changed from liquid to gas and then dissipated in front of Dong-young's eyes. All its remnants on the ground were no longer there. Soo-yoon shook her head as if she had just finished showering. Dong-young's face darkened. He couldn't believe what had just happened before his eyes. The poison had disappeared. Dong-young didn't understand. Did the poison not work on Soo-yoon? Soo-yoon seemed to read Dong-young's thoughts. He answered him, "I've been acting all this time. Your poison has no effect on my magic resistance." Soo-yoon glanced at Dong-young, "But I wonder, what if your poison was used on you?" He immediately went blank, suddenly lost the ability to understand. "Why?" Soo-yoon chanted her transformation skill, changing it to the poison trait. Immediately after that, Dong Young had his own poison crawling all over his face. He immediately vomited blood from his mouth. His eyes rolled back in pain. Soo-yoon let go and let him face the pain he caused others. He collapsed on the floor, screaming in pain. It hurt. Fuck, it hurt. He trembled as he opened his bottle of antidote, shouting loudly, "Antidote, I need the antidote." Soo-yoon glared at his opponent who was drowning in pain. He pulled out his sword from the system window. Then he cut off his hands along with the antidote like chopping a chicken. Dong Young did not expect to be in a situation like this. He screamed loudly in extreme pain. Soo-yoon clicked her tongue sarcastically, "Don't be like that, I'm sure you like watching other people have fun because of your antidote, don't you think you should experience that feeling yourself?" Dong Young knelt down on the ground, his left hand holding his split right hand, helplessly screaming because there was no longer any hope of saving his life, because now the poison had gradually seeped into his internal organs. He suddenly stood up, screaming in delirium, "It hurts so much, kill me." Then he ran away, throwing himself close to the building's window. Dong Young threw himself on the ground to end the painful moment he had given himself. Soo-yoon just looked back, not a single feeling remaining. The room became silent, corpses were lying around in all sorts of positions. This was a testament to Dong Young's cruelty in the end. Soo-yoon slowly walked to the glass door that Dong Young had just jumped out of. He looked down, staring at his broken body, exclaiming in disgust. It hurt so much that he couldn't even stand it, yet he forced others to endure it. A gentle blue flame flared up, covering Soo-yoon's entire hand. Now it was all over. The fire grew larger and turned into a fluttering blue fire phoenix. Soo-yoon ordered it to fly away. He watched the blue fire light up. It soared into the air, trailing a long trail of fire. Everything gained from his actions will be erased from this world, Soo-yoon said to herself. Then a line of fire split vertically down from the top of the building. Then it fell silent. Then, as if nothing could stop it, the whole house exploded, destroying everything. Yoon-soon put on the necklace that Soo-yoon gave to Hakjin to detoxify her. Yoon-soon was immersed in the brilliant golden light, eyes closed and relaxing. Hakjin stood opposite, quietly observing the situation, hoping that nothing unexpected would happen. After that source of energy faded and disappeared, Yoon-soon breathed softly, her eyes still closed tightly. Then she opened her eyes. It seemed like the pain caused by Dong Young's toxins had disappeared. Yoon-soon had tears in her eyes were watery and her lips were smiling with joy because she was freed from the pain and torture all this time. Hakjin saw his lover like that and burst into tears of joy like a child. He hugged her with great joy. Hakjin said emotionally, his voice filled with tears, "You couldn't do it without someone's help. It's not just you, Yoon. I also received help from others." He squeezed her tightly, continuing, "That's why he will stop regretting the past. Just like how others helped him, he will also help everyone." Hakjin loosened his grip, placing his hands on Yoon-soon's shoulders. Yoon-soon said to Hakjin, "Do you remember what I always told you? Don't try to do everything alone." Yoon-soon smiled happily, "I can't fight beside you, but I will definitely cheer you on the path you have chosen." Lee Jo-ho was leaning against the balcony. He was on Soo-yoon's phone. "Okay Soo-yoon, we haven't noticed any notable changes." He reported to Soo-yoon that Hakjin and Yoon-soon were safe, then asked if Soo-yoon had anything else to report. "Yes," Jo-ho replied. The scene changed to the lovebirds Hakjin and Yoon-soon cuddling each other. Jo-ho looked up at the starry sky, exclaiming, "Those were good times, that's what I wanted to tell them, they looked so happy." After Dong Young died and his building was demolished, officially, in January 2023, the Aries Guild was announced to disband. The news announcer announced the transition to the next news. The announcer started reading the news. At 9 p.m. last night they received a report that the Aries Guild building in Seoul, Gangnam had collapsed. They confirmed that no casualties were found. The news continued, Guild leader Dong Young's body was found underneath the building and the police are continuing to investigate. Investigators say he died from the impact of the fall. But there were lingering signs of the fight, with someone turning off the television suddenly while the news was broadcasting. Kyung-tae turned back to Soo-yoon. He questioned him why he didn't report to him exactly what happened. Soo-yoon sat on the sofa, eyes looking towards old Kyung-tae. "I told Kim-tae," Soo-yoon explained, "I only did what I thought was necessary." "Necessarily," Kyung-tae repeated Soo-yoon's words. "Not only did he break into the guild, he also killed the guild leader and destroyed the building. He just committed a crime that some people consider terrorism." Soo-yoon slowly explained, Jiang Dongyung used his ability to blackmail and blackmailed many people. Kyung-tae and his assistant listened silently. I'm sure he knew about the crimes that the Ares group had committed in the underground world, but he didn't act, just stood outside and observed. Soo-yoon concluded her point. I believe I did something beneficial for this association. Aren't they a mess to be solved? Do was now confused and looked away. Kyung-tae turned around completely. He grumbled about realizing that Kim Soo-yoon was quite good at defending himself through the Anyang incident. He continued, I'm trying to say that you've gone too far. He lowered his voice again, urging Soo-yoon to get to the main topic. Do you have any important evidence that can support your claim? Even if the Ares Guild did all those illegal acts, do you have any right to judge them? Soo-yoon listened silently. Have you been fooled into thinking that you were really a hero of the people because they supported you during your time in Anyang? Do spoke up to stop. Director, what are you talking about? Soo-yoon spoke, what a hero. Soo-yoon scratched her forehead with her hand and continued, I haven't asked for anything, but I guess some things have never changed. Soo-yoon smiled excitedly, it felt so good, and repeated it again and again. Dae called out to So-hyun as if wanting to sympathize with him, but So-hyun seemed to only speak honestly, there's something about me that people don't know, I'm the furthest from what people consider a hero. Risking my life to save the world and help others, did I do it all just out of love for others? The more I thought about it, the more I realized it wasn't like that, I did it because I want to and no one else can. All I've done up until now, Soo-yoon said as she stood up, is follow my instincts. Soo-yoon slowly approached Kyung-tae's desk, that's why you two should be careful. I will do whatever I want, Soo-yoon's sudden murderous intent, even if it means killing you. Kyung-tae swallowed, he suddenly felt cold. Then, to relieve his previous fear, he suddenly burst out laughing. Come on, don't act so cold just because of a small joke, Kyung-tae said loudly as if to cover up his fear, isn't the title of hero nice? It's not like he's being insulted, or anything. Old Kyung-tae seriously suggested, however it will be difficult to ignore this case, I can use the association's power to help you out. Then he suggested that if Soo-yoon accepts one of his conditions then he will said everything will be fine. Soo-yoon looked to the left thinking. Then, seemingly realizing Kyung-tae's intention, Soo-yoon frankly said, don't tell me what are the conditions for me to become an awakened person, what is the contract with the guild? Old Kyung-tae heard the intention in his mind being overturned, he shouted loudly, how could he, and Soo-yoon alone, see it so clearly? Soo-yoon turned away, not forgetting to add the intention in his mind, he was hoping to take advantage of this incident against me and use me in whatever mission he had in mind, I refuse. Old Kyung-tae seeing that he was about to lose his trump card, he stood up and said loudly, wait a minute. He pointed at Soo-yoon and spoke quickly, as if afraid that if a minute passed, Soo-yoon wouldn't listen anymore. Hey Soo-yoon, this is not as simple as you think, it cannot change the fact that you just committed a crime, big evil, do you understand? No matter how strong you are, without the help of the guild or other awakened people, Kyung-tae added while Soo-yoon was using his phone to access something. So what do you want to say? It's related to the safety of civilians. Kyung-tae looked blank and didn't understand anything. 600,000 people were in danger, he suddenly remembered something. Isn't this my conversation with Lee Jo-ho? I asked while the phone still rang, it was a sudden incident, of course, I couldn't do anything. Then his voice rang through the phone. Don't tell me what's possible or impossible, Soo-yoon said, do you remember your attitude during the Anyang incident? And then the last sentence rang out, victory was on Soo-yoon's side, even if everyone died it wasn't my responsibility. Kyung-tae gritted his teeth, his expression was extremely uncomfortable when he was grabbed by the neck, he immediately asked Soo-yoon, what do you want? The Awakened One killed the guild master of a major criminal, going against the guild's director, who didn't care about his lord's safety. I was wondering who the public would protest against, Soo-yoon said, I don't think there are many things that I really need, to the association director who doesn't even do his job. What? He jumped up, if you're trying to blackmail me, I'll retaliate. Soo-yoon smiled, just joking, don't overreact. The old man slammed his hand on the table. Then screamed loudly, echoing throughout the building. Soo-yoon left the association building, he walked on the street with a confused look. Before letting him go, old Kyung-tae shouted at him to keep this a secret. Soo-yoon thought, have I gone too far? No, I just wanted to teach him a lesson, I can't believe he was just trying to blackmail me. Okay, he thought to himself, I guess I should give up on a few things, I don't want to cause any problems right now, so I'll go to the tower until things calm down. Soo-yoon thought about the title of hero. There was a time when he was obsessed with that title, and he wanted to run away. He remembered the figure of a girl, becoming a hero, Sunjin. Soo-yoon fell silent again, however. "You are our savior," Melly's image appeared. "Thanks for the help." Joho crawled into Soo-yoon's consciousness. "Finally, you are my hero." It's Maxman's turn to appear. The image of Hyukjin clutching the necklace, crying, appeared. "Truly. Thank you." Hyukjin looked at him with teary eyes. His mother also suddenly appeared, thanking her for saving her son. "If what I want to do is walk the path of a hero," Soo-yoon monologued, he opened the gate to the tower, standing hesitantly, not hastily stepping forward. He glanced behind him, then, "A hero is what I got," he thought to himself. In a certain dark base built in a dark basement, only the ceiling chandelier shined. Someone said, "Really?" A group of people were gathered around the dining table. Someone said, "Are you telling me that Jeong Dong-young is dead?" A black-haired woman said, "Oh my god, that's perfect, I can't stand what he did." "Are you kidding?" The guy in the cowboy hat said, "We just lost one of our routes to Korea." "It's okay," a long-haired man who looks like the leader, "even without him, this won't change our plans." "However, Kim Soo-yoon, he is becoming a nuisance," he said, holding a picture of Soo-yoon. "Just as you said he went to the Star Tower," one of the people sitting on the table asked the man kneeling on the floor. "Yes, that was his confirmed final destination," and the man on the table came out. "Order, assign a surveillance team, report back to us when he comes back." Then, he lifted up Soo-yoon's photo. A ray of light flashed past, Soo-yoon's image stuck to the cliff. "We'll take care of him," the long-haired one said, smiling ominously. After the collapse of Ares, public opinion about Soo-yoon began to spread. He is a hero. Or a demon that only exists to show off its power. 3 reporters appeared on the TV program together as if representing different opinions. "He saved Anyang City," the person wearing glasses said. "If it weren't for Kim Soo-yoon, all 600,000 people would have died," he said. "He was strong and quick to judge so he could save them." A hero, whose fierce face spoke harshly right from the start. Kim Soo-yoon was a power-hungry person who constantly showed off his strength. The Ares Guild was an important guild in dungeon exploration, but because he didn't like them, he destroyed the entire guild. However, not only did he not receive any punishment, he also received special treatment in the dungeon exploration card. Even though he was only a rank C pseudo-awakener, he clearly had a connection with the association, and the association gave him permission to do so. The number of dungeons he had cleared, including Anyang, was dozens. Others spoke up, if he wanted strength, he could climb the trial tower, why bother clearing the dungeon? The hot debate continued when Kim Soo-yoon fled. However, few people seemed to know that he was training in a completely different place, not at all like what people usually know. He is facing new opponents, facing new challenges to develop himself. Despite the rumors and criticism from the community, he doesn't care. Soo-yoon made a few quick sword moves, and the zombie was split into 7. He continued to search for his next opponent with cold iron eyes. Scrolling through a few streets, Soo-yoon logged out quite a few zombies around there. "All I want," Kim Soo-yoon thought, while killing a few more zombies. He stomped his feet and landed on the ground shaking slightly. Soo-yoon slightly looked back. He sat on a pile of zombie bodies. On both sides was a system notice board that had completed the mission and destroyed the boss, what he wanted to do, and what he had to do. The system board displayed the message Kim Soo-yoon is returning to the real world. Images of the real world, Bumchan Cafe appeared before my eyes. Joho was sitting at work. He was sitting behind the laptop and typing a few lines. "Mr. Joho," he looked up when he saw someone calling his name. "Oh, what are you doing here?" Joho returned the greeting when he saw Hyukjin walk in. "Are you still working after coming all the way here?" "You know, it's been a while since we last met," both of you said in unison. Joho added, "A month." "How are you doing now?" Hyukjin asked. Joho tilted his head and sighed. "Don't ask anymore. I need more time because it's not enough. I have to keep going to the Fake Awakening Management Association. I even go to challenge towers and even clearing dungeons." Hyukjin was excited. "It seems like you're still helping Soo-yoon," Joho replied. "That's right. Because I'm also working for him, so I probably have to ask for a salary." Hyukjin suddenly fell silent. He glanced at the ground as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. Finally, Hyukjin opened his mouth, surprising Joho. "I know I mentioned too much, but..." Hyukjin hesitated. During the Aries Guild accident, thank you for helping us with the guild. Thanks to you, I was able to prove my innocence and spend time with Yoonsun. Joho, with a gentle face, turned his gaze towards Hyukjin. Don't worry, just think of it as a debt you have to pay me, Joho reassured Hyukjin. Hyukjin grabbed the opportunity. I'll treat you with time. Okay, of course, Joho agreed immediately. How is Yoonsun? Joho asked Hyukjin. Yes, he's fine, Hyukjin replied. The two talked to each other without noticing a dark shadow approaching. Hyukjin continued excitedly, we were always together but now I tried to go back to the tower and he tried to stop me. Good news, Soo-yoon interrupted. Soo-yoon, Hyukjin called, and Joho complained, why is it taking so long? You're always late, Soo-yoon explained, I need to go visit my mother, Joho said quickly when he discovered something. Who told you can use mother's card? Joho asked, are you planning to stay here too? Soo-yoon grabbed Hyukjin's coffee from the table and took a sip and replied, yes, there are some things to do here. Joho asked again, what is it? Hyukjin grumbled, Soo-yoon Hyung, even if I'm very close to you, I shouldn't steal food from others. Order your own food. Soo-yoon didn't seem to care much, he was reaching out to take something from system window. You two take a look at this. Hyukjin and Joho both stared blankly at the item that Soo-yoon just showed them. Big brother, that is, Hyukjin said in surprise. In Soo-yoon's hand was holding an egg as big as an ostrich egg. A holy beast egg, where did you get it? Hyukjin shouted when Soo-yoon put it on the table. I got it when cleaning the 10th floor, Soo-yoon said calmly. Hyukjin still maintained that overwhelmed attitude and said to Soo-yoon and Joho, this is a super rare item, I heard it possesses a special power. Joho got right to the point, this is what you just did, mention it. Soo-yoon talked about the problem he was wondering about. It didn't react since he got it but it started reacting when I cleaned the 20th floor, then nothing happened again. Soo-yoon was talking then a system window appears on the back, announcing that the Holy Beast's egg is awakening. Probably because this is a vital item, I thought I should ask an expert, Soo-yoon said. S-rank fake awakening, Song Hyunki, Soo-yoon emphasized, no one knows as much about Holy Beasts as he does. Joho wondered, yes, but would he help? But Hyunki did not accept offers from others because he was in a top 3 renewable corporation. And that person, even though he was an S-rank, he had no connection to a guild or association, it was difficult to ask him for help. Hyukjin interjected, do you have any plans? Soo-yoon is calm, no need to worry, he is very passionate about holy beasts. Scene change, Abyss online screen appears, Soo-yoon texted Song Hyunki, I have a holy beast egg, please contact me. Soo-yoon added, for him to help you must be extremely patient, he will come on his terms. The tablet screen is lighting up. Song Hyunki stared at the screen. The blue dragon was lying on the floor, it seemed to sense something. It raised its head and looked towards the main door. Young master, I have a report, his butler called in. The dragon was trembling, as if it was wary of something. Hyunki caressed his body, reassuring him, it's okay, calm down. Hyunki commanded, come in. The butler appeared right on the other side, please allow me. The person working for him looked at the tablet, reporting to him about Soo-yoon. Hyunki coldly ordered that person to continue. He reported about Soo-yoon's awakening information including the School of Mage background towards swordsman and magic, not forgetting to update his tank as C. Hyunki seemed a bit disappointed and annoyed. Why, he dared to use the community chat to call me when he was only rank C. That's official information, that person said, however he currently holds the rank 1 position on every floor in the challenge tower up to the 29th floor. He is also known to be the #1 reason for the broken dungeon cleanup that occurred in Anyang. In fact it can be concluded that he is a near S rank. Hyunki began to seriously think about the above reports, he pursed his lips and thought. Long story short, Hyunki put the tablet down on the table. Always hiding a secret, Hyunki stroked the dragon, sitting back, leaning against the sofa. Me too, Hyunki said, looking at the dragon as if he were confiding in it, it was all just a facade. Yes, that's what I thought too, but, the person working for Hyunki pushed up his glasses. Currently there are rumors that he often goes to the association to carry out S-rank promotion procedures. Hyunki was surprised to hear that information. Kim Soo-yoon, Hyunki emphasized his name. Will he complete the procedure to get to S-rank? Hyunki said as if asking himself. A crowd of reporters stood around, some sitting, some standing, some taking pictures and others filming on the street. Soo-yoon exclaimed in surprise, why are there so many people here? Joho grumbled uncomfortably. It seems the rumor about your re-evaluation to S rank has spread. I tried to keep it a secret but it seems useless. Hyukjin said, Hey! Are you really going to go with him? Hyukjin pointed to the egg in Soo-yoon's hand. I told you, Soo-yoon replied, I will make Song Hyunki look forward to it. As soon as the reporters saw Soo-young's appearance, they immediately shouted loudly. Immediately, hundreds of reporters gathered around him, trying their best to take pictures, film and ask questions. The bright flash and tiger-like attitude made Hyukjin feel uncomfortable and Joho was on guard. Hyukjin and Joho split into two wings to drown out the journalists who were about to rush at Soo-yoon, opening the way for him to move towards the association building. A reporter saw the egg he was holding in his hand and immediately asked, Kim Soo-yoon, what is that egg? A reporter shouted loudly, that is, the rumored egg. Different from her current avoidance attitude, Soo-yoon stopped and replied, yes. Soo-yoon immediately introduced, this is an egg of a divine beast. The reporters immediately started taking pictures, the light kept flashing. Because there are many things I want to know, Soo-yoon smiled naturally, so if anyone is knowledgeable about this matter, please contact me. Right after making the reporters focus on the egg, Soo-yoon turned around and left, leaving the reporters' questions behind. Joho realized Soo-yoon's plan to attract public attention, with that magical beast egg. Soo-yoon thought while walking, it must be enough, since I show the egg, he will come to see me soon. A scream from behind Soo-yoon caught his attention. A reporter was just stopped by Joho and Hyukjin, trying to ask Soo-yoon about some problem. He had a very urgent gesture that made Soo-yoon listen silently. Related to the Aries terrorist group, he said. Soo-yoon stopped in her tracks. There is a source that you are responsible for the destruction of Aries. He saw Soo-yoon stop and immediately asked, please give your opinion on this matter. Soo-yoon stood still for a long time, seemingly thinking about how to respond as well as the answer. Soo-yoon turned her head enough to attract attention. It seems everyone has become more courageous, Soo-yoon said something profound. If I'm really a terrorist, then what will you guys do? Soo-yoon glanced back, aura and murderous aura pouring out, cold and prickly. The reporters immediately froze, their whole bodies trembling and their faces pale. It was clear that Soo-yoon had just scared them to death. Immediately after that, they turned to the sides to make way for Soo-yoon. Maybe they thought that if they didn't do that, they might end up courting their grandparents like a joke. Soo-yoon walked through the waves of people and walked forward. Hyukjin praised Soo-yoon for handling it skillfully. Joho reminded him to be careful, his image might be lost. Soo-yoon replied, forget it, if I have to think about things like that, I won't be able to do anything. Soo-yoon opened the system window to put the egg in. Joho praised Soo-yoon, that's impressive, so have you achieved your goal? Soo-yoon said that she had completed the baiting step, now all she had to do was wait. The three of them walked to the steps, Soo-yoon said, to see if they could catch any big fish. Waiting in front of the trio was a doctor wearing a white coat and two bodyguards. He welcomed Soo-yoon and said he could bring a reporter into the evaluation room. At the same time, the doctor also asked Soo-yoon's opinion about who she would choose. The male lead always said that he would only let Hyukjin and Joho in. Soo-yoon asked for more, telling someone else to come back, and the reporters booed because they weren't chosen. Outside the inspection area, everyone was gossiping about the name Soo-yoon. Not far away, there was a man leaning against the car door, holding the phone close to his ear. Yes, he kicked everyone out except two close friends. Yes, I understand. The guy who was taking orders from his boss on the other end of the line. That man is Kim Suk-jin, vice president of the Death Guild. He is definitely talking to the guild leader. I will continue to observe. Inside the testing area, Soo-yoon was listening to the doctor explain the rights and obligations of an S-rank awakened person. First, allow me to explain the regulations and rights you must comply with in the school, if you pass the assessment. First, he continued, every S-rank awakened received a salary on the first day of every month, in exchange for regularly entering a designated dungeon, rotating with other S-ranks as a mission. Soo-yoon stood listening to him, without any comments or statements. Well, let me briefly explain the test, the doctor continued. There are feet walking down the stairs. Soo-yoon and the doctor looked up. The man in a suit with neatly combed hair walked and said, from now on, I will explain. Soo-yoon saw him clearly. He seemed to know the other man. Kim Due, what are you doing here? Soo-yoon asked him. The doctor bowed to Due. He bowed back, replied as he walked, I am an employee here. I have an obligation to participate and observe everything. Test. And on top of that, He added that Suyun was staring at Due. "I can't miss the chance to see your limits with my own eyes," Due said. Suyun thought differently. He felt that he should not expect the results to be as expected. He still clearly remembered how he angered the director. However, Due continued his work. "I will explain the things. Procedure. Please move to the next floor." The S-rank test is very different from the regular level assessments. "You will complete a test similar to the challenge tower," Due said while Suyun walked up to the place where the test was taken. Suyun evaluates, through the test, her physical level and limits as well as her magical abilities, and even her ability to control magic will be tested. Not just all indexes. That every factor affecting the battle will be examined. The system and the test itself, Suyun analyzed, is that the ability of a false awakening, depending on the time or place, can create a place where an S-class false awakening can demonstrate the ability, there. That is the ability of America's top awakener, famous for his illusion skills, Johnny Brad. Sun Hyun entered the space portal. A green area surrounded Suyun. Due said, "Don't try to eliminate magic from the machine and accept it." At first, Suyun was still suffering from the reaction of rejecting her magic. After grasping it and accepting the magic approaching his brainwaves, Suyun slowly closed his eyes. "Now," Due said. Suyun's face was projected on the large screen placed on the central wall of the testing area. "We started the test." Suyun was taken to a strange place. He was lying on the ground without any defense. The sky is gray, dark clouds cover. Even though she knew in advance, she still couldn't get used to the feeling of this illusion. Suyun still lay on the ground, looking at the sky and exclaiming. A dark shadow was looming. Soon, Suyun told herself. A handful of vinegar was waiting to rush towards Suyun. He jumped up, taking advantage of the monster's body to launch himself into the air. Suyun floated in the air, looking at the vinegar monster that made a hole in the ground that was cracked by the shock wave. The monster withdrew its hand. Suyun guessed it was preparing to attack next. "Won't you give me time to admire the scenery?" Suyun said. The monster roared, and below it crawled other small creatures. Suyun opened the system window and pulled out the sword that had killed so many monsters in the tower. Suyun saw them on the ground. Suyun smiled confidently. "Okay, then why don't you stir up a bit?" His ability to conquer the dungeon will be tested to see if he qualifies for S-level. Suyun dives headfirst into the monsters from above, the shockwave sending them flying into the air. Not only his basic stats in battle but also his ability to survive in adversity, Suyun jumped high, dragging blood, dirt and sand with him. He slashed once at the monsters at his feet. Suyun describes a sudden impulse, rushing into battle as if he had nothing to lose. His physical resistance, attack power, and even his resilience, all tested in the process. A beam of light crashed down on the head of the largest of the monsters that Suyun was fighting. Endurance and ability to make decisions, composure, vision, judgment. Suyun plunged the sword right into the boss's temple. And, Suyun waited silently. He stood still, streams of bright red blood flying everywhere in the wind, creating a strange and daring scene. The sunlight in the simulated illusion looked strange and somewhat inconsistent with the reality outside. The sky was painted in pure black dotted with dust-like particles. Suyun remembered Due's explanation. "However, be careful, don't get carried away by your own strength or fall into an illusion created to test you." Suyun stood next to a pool of bright red blood spread out on the ground. He walked among the piles of monster corpses, clutching the sword in his hand, still hearing Due's words in his ears. The number of heroes who died here because of arrogance and weakness, numbered in the hundreds. The monster stomped its foot on the ground. Suyun stared at it. Maybe he was guessing how to end it. The big one from before was not the final boss. From somewhere a bigger and fiercer one appeared. Suyun tightly grasped the sword, preparing to fight this huge boss, his head still echoing Due's words. "When you realize your ability in the present, destroy the unpredictable future and survive." Suyun used her left hand to hold the hilt of the sword. He raised his sword to his head and took a defensive stance, and in the process, proved himself a hero. In the testing area, each image and index of Suyun appeared on the big screen. The system announced that the time to complete the first test of Suyun was 15 minutes and 08 seconds. Hyukjin exclaimed, "Wow! Suyun is really impressive," Hyukjin said. Da ruffled his hair and laughed loudly. He thought to himself, his completion time was not much better than other awakened S ranks. The original purpose of this test was to evaluate survival ability, especially in situations when encountering large herds of monsters, but not too many people passed this first test. Doi put his hands on his hips, however he successfully passed the test easily. Doi added, "I'm looking forward to your performance in that test number 2. Suyun raised her face to the sky, eyes closed. The sky had now turned to night, clouds were spreading, covering the entire illusory space. Suyun is still closing his eyes, it seems he is resting to prepare for the next part. Suyun opened his eyes, he felt something. The system window appeared, announcing that test number 2 was about to begin. Suyun let out a sigh, his warrior senses had given him sharp intuition, he probably couldn't take a break. In the peaceful sky just now, a blood-red gate appeared. Suyun glanced up, waiting to see what would happen next. Lithium materials such as sand, black and red combine together to create a dense army of monsters. They appear as soulless, emotionless objects, taking the form of mighty warriors. Doi said in Suyun's head, "Test number 2 is to test experience and magical ability." A blue flame hit the shadow soldier's head, causing it to retreat. Suyun was the one who shot that fireball at it, its head had a hole in it like someone hitting wet sand. Immediately, black and red substances filled the wound and made the soldier whole again. Suyun thought, if I don't destroy their cores, no matter how many times I defeat them, they will revive, so to complete this test I need to find a technique to destroy the cores hidden inside them. Suyun cast the spell, the fire gradually spread throughout his hand, magic, endurance, amount of magic activated, speed, accuracy and concentration. Blue fire covers Suyun's entire body, everything must reach perfection. There was a commotion in the distance, it seemed like something had just shut up. The shadow soldier directly faced Suyun with just one jump, he prepared to slash, intending to take off Suyun's head in one shot. Suyun almost flashed out of its slashing range, so it looked like it was slashing through the air. The stream of blue fire from Suyun's hand slid forward as if it was being shot. With a hook punch, Suyun directly punched the shadow soldier's chest. The attack was reinforced by blue fire so the power was extremely terrible. In Suyun's hand is a purple magic stone, perhaps its life core. Suyun clenched her palm, crushing it to pieces. The shadow soldier melted into sand. Suyun thought to herself, I don't have much time so I'll finish it quickly. The control center's system board appeared announcing that Suyun's exam completion time was 17 minutes and 03 seconds, Ham Joho triumphed. Do you really intend to fight someone like him? Joho asked Hikjin. He was worried about his younger brother's situation. At that time I really had no other choice, Hikjin replied scratching his head. I didn't think he could still be that strong, Hikjin exclaimed. I guess he's stronger now than before, Joho commented. Having said that, Joho thought, they must also feel surprised. Surely they weren't here just to see how strong he was, Joho analyzed. Joho looked at Due, he had a thought, surely the director sent him here to find out Suyun's weakness. The doctor who initially welcomed Suyun began to give an analysis. In the first test, although it took a little time to evaluate their general ability, 15 minutes was more than enough time to complete, but it only took him 1 minute from the moment the monster appeared to complete the second test. He broke Park Ji-yeon's previous record of 40 minutes, he added, I can't believe I got to see this with my own eyes. Due quietly observed and pondered, truly unbelievable. In Korea, maybe he is, no, maybe he is the greatest hero in the world. The system screen suddenly announced the loss of signal between Suyun and the control station. Due stared at the words in shock, as if he was petrified. After Due regained consciousness, he immediately asked the doctor what was going on. The doctor informed him that the connection had been disconnected. Joho is calmer, but he still can't understand what's going on. Hikjin pointed to the distance, calling Joho, Joho, look. Purple energy flashed in the hands of Suyun's body. Jaeun looked at that phenomenon, but he couldn't immediately express the answer in his mind. Suyun's entire physical body in the glass chamber was surrounded by continuously flashing rays of colored energy. Joho unconsciously asked, what is that? Suyun in the illusion also seemed to see something worse than what he thought when in this virtual world. He opened his eyes wide, his face serious. The hand of an indigo beast grasped the top of a giant tree. Suyun's face seemed shocked by something, he stammered, why did he do that? Suyun dreamily saw his nightmare, Fafnir, appear in his memory. Now it's appearing very clearly right in front of my eyes. I think your joke is going a bit too far, Suyun was angry. The hand of an indigo beast grasped the top of a giant tree. Suyun's face seemed shocked by that, he stammered, how could this happen? Suyun dreamily saw his nightmare, Fafnir, appear in his memory. Now it's very clearly present right before your eyes. This joke is going a bit too far. Soo-yoon was angry. The monster roared fiercely. It felt like it had enough power to blow away the entire row of trees in an instant. Soo-yoon struggled against its aura, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. Meanwhile, Soo-yoon judged that perhaps there was something wrong with the control center. Doi shouted loudly, instructing the experts to do what they could to save this connection error. He asked the doctor if he could contact Johnny Brad. The doctor reported that we are currently trying to contact the fake American Awakening Agency, but it will take a while. Doi gritted his teeth and thought, something was very strange. He looked towards Soo-yoon's physical body. No matter what kind of ability he was displaying right now, Johnny Brad's skills couldn't be eliminated. Even if it was difficult to accept, it was equal to being restored. Ability recovery. Kim Soo-yoon's mind should have returned by now. Unless, Doi gritted his teeth, someone or something was blocking his escape route. Soo-yoon was grabbed by the monster's hand. He tried to use his sword to block the attack. It threw Soo-yoon far away. He landed with a very strong impact. Even though Soo-yoon was thrown so hard, he seemed unharmed. He thought to himself, as far as I know, the S-rank test must end when it reaches round 2. Is there something wrong? This is a mistake. Events that I have not seen in my previous life. The monster rushed forward with his fist raised. Soo-yoon thought, he didn't even know where this giant came from. It hit the ground and the area was filled with rocks and dirt. Soo-yoon jumped on its forearm. He intended to end it. Soo-yoon covered the sword with her signature blue flame, but you chose the wrong opponent. Soo-yoon ran and swung her sword to cut its giant arm into many small pieces. He jumped up, his arm falling to the ground. Soo-yoon held the sword with both ears, raised it high, preparing for a powerful vertical slash. A ray of blue light descended from the monster's shoulder and split it in two. But those particles of matter also begin to gradually heal the damage it has suffered. The arm that had been severed earlier was moving. Soo-yoon felt something wasn't right. He was immediately grabbed by that arm. The arm was moving towards the monster. Soo-yoon calmly analyzed. He guessed it was planning to attack directly. The monster's mouth closed, its throat expanded, and purple flames appeared on both sides of its mouth. Soo-yoon immediately thought of an attack plan. She could only use mana amplification crystals to make the attack stronger. Soo-yoon held the stone tightly in her hand and squeezed it hard. Immediately, his passion was overflowing like never before, and the blue flame became larger and stronger. Soo-yoon poured mana into the sword. It became bright and powerful. With a slash into the air, the newly amplified energy stream became a stream of sword air flying straight towards the monster. The monster also spit fire, intending to destroy Soo-yoon with an overwhelming blow. The two streams of magic met, creating a giant shock wave. The two sides struggled, going back and forth like a tug of war. Ultimately, by using his mana amplification crystal, Soo-yoon repelled the beast's energy flow. He opened his mouth when he realized he was losing. And Soo-yoon's fire burned the monster. The arm that caught Soo-yoon also melted away. Soo-yoon landed on the ground. He looked up at the sky again, mumbling, "Is it over?" Soo-yoon closed her eyes, hoping to leave here. He opened his eyes and looked around. Soo-yoon was not scared by the monster but by Hyukjin and Joho. The two of them stood waiting outside the glass booth, their faces ridiculously worried. Hyukjin expressed his concern by shaking Soo-yoon, shaking and saying that he was worried about Soo-yoon, but Soo-yoon was shaken like someone shaking a shake bottle, speechless, stopped. "Let me get used to the food, at first." Due hurriedly ran back. "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry, I think something happened just now," Due said. Soo-yoon reassured me, "I'm fine." "What about the test results?" Soo-yoon calmly said. The doctor whispered to Due, he wasn't confused at all, right? Due smiled, "Everything is fine now." Due also informed Soo-yoon that he had prepared a new fake awakening card for Soo-yoon in advance. Both Due and the doctor nodded when they heard Soo-yoon ask, "From before?" Due opened the box. Inside there was a new registration card. This was his new registration card. He was now officially an S-class awakened fake. Due further explained, Soo-yoon will now only be assigned to dungeons registered with AMA, and will have the highest priority to enter there. Soo-yoon will even have her bank loan limit increased. Soo-yoon thinks that although the benefits and incentives with rank S are attractive, Soo-yoon's purpose is not there. Which is, Soo-yoon thought, having the ability to participate in dungeons all over the world, because future threats don't just exist in foreign countries. Soo-yoon held the card and smiled, With this, the preparations are considered complete, the preparations to become a hero. A blue-browed dragon flew in the sky, heading towards the association headquarters. Soo-yoon suddenly felt something coming. Both Due and Soo-yoon suddenly felt pressured to the point of having difficulty breathing. Jo-ho breathed and cried, "Some pressure, what is this terrible pressure?" Hyukjin said, "This is pressure because of the immense source of mana." Hyunki jumped down from the dragon's back. Due looked up, who in this place possessed such strong mana? Hyunki walked to the steps and stopped. He looked down. Soo-yoon smiled triumphantly, "No way, did you take the bait so early?" Hyunki glanced down. "Show your face, Kim Soo-yoon," Hyunki orders. A pair of feet placed on the ground. A person with white hair appeared. Around him there was also a blue dragon, that was Song Hyunki. He spoke up, "Why don't you show your face, Kim Soo-yoon?" Kim Soo-yoon slowly walked forward. He stopped in front of Song Hyunki, looking at him face to face. He smiled and asked. He appeared a bit noisy, even though there were still many people watching, but he was Hyunki. Song Hyunki stood with his arms crossed, looking at him without saying anything. Kim Soo-yoon took out an egg from the system. "Why don't you take a look for yourself?" He held the egg in his hand and looked at Song Hyunki. After all, he probably came here because of the egg and the unknown divine monster. Song Hyunki opened his eyes wide, looking a bit surprised when he heard Kim Soo-yoon say. Kim Soo-yoon still said gently, "I'm quite surprised that you acted so quickly." Song Hyunki still didn't say anything. Then he smiled and explained, "I am simply responding to your awakening." Song Hyunki reached out to touch the blue dragon, "So put it down." The dragon quickly disappeared. It rushed towards Kim Soo-yoon, opening its mouth wide and ferocious. Song Hyunki looked happy but spoke very harshly, and disappeared. Kim Soo-yoon looked surprised. He immediately leaned forward to avoid Yong's attack. Yong flew straight back. He clenched his teeth nervously. Did he suddenly attack? Kim Soo-yoon looked towards Song Hyunki. His body was emitting powerful mana, so was he planning to use force to take it away? He frowned and thought, the situation is so bad, I used all my mana for the test before. Perhaps this will be a war of defense. Yong still flew to attack from behind, but Kim Soo-yoon quickly jumped up to avoid it. He hugged the egg to protect it. As long as they get the egg, he will lose. He looked at Yong and opened the system. Let's protect the egg first. A hand grabbed Kim Soo-yoon's hand holding the egg. "Hey!" Song Hyunki was right next to him and said, "Why don't you hand over the egg?" Kim Soo-yoon is nervous, damn it. At that moment, the egg in his hand shook violently. Then the egg cracked, a few small pieces of shell flew out. Kim Soo-yoon and Song Hyunki were both surprised. The shell of the egg fell to the ground. A small hand is placed on top of the remaining eggshell with a hot, sharp iron hand. Kim Soo-yoon opened his eyes wide in surprise. This is a star dragon. The red dragon cried out for the first time, "Coo, coo." He looked at the dragon in surprise and thought, it may be small but it is definitely a dragon. Dragons are one of the divine offerings with the most comprehensive power. How lucky. The dragon is still looking around. Observe, coo. Then it turned towards Kim Soo-yoon and looked at him. Immediately it opened its eyes happily. Immediately rushed forward and hugged his face. Song Hyunki saw this scene and froze in surprise. The dragon Yong was right behind, glaring murderously at them. The little dragon was still clinging to Kim Soo-yoon's face, making Kim Soo-yoon feel awkward. Wait, now is not the time. Yong quickly flew to attack. It stopped when it saw the red dragon. Kim Soo-yoon was surprised to see that. It flew back towards Song Hyunki, making him confused too. "Why, Yong?" he asked the dragon with concern. "Yong, what's wrong? What's going on?" Kim Soo-yoon looked at it thinking, did it just bow? Yong cried while talking. "Grr." Song Hyunki comforted, "Is that true?" "That's how it is." Then Song Hyunki turned to look at Kim Soo-yoon. He suggested, "Let's change locations." In a room in a luxury apartment, Kim Soo-yoon was sitting across from Song Hyunki. He said, "So you received this kit as a reward for clearing the 10th floor?" Kim Soo-yoon honestly, "Yes, I got it after 100% completion." The little dragon looked at the food in Song Hyunki's hand and grumpily said, 10th floor. He continued, "Yong said that kid had a higher level than him." Kim Soo-yoon immediately thought, is there a level among dragons? I've never heard of it. The little dragon aggressively bit Song Hyunki's hand. Kim Soo-yoon shyly asked, Are you still planning to take it? But Hyunki happily joked with the little dragon and said, no, I'll change my mind, don't worry. Kim Soo-yoon asked curiously, then why? But Hyunki didn't look at him and answered, do you know how long a dragon's lifespan is? Kim Soo-yoon was confused, I wasn't sure, but Hyunki heard that and said, even if they drink 2 drops, they can still grow up after 3 years, and live another 1,000 years after that. Unlike humans, divine dragons are pure, and give their owners unconditional loyalty, trust, enthusiasm, and love, and they choose their owners themselves before they hatch, especially their nature changes according to their owner's ego and behavior, so if their owner is evil, they will only become evil dragons. He said in a low voice, even if they don't become cruel monsters, there will still be people who will take advantage of them, which is why I collect unknown divine eggs. So that they cannot go down the wrong path. Besides, it's also for their happiness and safety. After hearing this, Kim Soo-yoon froze. He laughed and looked at Song Hyunki. He asked, you're blue bastard, before you could finish, but Hyunki said, not the blue bastard, his name is Young. Kim Soo-yoon was shy. How old is Young? Song Hyunki turned to pet Young, probably about 5 years old. He doesn't look like much, but he's still just a baby. Then he whispered, I can only live for 100 more years. Even if I live longer, Young still has to live alone for another 900 years. It would be good if he could forget me for 900 years, that's left. After hearing this, Kim Soo-yoon frowned. He thought seriously, I thought he was just a weird rich guy with a hobby of collecting divine monsters. But he was also thoughtful. Then a small foot was placed in front of Kim Soo-yoon. The little dragon held food in its mouth and continuously wagged its tail at him. Then it jumped straight into Kim Soo-yoon's lap, surprising him quite a bit. Suddenly a voice rang out, the child has chosen you. Song Hyunki leaned forward, divine monsters won't hatch if they don't like that person or sense their compatible mana. He glared, so my job is to watch over you now, if you don't raise it carefully I will take it away right now. Song Hyunki is full of menacing murderous aura, you better raise it well lucky bastard, learn about the divine monster. Kim Soo-yoon's sweat dropped, okay. Song Hyunki continued asking, have you named the baby yet? Kim Soo-yoon turned to look at the dragon on his shoulder, what's the name? He smiled happily. Kim Soo-yoon reached out to hug the little dragon on his shoulder, its name will be Mir. Song Hyunki continued asking, have you named the baby yet? Kim Soo-yoon turned to look at the dragon on his shoulder, what's the name? He smiled happily. Kim Soo-yoon reached out to hug the little dragon on his shoulder, its name will be Mir. At this time, the sky was completely dark, the buildings also began to light up. Kim Soo-yoon thought while walking on the street, he seems better than I thought. He put the mirror inside his coat, that dragon was sleeping soundly. I was a bit worried because in his previous life he was an unpredictable person. Kim Soo-yoon thought, I didn't expect him to be here when I remembered just now, I will often visit you, remember to open the door for me. He lowered his head and looked down at little Mir, honestly. Kim Soo-yoon looked at him sleeping and drooled, he slept really well. Kim Soo-yoon looked at the little dragon and laughed. He asked as he walked away, Mir, what are you really like? High above, there is a guy hiding behind the building, he is secretly watching Kim Soo-yoon. He reported to someone through the walkie-talkie, currently Kim Soo-yoon is returning with the divine beast, should I continue to monitor? The woman on the other end of the line said, please report his every move. She leans back against the chair, we're a long way from finishing the scenario. When he heard that, he immediately said he understood, then turned off the radio and clicked. He bowed and stood up, okay, let's go. Suddenly, a person dressed in black and wearing a tight mask appeared from behind, carrying a silver necklace with a shiny blue stone. He quickly put his hand on the other man's head, one blow broke his neck. Kim Soo-yoon suddenly stopped. He thought, I keep wondering what they will do next. Kim Soo-yoon turned his head to look behind, but their presence had completely disappeared, had they retreated. He walked closer to the door, hoping they wouldn't break into his house. He entered the house, it was dark in Kim Soo-yoon's house. He stepped forward. Kim Soo-yoon reached out and tried to turn on the light switch. But then he suddenly stopped. Kim Soo-yoon looked straight ahead as if realizing something. He lifted his foot. Then lower your legs to the same place again. A mysterious person dressed in black appeared, she raised her foot to kick him in the head. Kim Soo-yoon quickly dodged, her foot hit her hard, causing the water to splash. Kim Soo-yoon frowned and said, I really don't want to fight in my house. He put his hands on the ground. turned around and kicked at the other guy, but he quickly jumped up and dodged. Both of them took a stance and prepared to attack. The other guy continued to charge with his fist. Kim Soo-yoon also resolutely rushed forward. The two fought continuously, neither one willing to lose. Kim Soo-yoon frowned, thinking, this kid kept up with his speed. He's quite strong. The mysterious guy raised his legs and used his knees to attack Kim Soo-yoon. A kick straight to his chest. You spoke up, surprising him. You can understand why he broke into my house. But you better not lay your hands on this kid. Kim Soo-yoon blocked that guy's leg attack. The other person quickly threw another kick, but Kim Soo-yoon tilted his body to avoid it. He then took 2 steps back to keep his distance. Kim Soo-yoon thought, if I continue fighting, I won't have any problem, because I have recovered a significant amount of mana, but I don't know what this guy's goal is yet, so I can't leave him alone. The other guy reached out his hand to wave at him. He stood there in a provocative stance to Kim Soo-yoon. Only then did he realize that. He remembered the whole incident just now, understood that that was the reason why he had only fought with his bare hands. I was worried that he intended to steal my mirror from me. His goal is just to test the strength between me and him. Thinking so, Kim Soo-yoon smiled, ha. You wrap little mirror in a jacket and put it aside. I thought you came here for another purpose. You waved your hand and said to him, you wanted to antagonize me so much that you even broke into my house. That's really strange. The other guy immediately rushed towards Kim Soo-yoon. The two rushed to punch and kick each other continuously. The other guy's eyes were golden. He glared at Kim Soo-yoon. A punch hit his ribs. Kim Soo-yoon winced in pain. He also raised his hand high above. A blow landed right on his shoulder. The other person was also in pain, his face trembling. He continued to take a stance, preparing to rush in. Kim Soo-yoon also got ready. Both opened their eyes wide and rushed at the other. 2 powerful punches collided. A cloud of dust and smoke was emitted. The mysterious person was tired and panting. Kim Soo-yoon was also sweating profusely and had unstable breathing. The other person then took off his mask and smiled, haha. Boy, she took off her hat and mask. Revealing a long set of hair made Kim Soo-yoon quite surprised. Kim Soo-yoon breathed heavily looking at her. She invited Kim Soo-yoon to join the Death Guild. It turns out she is Park Ji-yeon, the Death Guild president. Kim Soo-yoon raised his eyebrows in confusion, He tilted his head and asked, does the Death Guild always recruit people by attacking them? Ji-yeon was confused, because he was still alive so this didn't matter. Park Ji-yeon asked, what's with your attitude like this? Kim Soo-yoon pouted, it was you who started the problem, our ages are not much different, there's no problem with this. Park Ji-yeon agreed, seems like it's true. Kim Soo-yoon looked at her thinking, Park Ji-yeon didn't come here for simple reasons like how strong she is because she's the president. Park Ji-yeon, she is quite famous among S-class pseudo awakeners thanks to her impressive skills and good-looking appearance. In her past life, she was always the center of attention because she was one of the most capable people, leader. However, in the battle against the Chaos Guild, she lost her life before reaching her full potential. For that reason, Park Hye-in and the Death Guild are also considered enemies of the Chaos Guild. Ji-yeon looked straight into Kim Soo-yoon's face with serious eyes. Even though it was only for a short period of time, I was also the one who used the name of the Chaos Society, Kim Soo-yoon asked in confusion, why did you come to me? Something must have brought her here. She crossed her arms indifferently, I also wonder why I'm here. Kim Soo-yoon was angry, now you're asking me back. Then the two fell into silence. They didn't say a word to each other and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. He sighed and thought, I once heard rumors that she was quite strange, but I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Kim Soo-yoon said, if you have no other reason to come here then go, I don't have any right now. What association do you intend to join? Ji-yeon heard that and said, really, it's so embarrassing. Kim Soo-yoon thought, it would be really awkward to send her back like that. He seriously looked at Ji-yeon, it seemed like I should try her. Kim Soo-yoon spoke up, stop pretending, aren't you here because of the Chaos Group? Ji-yeon listened and her face darkened. Kim Soo-yoon was confused, did I understand correctly? Ji-yeon spoke up, really interesting. He frowned and looked at her, close at this moment. She glared at Kim Soo-yoon, it seems, we understand each other quite well. After the fight earlier, Kim Soo-yoon's floor was covered in black footprints. He looked at them and grimaced in depression. Kim Soo-yoon took a wooden chair and placed it in front of Ji-yeon who was sitting on the chair. As soon as you sat down, she spoke up, so. The reason you act as if you have connections with the Chaos Society, is to lure them to you, Kim Soo-yoon honestly, yes. Because they always act in the dark, finding them is very difficult, and above all because they are made up of individual groups. If they cut off contact with a group, we will no longer be able to track them. Ji-yeon took the glass of water. You know them quite well, is that why you decided to destroy the Birch Guild? Kim Soo-yoon looked away. Well, the reason for that was. Kim Soo-yoon remembered his two friends. He smiled, there is someone I want to help. Anyway, even if I don't defeat the Birch Guild, it will soon collapse. Because every Korean guild involved in the Chaos Guild was attacked by her. Park Ji-yeon smiled when she heard that. Haha, this was beyond my expectations. She closed her eyes and admitted, you were right, I killed them all. She opened her gloomy eyes. For the sake of purging the Chaos Society, my goal is to destroy everything related to them. Kim Soo-yoon heard that and immediately thought, she is still as different as before. When it comes to the chaos of her emotions that always spiral out of control, will she be able to suppress these emotions and transform them into magic? Kim Soo-yoon thought, both her attitude and her magic were great, and her talent was on another level. Ji-yeon slowly said, like you said, I targeted every single organization in Korea. However, what I found was just the tail, and in the end I still couldn't gather any information about the organization's body or head. If I fought them head-on, there was no information about their manpower or identity, which was why I chose to wait until the head started moving. Kim Soo-yoon chimed in, that's when I appeared. Ji-yeon frankly admitted, with recent events, I'm sure the Chaos Society will take action, I can't miss this opportunity. Kim Soo-yoon smiled when he heard that. He asked seriously, and do you want to use me? Ji-yeon refused, well don't take it personally. Ji-yeon advised Kim Soo-yoon, isn't it said that the enemy of your enemy is your friend? I plan to support you to the maximum extent to prepare for the war with the Chaos Society. Kim Soo-yoon agreed, okay, in return I'll ask you this. He looked at her seriously, why was she so obsessed with the Chaos Society? Ji-yeon gently placed the glass of water on the table. She looked into the cup. Just. Ji-yeon recalls that her body was covered in blood. She also hugged a seriously injured man. He whispered, Ji-yeon. She cried and looked at him, tears falling, running. Ji-yeon is calm now, it's just that I resent them. Her face became gloomy, murderous or irradiated to the sky, that's why, their president, their lives must be taken by my own hands. Kim Soo-yoon heard that and opened his eyes wide in surprise. And Ji-yeon was still happily looking at him. Her body turned into a black smoke. I'll see you later. Good luck partner. After the Ji-yeon disappeared leaving behind Kim Soo-yoon. He looked at the black smoke that was disappearing almost in front of him, resentful. So that was the reason why the Death Guild hunted down the Chaos Guild in the previous life. Well, it's dark that the reason is so straightforward. While thinking about it, Kim Soo-yoon's phone pinged with a notification. He walked closer to check his phone. He held his head in admiration. He couldn't believe this girl. It turns out that Ji-yeon left her phone number and texted Kim Soo-yoon, this is my number. The next morning at Kim Soo-yoon's house, Mr. Soo-yoon. Young-sun and Haekjin beamed and greeted Kim Soo-yoon, hello, your house looks so beautiful. They went around to look at Kim Soo-yoon's house, and finally found out how his house was. Kim Soo-yoon said while washing the dishes, I've been a bit busy lately with climbing low and re-evaluating my rank. Kim Soo-yoon turned to ask Haekjin, what are you doing here by the way? Haekjin happily replied, oh about that. They took out a big basket of cotton, beaming, Young-sun said he wanted to thank you for all the trouble you went through, even though you've helped us a lot lately, I still don't have opportunity to thank you properly. She said sincerely, you are the hero who saved my life and Haekjin's. Even though it's not much, I hope you accept this gift. The two smiled shyly and said, even though he never said it, he was very grateful to you, don't embarrass you, I actually said a lot about you. Kim Soo-yoon stood with wide eyes looking at the two of them. He looked down at their gift and couldn't help but smile. Kim Soo-yoon raised a flower, what a hero. He brought his face closer to smell the fragrant scent of flowers, thank you both very much, the scent of flowers is very fragrant. Young-sun happily looked at him, oh do you have a pet? Kim Soo-yoon was worried, I didn't know if I should call it a pet or not, but he slowly said, oh yes it's a baby dragon. Young-sun got excited when he heard that, is it a dragon, give it to me watch it. Kim Soo-yoon thought, you refused, Sorry, but now Mira's sleeping. This kid sleeps a lot because he's still a baby dragon. Youngsun heard that and said, "Oh my god, really?" Mira flew and landed on Suyun's head. "Well, it just hatched recently." Youngsun's eyes lit up when she saw the baby dragon. "Oh." Both of their eyes were glowing, "So it looks like this kid has woken up. So he's a Mir. He looks so cute. Do you remember me holding you in the egg?" Mir raised his head and looked towards Youngsun. It flew slowly towards her. Mir landed on Youngsun's tired shoulder. "Kyung." Youngsun raised her hand to stroke Mir's head. It was so cute. Kim Soo-yoon was also surprised. I've never seen her approach anyone other than me like that. She seemed very comfortable next to her. Hakjin extended his hand. "Mir, does that mean you'll be more comfortable on my shoulder?" Mir immediately growled angrily. Hakjin was immediately hurt and apologized. Kim Soo-yoon received a phone call at this time. "It's Park Ji-yeon calling. Is it Park Ji-yeon?" Hakjin curiously asked. "Is it Park Ji-yeon, that famous S-ranker?" Kim Soo-yoon stood up. "Okay, wait for me to answer the phone." Hakjin and Youngsun were talking. "Isn't Park Ji-yeon a very important person? I've seen her on TV before." "Yeah, they're like the superheroes we see in movies." Hakjin planned, "We will catch up with them soon." Youngsun pinched his cheeks. "Don't get hurt." Kim Soo-yoon was on the phone while walking. "Is something wrong?" Ji-yeon on the other end of the phone said, "A green prison is about to open in Busan. I've never seen a 6-colored prison open in such a short time, which is why the association looks like it's having a hard time guessing its difficulty." Kim Soo-yoon thought, even in his previous life, there weren't so many green prisons opened in a row, although there were a few exceptions, but it shouldn't have happened now. "I should have guessed this, but even the rating of an S rank is because the future ahead is changing." Kim Soo-yoon continued to ask, "Who was chosen to be the captain of the expedition team?" Ji-yeon answered, "It was Song Hyun-ki, but he refused. That's why I have the right to choose whoever I want. Are you interested?" He thought, "I need to check this situation myself." Kim Soo-yoon immediately replied, "Okay, leave it to me." He said sharply, "In return, I'm sure you also have something you want." Ji-yeon said, "I think we'll get along. Those trashy bastards, they should have come to that damned age you told me about. As for the problem that could happen to the Chaos Society and in Korea, leave it to me." Kim Soo-yoon listened and thought, "I can't believe it." Before that, the Chaos Group had continuously targeted the United States, China, Korea, Great Britain, and France, in all the terrorist attacks, and they had revealed their true nature. It all started when the Blue Dungeon appeared in America. During the dungeon raid they assassinated several S-class awakened people, and after failing to clear the dungeon, a dungeon raid occurred. And as a result, countless people lost their lives. Kim Soo-yoon thought, "That's perfect. I'll leave the chaos incident in Korea to Park Ji-yeon, and I'll start investigating the events here." Thinking so, Kim Soo-yoon said, "Okay, then I'll leave that to you. But remember to be careful. If you act carelessly you will die." Park Ji-yeon replied, "Don't worry about it. Anyway, let me send you a detailed message." Park Ji-yeon turned off the phone. She looked at the phone and mumbled, "Stop nagging me like that. I would have been killed a long time ago if I died that easily." All around where Park Ji-yeon stood were corpses. So these are the guilds that participated in the raid team. Kim Soo-yoon sighed, not knowing if they would listen to him or not. "What is the captain?" Kim Soo-yoon? Lee Kang-gi raised his eyebrows in suspicion. "Doesn't the association realize that he just received the S-rank title? The lives of our people are so worthless that they let one A rookie like him as the commander. He is currently the president of Papillon and is A rank." Kang Seung-chul, wondering, "An S-rank rookie is still an S-rank person. I think there's nothing wrong with the rules." He still waved his hand and said, "Forget it, just call other S-class awakened fakes here. I don't accept people like that. Accept people like Song Hyun-ki or Park Ji-yeon." Chul said frankly, "Then I will tell Papillon Guild family will not participate." Lee Kang-gi immediately got angry, "This bastard, are you kidding me?" Chul laughed, "Ha." He laughed loudly at Lee Kang-gi, "Ha ha 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 ha." Lee Kang-gi was angry, "What the hell are you laughing about? People's lives are in danger." Chul held back a laugh and wiped away his tears. "Come on, why is everyone reacting like this? It seems like your past achievements with the tower mean nothing. You're still far away. It seems like you Kim Soo-yoon still has a lot of work to do." He continued, "Kim Soo-yoon was personally chosen by Park Ji-yeon for this mission, but honestly, what does an A-rank person like him understand?" Lee Kang-gi heard that and was extremely angry, "This bastard." Chul said seriously, "I just suggested keeping an eye on him." Who knows, maybe he will change his attitude after meeting him. At Gwangali Beach, Busan. Lee Joho yawned and said, Busan is really far away. Kim Soo-yeon heard that and asked, so why are you following me? After all, I came here to play. Joho turned around confused and said, because this is your first time being the leader of the raid team, so I thought I could help. Is there anything you can't do? Kim Soo-yeon heard that and said indifferently, feeling thank you for your good intentions, but I can give the order myself. Joho scratched his head shyly and said, that's not the only reason I came here. He continued, as a senior in life, I can't always be left behind by you and Hikjin. I have to do whatever I can to become stronger, even if it's just a little. Kim Soo-yeon listened, then it's a surprise. Soo-yeon smiled when she heard that. Mir was also awake now. The two of them chatted quietly to each other. Good luck, senior. Why do I feel like you're making fun of me? I'm serious. They looked at a bunch of people practicing in front of them. Joho excitedly guessed. It was really crowded. It seemed like there were about 50 to 60 people. Quite impressive for a first raid. It seemed like his words had reached their ears. Uncomfortably, they turned around and frowned at the two, clearly showing their displeasure. Joho saw that and immediately said, hey, just looking at it, it's clear that they are not satisfied. Look at their faces. Kim Soo-yeon still kept the same expression, calmly said, I can't do anything to them. To them, I'm just a rookie with no experience raiding dungeons. Suddenly someone appeared behind them. Ha! Look who it is, isn't it our captain Kim Soo-yeon? Lee Kang-gi with a bright expression approached and extended his hand to say hello. Nice to meet you, I'm the president of the Papillon Guild, Lee Kang-gi. Kim Soo-yeon also happily extended his hand. Nice to meet you, I hope we... Before he could finish his sentence, Lee Kang-gi interjected, because he had no experience, so he must be very worried. When Kim Soo-yeon heard that, the smile on his lips disappeared. He shook his hand with a smile on his face. The people behind him also followed suit, I guess by bringing their guardian with them. Joho heard that and angrily shouted, hey, what do you think you are doing? Lee Kang-gi then regained his cheerful appearance, smiled and patted Kim Soo-yeon's shoulder. Ha, I'm just kidding, if you need any help just tell me. He arrogantly said, I'm a professional with dungeon raids. Kim Soo-yeon's hand had a big bruise after shaking hands with him. He calmly smiled at him. He happily said, thank you for your sincerity, I just hope everyone will listen to my orders. Both he and the raid team gave a fake smile. But actually, they all secretly despise him. Lee Kang-gi angrily gritted his teeth, this core guy. Kim Tae-kyun walked over, it seemed like the two of them had just had a small conversation. He warmly shook Kim Soo-yeon's hand, introduced, I am the president of the Red Ghost Association, Kim Tae-kyun is my name, good luck to everyone in conquering the dungeon this time. After seeing Lee Kang-gi's back leaving, Kim Tae-kyun said, it seems like you've gotten used to the working style of President Papillon, because those people all have quite high self-esteem, I hope you understand. He introduced Kim Soo-yeon to the woman accompanying him, now this is Miss Moyong. Moyong walked over to shake Kim Soo-yeon's hand, I'm Moyong, the leader of the Gamblers Guild, nice to meet you. Kim Soo-yeon happily thanked her, thinking, this time it won't be easy. He felt from Kim Tae-kyun, one person's mana was extremely strong despite the smile they showed on the outside, the other person was extremely skilled at hiding their mana. No matter how hard I try to let it go, he thought. He looked at Moyong, although she could hide her aura, she could not hide the smell of blood emanating from her body. Moyong saw that he was being stared at and asked, is there something on my face? Kim Soo-yeon avoided it, it's nothing, he thought, I have to keep an eye on them. He continued asking, are you guys ready to leave? Kim Tae-kyun spoke up and said, yes, once you and Joho are done. Before he could finish speaking, there was an order, so let's go. Kim Soo-yeon turned around to look at the speaker, there's no need to prepare for that long. A fatal slash to the head of a monster. The dungeon raiding party was fighting monsters, some using axes and swords, others using fire magic. Kim Tae-kyun rubbed his wrist and said, not so bad. Lee Kang-gi smiled, even though this is the infamous six-colored prison. It's nothing. Suddenly there was a voice, the Gamblers Guild. Kim Tae-kyun looked at the gamblers, still working quietly. He panicked when he saw something. A man is repeatedly stabbing a knife into the monster's body. When Kim Tae-kyun saw that, he looked at him in confusion. Then he spoke up to warn him, hey, stop, it's dead. That man stopped, turned to look at Kim Tae-kyun, oh. He quickly moved away, leaving only two words, understood. Kim Tae-kyun was confused. What the hell? Kim Soo-yeon is sitting down on the ground. Mir seemed to be sensing something threatening, so he kept grimacing. Kim Soo-yeon was silently observing something. Jo-ho saw it and was surprised. Was it a trap? Kim Soo-yeon said, yeah, I think there's some problem on this route. Jo-ho informed everyone, there might be a trap, don't lower everyone's guard. Lee Kang-gi heard that and asked, really? He smirked contemptuously, oh. He turned to Jo-ho and asked, you just recently became an A-level hunter, right? Jo-ho wondered, so what? Lee Kang-gi said, aren't you glad to have an S-class person working with you? Jo-ho heard that and was silent, not knowing what to say. Jo-ho was angry, hey, you are. Before you could finish speaking, Kim Soo-yeon spoke up, hey Lee Kang-gi. He happily said, come on, it's just a joke. Before he could finish, Kim Soo-yeon grabbed his collar, whoa. He threw him aside to avoid the sudden attack. Kim Soo-yeon shouted a warning, everyone ran quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, countless sources of blue light shone down. A strange blue drop of water remained. Kim Tae-kyun, Lee Kang-gi and Jo-ho were all extremely surprised at the scene before their eyes. An underground water geyser is gushing white. Water began to surround the place where the raiding party was standing. Lee Kang-gi stood up in fear, huh? Everyone else was looking around in confusion. This is... Kim Soo-yeon tensed looking at the scene before her eyes. A city was appearing before their eyes, an underwater city. A city was appearing before their eyes, an underwater city. They looked around in confusion. It looked like Atlantic. Why did this dungeon look so luxurious? Jo-ho observed and said, it's very interesting, we can still breathe, we don't feel like we're under the sea at all, we don't see any foam or waves. Kim Soo-yeon slowly said, that's thanks to the arrangement of this whole dungeon. Kim Tae-kyun speculated, but this place is so suspiciously quiet, not like the legendary Atlantis. He continued, but it was somehow creepy, like a ghost town. Moyong suddenly shouted and pointed in one direction, look, look. Everyone turned to that direction. Is that it? A ship is not, it is indeed a ship floating in the sea. A ship that has existed for a long time and emits a thick aura. When Mir saw that ship, he bared his fangs and growled. A fake awakener came closer and said to Kim Tae-kyun, President, there's something here that gives me chills. Kim Tae-kyun heard that and said, do you feel the same way? He looked away in confusion. Something was wrong, Mr. Soo-yeon for now. Before he could finish his sentence, a skull with bloodshot eyes appeared in front of Kim Tae-kyun. When he saw that, he froze. Lee Kang-gi saw that and was also scared. Kim Soo-yeon also widened his eyes in surprise. Lee Kang-gi turned and said, everyone prepare to fight. It was rushing there, the ghost boat was using its fastest speed to crash towards them. On the boat there were countless shadows standing and giggling, kiik, kikiliki, ka-ha-ha. The captain stepped onto the side of the ship. He was clearly a skeleton laughing loudly, ka-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, everyone wake up. He glared his bloodshot eyes at the raid team. It was time to go hunting. The boat very quickly rushed to Kim Soo-yeon's group. That skeleton raised his hand and ordered, great, let's party. The sailors on the boat jumped down one by one. Kim Soo-yeon felt the murderous aura surrounding those guys. He accumulated mana into his sword. One line slashed away all the guys rushing up. When they are hit, they turn into ash. When he saw the result, he muttered to himself, I thought holy attributed attacks like holy fire were the only thing effective against dark-type monsters, but thank goodness they could be defeated with magic. Lee Kang-gi heard that and thought, it must be effective in fighting. He loudly informed everyone behind him, magic has an effect on them, everyone don't panic. He threatened, there were only so many of them, there was nothing to fear, I would kill anyone who dared to desert. Kim Soo-yeon saw that and breathed a sigh of relief thinking, the situation was unfavorable but they handled it quite effectively, although they couldn't expect to have more organized strategies like harangue or something. He observed all three fighting guilds and silently evaluated them, but the ability of these guild leaders to lead their members was also trustworthy. Kim Soo-yeon thought, maybe we can leave this matter to them to handle. Thinking about it, he called Jo-ho, Jo-ho brother, he immediately answered, what? He summoned an eagle as big as mana, said, I'll leave the matter here to you. Jo-ho was being blocked by a monster and immediately said angrily, damn it, I knew he was going to do something wrong. He held the eagle's leg and flew to the boat. Suddenly something flew towards him, making his eyes widen. A gun was pointed in front of him. He shot the bird 3 times in a row, making it disappear. Kim Soo-yoon also jumped down. He landed safely on the deck of the boat. Kim Soo-yoon stood up straight and observed the person in front of him. The captain was pointing a gun at his face. Kim Soo-yoon thought, it seemed like he was the boss. The other guy without mercy shot continuously at Kim Soo-yoon's body, but he dodged. Kim Soo-yoon moved quickly to approach him. He slashed his head with a knife. Green smoke emitted. His soul flew to the sailors. They asked in confusion, "Captain?" He immediately opened his mouth. One bite immediately cut the other 3 people to death. Kim Soo-yoon frowned when he saw that he had absorbed their souls. He laughed happily, ha 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 ha. His head was back. The fire was even bigger than before. Above his head now appear 3 more skulls, frantically saying, "Souls, need more souls." He looked at him, capable of absorbing souls and healing himself, especially since there were at least 100 souls scattered around. This battle could easily become a battle of attrition. Suddenly a voice rang out, "No." The little skulls on his head are crying, "Help me, let me out, help me, please don't." Many hands are trying to ask for your help, "Let me go, get out, I can't stand it, don't, stop, stop." Kim Soo-yoon's face darkened, You glared at him angrily, "You made me angry." He also became angry and looked at Kim Soo-yoon. The captain pulled out his sword. He strongly attacked Kim Soo-yoon, but he was able to avoid it. But the constant avoidance probably made Kim Soo-yoon bad. Ugh. He rushed forward and used blue fire to attack him. The captain's body was cut in half just like that. But Kim Soo-yoon was shocked to find out he was still alive and reached out to attack him. He was sent flying to the boat pole. Kim Soo-yoon's sword was pinned to the pole. He gently stood up on the sword. He balanced himself on the sword and thought, "What should I do?" He stared at him. It wasn't that strong, but to deal with that healing ability was quite difficult. Prolonging the battle was not only a waste of time, but even such a strong attack had no effect. Use. Kim Soo-yoon glared, "If this continues it will be quite dangerous." Dangerous? The captain also stared at Kim Soo-yoon. He also thought, that kid didn't think about anything and just used holy fire, and my attack had no effect on him. However, I'm sure he will run out of mana first. He thought so and arrogantly held out his hand. "Kaha, this will be the last time you can laugh." The sailors' souls fighting below were all sucked upward. He laughed maniacally, "Kaha ha ha ha." He shouted loudly, "I'm starting to get bored, let me swallow you whole." His head now has many smaller skulls. Kim Soo-yoon saw that and was extremely surprised. He tried to absorb more, to the point that there were countless eyes on his body, and countless skulls on his head. The captain laughed loudly, "Ka ha ha, I can feel my body filled with soul." Kim Soo-yoon's cold eyes were filled with murderous intent as he rushed forward to use holy fire. He slashed repeatedly at his body but nothing happened. Kim Soo-yoon is nervous, "Damn it. My mana is about to run out." The captain smiled victoriously, "Ka ha." He teased and said, "It seems, the fire is no longer as hot as before, right?" Then a blue light flew towards Kim Soo-yoon. He held out his hand to try to block the attack. He was punched by him and the pillar behind him was also broken. The ship emitted smoke and dust. He reached out his hand and gathered strength again. Without mercy, he attacked Kim Soo-yoon's place. Joho was below looking up at the boat. "I feel insecure, will he be okay?" Kim Soo-yoon stubbornly gritted his teeth to block the attack. Mir woke up, its eyes lit up. Kim Soo-yoon looked at it with a surprised expression. "Ah, you asked?" confused, Mir. A holy fire suddenly spread to the captain. The explosive fire burned his entire skull. A fire burned above the captain's head, Ka. Then suddenly it burned louder, causing the captain pain. "Ugh, so hot." Kim Soo-yoon looked down at himself. His mana had just been replenished, on top of that his physical abilities had also been enhanced. He turned to ask, "Don't say this is my ability." Hearing that, Mir wagged his tail happily. The captain was miserably crawling on the ground. "Ha ha ha, what the hell is that bastard? I'm sure he's out of mana, how many souls have I lost?" Suddenly a voice rang out from behind him, "You're not dead yet?" Kim Soo-yoon is burning with holy fire, if that's the case. He smiled and said, "I guess I have to kill you again, until you're really dead." He strongly rushed towards the captain. The boat is extremely quiet. Just one blow from Kim Soo-yoon made it explode. Joho saw that and smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, I guess he'll be fine." Kim Soo-yoon punched the captain's body. He fell backwards in pain. He thought, "I have used up most of my soul, if I continue like this I will die." When Kim Soo-yoon was about to throw a second punch, that guy quickly said, "Wait, wait." He cried and said, the Bone King ordered me, he told me to kill everyone who comes near the ship, that's why he is a pet here." Kim Soo-yoon heard that and muttered, "Pet, of the Bone King." The other guy heard that and thought, "Kahaha, I knew right away he would be scared," he said, "I'm simply a servant who takes care of feeding his pets every time it's time, I have no other choice, out here." He continued, "I'm just here to survive." Before he could finish his sentence, a blue flame flashed in front of him. Kim Soo-yoon coldly killed him. He smiled and said, "Thank you for the suggestion." Kim Soo-yoon speculated, "So to pass this level, you need to kill that thing too, huh?" Lee Kang-gi said as he wiped the axe in his hand, "I told you, we have to travel by boat, are you going to continue waiting for Kim Soo-yoon to do it alone?" Kim Tae-kyun said as he bandaged the others, "We can't, the injured are being treated and Kim Soo-yoon hasn't sent us a signal yet, which means it's not time for us to rush in yet." Lee Kang-gi laughed contemptuously when he heard that, "Haha, if you're afraid, just say it straight out, why do you have to talk in circles like that?" Kim Tae-kyun sighed angrily, "Phew, I know you want to achieve something, but in the beginning you put everyone in danger and you still don't understand the situation, I just can't understand a person like you can become the master of a guild." Lee Kang-gi got angry when he heard that, "Huh, have you finished talking yet? Kim Tae-kyun is not far behind." "Well, I didn't say any wrong words." While the two of them were arguing, Joho looked around. Kim Tae-kyun walked over and asked, "Joho, what is your opinion on this?" Joho calmly said, "I can't say anything. More importantly, have you seen Park Moyong around here?" Kim Tae-kyun also realized then, "Oh, now that I mention it," he also looked around and observed, not only Park Moyong but also the gambler group was nowhere to be seen. Lee Kang-gi said annoyed, "Well, they got on the boat, we should not do this, we also need to get on the boat and leave here immediately." Joho heard that and thought, how strange, they suddenly disappeared without leaving a trace. He looked up at the ghost boat and reasoned, did they get on the boat to scavenge? If they went to a place worthy of other people's attention like that, someone must have seen it. Joho decided, first let's go look for it together. They did. Above the ghost ship looked extremely dilapidated, it had many holes in the deck. An object that smelled of blood and murderous aura was standing in front of Kim Soo-yoon, huh? He looked at that thing and said, isn't it still small? Kim Soo-yoon remembered what the captain once said, it was because he had a pet here, he thought, is that the reason why it was rumored that he raised a kraken? He nervously raised his sword to defend against the strong smell of killing intent, it was weak but was surrounded by the death of the Bone King. Kim Soo-yoon looked down at Mir who was using his feet to chase away the killing intent. Mir seemed, okay, probably. He continued to think, thanks to the divine armor's anti-magic properties, he was not affected at all. But most awakened beings cannot resist and will probably die under its effects. The ghost ship is now filled with a strong smell of murderous aura, so this ship is like a cradle for the Bone King to nurture the kraken. Kim Soo-yoon continued to speculate, and the ghost captain and its crew killed people and put them inside the boat. The souls as well as the subconscious of those killed in that way become food to grow the kraken, a structure so that those who enter the boat to kill the kraken will also be quickly killed by the deadly force. Inside, its purpose is to nurture the kraken's self-control and strength a little more. The preparation is quite meticulous, but for now, it lies quietly under the seal. I can use it fully, own magic set to kill it immediately while it is still sealed. He thought to himself, thank you, Bone King. Kim Soo-yoon got ready, thanks to your seal, this will be easier. Before she could finish her sentence, Kim Soo-yoon was hit from behind by two swords. The two sneak attackers were extremely surprised when Kim Soo-yoon was still standing. Oh! They were confused, why couldn't they penetrate like this? It turned out that Kim Soo-yoon's back had a protective layer of turtle shell. He immediately turned around and raised his legs high. Kicked a strong kick at the body of the two sneak attackers just now. With just one kick, Kim Soo-yoon sent them flying quite a distance. Next, two other guys continued to attack him. Two slashes appeared. He quickly slashed the shoulders and abdomen of those two men. Kim Soo-yoon looked at them and thought, I thought this would be easy and wrong, I had expected it a bit, but this time was too much. Kim Soo-yoon recalled, Luckily he converted the iron turtle he received on the 21st floor into a characteristic. He glanced back, his face filled with murderous intent and said, "Stop, and show your face now." A person walked out from the darkness and laughed, "He, just as I thought, you know." Moyong stepped out with a sword in her hand, behind her were thousands of glowing red eyes. Kim Soo-yoon calmly said, "Smelling of blood, how could I not know? Are you advertising that the Chaos Society is here?" He took off his mask and said with a smile, exactly who the person above was aiming for. It was difficult for even an S-ranker to detect our camouflage ability. Kim Soo-yoon is indifferent, because your tricks are too obvious, assassinating fake awakeners in dungeons and terrorist attacks to cause chaos, aren't you bored? Kim Soo-yoon then glared at him, "Well, this time you intend to assassinate me, you disguised yourself, and then..." Kim Soo-yoon said his speculations which surprised him, "He will cause chaos in the Blue Dungeon, the dungeon will appear in America, will blame all the blame on me." When he heard that, he was worried and uneasy. What the hell was going on? How did he know that? Even related news in America was limited, so only a few people knew about this. He started laughing maniacally, "Kaikikiki, that's right, you guessed right, the day has finally come for us to step out for the world to see. A chaotic bloody festival in every country, I can't even imagine how many people will die." He said crazy, and the one who caused this tragedy would be Kim Soo-yoon, the one who murdered all the S-rank rankers while conquering the dungeon. He said frantically, "What a great plan." Kim Soo-yoon laughed, "But your plan can only work if you kill me, right?" Kim Soo-yoon casually asked, "Can you kill me?" The other guy grimaced angrily. He glared at Kim Soo-yoon, "Keep barking." He and the other guys in the chaos group rushed forward, "Because I will definitely kill you today." Kim Soo-yoon also immediately used holy fire. He thought, surely they weren't the only ones from Korea, he was the one who assigned them the mission here. He rushed to fight them thinking, "I leave the rest to you, Park Ji-yoon." A pair of brown shoes stood in front of the door. He was talking to someone over the radio. "Yes, I just got here." He told the other person that the vanguard had already entered the dungeon. "Even if he got out alive, I could kill him with one more slash, right?" The person on the other end of the line replied, "Yes, then I will entrust Kim Soo-yoon to you. The work here is not completely completed yet, you know." He took off his glasses to look at something in front. Okay, I'll contact you later." He hung up the phone and said, "By the way, who are you?" He looked straight at Park Ji-yoon, who was sitting on a chair surrounded by countless corpses. She said coldly, "You're here." There were corpses lying around, not like this guy, it looked like him. She glared at him, her murderous aura was blazing, quite strong. He stood looking at the mess. Then suddenly asked, "Was it all her fault?" Park Ji-yoon looked at him with interest. Who else could do this? The bald uncle across the street. He angrily took off his vest. Those pathetic trash guys, he didn't expect them to lose to a lone girl, how humiliating. Park Ji-yoon also added, "One person after another, everyone here said the same thing." Even though her mouth was smiling, her whole body exuded murderous aura, without knowing what was about to happen to them. The bald guy took off his glasses and said, "So besides Kim Soo-yoon, there are many other annoying insects in Korea." He glared at Park Ji-yoon, put on his iron fists. There were sharp spikes on their heads. "I will deal with this bug first." Park Ji-yoon quickly rushed forward. She jumped up high, still holding a small knife in her hand, and the bald guy also took stance. On Kim Soo-yoon's side, he is fighting the Chaos Society. Mir's entire body also radiated energy to provide him with mana. It also strengthens Kim Soo-yoon's sword. One of his slashes broke the sword in half and cut the other guy's body. The other guys rushed up and attacked Kim Soo-yoon from behind. However, there was an attribute of the Iron Turtle shield to block it. Kim Soo-yoon immediately turned around and looked back. He immediately slashed the other guy right in the stomach, blood splashing. The same guy who had just provoked him had also been punched in the face. He shouted loudly while discussing strategy with the other guys, "If possible, don't attack behind him anymore, hide yourself to attack him." The guys in the chaos group said in unison, "Okay," then they disappeared. Kim Soo-yoon thought, thanks to the assassin's characteristics, a surprise attack would be more dangerous than a direct attack. That was the right decision. Mir turned around and smelled the smell, while Kim Soo-yoon was thinking, "I had Mir with me and I was quite confident in my ability to detect danger, so I once used that skill to prevent an ambush." He looked at the murderous aura on the boat, But who would have thought that the Bone King would help them hide all the murderous aura? He thought, now I have no other choice but to believe in Mir. Kim Soo-yeon looked at Mir and called, Mir. Mir immediately looked over and answered, Chaong. He placed the mirror on his head and asked, you can smell them, right, happy mirror, Chaong. Kim Soo-yeon seriously, well, if you can feel that I'm about to get hurt, let me know. Mir agrees, Chaong. Kim Soo-yeon closed his eyes to concentrate while Mi looked around. It discovered something and pointed to the left of Kim Soo-yeon and Chaong. Kim Soo-yeon immediately raised his sword and stabbed straight towards it, and indeed pierced the throat of the imposter Moyong. He was surprised. Kyok, what's wrong? Mir continued to point in another direction. Kim Soo-yeon immediately rushed past. As expected, in terms of ability to detect danger, Mir was even better than me. Mir pointed in another direction. Chaong. Kim Soo-yeon immediately slashed in that direction, but the other guy dodged. They asked in confusion, didn't the stealth skill work? Before, we disguised ourselves as gamblers people, so later, why don't we disguise ourselves as someone else and attack him? Only Moyong the fake guy knows, no, it won't work. He remembered the time when Kim Soo-yeon defeated the Ghost Captain. If those tips had worked for him, he would have become the prey of the Ghost Captain. He thought, I underestimated this guy, he was too strong. Kim Soo-yeon gradually withdrew his sword. Mir let out a breath. He thought with a dark face, from the beginning he was not someone we could handle. That guy's nose was bleeding continuously, the murderous aura from the Kraken also began to cover us, not to mention, we could go crazy at any time due to the murderous aura. He suddenly realized something, wait, murderous intent. That guy suddenly smiled, Kaikiki. He looked towards the Kraken, it was it. Kim Soo-yeon stood there confused. They suddenly appeared, he was surprised, have you guys given up on sneak attacks? All of them rushed towards Kim Soo-yeon, but you must have known, that in a direct confrontation you cannot kill me. Kim Soo-yeon's powerful slash immediately injured one person. The imposter Moyong smiled and rushed to Kim Soo-yeon's place. However, they did not attack him, but instead rushed backwards. When Kim Soo-yeon saw that, he was extremely surprised and turned around to look. Only then did he discover that their target was not him, but they aimed at the Kraken. Kim Soo-yeon quickly gained momentum. He tried his best to jump towards them to stop them. Then Kim Soo-yeon was shocked to discover, no, the remaining guys flew back towards Kim Soo-yeon to stop him. Kim Soo-yeon looked towards the monster, the Kraken. A sword stabbed straight down there. The imposter Moyong was stopping his sword to stab the Kraken. One of his swords had smashed the Kraken into two pieces, and it was about to awaken. Suddenly, the ghost ship shook violently above. An explosion occurred on the ship. Smoke and dust flew, the ship broke apart, and the disguised Moyong fell below. He looked at his achievements and laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. He said loudly, this is my victory Kim Soo-yeon. While he was flying in the air, a giant thing appeared in front of him. It extended its tentacles and wrapped tightly around the body of the man disguised as Moyong. He suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. The monster's tentacles crushed him to death, blood splattered everywhere. Kim Soo-yeon landed safely on a piece of leftover ship wood. He used force to jump forward, holding the mirror in his arms. He said slowly, long time no see. Kraken, it glared at Kim Soo-yeon with bloodshot eyes. He let Mir fly to the side, her whole body exuded energy. Kim Soo-yeon called out, Mir, she is also obedient, rawr. Kim Soo-yeon's sword was filled with magical power, enhanced by Mir. He flew in front of the Kraken's angry red eyes. A sword slashed straight into its eyes. He thought, with this attack it will lose consciousness for a while, I have to take advantage of this opportunity to deal with it. The blazing gas on the sword was gradually fading. Kim Soo-yeon was confused. The enhancement effect was gradually disappearing. Mir was tired, his body was sweating profusely. He thought, calm down, Mir's ability has not yet fully developed, so naturally when it is still unstable, there is no way I can use cheating skills, this has no limits. Kim Soo-yeon hugged Mir in his arms. This was a big bet. After using all the magic he had to resist the explosion when the seal was broken. I'm falling freely, I don't have any strength left. Kim Soo-yeon watched anxiously. He thought, the only option was to use Indomitable to recover and fight. At this time the Kraken had also recovered, it began to raise its tentacles. Joho was now trying his best to run over. He scolded, Seriously, this kid. Joho walked closer to Kim Soo-yoon. Everything he did made me worried. After saying that, he moved the two people to another place. Kim Soo-yoon was extremely surprised to see Joho. He said as he took him away, because he doesn't know how to value his life. Kim Soo-yoon was still surprised and looked at Joho with wide eyes. He scolded him, changed his habit of liking to solve everything alone. Kim Soo-yoon asked confused, why are you here? Joho replied, the gamblers club has disappeared. I have no choice but to get on the train, there's nothing down here. Joho recounted, however, the ship suddenly exploded so we had to find a safe place. I turned back because I was worried about him. Kim Soo-yoon said sincerely, thank you. As the leader, you should be the one to do so, but leave it to me. Before finishing speaking, Joho said, don't bother, just treat me later. Joho asked as he ran, but won't it suddenly chase me? Kim Soo-yoon replied, it's blind and is trying to recover, so that won't happen. The others in the raid team saw the kraken. It was so big, they could catch it. Lee Kang-gi said, the leader of the raid team, the gambler group and even Joho are missing. These things are making me crazy. Kim Tae-kyun said, where do you think this monster came from? Suddenly a voice rang out, attracting both of our attention. I will explain everything. Seeing Soo-yoon, the two of them were extremely surprised. Soo-yoon. He recounted the story of Moyong being impersonated by the Chaos Guild. It's about them turning invisible to attack you. Then finally destroy the Kraken's seal. He calmly said, that's what happened. Joho understood, no wonder, things turned out like this. Is it a chaos group? Lee Kang-gi asked, wait, why did you arbitrarily make things more complicated like this? Kim Tae-kyun thought, never mind, the situation is bad anyway, do you have a plan? Kim Soo-yoon nodded and said, yes, since the Kraken's weakness has been revealed, if we work together we can hunt it without getting hurt. He continued, making the other three feel shy, but if you guys don't agree like that, then there's no need for my plan, right? Then I'll consider that you all follow my plan. He continued, what is my plan? Kraken is still in extreme pain from the cut Kim Soo-yoon caused to its eye. Kim Tae-kyun, Lee Kang-gi and Joho shouted loudly, everyone. They all created magic. Group 1 was ready. One command shouted, shoot. All magic created was aimed directly at the Kraken's eyes. Beams of power shot at the Kraken continuously. Joho thought, good, like Soo-yoon said. He continued to shout, next, Group 2 is ready. He recalls, the Kraken's weakness is speed, it needs to reach us to use its enormous power. If we continue to attack with magic and keep our distance, it won't be able to reach us and will be forced to retreat. The magic beams they shoot are gradually repelling the Kraken. Joho thought, it's true that it can't reach us, but it's really big, like I thought killing it would be impossible, but it doesn't matter. Our mission is to keep the Kraken away from this place while Kim Soo-yoon recovers. Kim Soo-yoon sitting in the middle, the people in the raid team are trying to help him recover faster. Thanks to the powerful magic rays, the Kraken was retreating further and further. Joho praised, good, just like that, good operation, we will keep it until the commander recovers. Suddenly someone pointed in the other direction and said, someone is approaching the Kraken. Joho heard that and immediately thought, Soo-yoon has recovered. But when he saw Joho, his face darkened with concern. What? It turned out that Lee Kang-gi was leading his team towards the Kraken. Joho was confused, what the hell was he doing?